Chapter 752, The Light of Victory. Chapter 752, The Light of Victory. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That single swift stroke of the boss had not only cleared a large number of NPC soldiers, but also unfortunate players who had miscalculated the trajectory of the attack. What's more, after they revived at the nearest graveyard, they were not allowed to re-enter the castle region. They were blocked by a familiar wall of air. Some things are best experienced yourself. During the counterattack attempts of the other nations, almost all the audience had not noticed the tiny details. Obviously, the system had already predicted a scenario where players will try to sabotage their own nation. They had indirectly made it easier to surviving players to fight Angus. In a sense, weaker players who allow themselves killed by Angus will be permanently removed from the battle. It was a good way to help stronger players who were actually trying and succeeding in killing the boss. Weaker players would only be food for the boss. Hence, once all the Spectre monsters were killed, players had lost the ability to revive continuously and rejoin the fight. It was a fair way of things. During the fight with the Spectre monsters, players can have their fair share of experience points, and during the boss fight, weaker players will be kicked out, preventing stupid people from doing stupid things to jeopardize the entire battle. Serena was stood in front of the entire army. Next to her were all the other 7 barons. Zhang stood beside them. He only dared to fight Angus because he had already prepared his hired elite NPC soldiers, along with 100 healers to heal the elite NPC soldiers behind. Since each of the elite NPC soldiers will help Zhang take 1% of the incoming damage, Zhang could last longer in the fight against Angus. At most, Zhang would take 5 times the damage from Angus due to his level, while each of his soldiers would take at most 40,000 damage each. With Zhang meticulous arrangement of healers, they will be able to heal with one hand behind their back. Stay back. You guys cannot survive tanking the boss even if you have a 50% damage reduction. Save your transformation skills first. Zhang spoke out in the party channel. Besides Zhang alone, the rest of the party had only 50 or so elite NPC soldiers. They would still take a heavy attack. Without transforming, they would not survive a single hit. Everyone nodded and obeyed. Even the battle-crazed little Wei Yan'er understood the gravity of the situation and nodded her head without showing any signs of being disgruntled. Merlinda. It's our time, said Zhang. I hear you. Merlinda nodded and smiled at her savior. At Zhang command, he had Merlinda command Thea and Awina to stand with the elite NPC soldiers behind to be redundant healers. At the very least, they were extremely strong healers. The phoenix roared with all its might and flew towards Angus. The unicorn followed along and shed its disguise, the horn on its forehead grew longer, and wings burst out of its body as Melinda soared to the sky. The sight of fiery trail in the sky, left behind by the phoenix, was a sight that everyone had already gotten used to. However, the unicorn was different. Then, everyone was stunned at the sight of Merlinda soaring through the high sky as she followed Zhang. That was a legendary beast. The unicorn. It was the same as the phoenix and the red dragon. Could it be that Lone Desert Smoke was holding all the legendary beasts in their ranks? Who was that player riding the unicorn? Why would she hide her profile? Was she afraid of people chasing after her? They may have legendary beast mounts and whatnot, the boss is still too strong for them. Yes. It's a suicidal run for them. So much for China's #1 player. He can't even tank for more than a minute. Despite their scorns coming out from their mouth, it was obvious that jealousy and envy were building up in their hearts. Blade of Obliteration. Angus roared and swung his sword, releasing thousands of swords in the air, attacking Serena, the 7 castle barons, Merlinda, and Zhang, causing high damage. The NPC were still doing good since they were all at the right level to only take normal damage. Unlike then, Zhang was rather unlucky to receive 5 times the intended damage. Then, defense, armor, damage absorption was all useless. Amongst all the defensive passive skills, only the 20% damage reduction skill was useful. From 3,829,935 damage, only 3,036,553 was taken. After 92% damage shared with all the 92 elite NPC soldiers, the final damage that landed on Zhang was only 306,494. Despite being reduced by a large amount, it was still high for Zhang. At that point, with the Phoenix giving Zhang close to 1.8 million HP boost, 300,000 damage was almost 10% of his entire HP. That was the reason why Zhang had not allowed the rest of his party to join the battle. He had 92 elite soldiers and he had still taken a large damage, what more of 50 soldiers? Still, he was pretty unlucky to receive the quintuple damage. Under normal circumstances, he should only receive double to triple damage. With quick reflex, Merlinda clapped her palms together and cried, "Higher regeneration!" She had cast higher regeneration not only on Zhang Yang, but also on herself, Serena, and the rest of the barons. Higher regeneration restores 5% HP every second. Maximum restoration cannot exceed 200,000 HP, lasts for 20 seconds. As expected, higher regeneration had a limit cap to its healing. Even so, 200,000 HP per tick was still high. In fact, Angus, Blade of Obliteration, could only be cast every 2 seconds. Even though it hit Zhang Yang for quintuple its damage, Zhang Yang would take only 150,000 damage per second. At that point, Zhang Yang had over 3 million HP. 5% of that would roughly be 150,000. Since each healing tick would restore 150,000 HP, his HP would hold out indefinitely. If the healers behind the NPC soldiers do their job without a problem, and Merlinda herself remains alive throughout the entire ordeal, Zhang Yang would be the same as the boss, an unkillable entity. When something drastic had happened, no eyeballs were averted then. When players from all around noticed Zhang Yang had received the higher regeneration skill, they could not help but to feel both shock and envy. What was that powerful healing skill? The strongest in-game skills would either damage or heal by percentage. Since the skill was not affected by a player's own attack power, there was no reason for them to get stronger damage stats. If a healer could have that high regeneration skill, he or she would not need to pump spirit or intelligence. Even with a full set of level 1 Whitewood equipment, they could still technically fully restore a player with 4 million HP within 20 seconds. There was no need for anyone to hunt for strong equipment, then. Then again, not all players were stupid. One look, and they would know that Merlinda was not a player, but an NPC. They knew that the system would not simply put out skills that would simply break the game. The skill, higher regeneration, as shown by Merlinda, was not a single target, but a multi-target skill. That was not OP. That's Deadpool's level of game-breaking skill. With the skill healing Zhang Yang like never before, Zhang Yang finally dared to rush into the boss fight and have him taste his Reaper's scythe. Merlinda was the same as she was when he rescued her from the depth of the dungeon. She would keep on repeating the same healing skill over and over again. On the side note, Merlinda had gained a new weapon, a new magic staff that she could use to attack as well. She was not like before where she would just heal, and just heal. That time, Merlinda could cast Punishment Ray to attack. Queen Serena was astonished by the healing skill she had received. She turned to examine Merlinda and turned to Zhang Yang. "Is she your ally?" "Yes, my queen." "Wonderful. Perhaps she could remain by my side to strengthen the Empire's forces," said Serena with a strong sense of ambition. Zhang Yang had a complicated feeling about her wants. If Merlinda remains in the Empire, the entire race of elves would be brought to light. Zhang Yang had merely pretended to be busy as he continued to attack Angus. Zhang Yang's eagle eye could passively ignore 85% of the target's defense permanently. Hence, Zhang Yang would only need to land one single strike of crippled defense to ignore all defenses. 82-302. Zhang Yang basic attack lower limit was supposed to be around 160,000. However, despite having the ability to ignore all defense, his damage was severely reduced. 80,000 damage was something that Zhang Yang found to be low, while the other players of the world would have already dropped their jaws to the ground. Charge up strike. God of War Devastation. 456-229. Sadly, the combined skill had suffered a 30% reduced damage. If it had not, the stacked skill damage could reach at least over 1 million damage. Still, the damage was enough to have Queen Serena praise Zhang Yang for his strength. That was because besides herself, even the rest of the ascended tier barons could deal only a fraction of what Zhang Yang had just dealt. Zhang Yang only nodded his head to acknowledge Queen Serena's praise. In reality, he was rather happy. Such a powerful blast of power can only come from combining Charge Up Strike and God of War Devastation. Despite being able to deal 900% normal damage in a single hit, it had a 1-minute cooldown. It was not long, nor too short to be used as a chaining skill. Other than the players in his party, all other players around could not observe the damage number inflicted on Zhang Yang, nor his overall HP in general. They could only see the long red bar on his head and a slight drop of it. Weirdly enough, the 10% emptied HP bar was refilled immediately in a blink of an eye. Could it be that the boss attack was getting weaker? Then, a few players that had noticed Zhang Yang's endurance in the battle had rushed into the fight, thinking that if Zhang Yang could, they could as well. In the end, they were instantly obliterated by Angus in a single swing of his sword. Zhang Yang was frustrated by the stupidity of the players. They had wasted all his efforts by healing Angus' HP from 99% to 100%. If there are more imbeciles, might as well have them all come at once to let the boss end their lives, there and then. It would be better to have them die earlier than when the boss is at his last 10% HP. When so many players had died, all the other hot-headed players stopped their tracks. Only then, they knew the real reason why Zhang Yang could endure long enough. The boss attack was not getting weaker, it was Zhang Yang who was getting stronger. Just how many military points did Zhang Yang own? How many elite NPC soldiers did he manage to hire, to allow the damage to be negated to such an extent? 1,000 military points was only enough for 10 elite NPC soldiers, which was only enough to reduce 10% of the oncoming damage and distribute them to all the 10 soldiers. 10% damage was nothing. Nothing. When the players had finally accepted the truth of how strong Zhang Yang was, it was already too late for them. Zhang Yang was not bothered by the players. He was busy calculating and averaging out the damage per second of the boss to find out the rough estimated time needed to kill Angus. When he was finished, he needed to calculate the right time for his party member to use their transformation skills and enter the fight. Amongst all the NPC present there, Queen Serena was obviously the one dealing the most damage. With Merlinda healing everyone, Serena and her 7 barons were able to hang on far longer. Although they would still receive damage faster than they could heal, it would be much better than just taking damage. As such, Zhang Yang roughly estimated that the fight can be dragged as long as 20 hours, or more. That is, if there are no more bird-brained players rushing into the fight to heal Angus, prolonging the entire fight. If that happens, Zhang Yang feared that not even 2 Merlindas could save them. The light of victory was just right there. There is hope. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 753, Adequate Preparation. Chapter 753, Adequate Preparation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Players like Snowseeker and the guilds that she was leading were all good at calculating the odds. They had all seen the wars of the other region and had speculated that China will face the same fate as them. Hence, they had not tried to fight in the first counterattack. Instead, they had placed their faith in the third or fourth attempt. Even though the number of Celestial Tier set equipment will drop to 4 and 1 respectively, the time taken for them to reach the level requirement of the equipment would be a year. Hence, even though they could get 4 or 1 Celestial Tier equipment, it would not much for them at the moment. It would not be possible for the developers not to host any more events in the coming times that would drop Celestial Tier equipment as well. Hence, Snowseeker and her followers had not spent a single military point that day. Mainly, they had not gathered enough military points to hire enough elite tier soldiers. Secondly, the odds of the battle were unfavorable for China. Hired elite tier soldiers would not last long. In fact, after the war ends, successful or not, the soldiers will disappear. The one thing that slipped past everyone's expectation of the war was Merlinda participation. She alone could change the tide of the battle. Based on the damage dealt in HP healing, the NPC forces could last more than 20 hours fighting Angus. When they finally realized it, regret was the very thing lingering in their mind. To loot the boss drop after his death, one must deal enough damage and not simply land a hit. Without inheritance transformation skills, no one could approach the boss without dying. His attack range was 500 meters. Then again, what use if a player has transformation skill? Which healer could heal on par with the damage caused by Blade of Obliteration? But the worst part of all was that they could teleport back to White Jade Castle right then to hire soldiers, but would be unable to return to the battlefield. They would have to run back because the portal created was close and there was the invisible wall that was preventing them from returning to the field. That leaves them one option. That is to stare blindly at Zhang Yang beating the living hell out of Angus. However, when one is pushed to a corner, players would start to feel intense jealousy towards Zhang Yang. They would try to rush to the boss when he is almost dying and feed him back to full health. Merlinda's presence in the battlefield could not retain all the NPC for long, and it was impossible to restore their NPC back to full health. If the battle lasts longer than 30 hours, surely Angus would be the last man standing. At that moment, Zhang Yang was not focusing on the other players' feelings. All he cared was to attack the boss as fast as he could. Since the Phoenix attacks would be included to his character, his overall damage dealt to the boss was almost second to Queen Serena. Sadly, Felice was unable to gain the damage distribution from the elite soldiers. Even though her HP was slightly higher than Zhang Yang's, 2 million HP was not enough to last longer than 3 seconds when it comes to the boss attack. At most, she could last for 6 seconds, thanks to the higher regeneration, and that was it. Although Zhang Yang wanted her to come out to attack, she could only stay in her battle companion Yu-Dai until Han Ing-Shui and the rest of the party used their transformation skill together. At that point, she could join the fight by activating her Ancient Tree of Life transformation. At that point, her healing capability would exceed the likes of a B-class inheritance healer. Not to mention, her 12-star growth rate would further increase her potency, allow the girl to rival that of an A-class inheritance healer, but... Glare of the Death God. Resist. Meh. Zhang Yang was not disappointed. He had not expected the skill to land since the opponent was a celestial tier boss. He only had a few holy tier equipment on him. If he, a level 170 player with a few holy tier equipment, could take out 10% of the HP of a level 230 celestial tier boss, that would be unfair. As Angus gradually lost his HP bit by bit, he had only lost a total of 4% HP in 1 hour. Technically, they would need 25 hours to kill the boss. However, there was still the unaccounted factor of players who had not used their transformation skill then. In the worst-case scenario where Zhang Yang is forced to run in and out of the field to heal himself, his God of War transformation would shorten the fight as well. That was only one of the unaccounted factors that could affect the boss fight. If death of a player was inevitable, 4 deaths would extend the battle by 1 hour. 20 deaths would result in total restoration, which would end up with Angus being the victor of the war. Even though a small portion of players had died in the battle with the Spectre monsters, another small portion of players had already left the battle when Angus had appeared. In the end, there were still more than 40 million players in the battlefield then. Could Zhang Yang be sure that none of the 40 million players would not jump into the boss fight and feed him? There is a saying, when the poor hunger so, the rich shall be their meal. Lone Desert Smoke had been hoarding all the riches of the land and Zhang Yang was the main culprit. To think that everyone would cower behind his back and allow him to take all the celestial equipment when none of them could. Hence, instead of waiting till the boss had lower HP, those nonsensical players with brains the size of a lizard's sh*t rushed past the NPC soldiers and into the range of the boss, all the while shouting phrases like, "We can do it and for China." How could one stop them moving on when they were so insistent on dying? At that point, Angus had lost 7% of his HP. If they die, the boss will restore all his HP. All the effort in the past hour will be wasted. Zhang Yang sighed with heavy heart and commanded all players in Lone Desert Smoke to stop or attack players who refused to back down from the fight. He even had several of his members activate their transformation skills to kill the players. Naturally, when transformation skills are unleashed, no normal players would be their opponents. After a few of the players were killed, they voiced out their complaints, accusing Lone Desert Smoke of occupying the battle with the intention to kill the boss alone. Those players were as expectedly from the Dominators, Eternal Flame, and the Myth. They were only doing so under the order of their guild masters to tarnish the reputation of Zhang Yang and his guild. When things got heated up, players around joined the fray and cried foul at Lone Desert Smoke. Without much time at all, Zhang Yang's guild had become public enemy number 1. The one thing that Zhang Yang could not do right then was to retaliate there and then. Unexpectedly, as if Serena senses Zhang Yang was in trouble, she had turned her anger towards players that were not in his party and cried out to her soldiers. "Soldiers of the Empire! Keep all adventurers away from me. Chase them away until they are at least 1 kilometer away. Kill anyone who refuses to obey." Instantly, all the Empire soldiers pointed their swords away from Angus and turned around to attack the players behind them. They were all roughly 500 meters away from the boss and started to push all the players until they were 1,000 meters away. The number of players exceeded the number of NPC soldiers. However, all the players were separated by guilds and parties. The top guilds were only level 5 guilds. Even if they were to sortie 75% of their total members, 200,000 players versus a unified army will only result in the players' loss. At then, all players started to withdraw from the front line when all the soldiers were pointing their swords, aiming their bows, channeling their spells, all with the intention to harm the players if they refused to back down. The battle continued on and Angus was being butchered alive by 9 ascended tier boss. His HP had dropped below 60%. When players from other region had received the news of the unorthodox method and the conditions of the battle, they had rushed over to witness the war with their own eyes. How could China put a fight with Angus when the rest of the world could not? They had the same number of ascended tier bosses, yet why did their power gap differ so? All the other regions had lost the war in nearly 5 to 6 hours, yet China was able to continue the fight and was actually showing signs of winning. They knew Zhang Yang. They knew the pet phoenix that he had. They knew that Zhang Yang was strong. No one could deny that fact. However, with the level suppression system affecting his damage output, how could the man fight Angus toe-to-toe? Zhang Yang may be strong, but there will always be a limit to it. Could it be the female on the unicorn NPC? Their eyes bulged out when they saw the prowess of higher regeneration on all NPCs, including Zhang and his party members. No wonder the NPC could tank so long against the attacks of Angus. Was there such a powerful healing skill? But why didn't they receive such a buff? Why did the NPC not come to their aid when they were fighting Angus then? Could the system be biased to China? It could not be. Players rode their mounts and tried to get a closer look at the battle between Zhang and the boss, but they were blocked by the invisible wall. Disgruntled, but helpless, all they could do then was to watch how Zhang defeats the final boss. Zhang noticed that the other players had moved back from the front lines. He then called his party members to ignore the soldiers and joined him in the boss fight. Since they had used their transformation skills, might as well use them to the fullest. When all his party members came to his side, Zhang called out Felice and have her morph into her tree of life form to assist Han Yingxue and Fantasy Sweetheart in healing the entire team. As for the rest of the battle companions of the other players, they were all kept in their respected UIS since they were too weak to begin with. Without transformation skills, they could not possibly survive the crazy bombardment of the boss. Merlinda had then demonstrated the prowess of her skill and cast higher regeneration on all his allies within 50 meters from her. It was extremely useful since Zhang had his vitality aura maxed out. Even the player with the lowest HP, that was Fantasy Sweetheart, had over 10 million HP. With higher regeneration, Felice, Han Yingxue, and Fantasy Sweetheart's supercharged healing, everyone was able to last for as long as 2 minutes before they would need to pull back from the fight to fully restore their HP. Even though all of them were suffering damage reductions from the level suppression system, they were able to compensate that with the damage gained from transformation forms. Sun Xinu and Wei Yen Air were able to ditch out strong damage values. Sadly, 100 Shot and Fatty Han were a little useless then. They were both level 165 and both their hunter's pets were only mythical tiers. Despite being the same legendary beast as the Phoenix, the Red Dragon and Fatty Han's Phoenix could only deal damage half of what Zhang Phoenix could. With the party all attacking alongside Zhang, the overall DPS was increased slightly. Although it was not too obvious, the numbers will show later on after accumulation. Although everyone could not possibly deal enough damage to be able to loot the drops, they were fine by it, since Zhang was there to swoop all the items later. On the other hand, other guilds that were unable to sortie to fight the boss could only stare at Lone Desert Smoke with utter disdain. However, even though they had players with transformation skills, they could not survive battling the boss, due to the lack of elite tier NPC soldiers. If they even try to do so, they feared that they will be a target of Lone Desert Smoke. Right then, how many guilds had the ability to attack Lone Desert Smoke? Zhang alone had fought 30,000 players alone. Then again, even though they could not have the equipment then, they were still in for a treat themselves if Lone Desert Smoke wins the battle. The reward for killing Angus was level +2 and the recipient would be the entire of China. China was the last in the line. If they are unable to defeat Angus then, they would have to wait for a whole cycle. Other regions would have the chance to defeat Angus then. Although the chances of other region defeating Angus was extremely slim, it was not a bet that anyone would be willing to take. Rather than going home empty-handed, might as well take home a level +2 reward. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 754, Ending the Boss Fight. Chapter 754, Ending the Boss Fight. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. More and more players from all over the world gathered at the outskirts of Surin's castle to witness how China was going to perform, or rather, how the stars of Lone Desert Smoke performed. Guilds like Crimson Rage, who had a good relationship with Lone Desert Smoke, bore no resentment to them and they cheered their allies on wholeheartedly. On the other end of the spectrum, guilds that would curse and resent Zhang would be none other than the Myth, Eternal Flame, and the Dominators. Amongst the crowded audiences, Lu Wei's cold stare was filled with the utmost killing intent that was capable of making any ferocious wolf cry in fear. The man's entire family had fallen, thanks to Zhang. Although Zhong Xiuhua came to their rescue, even he could only save Lu Wei alone. Before, he could admit that his resentment towards Zhang was not only limited to only in the game. After the incident that befell the Lu family, Lu Wei now bore so much hatred for Zhang. The Lu industry was vast and wide. Apart from the company treasury, they had a few hidden offshore accounts that could not be traced. As Lu Wei was the future leader of the Lu family, he had knowledge of a few accounts and was able to get the ownership transferred to him before they were all charged and prosecuted. Hence, even though he had lost support from the Lu industry, the amassed money was much more than he had once owned, legally. Sadly, even though he owned more than he could imagine, the source of money was not perpetual. Once the money is spent, there was no way for Lu Wei to replenish them. He had lost all his business. although Lu Wei was still able to push the guild on until the day he uses up all his remaining checks. Hence, it would not be long before the guild that was built on money crumbles. Unable to grasp the reality of his surrounding, Lu Wei was not able to reason well. Hence, not long after Zhang Yang and his party had managed to hack away 30 to 40% of the boss HP, he cried, "It's our turn." Be it Zhang Yang or the boss, it did not matter anymore. Even if he knows that he might die and restore the boss HP, the thought of China winning the boss fight was no longer in his mindset. He was, literally blinded by anger. Still, he had the perfect defensive formation of 12 guardians around him. Naturally, even though he and the suicide squad he was leading was able to penetrate the defending Empire soldiers, he still suffered a little damage. The Empire soldiers were under direct orders from Queen Serena herself. Note that NPC's loyalty was absolute. Hence, when Lu Wei tried to burst through the defense line, thousands of attacks landed on Lu Wei. Even with sacrifice on him, the attacks were so strong that the first guardian was killed instantly. The result was the same, even when the second guardian had spontaneously cast sacrifice on Lu Wei. Same went for the third, the fourth, until the 12th. In less than 10 seconds, all 12 guardians were killed. However, their deaths was not in vain, as Lu Wei had managed to gut through the defensive line, flew through the dragon riders of White Jade Castle, and arrived behind Zhang Yang in a battered condition. "Zhang Yang! Don't think I'll let you have it your way!" cried Lu Wei with rage. Almost instantly, Queen Serena turned around. Like a titan smiting down a tiny rat, her shadow eclipsed the sunlight as she approached Lu Wei. "I warned you." She lifted her sword and brandished several swings at supersonic speed, mincing Lu Wei's character into countless of meat cubes, splattering his blood all around. Lu Wei's death was instant and swift. The poor bastard had forgotten that Queen Serena was no ordinary NPC. She was a boss capable of inflicting AoE attacks like Angus. Lu Wei's death should serve as a reminder to all players that she was capable of killing anyone. Back then, when she rode back to reclaim her throne, all players were slaughtered mercilessly. Fortunately, Angus' Blade of Obliteration was slightly slower than Queen Serena's attack. He was unable to kill Lu Wei to restore his HP. "Trash!" Another player from within the crowded audience muttered. He was called Dragon Marquis, or is also known as Zhong Xiuhua. He had fished Lu Wei out from the public prosecutor's hand just to have him cause Zhang Yang some trouble. However, Lu Wei was not only able to touch him, he was killed almost instantly, by acting rashly, his sanity notwithstanding. Back to Angus, he was being butchered alive. When he saw Lu Wei approaching him with little to no HP left, he was delighted and wanted to kill him to restore any bit of HP as he could. Unfortunately, he had just attacked and could not attack again 2 seconds later. Queen Serena had cut in, and literally cut the man into thousands of cubes before Angus could. "Spectre scum! Know that this is the day that humanity stood against the likes of you and prevailed." She bore great hatred for the Spectre, due her past. If Zhang Yang had not come to her rescue, she would have continued being a prisoner in the tomb and might even end up joining their ranks. Nothing can defeat me." Angus scoffed with confidence, despite having his HP dropping to its end. Angus swung his sword far and wide to demonstrate his powers as a celestial tier level 230 boss. However, even though his face was stoic and calm, Zhang Yang knew that the end was coming, and he was frantically defending himself. With so many pair of hands attacking the boss from all directions, Angus' death was sealed. The winner of the battle was made clearer as the battle goes on. Even though his HP was approaching zero, his sword swings was still all-time powerful. However, as long as he could not kill anyone, any stronger attack would not do much for him. Thankfully that the boss had followed the aggro system and attack accordingly. If he had skills that could target at random, he could kill players from across the battlefield. That would truly be the end of the world. Why fight when there's literally no way to defeat such a boss? Zhang Yang gritted his teeth hard. Even though they could win the fight, he would still have to endure as long as 20 hours. 10 hours, 15 hours, 20 hours. At that point, Zhang Yang was already tired beyond reason. However, his efforts did not go unrewarded. The boss already had less than 20% HP. It was the time for killing cleave. At that point, other bosses would have a higher attack rate. However, since Angus' Blade of Obliteration had an attacking rate of 2 seconds, it can no longer go any faster. Hence, the DPS of the boss was not raised. As for Zhang Yang, it was showtime. Zhang Yang unsummoned the Phoenix and leaped into the air, transforming into his God of War form, and attacked the boss. Without the 92% damage redistribution, the Phoenix will be instantly killed. Han Yingshui and everyone else in the party had long ran out of their transformation forms. They cannot rely on higher regeneration to endure the boss attack. With indiscriminate, active, Zhang Yang went ahead and attacked. Glare of the Death God. Resist. Zhang Yang sighed. Since the beginning of the fight, Glare of the Death God had never once landed a hit on Angus. Then again, Angus will be killed, no matter how. Hence, it did not matter, unless a gang of players come up beyond the defensive line of the Empire soldiers and offers themselves to the boss as tributes. As Zhang Yang activated his transformation skill, his basic attack was raised up to 455,563 to 534,863. If it was not for the level suppression system acting on him, his damage would have been higher than the 7 barons, and would be on par with Serena. As for Merlinda, her task was only to heal Zhang Yang and every NPC present. That was her one role. Do not look down on the healer. If it was not for her healing, Zhang Yang nor Serena could defeat Angus. Charge up strike. God of War Heavy Axe. -2305-642. Even though Zhang Yang was suffering from the 50% damage reduction of the level suppression system, Zhang Yang could still deal such a powerful slam. Sadly, even though his attack was strong, it was merely 0.001% of the boss' entire HP. Enough. You all are beneath me. I am a god. You're nothing but ANTs. Angus bellowed angrily. Even when he has more than 4.6 billion HP, it was a number that was considered to be unsafe for Angus, since 80% of his HP bar was depleted. Even an ant will have the chance to rule over the world. I am but the one chosen and beloved by the heavens. I will rule over the lands and bring back the once fallen empire to its former glory. Serena jumped forward and cleaved Angus. Ha 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 ha. Such an ambitious woman. I shall have your dead body and revive you as a specter. The day shall come when you join our ranks. You will have what you wish, and more, after you die. You can rule the land, the earth, the sky, and even the entire universe. Rest in peace, for that would never be my agenda. Heed my words, human. I will rule over this land. The specter shall prevail. Then, I shall dance on your grave. Serena charged her sword with holy power and swung her sword. Angus lifted his sword with great speed and blocked the attack. Sparks flew as the two blades clashed. Zhang Yang was blown away by the resulting force. How powerful could they be? 18%, 16%, 15%. After several hours, after Zhang Yang's transformation skill ended long ago, the boss HP had finally dropped down to 1%. Almost everyone was unable to resist the temptation to land the killing blow. Some of them who had not used their transformation skills activated them and launched themselves towards the boss in a wild attempt. Even though the boss attack range was as far as 500 meters, it would take players on flying mounts 10 seconds to cover. Hence, those with more than 5 million HP would actually reach the end and might land a hit. 100,000,000. 50,000,000. 20,000,000. As the number dropped exponentially, the players had managed to breach the Empire soldiers' defensive line and reached Angus. 10,000,000. 5,000,000. 300,000. Rest in peace. And never come back. Serena sliced off Angus' head and ended the battle. Gah! Angus could not even speak. His spectral body dispersed into the void behind him, along with the rest of the dead bodies of the fallen spectre monsters. The ball of void expanded as it sucked in more and more bodies. Until one point, the ball of darkness exploded, sending a strong shockwave that sent the stationary Serena's hair backward wildly. As expected of a celestial boss, starting off incredibly strong when alive, even during death, he would go with a flash. Serena sighed with exhaustion and dropped the meteor sword to the ground. She dropped down to her knees and raised her head to the sky. Are you all right? My queen? Zhang Yang descended downward and placed a hand on her shoulder. I'm fine. I'm just extremely tired. Ding. Server announcement, Lord of the Seven Spectre King, Angus has been slain. Rejoice, fellow adventurers. The time has come to celebrate. Ding. You have received a reward, level +2. Instantly, the entire land of China was illuminated with pillars of light. Those who had participated in the battle, alive or not, had gained 2 levels, instantly. Celestial equipment. Some of them had not forgotten about their true aim of fighting the boss. When Angus had perished into nothingness, there were many radiant metallic items that were giving off colorful light on the ground. Those were celestial tier equipment. The strongest armor and weapons that anyone could have in the game. However, not everyone within the vicinity could loot, they would have to deal a certain amount of damage to have the qualification to do so. As such, when they had rushed over to the pile of treasure, their hands nearly phased through the pile of items. They could not pick them up. Zhang Yang ran as fast as he could, swooping all the items with both his hands with crazy speed. Everyone, literally everyone around Zhang Yang grew angry and picked up their weapons. Kill Zhan Yu. With the temptation of the celestial equipment hanging in the balance, no one was thinking straight. They had not cared even if Zhang Yang was the number one player in the entire of the game. He had taken all of the items. All. How would anyone think straight then? Impudent fools. Be gone. Serena picked up her sword off the ground and lazily swiped her sword through the air. Almost instantly, a bright crescent beam blasted out and vaporized all the players around. Some of them were still in their transformed states and managed to survive the attack. As such, everyone retreated immediately. None of them had anticipated Serena, a god-killer NPC, would protect Zhang Yang. She was, after all, the ruler of the empire. Technically, all players were her citizens. If they were to try and attack the queen, they will be branded as traitors of the empire. They would have their privilege to auction, storage, repairs, socketing, profession, and many other facilities in the empire revoked. With that sort of threat at hand, she was protecting Zhang Yang. No one even dared look him in the eye. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 755, Magnificent Treasure. Chapter 755, Magnificent Treasure. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang found the whole situation extremely funny. Still, it was still dangerous for him to linger there any longer. Serena was about to return to White Jade Castle as well. It would be best for Zhang Yang to go back to town, where PvP was forbidden. Even though he was able to tank Angus, a celestial tier boss, he will never be able to tank all of China's raging players. Queen Serena was still in an attack stance when she escorted Zhang Yang to the far end of the now quiet battlefield. No one dared to approach him when Superwoman was right beside him. The Empire's spellcasters opened up a portal from White Jade Castle and allowed the entire army to return home. Players in the battlefield could use the portal as well. Zhang Yang thanked Serena for her efforts in the war and quickly bade her farewell. He rushed back and brought Merlinda and his party members back safely to White Jade Castle. There was only one way for anyone to kill Zhang Yang to get his celestial teardrops, and that was to have all other players from other regions to issue a region versus region war and conquer White Jade Castle. As for players from China, they had absolutely nothing else to do but stare blindly at Zhang Yang. Little Yang. Come on. Show it. Show me the treasure, cried Fatty Han frantically, like a hungry monkey. Zhang Yang snickered, but when he turned to meet the party, everyone was practically behaving like a hungry wolf, silent and ready to pounce on him. You guys, calm down, yeah? Why are all of you looking at me like hungry wolves? I'm not a piece of meat. I'm not tasty, cried Zhang Yang as he laughed and teased the party further. After a good laugh and teasing, Zhang Yang finally opened up his inventory and showed everyone the haul. As they weren't able to defeat Angus in the first attack, the drop was reduced from 13 to 10 celestial tier set equipment and 3 celestial tier normal equipment. There were even more random items as well, including 7 skill books, 3 skill point crystals, 9 advanced aura stones, 2 forbidden scrolls, and the second chapter of the Book of Revelation. All the celestial tier set equipment obtained were boots. Besides Templar, Witch Doctor, and Sniper, there were set equipment for the other subclasses. After gaining the God of War inheritance, Zhang Yang was able to equip both Berserker and Guardian type armors. However, since Wei Yan Air was there, he would have to resort to taking only the Guardian type armor. Even though the set effect of the two equipment were different, the basic properties boost was the same. God Killer Wargreaves, Celestial, Heavy Armor. Defense, plus 2,560. Vitality, plus 47,343. Strength, plus 6,163. Dexterity, plus 2,515. Level 8 Socket. Equip, increases maximum HP by 94,680. Equip, increases damage dealt and healing rate by 15%. Equip, absorbs 5,472 damage on attack. Use, drops a powerful kick on the target and stuns the target for 10 seconds. Effect can be inflicted on targets below level 230. Cooldown, 1 hour. Level requirement, 230. Class requirement, Guardian. Special, level requirement lowered by 30 levels. God Killer set effect, God Killer Helmet, God Killer Necklace, God Killer Cape, God Killer Chestplate, God Killer Gauntlet, God Killer Sheenguard, God Killer Wargreaves, God Killer Ring. 2 Equipped Set Effect, increases damage reduction rate by 20%. For Equipped Set Effect, reduces 10% damage on all allies within 40 meters around the wearer. 6 Equipped Set Effect, grants a fixed chance to activate Shield Wall upon attack. Triggered, Shield Wall will not affect the player's Shield Wall cooldown. 8 Equipped Set Effect, automatically triggers Shield Bash after a successful block. Shield Bash, trigger would not cost any rage points and will not affect the player's Shield Bash cooldown. 100% critical rate. After striking a target with the triggered Shield Bash, grant a chance to stun the target for 3 seconds. Stun effect will affect all targets regardless or level. Note, there was a legend. A legend about the god killer Ash Crux. Ash had slain 8 gods and used their blood to forge each of the equipment. All the equipment forged with the god's ichor will beseech the wearer with such strength that even the god of death will shiver with fear. Since the set equipment was specially forged for guardians, the set effect will be mostly defensive. After collecting all 8 equipment, the set effect granted then will provide a certain degree of damage boost. It was a 100% critical hit, a zero-cost Shield Bash, that could not only deal massive damage due to Zhang Yang's absurd strength value, it would also stun the target for 3 seconds. Zhang Yang widened his eyes when he read the description of the equipment. Stun effect will affect all targets, regardless of level. That would mean that all bosses, even the celestial tier bosses, could be stunned. Whoa! As expected of a god killer armor. The excitement and happiness, knowing that soon, he would be this strong. However, Zhang Yang immediately realized that he was thinking too far into the future and had forgotten to take account the process. Collecting all 8 parts of the set equipment would require Zhang Yang killing 8 celestial tier bosses. Once he collects all the parts, he would definitely be able to defeat the 9th, the 10th, and so on without a problem. In that case, the free Shield Bash and Stun skill will only be adding salt to the ocean, but still, by having the 8th set effect would undoubtedly strengthen his overall battle prowess. Block has a 6 seconds cooldown period, hence, even though the chance to trigger the Shield Bash stunning effect, it would greatly increase its proc rate. During PvP battles, if Zhang Yang is lucky enough to proc the stun effect, the player can kiss goodbye to winning the battle. Those who are able to get their hands on the celestial tier equipment would be happy. Since there was more than one player of the same class, there will be tears and sadness in the party. For example, Fatty Han and Fantasy Sweetheart lost 100 shots and Han Yingxue during the rolling for their items. Be it anger or sadness, they could do nothing but to congratulate their partner. The luckiest one there, besides Zhang Yang, would be Lost Dream. Sun Xianyu had the S-class inheritance. Like Zhang Yang, she would be able to equip both subclasses of equipment. She then chose the bandit-type boots, leaving the assassin-type boots to Lost Dream. There was no need for a roll. Although some of them were unable to get themselves equipment, it was still fine since level 200 was still pretty much at the horizon. They had more than enough time to hunt for another celestial tier boss, sometime later in the future. When all the set equipment were distributed, the remaining 3 celestial tier equipment were put on display. All 3 of them were not subclass specific. Mukra's Mjolnir, Celestial, One-Handed Hammer. Weapon attack, 36,948 to 56,948. Attack interval, 2.8 seconds. DPS, 16,767. Level 8 Socket 1. Level 8 Socket 2. Equip, increases damage dealt by 70%. Equip, increases critical chance rate by 20%. Equip, grants a chance to inflict 10 times normal damage on the next attack to a target after attacking. Equip, grants a chance increase attack speed by 20% after attacking. Level requirement, 230. Special, level requirement reduced by 30 levels. Note, Mukra was a warrior who used magic as his main offense. Although his magic could not defeat a spellcaster, and his strength could not defeat a warrior, he was able to defeat them both with a little adjustments to his hammer. Everyone examined the weapon and were shocked beyond words. Be it the high damage weapon attack, or special weapon effect, both were extremely strong. Perhaps, it was even stronger than a set equipment. Both Sun Xianyu and Endless Starlight were suited to using the one-handed weapon, however, Endless Starlight had the priority since he was a defender with the skill, Hammer Mastery. The man cried his eyes out and thanked his mother for being born, and thanked Sun Xianyu for allowing his lowly self to accept the weapon, and even thanked Zhang Yang for finding him after being kicked down from the cliff with Daffodil Daydream. The next item was a cloth armor type. Since Fantasy Sweetheart had lost the role to get the set equipment boots, the Celestial Tier dress was given to her. The last item was neither an equipment nor a weapon, but an accessory. A beautiful metallic ring, designed to curl around the finger of the wearer. Unfaltering faith, celestial, ring. Vitality, plus 23,671. Strength, plus 3,081. Dexterity, plus 3,081. Equip, increases maximum HP by 47,340. Equip, increases damage dealt and healing rate by 15%. Equip, absorbs 2,735 damage upon attack. Use, resets all cooldown to 0 for all skills with less than 30 minutes of cooldown time. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Level requirement, level 230. Special, reduces level requirement by 30 levels. Dear ladies and gentlemen, since all of you have obtained a celestial item, may I humbly ask for this ring since this fatty bro had not able to receive anything, said Fatty Han, wearing the expression Zhang Yang had seen many a times on greedy goblins and dwarves. Everyone laughed and agreed to let Fatty Han have the ring. All 3 skill point crystals were distributed accordingly to turns. As for the Yi Advance Aura Stones, 2 were given to Sun Xanu to increase her critical aura to level 10, 3 were given to Wei Yin Air, 3 were given to 100 shots, and the last one was given to Daffodil Daydream. As a result, the cumulative aura had increased the entire party stats as such: vitality plus 40%, healing rate plus 30%, critical chance rate plus 10%, strength plus 20%, pet damage increase plus 30%. The 2 forbidden scrolls were named Reaper's Descent and Stuttering Focus. Reaper's Descent was an AoE attack skill that had the same effect as other AoE attack, Forbidden Scrolls. Deals 10% HP as damage for 30 seconds. The only difference that Reaper's Descent had was the upper and lower limit cap at 250,000 and 100,000 damage. Stuttering Focus was a single target debuff that will cause the effect called stuttering. Every 3 seconds, the inflicted target will have a 10% chance to stop moving, attacking, or do any other action. It was similar to Absolute Binding, but the effect was effective against targets until level 230. If a boss similar to Angus ever appears again, Zhang Yang could use the Forbidden Scroll, Stuttering Focus, to control him. Sadly, all celestial boss were considered unique. Angus' death is permanent and there would never be a boss named Angus anymore. However, the Spectre system will elect a being that will take over as Lord of the 7 Spectre Kings. Hence, the number of celestial tier bosses will remain the same, even if they are being killed like ants. Naturally, all the skill books were distributed according to their class requirement. If there are skill books that could be learned by multiple classes, the distribution method will then be changed to roll the dice. Zhang Yang had obtained skill called Surrogacy. Surrogacy connects with an ally at the spiritual level. When you or the chosen ally receives an attack, the attack damage will be reduced, based on the value of the higher defense, amongst the 2. Surrogacy can only be cast on one target at a time. The level gap between the caster and the chosen target must be lower or equal to 30. Although the skill was pretty confusing and sounded rather useless, it was in fact extremely useful. It could be used on either the DPSer or the healer. In simple words, Zhang Yang can instantly have someone like Han Shui gain the same defense as Zhang Yang. Furthermore, the skill can also be used on a tank. Zhang Yang could turn a tofu tank into a superpowered tank. On the other hand, if Endless Starlight activates his King Kong transformation skill, Zhang Yang could use the skill on him, and Zhang Yang could gain Endless Starlight's boosted defense value. It would be the same for Zhang Yang if he uses his transformation skill. That would be the best way to use the skill. A free tank. Naturally, the HP value of both the caster and the receiver would remain the same. The happiest person was Wei Yin Air, not Zhang Yang. The little girl had called shotgun for the skill. As long as she is in the party with Zhang Yang, he would have to use the skill on her so that she could attack till her heart's content. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 756, The Additional Effect of the Book of Revelation. Chapter 756, The Additional Effect of the Book of Revelation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Truth be told, other than the Celestial Tier armor set, the Book of Revelation, Chapter 2, was the one item that made Zhang Yang the happiest man on earth. Zhang Yang had the Book of Revelation, Chapter 1, and Book of Revelation, Chapter 3-4, in his possession. By acquiring the Book of Revelation, Chapter 2, he could finally combine all 4 broken chapters of the book into one. With all 4 broken chapters combining together into one, a stream of blinding light flashed across the items. Then, the 4 items became one. Book of Revelation, Chapter 1, 4, Legendary, Unique. Description: increases 20% damage dealt to all party members of the holder within the range of 100-meter radius from the holder. The same effects cannot stack. If the holder is killed, the holder can choose to resurrect at the same spot where he or she died. The holder will have 40% HP and 40% MP upon resurrection. This effect can only be triggered once in every 7 hours. Similar type of effects cannot stack as well. If the holder is killed by other players when the effect is under cooldown, the item will be dropped. This item can only be brought along, and cannot be destroyed. Effect: binds to a skill and enhances that skill. Skills that have been enhanced before cannot be enhanced again. Unbinding: the enhance effect causes a 24-hour cooldown to the binding feature. Use: combines this item with Book of Revelation, Chapter 5. Other than the additional damage and the additional resurrection effect, there was another additional special effect that would allow the holder to enhance skills? Zhang quickly brought up his skill list and selected his block. Then he proceeded on to select the Book of Revelation. Instantly, a stream of dazzling golden light flashed across his entire body. The next thing Zhang noticed was the description of his block had changed. Block: enhanced, level 10, raises your shield up high, blocks an attack from the enemy head-on. Lasts for 1 second. Upon a successful block, causes 200% strength points of damage to the target and creates a large amount of aggro. You will acquire 30 rage points as well. Cooldown: 5 seconds. Require shield. The cooldown had been reduced from 6 seconds to 5 seconds. Furthermore, the strike back damage had been increased from 100% strength points of damage to 200%. Even though the cooldown period had only been shortened by 1 second, it was a 17% improvement in efficiency of the skill. Initially, Zhang could only activate his block 5 times within a time frame of 30 seconds. Now, he could activate his block up to 6 times within the same time frame. This could really invoke a game-changing effect when taking on certain bosses. Other than that, this effect could also be unbounded. This effect could enhance any skills. Of course, Zhang skills which are already enhanced, such as Force Strike, Cripple Defense, and Thunder Strike, could no longer be enhanced any further. Otherwise, those skills would become too powerful for the game. This book would basically be as powerful as a skill book that contains all the powerful skills, such as Superior Force Strike and Superior Thunder Strike, for other players if they had this. They could switch between skills of their choice to bind the book with, once every 24 hours. It would really be a very practical and versatile asset. Furthermore, these were just additional effects, provided by the combination of 4 broken chapters of the Book of Revelation. If the remaining chapters of the book were to be collected and combined together to form the complete Book of Revelation, there should be more additional effects that the book could offer, right? It would be ideal if the holder gets 1 additional effect for every chapter combined. Zhang was grinning in joy. At the same time, he was slightly agitated, because the chapters of the book had to be in sequence in order to be combined into one. So, he could not just take the chapter 10 from Sun Xinu and combine it with the chapter 8 that he had. Why couldn't these 2 chapters just function as chapter 5 and chapter 6? To have such a thought in his mind, Zhang greed and desire must have overtaken him a little while there. Other than that, Zhang was not granted with the first clear of a celestial boss upon Angus's defeat, after all. It was quite obvious that the battle was already won, because the NPCs did most of the heavy work. That was most probably why the system did not recognize Zhang as the slayer of the boss. Firstly, Zhang went up to thank Merlinda. He managed to get her to stay in the White Jade Castle for the next few days. Queen Serena had sent forth her men to escort Merlinda to the palace. However, the queen's summon was declined by Merlinda with regret. 2 days later, Thea and Awena pulled Merlinda out of the city quietly, as if they were afraid that Merlinda would be corrupted after staying too long with Zhang. The moment the quest of slaying Angus was handed in, Zhang and everyone in his party of 10 received 2 skill points. Unfortunately, they did not acquire any addition to their levels as rewards. However, from another point of view, the +2 levels that they acquired the moment when the boss was slain was considered as that reward already, wasn't it? The only thing that left Zhang dissatisfied was that everyone who joined the boss battle had acquired the same +2 levels as well. Zhang added one of the skill points on his Shadow Clone. After fully upgrading that skill, he added the other skill point to his Force Strike. Well, he chose to add the skill point to his Force Strike, because that skill could have an additional damage of 300%, just like his God of War Devastation and his God of War Battle Axe, when that skill hits level 10. Upon Angus's death, the players naturally had to recover the territories they lost. Meanwhile, after the death of a super boss, the remaining monsters had nothing left to stand against the players. In just 2 days, the 7 main cities had been declared to be returned under the ruling of the White Jade Empire. Meanwhile, all territories had been rebuilt. Unfortunately, the invasion was not triggered by activating a monster attack order. Therefore, it did not matter whether it was Thunderstorm Castle, Morningtown or Surin's Castle, they all belonged to Zhang. As long as he could secure the main halls of the territories and clear out all monsters that were still in battle mode, Zhang could regain control of the territories once again. By then, Zhang should be able to rebuild the territories after he regains his status as the Baron of the territories. Of course, he had to spend a fortune to rebuild all that. However, he actually lost way more than that, just because he could not get a dime from the teleportation circles for over 1 month. That amount that he could not earn was far more than the millions of dollars he spent to repair his territories. After they've destroyed all 4 Darkness Falls devices in the hearts of the 4 high-tier territories, the players claimed total victory over the Spectre invasion battle. However, it was obvious that the event was far from over. The system notified the players that the Spectres would not admit their defeat just because they failed in their invasion plan. They were hiding somewhere secretive, rebuilding their Darkness Falls so that they could return once again to lay waste to the land one day. That was the theme for the level 170 dungeon's Spectre's Secret Lair. Players could form a 50-player scale party to enter and destroy the Spectre's ambition and scheme, once and for all. When the teleportation circles of the territories resumed their functionality, many players cheered and ran around like joyful children, racing towards a new playground. Some things are not appreciated until they are gone. Therefore, the players were forced to travel around on their flying mounts for over a month when the territories were out of order momentarily. Because of that, they realized the importance of territories and their teleportation circles. Most of the players were depending on the teleportation circles to travel back to their main cities from the territories. Some were traveling across the main cities and the territories just for fun. Zhang felt extremely happy because of that. Normal players could continue enjoying the joy and entertainment that the game could offer at the moment. However, the top-tier players had no luxury at all to relax. The next phase of the story was about to begin. They had to get ready for the upcoming competition in acquiring the first clear for the hardcore mode of Spectre's Secret Lair. It's going to be way more intense than they could ever anticipate. The Spectre's Secret Lair was a 50-player scale dungeon, and only players who had attained level 170 could enter the dungeon. Currently, even Zhang, Sun Xanu and Wei Yen were still dangling around level 167, level 168. The fact that the China region was the one who took the credit for slaying Angus had led them to earn a lot of benefits. Players in the entire China region had acquired a reward of +2 levels. It was particularly effective for the high-tier players. Not having enough members at the required levels, Zhang could not begin snatching the first clear of the dungeon's hardcore mode. So, he could only hustle his party members to grind their levels a little faster. All he needed was to have 30 level 170 players challenge the normal mode and the hard mode of the dungeon. By then, he should be able to get familiarized with the dungeon boss's behavior. For the next few days, Zhang took it easy as he grinded his levels. While he was at it, he was experimenting the additional enhancement effect of the Book of Revelation that he had acquired a while ago. He switched the effect onto his skills, one after another to see which skill had the most to gain. Some skills actually became so oppressive after the enhance effect was applied on them. For instance, the cooldown of the God of War transformation had been shortened by 2 hours. The effect sounded too great to be true. 2 hours is as long as the duration of the transformation skills can last. However, if the 72-hour cooldown is taken into consideration, the shortening of 2 hours of the cooldown period would not make much of a difference. Furthermore, no one would actually activate their inheritance transformation immediately after the cooldown. Everyone would only use their inheritance transformation in crucial moments. Normally, players would only use their inheritance transformations once in every 4 to 5 days. Therefore, the enhance effect would become pointless for that skill. Well, instead of having a 2-hour shortening on the cooldown of his God of War transformation, Zhang would prefer more to have a 2-hour increment on the duration of his transformation, but... Of course, there were also other skills that become much more powerful after applying the enhance effect. For instance, the duration of Zhang's shield wall had increased by 2 times longer. Other than that, skills such as God of War Devastation and God of War Battle Axe had their cooldown periods shortened a little. For example, if the skill's cooldown was 1 minute, then the cooldown period would be shortened down to 50 seconds, 30 seconds, or even 25 seconds. However, boosting Zhang's offensive skills was not as ideal as boosting Zhang's defensive skills. Well, Zhang also had another oppressive skill called the Rising Dragon Strike. Upon applying the enhance effect on it, the skill only received a slightly higher chance of being triggered. However, after Zhang gave it a try, he noticed that there were still less than 0.001% chance for the skill to trigger. Well, judging from the skill's damage output and that it was also an AoE skill, it would be outrageous for the other players and monsters if the rate of triggering this skill was high. Finally, Zhang decided to apply the enhancement effect of the Book of Revelation to his block. That was Zhang's most frequently used skill after all. So there was a high value for him to apply the enhancement effect on that skill. Zhang arrived at the Rock Flatlands. It was a level 150-180 map that was the standard for players to grind for their levels. He had chosen to come because there were much fewer players here. Furthermore, he might even get a chance of encountering a holy tier boss. Having Felice tagging along with him, Felice would also transform into her Dragonhawk form while she battles the monsters. After clearing out the monsters, Felice would transform into her Tree of Life form and heal Zhang. Therefore, Zhang did not have to take snacks like crazy after encountering a few elite tier monsters. Zhang did not have a clear direction at the moment. So, after letting his herb foraging familiar out into the wild, he just casually walked around and slew monsters in his surroundings. Well, as long as he earns experience points, his destination would be of no consequence at all. After grinding for an entire day, he arrived at a settlement of men. It was a village built along the side of a large lake. There should be about thousands of families settling down over the village. Well, the village was rather large, and could be considered a rural town, if such a thing even existed. Right in the middle of the village, there was a notice board. There were 2 wanted posters pinned right on the board. One of the wanted posters was flashing vaguely. It was the telltale sign of a quest. Zhang touched the wanted poster with his hand. He immediately received a new quest. Loch Ness Monster in Gora Lake, difficulty, rank C. Description: the legendary Loch Ness Monster has been resurrected. A few villagers claim to have sighted the shadow of the Loch Ness Monster by the northwest of the lake during midnight. Quickly, can someone go and find out what is really going on? After obtaining the truth, please report the news to Sandrake, the chief of the village. Completion: The Secret of Loch Ness Monster of the Gora Lake 0/1. After reading the description of the quest, Zhang confirmed that the Loch Ness Monster would only reveal itself by nightfall. It was still broad daylight, now. Therefore, Zhang had no need to rush. So, he went to have a stroll around the village, taking out some monsters nearby the village and earning some experience points. He would only get back to the northwest of the lake by nightfall. Shakaka. The moment he landed on the ground nearby the lake, a fishman rushed out at him from the water. Gora Lake Fishman, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 170. HP, 5,100,000. Defense, 7,000. Melee attack, 40,774 to 60,774. Skills. Fishbone Piercing Shot, causes 100% melee attack of physical damage to the target and the other targets behind the first target. Will cause the targets to bleed continuously. When the targets are bleeding, they will receive an additional 20% damage. Lasts for 10 seconds. Effects cannot stack. Flee: when a Gora Lake Fishman's HP bar reaches 20% left, it will begin seeking help from its friends. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 757, Loch Ness Monster. Chapter 757, Loch Ness Monster. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. With the intention of showing the fishman how powerful his block has become after the enhancement, Zhang immediately raised his shield to engage in battle with the monster. Block. -107-298. Damage deflection. -107-298. Shield bash. Because of the 200% additional boost on the strength attribute, the damage deflection of the Dweeb block was now the same as the damage dealt from Zhang shield bash. The fishman instantly let out a series of miserable cries. Then it raised up its metallic trident and threw it straight at Zhang. The trident smacked right in the middle of Zhang's chest and left a large hole right in the middle of his armor and chest. -18-123. A damage value popped right on top of Zhang's head and Zhang was instantly afflicted by a negative effect that caused him to receive an additional 20% damage if he ever gets hit by the monster again. Piercing type attacks were really intimidating, but right after the trident was removed from Zhang's chest, blood began to ooze out right from the wound. It seemed that Zhang would have to look like a bloody walking fountain until the negative effect on him wears off. Although the damage Zhang received was not high, he visually looked as if he just got hit by a train. The scene was gory. Zhang felt agitated about it. He commanded Felice and Phoenix Pet and the three of them began to launch their attacks on the monster. The monster was greeted with intense series of attacks and its HP bar was reducing steeply. Without activating his inheritance transformation, Zhang Yang could still deal over 450,000 damage per second with the support of the Felice and the Phoenix Pet. It would only take approximately 10 seconds for the three of them to take out a total of 5 million HP. However, right before the fishman could be killed, it turned around and began to flee. The fishman was crying out loud in misery, while running away from Zhang Yang. In just a blink of an eye, the monster had ran far from Zhang Yang. However, it returned shortly after fleeing. Well, it came back with 2 more fishmen, this time. When Felice had not acquired her Tree of Life form, Zhang Yang would have to be extra cautious when battling elite tier monsters. He would need to use his skills that could stun the monsters that are trying to flee and kill them immediately. If he does not do that, he would not be able to disengage from his battle mode to take his snacks. Well, now that Felice had acquired her Tree of Life form, Zhang Yang had nothing to fear anymore. Felice went into her Tree of Life form and healed herself and Zhang Yang with her Bloom of Life. After she was done with that, she straightaway transformed into her Spectre Tiger form and attacked the monsters with her sharp and deadly claws. Well, she was dealing quite a number of damage to the monsters all by herself. If the number of monsters increases, Felice would just stop attacking and start healing instead. With her current full set of holy tier equipment and her 12-star rating, as long as no life aura is involved, Felice would have a more powerful healing capability than Han Ying-shui already. No matter how many monsters appear, they would have to die. Zhang Yang had no way of preventing the monsters from fleeing away. Furthermore, he would need to kite the monsters along with him if he ever wants to pursue a fleeing monster. Well, since the fleeing monsters would just drag more and more monsters back to Zhang Yang did not need to lure monsters over to him. All he needed to do was to keep on slaughtering the monsters that got in his face. Monsters that would fleeing could really cause a headache of trouble to the players. Players would need to be extra cautious with their controls and the use of their status restriction skills. If they fail to do so, they would end up being swarmed up by the monsters and die. With Felice aiding him along his side, Zhang Yang would have the capability of enduring so many monsters' attacks at the same time. Furthermore, his own defense was quite terrifyingly high, to begin with. So he had no fear even if he gets swarmed up by the monsters, all he had to do was to give it his all at slaughtering the monsters that he sees. 10 minutes later, the final fishman fled away to summon its other comrades in the surroundings. However, the other fishmen had already been wiped out, so the fishman came back to Zhang Yang all by its lonesome. Zhang Yang slaughtered the monster without putting in much effort. After clearing out the fishmen in the entire area, Zhang Yang continued to explore the surroundings. He wandered around the area for quite a while when something happened. Just when the moonlight beamed down, the surface of the lake was disturbed by some force from beneath the surface of the lake. The ripples of the water spread across the surface of the water that had been still a moment ago. A gigantic shadow emerged on the surface of the water. The moonlight was a little dim at the moment. Zhang Yang could not see the appearance of the monster clearly. The scene was a bit terrifying. Zhang Yang could actually feel an intense chill right up his spine. Could this be the Loch Ness monster that the villagers were talking about? Zhang Yang quickly hopped on the Phoenix Pet and flew nearer to the monster with a pat on the Phoenix. He telepathically commanded the Phoenix Pet to spit a breath of fire at the dark shadow. Boom! The shadow immediately got caught on fire. It did not take long before the entire shadow was burned down to the ground. The next thing that followed was an ayak across Zhang Yang's ears. The next thing after that ayak was the sound of something heavy falling straight into the water. Splash! It was a shadow of a human being that fell into the lake. Phoenix Pet flew up close and salvaged the human figure with its claws, like picking up a fish from the water before they went for the shore. While they were by the shore, Phoenix Pet loosened up its claws and dropped the human onto the sandy beach, not too softly. The human figure was crying in pain, due to the not-so-gentle landing. Alex, blacksmith's apprentice, normal, humanoid. Level, 165. HP, 104,680. Note, although Alex is still an apprentice, his talent in inventing is so astonishing that many experienced blacksmiths are constantly amazed by his work. Some even felt ashamed of themselves. This was a young man that seemed to be at the age of either 17 or 18. He was neither tall nor short. He had black hair and a pair of quick eyes. So it was you who did all that? Ha ha. Zhang Yang laughed. Then he continued to talk, let's go. Follow me back to the village and explain it to the chief. Please don't do that. Alex immediately begged Zhang Yang not to take him in, I have my reasons for doing such a thing. Please don't let anyone else know about this. Please. Ding. Alex has given you a quest. You can 1. Decline and bring him back to the chief in the village by force. 2. Give up the initial quest and listen to Alex's explanation of why he has been doing this. Zhang decisively gave up the initial quest. That quest would only reward him with a measly amount of experience points. He could just earn that amount of experience points back by slaying a few elite tier monsters. Although he might not get anything valuable from completing the new quest, at least he could still try out his luck. Alright then. Tell me the reason why you're doing this. If your reason is valid, then I shall accept your request. Well, this is what it really is about. Alex began to explain his reason for doing so. I'm a person that loves to do some weird stuff. Not long before this, I made a submarine and went underneath the bottom of the lake. There, I entered the deepest part of the Gura Lake to investigate. By the end of it, I encountered a terrifying, gigantic Loch Ness monster. The young man revealed a shocked expression and stammered, that monster had 8 chains locked on it. But when I saw it, 5 of the chains were broken. When I went to look at it for the second time, the monster broke its 6th chain already. Long ago, there was a legend in our village. A ferocious beast attacked the villages near our village. By the end of it, tens of warriors had joined hands in order to take down the beast. Well, they did manage to take down the beast in the end. However, that beast's skin is as tough as gold. There was no way that they could have slain the beast. So, the warriors chained the beast and sunk it down to the bottom of the Gura Lake. I have always believed that it was just a legend. However, when I saw the beast with my own eyes, I realized that everything about the legend is true. Furthermore, the giant beast is about to break itself free from the chains. I knew that I needed to inform the villagers about the news. However, everyone thought I was pranking them. They even said that I was exaggerating things just to scare them. This young man was really a genius. He even made his own submarine. Zhang quickly said, then why don't you just take the others to the beast you told me about with your submarine? Just show them where the trapped beast is, and they'll surely believe you after they see it with their own eyes, don't you think? The submarine that I built is meant for only one person, furthermore, others will not know how to operate it. Well, they will never find the place as well. I'm the only one who knows where the beast is, the young man mumbled. If that beast is really half as powerful as this young man described it to be, that might be a holy tier boss. Zhang widened his eyes immediately and said, bring me to the beast. Before he could even finish his own words, he had already pulled Alex onto the back of Phoenix Pet. No. It's not possible. That place can only be located with my submarine. I've put a mark on the radar of my submarine. If we're going by air, I cannot recognize where exactly the beast is. Alex immediately shook his head. Then, go ahead with your submarine, and I'll follow. That should do the trick. Zhang took one look at the vast Gura Lake and gave up on the notion to search for the monster all by himself. Oh. Alex nodded. Then, he began to lead Zhang to a place where rocks and corals were piling up high. Among the pile of rocks, there was a bizarre-looking boat located in between them. Alex squeezed himself right into the bizarre-looking boat and closed the hatch over the boat. Then, bubbles began to foam up the water around the boat. The next thing happening was the boat beginning to submerge into the water of the lake. Zhang summoned his mythical turtle and hopped right onto its back. Then he also went underwater to follow Alex's bizarre-looking submarine. Alex's submarine was actually not bad at all. There was a glass window right on top of the hatch, over the front. However, Zhang could not help himself from look down on the mechanism of this toy Alex needed to paddle in order for the entire submarine to work. Alex was using all his force to step on the paddles, pushing the paddles to move the propellers on the back of the submarine to spin. By doing so, the submarine was able to get some propulsion. It did not take much to make the young man sweat like a pig. Well, how long would he need to paddle then? Zhang used his weapon to hook the submarine along with him. Then he let Mythical Turtle steer the direction of the submarine. Meanwhile, Alex only had to point Zhang towards the correct direction with his finger through the glass window. Even though they were moving much faster after that, they took more than an hour to reach some sort of a region underneath the bottom of the lake. Zhang could see that there were 8 gigantic pillars circling around an empty space down there. Each of the pillars was chained to a thick chain. However, 6 of them were broken. Only 2 remained intact, locked on a gigantic beast which was located right in the middle of the 8 pillars. It was a beast that looked like a turtle. However, there were 7 solid pillars right on top of the surface of its back. Its neck was long with a monkey head on the end of it. The 2 ears looked like the ears of a pig. The ears were so large that they could cover the entire head of the beast like a plastic bag. The beast had 4 legs. Its claws looked like the claws of a tiger. Furthermore, the tail of the beast looked like the tail of a scorpion. It was really tricky to tell what kind of beast was this. Aqua Monkey Moonkin, Ethereal, Beast. Level, 175. HP, 1,750,000,000. Defense, 11,030. Melee attack, 76,201 to 116,201. Skills. Razor Tear, gnaws into the target and causes 150% melee attack of physical damage to the target. Venom Tail Paralysis, uses its venomous tail to pierce into the skin of its target and inject the venom into its target. Causes 20,000 nature damage to the target once in every 3 seconds. Note, the Aqua Monkey Moonkin is an ancient creature that escaped from the island in the center of the earth. You might stand a chance to acquire some clue about the whereabouts of the legendary island in the center of the earth. The island is rumored to have gold on every corner of it. Ah well, so it was just an ethereal tier boss. Zhang Yang sighed in grief. Well, holy tier bosses were the most common boss at the current stage of the game. The game even spawned a celestial boss once to make the game more intense. So, what good could it bring for Zhang Yang to encounter an ethereal tier boss? He summoned Felice out to get ready for battle. Unfortunately, Phoenix Pet could not be summoned because they were in an underwater environment. Well, with Zhang Yang and Felice working as a team, it would be more than enough to take down the boss. The normal attacks of the boss could deal an average damage of approximately 50,000 damage to Zhang Yang. However, Zhang Yang's enhanced block could be activated once every 5 seconds to immunize himself from any sort of damage. Then, he should only be receiving about 15,000 damage from the boss. On the other hand, the poison effect could be omitted because it would not be able to be of much of an effect to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's defense was just too damn high, judging from a certain perspective. Therefore, the boss could only deal effective damage to Zhang Yang with its Razor Tear. The rate of the boss activating its Razor Tear would be the only unknown factor to Zhang Yang. Under the circumstance that the boss would activate its Razor Tear once every 10 seconds, the boss would be able to deal additional 9,000 DPS to Zhang Yang. Therefore, the boss could deal a total of 25,000 DPS to Zhang Yang. On the other hand, Felice could heal over 10,000 HP per second. That should be able to cripple the boss's damage output on Zhang Yang. Because of that, Zhang Yang could simply *CK the boss up, even if he closes his eyes and goes straight into battle. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 758, Island in the Center of the Earth. Chapter 758, Island in the Center of the Earth. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There was no need to even summon Han Shui and the rest of the gang to aid in the battle at all. With Felice going all out on the boss, Zhang Yang could oppress the ethereal tier boss without even having to activate his God of War inheritance transformation. Let's just *CK the thing up without wasting another breath. Chi. After being stabbed by Zhang Yang's Spear of Obliteration, coming from afar, the Aqua Monkey let out a deafening screech. Then, it raised its claws and swung them at Zhang Yang. Block! Zhang Yang raised his shield up high and began to hack and slash at the boss as intensely as he could. With Felice's current healing capability, Zhang Yang could stay at the front lines, while attacking the boss for quite a while. Whenever Zhang Yang's HP bar reached a dangerous level, Felice could just transform into her Tree of Life form and heal Zhang Yang back up. Furthermore, Zhang Yang's total amount of HP had reached up to 1,300,000 HP. Therefore, Felice would also have many opportunities to focus her attacks on the boss. However, Zhang Yang activated his Shadow Clone to shorten the time required to slay the boss. Furthermore, he also took down a bottle of Amateur Power Potion, Grade 10 Transmutation. Therefore, Zhang Yang's damage output for the next 2 minutes was terrifying, but he could deal so much damage with his skills, especially his Charge Up Strike and his God of War Devastation. Those skills would be really explosive when they were being used by Zhang Yang in a correct sequence. He could deal up to 1,600,000 damage with the skills. Meanwhile, his 10 Shadow Clones could provide an additional 100% damage. That had really boosted Zhang Yang's high damage skills up to the max. His damage output was just terrifying. In just merely 10 minutes, the boss sunk lifelessly and died. The impact shoved the water into the surroundings, sending a watery shockwave out from the spot where the boss died. A few dazzling pieces of loot dropped right beside the corpse of the boss. Alex was staring at Zhang Yang from the sidelines with his jaw dropped. That was supposed to be a legendary boss that could not be killed after many others had attempted. Those warriors in the past had all failed to kill it, after all. That was why they imprisoned the boss here until today. Just when the boss almost escaped to continue its onslaught on the villages around, it got killed by a stranger that came from nowhere? Could it be that those warriors in the past were weak? Although that Aqua Monkey was not a holy tier boss and did not drop any holy tier equipment, everyone on Zhang Yang's gang did not have many pieces of holy tier equipment at the moment. Therefore, a level 170 ethereal tier equipment could still be very useful for any one of them. Zhang Yang picked up the loots that the boss dropped and shoved them into his inventory. There were 2 ethereal tier equipment, for mythical tier equipment and another piece of map. The mythical tier equipment was naturally ignored by Zhang Yang. However, the ethereal tier equipment was still worthwhile for Zhang Yang to have a look at them. If the equipment are heavy armor, then Zhang Yang could still switch them up with the non-holy tier equipment on him at the moment. Unfortunately, both of the ethereal tier equipment were not. One of them was a leather armor while the other was a cloth armor. So, he was forced to keep the equipment for Han Yingshui and the rest of the gang. After that, he turned his attention towards the map. Treasure map, island in the center of the earth. Description, leads you to the island in the center of the earth. Note, according to legend, the island in the center of the earth was once a land inhabited by the dwarfs. The island is rumored to be filled with the wealth of the dwarfs for over a few generations. However, the island sunk all of a sudden. The whereabouts of the island have remained a legend filled with secrets ever since. As long as you find the mysterious island, you shall be able to find the endless wealth that the dwarfs left behind. So, what are you waiting for? This map could be minimized and maximized at will. When it is enlarged to a certain point, there a crescent-shaped island would appear on the map. The island was separated into 3 parts. Each part was marked with a skull icon. The 3 skull icons had different names. They were labeled as Stone Giant Rokuta, Frosty Chimera Moreau, and Servant Guardian Tatashu. Zhang Yang could only presume that these were the names of the bosses on each of the marked island. However, the map did not show any indication about the tier and the level of the bosses. Therefore, Zhang Yang had no way of knowing if the bosses were either mythical tier or ethereal tier, which were just lousy bosses, or the powerful holy tier bosses. Judging by the tier of the Aqua Monkey boss, these 3 bosses should at least be ethereal tier bosses. Furthermore, it would make no sense if every one of them were just ethereal tier. Because bosses that were guarding their respective regions would definitely be more powerful than that. They should be holy tier bosses, then. Zhang Yang quickly contacted Han Yingshui and the rest of his gang. He wanted them to get ready, so that the party could explore the island in the center of the earth by tomorrow. Well, they might be able to farm something precious for the keeping. It was about time to get off work. However, Zhang Yang suddenly received news from one of his private investigators. Lu Wei had disappeared. Ever since Lu Wei was bailed out from the jail by Chong Xiuhua, he had kept himself well hidden. Even though people could still see him in the game, his real location remained unknown to everyone. Well, he also knew that Zhang Yang was never going to let him walk away intact, especially since now it was a good time for Zhang Yang to take him out. Lu Wei had no power nor money, currently. He could get toyed to death by his enemies anytime, anywhere. So he had to stay low and stay extra cautious. Zhang Yang did have the notion of crippling him once and for all occur to him on more than one occasion. After all, Zhang Yang would never be at peace, knowing that his nemesis is still at large. Therefore, he sent his private investigators to seek out Lu Wei's hideout. Currently, Lu Wei has done a very good job at covering his tracks. So, they could not get any information about his whereabouts at all. Yesterday night, that investigator that Zhang Yang hired had finally found Lu Wei's hideout. However, he noticed that the place was empty on the next day. Judging from the mess and the surroundings of the place, Lu Wei seemed to have been taken away by force. There were signs and marks of a struggle all around the place. Well, the Chinese had a saying. The greatest hermit will retreat into the noisiest fair. This Lu Wei had been staying secretly in a small bungalow by the urban area of Zhoushu City. According to the private investigator, Lu Wei was abducted in the middle of the night. However, who would do such a thing? Lu Wei did countless crimes back then. So it would be logical if he had countless enemies that wanted him dead. Furthermore, he used to have his Lu family supporting his back, so no one had the balls to touch him at that time. Well, things were different for him now, so... The first suspect that came into Zhang Yang's mind was one sword stroke. Well, his wife was gang-raped by Lu Wei's hired muscles. Meanwhile, he was also castrated by the hands of Lu Wei himself. That hatred was enough for him to murder Lu Wei over 1,000 times. So, how would one sword stroke be able to sit his *SS off, while knowing Lu Wei had finally become vulnerable? The moment Lu Wei is dipped into *T, he would be the first to take note of that. He might even pay off the guards in jail to give Lu Wei a good rub in his anus. However, he would not have thought that Lu Wei would be bailed out from jail by Chong Xiuhua. That would definitely drive one sword stroke mad. Therefore, Zhang Yang would not feel it odd at all if one sword stroke is the one who abducted Lu Wei. Well, nothing said could ease him under such circumstances now. So, Zhang Yang could only sit tight and wait for any updates on the news from his private investigator. After a night's rest, Zhang Yang assembled his party members and head over to the island in the center of the earth. Upon searching through the rock flatland for a while, they had finally arrived before a chili pool. According to the map that Zhang Yang acquired a while ago, that is the entrance to the island in the center of the earth. The 10 of them looked at each other for a bit, then they dived into the pool. After diving down for approximately 30 meters below the water surface, a large whirlpool suddenly appeared in the pool. Everyone was helpless against the suction as they were pulled into the whirlpool, one after another. In just a blink of an eye, they were forced down, hundreds of meters down beneath the surface of the water. The strong current of force had even taken Zhang Yang and Han Shui off the backs of their pet mounts. All 10 of them were stirred around like wet cement in a mixer. They were all so sick that their dinners last night were about to re-emerge. Just as they were about to suffocate, they were pulled right into a cavern. However, their bodies were beginning to float towards the surface of the water. After everything before their eyes became bright, they emerged at the surface of the water like cannonballs. Splash! 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 The 10 of them were shot out of the bottom of the lake into the air above it, 10 meters from the surface. Then they fell back down, one after another. At the same instant, they found themselves on an island. The sky was crimson red in color. The smoke and dust in the surrounding were of the same color as the sky. Meanwhile, they were falling into the lake that was not really big. However, the water of the lake was extremely hot. It was so hot that Zhang Yang and the gang felt as if they were about to be cooked. Everyone quickly swam towards the shore. After getting out of the water, they felt much more relieved than they were in the now boiling water. However, the temperature and humidity of the surroundings was extremely high. They were sweating like pigs and it made them terribly uncomfortable. Zhang Yang brought up the map to check the direction that they needed to go. Then, he led the gang towards the location of the first boss, the stone giant Rokuta. Even though this was an island, but technically speaking, this place looked more like a gigantic cavern. There was a live volcano spitting out flaming red lava. The red dust that filmed the entire sky and the surroundings was actually the volcanic ash. Therefore, the place forbade players from flying. They could only glide over a short distance below a certain level. Of course, players with Class S and Class A inheritance could still fly around freely after they activate their inheritance transformations. Well, they could still fly in any kind of environment. Rock! A beast's intimidating roar echoed across the surroundings. Suddenly, a crimson-red monster leapt over a pile of rocks and landed in front of Zhang Yang and the gang. The monster had the appearance of a wolf. Countless whiskers covered the beast's entire neck. Each of the whiskers was as long as 3 to 4 meters. They were like tentacles, wriggling about like they were alive. Tendril Crimson Wolf, Elite, Beast. Level, 175. HP, 1 billion. Defense, 7,000. Melee attack, 40,822 to 60,822. Skills, dot. Soul Leash, uses its tentacles on the targets. Tentacles will drill themselves into the body of the target. If the HP bar of the target is not at its full state within the next 3 seconds, the target will be controlled by the Tendril Crimson Wolf. Burning Aura, causes 30,000 fire damage to all targets within the area of 40-meter radius once in every 3 seconds. Bite, uses its sharp teeth to bite the target, causing 150% melee attack of physical damage to the target. The moment after the wolf revealed itself, it charged at Daffodil Daydream who happened to be closest to it. However, Daffodil reacted at a godlike speed. Immediately, she activated her apparate and appeared beside Zhang Yang. At the same time, she threw a fire blast right at the Tendril Crimson Wolf. By doing so, she managed to lure the monster over to Zhang Yang. What the F***CK? How can this be an elite tier monster? Look at its HP bar. Fatty Han was in shock. The higher the HP amount the better. Remember, we can get more experience points after killing it. Endless Starlight widened his eyes and swung his hammer straight at the monster while charging at it. The gang began to round up on the monster. Even though the attack of the monster was not really a threat to them, the monster's Soul Leash was just purely disgusting. Using its Soul Leash in conjunction with its Burning Aura, the gang needed Han Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart to constantly heal them in order to keep their HP bars full. Otherwise, people would begin to die eventually. However, even if a player has a long asterisk SSHP bar, he or she would still get killed if he or she does not get support from the healers in a battle. It took the gang less than 2 minutes before they brought the tendril Crimson Wolf down to the ground. The monsters collapsed to the ground and died, of course. It was obvious that the attack power of the entire party was oppressive. Although this wolf did not drop any equipment upon its death, it still dropped an item. Soul Whisker, consumable. Use, attempts to gain control of your target. If the target cannot cancel or disperse this effect within 3 seconds, the target will be controlled for over 10 minutes. Meanwhile, there is no way that the target can break free from the control. If the target is level 180 or higher, the target will have quite a high rate of resisting the control effect. Uses remaining, 3 out of 3. Required level, 150. Well, this was a surprise. This item is actually quite handy, especially during a team battle. It could be used on someone very crucial on the enemy. Well, since everyone would be so busy dealing damage to their enemies, they might just fall for it. If this item is successfully used on someone, that someone would only stand there and let his or her enemies torture him or her. Ha. It's so fun. Hell yeah. Wei Yan'er immediately felt excited. Then, she quickly shoved the Soul Whisker into her inventory. Then she began to gaze at Zhang Yang from head to toe. Little brat, if you ever dare to use that on me, I'll chase you out of my house. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 759, Frosty Chimera Cub. Chapter 759, Frosty Chimera Cub. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wei Yan'er's evil plot was seen through by Zhang Yang. So, she could only growl at Zhang Yang and show her teeth at Zhang Yang, as if she wanted to bite him. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, "Little brat, you don't have to be so fierce. Are you looking for a fight? Do you believe that I can defeat you without using my weapon? I can beat you with my shield." "I don't believe it." Wei Yan'er immediately shook her head like she was hitting her head on a drum. Without wasting any more breath, she brought her hammer up in an instant. Zhang Yang smiled and raised his shield up to block the little brat's attack. Then he said, "Starlight, you lead the party and carry on." "Roger." The other 8 party members went ahead of them. They gave Zhang Yang and the Wei Yan'er their personal space to settle their score. "Oh yeah. You can't use your phoenix pet. You also can't let Felice help you." Wei Yan'er was not an idiot after all. She immediately shouted, "I won't take advantage of you either, don't worry. I'm not going to use my mount and my battle companion as well." This little brat was quite smart actually. It seems fair when both sides are not using their mounts and their battle companions. However, her Crimson Red Crow and her battle companion were totally out of their league if they were to battle with Phoenix and Felice head-on. If both of them do not use their mounts and battle companions, Zhang Yang would be the one who was having a disadvantage in the battle. Zhang Yang did not take it seriously. So he said, "Alright." Boom! The hammer landed solidly on the surface of Zhang Yang's shield. Sparks were pouring across the ground after the surfaces of the hammer and the shield clashed into each other. Instantly, the little brat received a damage of -95,798. After that, Zhang Yang conveniently struck his shield back at Wei Yan'er and activated his shield bash. Another damage of -95,798. Popped right on top of the little brat once again. Zhang Yang's block could be activated once every 5 seconds now. Meanwhile, each of his block could trigger a damage deflection effect and present a shield bash as a free gift to his opponent who hits him. With Zhang Yang's current terrifying strength attribute and additional damage, his basic attack had exceeded 100,000 damage. However, because the little brat also had a high defense and damage absorption, Zhang Yang could only deal 95,000 effective damage to Wei Yan'er. However, if that kind of damage is dealt on the little brat once in every 5 seconds, Zhang Yang's DPS would reach up to 38,000 damage. Even though that little brat's initial HP had reached over 520,000 HP, she could only take as much as 14 rounds of damage reflect in 14 shield bashes before she would be smashed to her death. However, the fact that Zhang Yang said he would not use his weapon did not affect his defense at all. So Zhang Yang would definitely not have any problem tanking against the little brat's attack for 70 seconds. Therefore, tanker would always be the worst enemy of the physical type players, but if Zhang Yang takes off his shield before engaging into a battle with the little brat, then that little brat should still have little chance to win against Zhang Yang. After the battle went on for half a minute, Wei Yan'er's HP bar had been reduced by 50%. The little brat suddenly lit a light bulb above her head. Even though she raised her hammer up high, she did not smash the hammer down at Zhang Yang. Hee, noob tank. I'm not going to hit you. So let's see how you deflect damage back at me. Wei Yan air was filled with joy all of a sudden. Your shield bash can only be activated if your block is successful. So you're running out of options, right? Wah aha. I'm so brilliant. You won't win either. Humph. You said it yourself. Do you believe I can defeat you without using my weapon? I can beat you with my shield. So you said you wanted to defeat me. Not get into a tie with me. Noob tank. Come and hit me now. Ha ha. Wei Yan air laughed evilly. This little brat, dot. Zhang Yang flicked a finger against the little brat's forehead and said, come on. Let's move. The two of them caught up with the rest of the gang. Wei Yan air claimed that she managed to beat Zhang Yang's *SS up. She was grinning in pride when she was telling the others. The gang did not encounter many monsters as they proceeded forth. However, each of the monsters were elite tier monsters that had over 1 billion HP. So the party had to put in quite some effort before they could slay one. Meanwhile, the monsters were basically chimeras. Either they had lion heads and bodies of wild boars, or they would just be a leopard with a snake tail. They looked so bizarre. The size of the island in the center of the earth did not look that big. However, the place was not as small as it looked after walking across the island. Zhang Yang and his party spent 3 days on foot before they finally arrived at the resting ground of the first stone giant boss. It was a 15-meter tall stone giant. Its entire body was covered in whips and vines that were red. It was lying on the ground having a good sleep. The breaths coming out from the nose was so strong that the sand and dust on the ground were stirred up, forming gentle vortexes as they spread out. Stone Giant Rokuta, Ethereal, Elemental. Level, 175. HP, 1,750,000,000. Defense, 20,000. Melee attack, 75,903 to 115,903. Skills. Trample of War, tramples the ground and causes 90,000 physical damage to all targets within the range of 40-meter radius. Thump, strikes the target and causes 100% melee attack of physical damage to all targets within the range of 10-meter radius from the boss. Blow Away, spits out a strong current of breath and blows the targets into the air. Note, Rokuta has inherited the tradition of the stone giant's glory. It won't wake up from its sleep if it doesn't get a 25-hour sleep. Boss. Allow me to do this. Endless Starlight shouted in excitement. Then he charged towards the boss as the lead. Well, this boss was merely an ethereal tier boss. Zhang Yang could have single-handedly taken care of the boss. Well, it would not actually matter who tank against the boss. So, Zhang Yang had no reason to fight over who should be the tanker with Endless Starlight. However, the DPS players were very excited about it. They were dealing damage to the boss like they were on steroids. Actually, every DPS players would love to OT once in a while. Only then they would actually prove their power as DPS players. However, Zhang Yang was a violent DPS player himself. Furthermore, he could acquire additional aggro as well. So, no one would be able to cause OT. Well, things would be different for Endless Starlight. Seriously speaking, he should be the real definition of a tank. Therefore, everyone was attempting to find their confidence to causing OT. They were hitting the boss as hard as they could. What the F***CK? You guys are mean. Ease up, it's about to OT. Woo woo woo. No. You're all really mean. Endless Starlight began to complain. Everyone heard it and laughed out loud. Actually, the boss was still quite ferocious in a sense. If the boss really switches its focus to players who were not a tanker, the boss could deal an average of 96,000 damage to the players with one single attack. It would only take about 5 to 6 blows in order for the boss to take out a non-tanker player. Furthermore, the boss's Blow Away could blow players up high into the sky and let the players enjoy the excitement of free fall. Even though the skill itself could not deal any damage to the players, however, falling down to the ground from a very high place would definitely shatter a player's body to pieces if the player did not have a flying mount to glide and slow the fall. Furthermore, the Trample of War is an AoE skill. The boss could deal quite a number of damage to Zhang Yang and his party each time it activated its Trample of War. The skill could pose quite a threat to the party. However, the HP bar of the boss was a little too low to have survived the attacks of Zhang Yang and his party. The gang only took 3 minutes to crush the stone giant and force the stone giant to collapse onto the ground and shatter into small pieces of rubbles across the ground. Upon its death, the boss dropped a few pieces of loot. Although they were just some ethereal tier equipment, they were still level 170 equipment. After all, holy tier equipment which were known to be the highest tier in the current stage of the game. Meanwhile, how many players would have the luxury to have holy tier equipment on them, then? Zhang only had 6 pieces of holy tier equipment with him. He would need a lot more pieces of holy tier equipment before he could acquire a full set of it. Everyone quickly focused on distributing the equipment among the loots. After using the identifying scrolls to identify the equipment, they were able to equip the equipment straight away. It was extremely convenient for them. After distributing the loots, the gang proceeded forward. They had encountered a lot more rare and bizarre-looking monsters, and earned a substantial amount of experience points upon slaying them all. The gang said that even if there was no boss in this area, the experience points that they could earn from slaying all those monsters would make the trip totally worthwhile. Indeed, everyone in the current stage of the game was having a difficult time grinding. Well, it was not because the monsters were difficult to slay. It was because the players could not find a peaceful grinding spot where there would no one to snatch monsters in the area from them. Meanwhile, Zhang and his gang were the only ones grinding at the island in the center of the earth. All monsters in their surroundings were for them alone to slay. Of course, they would be filled with joy and excitement knowing that all the experience points would go to them alone. Furthermore, the scenery on the island was bizarrely unique. The monsters had rare and bizarre appearances. Zhang and the gang felt like they were venturing into another planet. Even when they were repeatedly slaying monsters, they were not bored at all. The trees and the flowers were really unique. Everyone could not get their minds back together while staring at those surroundings. They even switched on their video recording function of the game to record everything they saw. They intended to watch the footages back when they were old in the future. The second boss was the Frosty Chimera Moreau, which was located right on top of a high mountain. The path to the top of the mountain was a little rugged. However, there was no way that the gang could take another way around to reach the top. Apparently, this entire island had a one-way lane pathway. The players could not travel in any way other than moving forward along the path. After another 3 days of proceeding forward, the party had finally arrived before the boss. It was also an ethereal tier boss. Therefore, it could not pose much of a threat to Zhang and his gang. However, the small little frost chimera that was sighted by the side of the boss had Zhang and his gang widened their eyes a little. Frosty Chimera Cub, Ethereal Tier Flying Battle Mount. Level 0. Note, can be tamed. An Ethereal Tier Mount. Zhang 100 Shots and Fatty Han had already possessed a legendary tier pet. So naturally, they no longer had the desire to obtain any other pet mount, including the Ethereal Tier pet, of course. However, the remaining 7 members of the gang were staring at the little frost chimera while their eyes were all glittering with hope. Well, other than Wei Yan who had a mythical tier Crimson Red Crow, the rest of the gang only had flying mounts that were just Violet Platinum tier, Yellow Gold tier, or even Grey Silver tier. Unfortunately for them, a mount could be easily spotted. However, a flying mount would be extremely hard to spot. Those who could get a flying mount to fly in the sky should be very grateful. Because Wei Yan already had a Crimson Red Crow, she wet her eyes and withdrew herself from the competition to see who gets the Ethereal Tier flying mount. Well, although a mythical tier flying mount could really enhance her abilities in the game, the others who only had Grey Silver tier and Yellow Gold tier flying mount were in greater need of upgrading their mounts. Therefore, the little brat could only squat on the ground and draw circles with her finger. After killing the boss, this Ethereal Tier flying mount was obtained by Fantasy Sweetheart. This pretty face girl with a pair of huge boobs was bowing at the others, sending them quivering violently. Fatty Han and Endless Starlight were staring at her boobs as they drooled. The pet leveled up pretty quickly. The main reason being that the monsters on the island gave more experience points after they die. Zhang and his gang slew the monsters around the island for another 2 days. Then, they finally arrived at a castle that seemed to be built by the dwarfs, judging from its design. This frost chimera had leveled up to level 130. So, Fantasy Sweetheart could ride on it already. This castle was the end of the entire island in the center of the earth. The final boss, Servant Guardian Tatashu, and the dwarf's treasures were located just in the castle. Outwardly, the castle didn't seem much. It was only 3 floors tall. It was barely larger than a basketball court. However, everyone knew that the dwarfs loved to dig deep and stay deep. Beneath all that, it had to be far larger. The gang entered the castle, one after another. The interior of the castle was dark. Because the interior was an indoor environment, everyone was forcefully pushed down from their rides. Other than Zhang 100 Shots and Fatty Han, the others had hopped down from their mounts automatically. Mythical tier equipment already had extremely glittering appearance effect. Therefore, even though the surroundings were dim and dark, the 10 of them and their respective battle companions were like 20 supersized walking candles. They could illuminate half a meter out around them. Meanwhile, the appearance effect of Felice's equipment were the strongest. The little lady currently had a full set of level 170 holy tier equipment on her. So, it made perfect sense that no one among them could best her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 760, Servant Guardian. Chapter 760, Servant Guardian. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The two phoenixes were not willing to stay idle either. Normally, they were just two giant birds radiating in a crimson red light. However, they were now two gigantic birds that were blazing hot. The two of them were like two great bonfires illuminating the surroundings of the entire area. Initially, players who wanted to enter the castle had to purchase some torches before they set foot on the place. However, the two blazing birds were illuminating the surroundings much better than having 100 torches around. Everyone laughed. With the two blazing phoenixes leading the way, the two giant birds were like two giant searchlights, shedding light into the surroundings. The gang need not worry about falling into a hole out of nowhere. Although the dwarfs loved to keep their secrets beneath the surface of the ground, Zhang and his gang took a quick sweep across the 3 floors just to be safe. Well, the 3 floors were not that big. It would not take too much of their time for them to check on the 3 floors. However, there was no sign of any treasure at all. There was not even a single monster in the vicinity. The only things they could find were dried corpses lying quietly around. Obviously, when the island in the center of the earth sunk, the dwarves were killed by the sudden deterioration of the environment. They did not even get the chance to react to the change before they died. After inspecting the 3 floors, Zhang and the gang decided to go further down to the floors beneath to explore. The moment when they set foot on the first floor beneath the surface of the ground, they realized that the space of the floor was 100 times larger than the space of the floors above the ground. It looked as if there was an entirely secret tower beneath the surface of the ground, while the 3 floors on the surface of the ground were just decoratives on the tip of the entire tower. Thud. 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 Everyone was walking on top of the surface of the black rocks that paved the ground. Their boots and greaves knocked hard on the surface of the ground. The sounds of heavy footsteps echoed across the entire floor as they proceeded forward. It was a little strange and bizarre to be walking in the vast and yet quiet place. Everyone could feel the hairs on the back of their neck standing up. Boots that were made of clothes and leathers would not have made such a loud sound. Only the metallic greaves would cause such a loud sound while the players wearing them walked. Walk lightly. Come on. Everyone turned their eyes towards Zhang, Wei Yin and Endless Starlight. Their voices echoed into the surroundings and made the 3 of them feel a little nervous. Hee. Well, Zhang and Endless Starlight attempted to walk lighter. However, Wei Yin had always been acting like a gremlin. She continued on to stomp heavily onto the ground every time she put a step forward. Everyone was staring at her with annoyed faces. Well, it is difficult to go against the anger of all. After noticing that everyone was looking at her in annoyance, she just stuck out her tongue and stopped what she was doing. Thud. 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 Yin. Little brat. Everyone turned their heads over to Wei Yin and snapped at her in unison. Wei Yin poured out her grievances through her pretty little face. She raised both of her hands up high and said, "It wasn't me. If it's not you, then who is it?" Everyone continued to press forward. Thud. 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 The heavy footsteps were heard again. Yin. Little brat, are you feeling itchy again? Do you want us to beat you up? It really isn't me. Wei Yin cried miserably, expressing that she was innocent. Furthermore, there were 3 of them wearing heavy armor. So why would everyone look at her instead of the other 2 then? It's not Yin indeed. She's right beside me. The sound did not come from her. Han Shui tried to redress an injustice on the little brat. The little brat was baffled with gratitude. She rubbed her hands on Han Shui's boobs, claiming that she's the best human in the entire world. Did you guys notice? There are 11 of us here, right now. Daffodil Daydream suddenly spoke out with a shaky voice. Ha ha. How is that possible? You must be dizzy right now. Endless Starlight laughed out loud. Let's count and see. 1, 2, 3. 9, 10, 11. What the? everyone got an intense chill up their spines. However, because the surroundings were too dark, the appearance effect of their equipment could only illuminate half a meter into the surroundings. They could not clearly see anything that was further than half a meter from them. I'll count 1, 2, 3. Then everyone, take a step back at the same time. Zhang said in the party chat. 1, 2, 3. Everyone took a step backward at the same time. They saw a dark shadow standing at its same spot without taking a step back like they did. After about 1 or 2 seconds later, the dark shadow followed and took a step back as well. Thud. The heavy footstep was heard once again. Well, the little brat was clean, after all. However, everyone was so terrified that their heads were numb. Could this be a ghost? Zhang quickly summoned his phoenix pet back to his side. The blazing flames of the phoenix illuminated the entire place around the gang, and the mysterious shadow had finally revealed its true identity. The skin of that person was white, and the eyes of the person were white as well. When that person realized that Zhang and his gang were staring straight at him, that person had also revealed 2 rows of white teeth. Because the eyes did not have pupils, everyone felt another intense chill straight up their spines. Ghost! Wei Yan'er screamed in excitement. She immediately pulled her hammer out and smashed it straight into that person. Anglo-Baida, that thing let out a strange voice. Suddenly, its both eyes shot out a beam of crimson red laser and hit the little brat. 56-892. Wei Yan'er immediately received a damage value. After witnessing that solid hit on the little brat, everyone let out a breath and felt relieved immediately. Compared to a ghost, they were not afraid of a monster at all. Mechanical Servant, Elite Servant. Level, 180. HP, 2 billion. Defense, 20,000. Melee attack, 43,649 to 63,649. Skills, Death Ray, causes 60,000 nature damage to the target. Range, 30 meters. Mechanical Bomb, throws bombs into the surrounding and detonate them immediately, causing 50,000 fire damage to all targets within the range of 30 meters. Note, mechanical servants are built by the genius dwarfs. Many years have come to pass and these mechanical servants have many parts broken in them. Even though they no longer perform like how they used to be, they are still very powerful in their own right. After launching its first attack, the mechanical servant immediately fought back and threw bombs at Zhang and the gang. The explosions of the bomb were flashy, and everyone received quite a lot of damage. Stinky metal monster. You've made my friends accuse me of doing something I didn't do. You're not the only one who knows how to throw bombs. The little brat growled. Then, she also took out the elemental bombs from her inventory and threw them at the mechanical servant. 100 shots could not help to feel heartbroken. Well, each elemental bomb cost 10 gold pieces. Furthermore, elemental bombs were supposed to be used on multiple targets. It would only be a big waste to use one on a single monster. This mechanical servant has more HP than the other monsters out there. Yeah. Its skin is extra thick as well. Look at that amount of defense. Everyone was hacking and slashing their weapons onto the monster as they complained. Indeed, an amount of 2 billion HP was actually more than the amount of HP of the 2 previous ethereal tier bosses. If it wasn't because of the mechanical servant's attack being rather lackluster, this fellow could be a boss by now. Well, it was exactly what the note said. Because many years had passed and too many parts in the mechanical servant are now broken, its attack power was nowhere near its prime. However, its defense had remained stellar after all these years. However, it was futile for the monster to have over 20,000 defense as well. By using Cripple Defense and Armor Piercing Potion, players could ignore over 70% of the monster's defense. Therefore, Zhang and the gang only had to deal with the remaining 6,000 defense of the mechanical servant. So, all they needed to do was to hit the monster with their basic attacks, and the monsters would be as good as dead, eventually. The gang only took a few minutes to take down the mechanical servant. Upon its death, the mechanical servant dropped some loot onto the ground. Wei Yan'er acted swiftly as usual. She picked up everything from the ground and went up to the gang with a small-sized ball in her hand. Look at what I found. Mechanical Servant's Core Manipulator, consumable. Use, summons a mechanical servant to aid you in getting rid of your enemies. However, because the Core Manipulator is a little ancient, the mechanical servant can only be manipulated by you for over 10 minutes. After that, the mechanical servant will enter free mode and attack any target that tries to get near it. You can only summon one mechanical servant at a time. Require level 150. This is interesting. We can use it to scare people during PvP. Wei Yan'er has always been a destructive little brat. So after hearing what Zhang Yang said, she quickly kept the mechanical servant's core manipulator, as if she was afraid that the others would snatch it from her. Not long after, another mechanical servant revealed itself from a dark corner of the floor and blended into Zhang Yang's gang. However, it failed to blend in because one phoenix was tagging along the gang. Under the illumination of the giant blazing bird, the mechanical servant had nowhere to hide. So it could only accept the fate of being beaten up by Zhang Yang and gang. However, not every mechanical servant would drop a mechanical servant's core manipulator upon their death. After clearing out the entire floor, the gang managed to salvage 7 of the mechanical servant's core manipulators. If each of the mechanical servant that is summoned with a mechanical servant's core manipulator could be as powerful as the mechanical servants they encountered, it could be said that Zhang Yang and his gang have earned a fortune. Well, since there were 7 mechanical servants' core manipulators, everyone felt the urge to spend one to look at its effect. So they activated one of the 7 mechanical servants' core manipulators. However, after commanding the mechanical servant that they summoned to battle another ancient mechanical servant monster, it did not take long before it was smashed into pieces of junks. Everyone was extremely disappointed, to the point that they almost popped a vein. The attack power of the mechanical servant they summoned was similar to the attack power of the mechanical servant monsters. However, the HP amount that it had was far too little. How could a mechanical servant be able to battle against players with nearly 200,000 HP, then? Alright. Since these mechanical servants' core manipulators had been given to them for free, Zhang Yang and his gang should not ask too much of it. First floor, second floor, third floor, the gang continued to press forward, as they made their way deeper into the tower. Because the underground tower was truly vast and huge, Zhang Yang and the gang took almost half a day to clear one floor. Therefore, they finally arrived at the final floor of the castle on the 6th day. That floor was totally different compared to the tens of floors above them. There was no sign of any monsters on that floor. Zhang Yang and his gang were not greeted by any monsters after walking around for over 10 minutes. It seemed that one boss would be more than enough for the gang to take on. After some more walking, the gang had arrived at the end of the floor. They finally saw the final boss, Servant Guardian Tatashu. This servant boss was so much larger than the rest of the mechanical servants that Zhang Yang and his gang encountered earlier. Furthermore, the boss was not humanoid. It was a gigantic 3-headed Cerberus. The body mass of this boss was as tall as a 2-floor building. The 3 dog heads of the boss were salivating profusely with lubricant and hydraulic fluids. Servant Guardian Tatashu, Holy Servant. Level 185. HP 19 billion. Defense 30,000. Melee attack 149,398 to 209,398. Skills. Death Ray causes 180,000 nature damage to the target. Range 50 meters. Mechanical Bomb throws bombs into the surroundings and detonates them immediately, causing 150,000 fire damage to all targets within the range of 50 meters. Servant Constitution recovers 1% HP every 30 seconds. The amount of HP recovery will not be affected by any other effects. Note, this is the king of mechanical servant. No matter how many years have passed, it was still loyally guarding the treasure of the dwarf. Everyone did not charge into battle recklessly. Because everyone noticed that there were 20 elite-tier mechanical servants standing right beside the boss. If there were only a few mechanical servants, Zhang Yang would not mind them at all. However, the combined power of 20 mechanical servants would be a little too overwhelming for Zhang Yang and his gang to take it head-on. Let's activate our inheritance transformations, then. Zhang Yang said. Everything had gone down to the last step, that is to take down the boss and obtain the treasure of the dwarfs. Alright. Without wasting more time, everyone activated their inheritance transformations and entered their most powerful states. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 761, Book of Revelation, Chapter 5. Chapter 761, Book of Revelation, Chapter 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Boss. I'll lure the monsters. Endless Starlight was giving a pass on luring the boss this time. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, if you can lure the aggro of the monsters around, try it and you'll know it. Pooey. Boss. How can you underestimate me that much? Endless Starlight was not willing to concede defeat. However, as they were still having this conversation, Zhang Yang was already making his move. He charged towards the boss like a fearless general and attacked the boss with his side. Servant Guardian Tatashu let out a bored cry. It was very hard to tell whether the boss was feeling bored or painful by just listening to its cry. Then, the boss swung its metallic claws straight at Zhang Yang. It shot out a beam of ray through all 6 of its eyes. The beam landed on Zhang Yang. Then the 20 elite tier monsters began to launch their attacks on Zhang Yang as well. They surrounded Zhang Yang the moment they moved near enough to Zhang Yang. Thunder Strike. Zhang Yang stomped both of his legs on the ground and instantly caused a heavy damage of 150,000 damage to each of the monsters within the effective range of his attack. What the hell, boss? You're cheating! Endless Starlight screamed in a weird tone. Because they could not hop onto the back of their mounts in an indoor environment, Endless Starlight could not outrun the flying speed of Zhang Yang after Zhang Yang transformed. When he finally arrived by the side of the boss, Zhang Yang already gained approximately 7 to 8 seconds of head start. Zhang Yang laughed out loud. Then he began to raise his shield as he activated his block. Even though some of the 20 elite tier monsters reached Zhang Yang first and some of them were just beginning to react to Zhang Yang, there were at least 3 to 4 of them already afflicted by Zhang Yang's damage deflection. The damage deflection caused more than 300,000 damage to each of the monsters. Poor Endless Starlight. Because he was a tanker as well, he also had the ability to acquire additional aggro by dealing damage to the monsters. Therefore, in order for him to catch up with Zhang Yang's aggro, Endless Starlight would have to deal more damage than Zhang Yang did. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang had managed to strike out with such a high damage output within such a short period of time. It would be extremely difficult for him to deal more damage than Zhang Yang could. Furthermore, Zhang Yang would be activating his tribulation the moment he has accumulated enough EP. By then, it would not be possible for Endless Starlight to pull the aggro of the monsters over to him anymore. Fortunately, 100 seconds would be required to accumulate 10 EP. Therefore, Endless Starlight quickly took the opportunity to create aggro on the monsters and deal as much damage as he could on the monsters. He was attempting to lure a few monsters over to him at least, because he did not want to be laughed at again. Upon activating the inheritance transformation, Zhang Yang's defense power had increased up to 97,980 points. He could just simply ignore the attacks from the elite tier monsters without any passive damage immunity and damage absorption. Meanwhile, he had also activated his surrogacy on Endless Starlight. So the two of them had an equal amount of defense as of now. With the both of them having a defense of 97,980 points on each of them, they would be capable of tanking against so many monsters at the same time now. Therefore, Zhang Yang said, focus on the boss. Endless Starlight and I will take care of the monsters. We'll lure them aside. Everyone nodded and turned their attention towards the boss. They began to deal as much damage as they could. Horizontal Sweep, Blast Wave, Thunder Strike. Even though Zhang Yang had not accumulated enough EP to activate his God of War Inheritance AoE skill, Zhang Yang still had the AoE skills of a Guardian to use on the monsters and the boss. He could still deal quite an amount of damage to the monsters around him every time he struck out. However, Zhang Yang threw all his single attacks on the boss only. By doing so, he managed to firmly fix the aggro of both the monsters and the boss on him. Since the both of them were competing to snatch the aggro of the monsters and the boss, Endless Starlight did not use his provoke. Instead, he was spamming his attacks and skills to gain as much aggro as possible from the monsters. He was smart though. He was not blinded by his greed to get the aggro from all monsters. Instead, he was focusing on the few monsters that had weaker aggro fixed on Zhang Yang. Because Horizontal Sweep was not a penetrative attack, it would be impossible for Zhang Yang to attack all 20 monsters at the same time. Because of that, not every monster would be afflicted by the damage deflection of Zhang Yang's block. Therefore, the aggro values on the 20 monsters had their differences. The intelligence of Endless Starlight paid him off well. Other than that, he was also a player with a Class B inheritance. 30 seconds after the battle, he accumulated 30 EP. So, he immediately activated his King Kong Claw and dealt a damage amount 6 times of his strength attribute to all monsters within the range of 30 meters. Upon 3 successful activations of the skill, he finally managed to get the aggro of 7 monsters. Ha ha ha. Endless Starlight was filled with joy and excitement. While he was laughing in joy, he blinked his eyes at Zhang Yang and said, "Boss, I got 7. 7. You see that?" Zhang Yang smiled. Currently, he only had 9 EP on him. Well, let's give that fellow a brief moment to show off. 100 seconds, 200 seconds, 300 seconds. Charge up strike. God of War Devastation. Bam! 21 damage values of 4,830,000 popped up right on top of the boss and the 20 elite tier monsters. Instantly, Zhang Yang had snatched the aggros of the monsters that Endless Starlight had lured back. Furthermore, God of War Devastation only consumed 20 EP. So Zhang Yang had 10 EP left to activate his Tribulation. Instantly, the attacks of all monsters including the boss were deflected back at them. Unfortunately for them, these monsters' attacks were only able to deal 1 damage to Zhang Yang. Then their attacks were deflected back at them as well. What a tragedy. However, Endless Starlight was suffering a more unfortunate fate than the monsters and the boss. He put so much effort in getting the aggros of 7 elite tier monsters. However, his efforts were all for naught. Zhang Yang managed to snatch the aggro of the 7 monsters back in an instance. Well, only God knows how long Endless Starlight would take to deal a 4 million damage to catch up to Zhang Yang. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was also dealing damage to the monsters at the same time. Furthermore, Zhang Yang also had the Tribulation's ability to deflect damage back to the monsters that attacked him. The difference between Zhang Yang's aggro and Endless Starlight's would only get bigger and bigger. Well, the fiercest AoE attack was not Zhang Yang. In fact, it was Zhang Yang's Phoenix Pet. Even though the Phoenix's Phoenix transformation was used during the process of clearing out the monsters, the Phoenix Pet had improved up to Holy Tier at the moment. Each of the Phoenix's attacks could deal a basic damage of 170,000. Furthermore, that was an AoE attack. Whoever who tries to compete with the Phoenix Pet in dealing AoE attacks should just sigh hard and forget about winning. Meanwhile, even though both 100 Shots and Fatty Han had a legendary tier pet of their own, the levels of their pets were restricted by their owner's level cap restrictions. Both of them were still stuck at level 169 at the moment. They were still struggling hard to hit level 170. Even though it was just one level away, level 170 was when legendary pet could ascend into a holy tier pet. After all, the attributes of the legendary pets would increase by almost twofold when they could finally level up from level 169 to level 170. Therefore, the total damage dealt by the 2 pets was only a little higher than the damage dealt by Zhang Yang's Phoenix Pet. That obviously showed how much difference one level could bring. In just a brief moment, the few monsters with weaker aggro turned their attention towards the Phoenix. Endless Starlight filled his cheeks with his tears as he activated his Provoke on the monsters, attempting to pull them back at him. What the hell? Did he really perform that badly that he could not even match a bird? Without the level gap suppression in the way and everyone basically having half a set of holy tier equipment, this holy tier boss was totally out of its league. It did not take long before the boss was slain and dropped tons of loot on the ground. Upon the boss's death, a chest appeared right beside the dead body of the boss. Everyone turned around and cleared the remaining monsters which did not have much HP left on them as well. It did not take long before the gang slaughtered the monsters up. After everything was out of the way, the gang went back to look at the loot. Hanning Shui and Wei Yen Air were money grubbers. So, it was natural that they would be the first to go up to the chest first and piledrive on the chest like 2 damn octopuses. So, Zhang Yang had to distribute the loot to the rest of his gang. As a holy tier boss, Tatashu dropped some holy tier equipment alright. However, there was only 2 holy tier equipment. Because the gang managed to get a lot more when they took care of Angus, they complained for a bit. Well, after noticing that there was another chest by the dead body of the boss, the gang felt joyful once more. Among the 2 holy tier equipment, one was a heavy armor helmet and the other was a pair of cloth armor boots. Other than that, the heavy armor was not one of the powerful healing armor set for holy knights. So everyone was relieved. Ancient mechanical helmet, holy, heavy armor. Defense, plus 640. Vitality, plus 16,803. Strength, plus 4,120. Agility, plus 1,750. Level 6 Socket 1. Level 6 Socket 2. Equip, increases maximum HP by 33,600 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 10%. Equip, when being hit, absorb 1,778 damage. Required level, 180. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. This helmet was taken by Zhang Yang naturally. Now, his basic attack ranged from 203,741 to 234,241 damage. Zhang Yang had finally broke through the damage cap of 200,000 damage. He became *TLY powerful now. On the other hand, the cloth boots were claimed by Fantasy Sweetheart. Because of that, her attributes had increased by a few notches. Other than that, the boss also dropped 2 pieces of skill point crystals. Unfortunately, there was no sign of any skill book. However, regular holy tier bosses would only drop 1 skill point crystal. Now that this boss dropped 2 pieces of it, everyone could accept that extra piece of skill point crystal to be a substitute of another item that the boss should have dropped. After distributing the loot, it was time to take a look at the chest. Zhang swung his leg at Han Yingshui, who was sticking herself on the chest. With a powerful swing of his leg, he forcefully kicked her off the chest. Then he said, "Time to open the chest, little brat. Let me hug it for a while more." Wei Yan'er's eyes were glittering with joy. "If you're not opening it, I'm going to open it, now." Woo woo woo. Wei Yan'er pouted. She was expressing her dissatisfaction on the fact that she could no longer hug the chest. She tapped on the chest and said, "Don't blame me. It's Noob Tank who forced me to do this to you." Zhang frowned intensely. It was just opening up a chest, not a dead body in real life. So should the little brat behave as if she was parting with someone forever? However, the little brat turned around and she was all smiling again. After chanting for a moment, the chest was opened. "Wah, Noob Tank. You've just hit the jackpot." Wei Yan'er took out a book out of the chest and threw it over to Zhang. Book of Revelation, Chapter 5, Legendary, Unique. Description, Use, combines this item with Book of Revelation, Chapter 4, and Book of Revelation, Chapter 6, together. Zhang had already possessed the Book of Revelation, Chapter 1 to 4. With this, Book of Revelation, Chapter 5, he would be able to combine the first half of the entire Book of Revelation, all together now. He also had Sun Xinu holding the book's Chapter 8 while he was holding the book's Chapter 10 with him at the moment. Therefore, he only needed to find and obtain the Chapter 6, Chapter 7, and Chapter 9 before he could collect all the chapters to combine them into the one and only complete Book of Revelation. Quickly! See if there's still an additional effect after you combine them together. Everyone was hustling Zhang. Zhang nodded. Then he combined the Chapter 5 with the Chapter 1 to 4. Unfortunately, the additional effect only increased the additional damage up to 25%. Other than that, the HP amount remained upon resurrection had been increased up to 50%. The cooldown for the book had been reduced to 6 hours as well. However, there were no signs of any new additional special effects. However, that 5% increase in the additional damage dealt had really boosted the gang up. Even though Zhang gang only had 10 members, it would still be as if everyone taking a bottle of potion to increase their damage dealt by 50%. Furthermore, the effect stays forever. How can there be no equipment this time? Wei Yan'er took a deeper look in the chest and told the others. She was feeling disappointed. However, when her hands left the chest, she was holding a scroll and another metallic doll that was the size of her palm. "Little brat, we have a forbidden scroll right here." "So, what are you babbling about then?" Zhang laughed. "Forbidden scroll, thunderstorm, consumable. Use, activates a thunderstorm upon all targets within the range of 10 kilometers and causes immense damage to them. Reduces 10% HP of all targets in each second. If HP is less than 50,000, there would be a minimum deduction of 50,000 HP. If the HP is more than 200,000, then the deduction will reach up to 200,000 HP. Lasts for 30 seconds. Required level, 150. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 762, Gold Tier Servant. Chapter 762, Gold Tier Servant. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Because of that, the Lone Desert Smoke now had over 3 pieces of powerful AoE forbidden scrolls. Furthermore, they also had one forbidden scroll that could be used to restrict a single target. That being said, the Lone Desert Smoke now had over 4 pieces of forbidden scroll in total. Well, who in the world could have 4 forbidden scrolls in hand at the same time? That number would scare the daylights out of the other guilds. Some guilds might not even have gotten one forbidden scroll after joining the God's Miracle, ever since it started. Finally, it was time to turn their attention to the metallic doll. Servant, Guardian of the Earth, Gold Tier. Use, summons a giant guardian to fight for you. Lasts for 5 minutes. You can only summon one servant at a time. Summon any of the servants in your possession will cause this doll to enter a state of global cooldown. Cooldown, 15 minutes. Required level, 150. Bound upon pickup. A Gold Tier Servant. Compared to the Silver Tier Servant, which had a cooldown of 30 minutes, players who have a Gold Tier Servant would be able to summon their servant once every 15 minutes. That would cover over 33% of the summon rate. It would be a good improvement for players. Unfortunately, the attack power of the servant could not be improved, nor leveled up. However, about 10 days in real time would be required to level up to 1 level. So as long as this Gold Tier Servant reaches level 170, it could be used practically until it becomes level 190 or level 200 before players needed to discard it. So that should be half a year after today. Because the item was bounded upon pickup, this servant could not be passed around for the other players to have fun with it. So after arguing for a while, this gold tier servant had fallen into the hands of that destructive little brat Wei Yen. In other words, that servant had become the little brat's new toy. She immediately summoned the Guardian of the Earth out in an attempt to show off in front of the gang. However, when this servant was summoned out, it appeared as a mini version of the servant Guardian Tatashu. The size of that Guardian of the Earth was just about the size of a pug, instead of a Cerberus. The little pug would shake its 3 heads once in a while. Sometimes, it even tried to lower down its heads on the ground and yawn. The little thing looked absolutely adorable. It was totally different from its big brother that was ferocious and terrifying to look at. Guardian of the Earth, Gold Tier Servant. Level, 180. HP, 648,760. Defense, 11,570. Melee attack, 81,508 to 121,508. Skills. Triple bites, tears at the target continuously and causes 150% melee attack of physical damage to the target. Protect Master, protects the Master and absorb all damage the Master receives over the next 10 seconds upon activating this skill. The Master will be immune from all sorts of status restriction skills. Bound. Judging from the aspect of attack, this Guardian of the Earth would be a little better than the Phoenix Pet and the Red Dragon that 100 Shots and Fatty Han had. However, if they judged it based on the fact that the legendary tier pets would automatically improve up to a whole new level when they hit level 170, then this gold tier servant would be way out of its league. The skill, Protect Master, was still considered very practical. It could be deemed as one of those skills that granted players invincibility. However, the HP amount of the Guardian of the Earth was quite limited. If the enemy target could deal more than 650,000 damage, the servant would die. By then, the invincibility effect would automatically disappear. Furthermore, the Guardian of the Earth would not be affected by any aura skills. It could only keep its attacks and HP amount at their initial basic amount. Well, that was awkward somehow. However, Wei Yen was still very happy about getting a new servant. She kept toying with the servant and treated the servant like her pet dog. The boss had been defeated, and the chest had been looted clean. The gang tore their own teleportation scrolls and traveled back to the main city. Well, it had been more than 10 days ever since they set foot on the island in the center of the Earth. So, it was time for them to take a break from the hectic hack and slash sessions. Furthermore, it was almost the end of the year now. So, they would have many more things to handle. Other than that, the Second World Professional League Championship was just around the corner. This time, the location of the championship would be at the sacred holiday location, Hawaii. The parties that would be eligible to take part in the championship would be decided after the final 2 rounds of the Class S Professional League Championship. Among the parties in the China region, Lone Desert Smoke remained as the indisputable top party. Meanwhile, the 2nd to 5th place would not be decided until the very end of the championship. The points of each party were so close. For instance, Crimson Rage and Imperial Sky had the same amount of points. Imperial Sky won the 2nd place by the end of it because they managed to earn a hairbreadth of points from other methods. Obviously, the results would always remain unknown until the very end of the competition. Meanwhile, the Eternal Flame was performing outstandingly in the Class A Professional League Championship. They had become the unshakable champion in the Class A Championship now. Therefore, they were definitely eligible to join the Class S Professional League Championship soon. Scholar Muzu and Longrich teamed up together and performed astonishingly during the competition. Zhang put down the game helmet and he was ready to go home. Suddenly, he received an email. It was an email from the private investigator he hired. However, the email did not have any other news or information other than a link to a news website. Upon clicking the link, the news webpage popped up. Zhang had a quick read on the news and his face immediately turned white. Well, that was strange. 2 days ago, a male corpse was found by the canal of the city side. The police had identified the male victim as Lu Wei, age 27. He was known to be the first successor to the Lu Enterprise. During the Jianzhou incident, Lu Wei was the only one who was not dragged down to the bottom of the ocean by the fall of his empire. According to a person related to the case, Lu Wei had vanished about 10 days ago. When he was found, he was already a dead corpse. According to the police investigation information, Lu Wei had suffered a lot of torturing before he breathed out his last breath. The tremendous tortures could be deemed as the main reason he died. However, the reason for the murder remains unclear. The police will conduct further investigation on it. Lu Wei, the big bastard that could potentially ruin Zhang Yang's life and legacy, are dead? Zhang Yang sunk into deep thoughts. Although the website posted a photo of the dead body, there was a white cloth covering that face. So there was no way of telling if this news was true, or if it was just a ruse to mislead Zhang Yang. However, the news also stated that Lu Wei had suffered a great deal of ordeal before he died. It would definitely be more than just a robbing or kidnapping for ransom. It was actually pretty obvious that the incident happened because of some hatred towards him. Well, a lot of people wanted Lu Wei dead, after all. This bastard had done countless forms of crimes that even he lost count himself when his empire was still powerful and influential. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang only knew one person who would kidnap Lu Wei in the middle of the night and torture him over many nights. The only suspect would be one sword stroke. Phew, that should be a good thing as well. Although Lu Wei was not dealt with by Zhang Yang's own hands, at least Lu Wei remains in history now. Even though it was safe to hire muscles and eyes to keep the ladies safe, it greatly inconvenienced them. From now on, no one has to worry about Lu Wei anymore. Ring. The phone rang. Zhang Yang rejected the call. However, he heard one of his secretaries say, "Mr. Chong, 2 police officers want to see you now." Zhang Yang gave it some thoughts and said, "All right, let them in." In just a while, the door was opened. A beautiful and tightly dressed secretary was escorting 2 police officers into his office. The policeman was probably in his 30s by the looks of it. His body was sturdy and muscular. He had a dark skin tone though. On the other hand, the other police officer was younger. She looked not bad herself. Her waist was quite small. Zhang Yang swept his eyes across and noticed that the girl also wore a thick makeup on her face. She seemed arrogant. Well, she would unintentionally reveal her glamorous face from time to time. "Mr. Chang, we're from the Public Security Sub-Bureau in Xiangcheng District. My name is Zhao Zongping. And this is my partner, Zhang Li Yuan." The dark-faced policemen introduced themselves to Zhang Yang. Then they flashed their IDs at Zhang Yang. However, that Zhang Li Yuan had no respect for Zhang Yang at all. Her nostrils were raised so high that Zhang Yang could see the nose *T in them. It was as if her status would fall for talking to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang forced a smile and said, "Come, have a seat." The 3 of them sat down and Zhao Zongping went straight to the point. "Mr. Zhang, we're here to invite you over to the bureau in order to help us in a murder case. Please cooperate with us in our work." Murder case? Could it be Lu Wei's murder case then? Zhang Yang frowned a little and said, "Well, you can just shoot the questions here, I'll answer them all." Slam. Zhang Li Yuan slammed the table and said, "We're telling you to go to the bureau. So just obey. You think this is some sort of market? Did you really think you have the right to negotiate?" Zhang Yang suddenly revealed a cold face at them and talked to Zhao Zongping. "Excuse me, may I know I'm actually helping the case, or if I am the suspect of the murder case, then what? Did you really think we don't know that you and Lu Wei had a history?" Zhang Li Yuan looked at Zhang Yang with disdain. "You must have underestimated our capability to investigate. So, just spit it out. Where did you keep Lu Wei imprisoned for the past 10 days and when did you murder him? How did this B*TCH even become eligible to become a policeman in the first place?" Zhang Yang glanced at the B*TCH's butt and her round boobs. Well, he actually got some idea on how she could have succeeded in becoming a policeman by doing that. So Zhang Yang remained calm and said, "Based on this Officer Zhang's manner, I would have to decline to walk with you. If you do not have a warrant, please leave." Zhang Li Yuan could not stand the sight of Zhang Yang's eyes and how he looked at her. Indeed, she could be where she is right now was all because of her body and her skills in bed. So what made her so qualified to look down upon other people then? Well, she was also considered to be a luckless person after all. She was able to pass the test to enter the public security system. Because she appeared pretty and her pants were loose, she managed to become a mistress of the previous deputy director of the bureau. She thought she could get promotions all the way to the top at first. However, that deputy director of the bureau appeared to have financial problems. So, he ran away with his tails between his legs by the end of it. However, even though the soldiers would leave their barack after a while, the barack was built by steel and indestructible will. So as long as she stays, she would still stand a chance to become others' mistress and get her promotions. After that, she also seduced quite a number of leaders in the bureau. Well, she really had eyes for those who were special. Or should we say that she was purely unlucky then? Whoever she goes in bed with would face a big problem, not long after. They were either detained, interrogated for committing something illegal, or they were transferred to another post. The worst one was one of them had a heart attack all of a sudden while racing cars. She even did over 7 to 8 times of abortions over the years. Even the doctors tried to talk her out of doing it again. However, she had no choice at all. the leadership of the bureau was changing a little too constantly. She had no choice but to do what she did best, or she would not have survived in there. This time around, however, the man that she was currently in bed with actually managed to become the director of the bureau. That was the main reason why she could behave so cockily. She could just show her arrogance to anyone she meets. Well, she thought she was above everybody else, now in such regards. Maybe she was just trying to vent out her dissatisfaction over the years. Therefore, she only dared to look down upon Zhang Yang, even though she knew that Zhang Yang was a CEO of a large public company. Deep in her heart, she believed that the rich would never be able to match the officers by the end of the day. So she could just let her man pull some strings to make Zhang Yang dead if she wanted to. She really could not stand how Zhang Yang was looking at her. So she instantly said, "What are you so cocky about? We're trying to be nice to you now. You better take the easy way out now, or we'll be forced to hurt you." Officer Zhang. Zhao Zhongping immediately stopped the B*TCH from doing something really stupid. Everyone knew that the Silky Soft Holdings had great network connections with government officers. Anyone that Zhang Yang knew should be much more powerful than the dirty husband of that B*TCH. It would be wiser to stay away from trouble instead of stirring one up. Well, that Deputy Joe must be blind in this. This woman only had a pretty face. Other than that, she only had 2 chunks of meats and 1 hole for men to F*CK. He should just have some fun with this kind of brainless B*TCH and throw her aside. Why would he spend so much effort in promoting her, then? This deputy would definitely in deep SH*T one day for having this trouble-stirring B*TCH by his side. What the F*CK? However, this B*TCH really had quite an outstanding *SS. It should be extremely satisfying to stick a D*CK into the hole. Zhao Zhongping immediately waved his eyes across the round butts of the B*TCH. He could not help to have some thoughts in his head. Then he immediately kept his eyes away from the butts and turned to Zhang Yang. Then he said, "Mr. Zhang, I would like to apologize on behalf of Officer Zhang. Please do cooperate with us. With policemen and civilians cooperating with each other, we can create a harmonious society." As he was talking, he winked at Zhang Liyuan, who was still blazing with rage. Zhang Liyuan was not really that stupid after all. She immediately got the message. Well, as long as they could get Zhang Yang to the police station, they would be able to do whatever they want to him. Well, this B*TCH was the current empress in the entire bureau after all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 763, Drop It With Money. Chapter 763, Drop It With Money. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Back in his school days, Zhang Yang was basically involved in fighting and brawling cases every single day. Therefore, Fatty Han and Zhang Yang had become regulars at the local police station. Therefore, he was very familiar with the half-white and half-black kind of daces. Noticing the two of them were trying to communicate through their eyes, he could not help to smile quietly in his heart. There are good and bad cops anywhere in the world. He recalled, back when he was still in his first grade of junior high school, he would fight with some hoodlums in the neighborhood and get arrested by the cops. An old cop tried to talk him out of becoming a hoodlum in the underworld. Sometimes, Zhang Yang would be locked up until midnight. The old cop would even buy him something to eat. However, there were also bad cops. Sometimes, Zhang Yang and Fatty Han would be treated as thieves in the police station. Sometimes they even forced the two of them to admit to being something that they were not part of. Those bad cops would just cage them into a dark room and beat the crap out of them. Therefore, Zhang Yang was very familiar with what the two had in mind at the moment. So he shook his head and said, "If you have any questions, just ask me now. I'll definitely be a good citizen and do my duty. Or else, please don't delay my time to go home and rest." Zhao Zhongping was troubled at the moment. Zhang Yang did not take the easy way nor the hard way. So, he was troubled as to how he should proceed with it. He did not dare to try it the hard way because he had no warrant in his hand. If these two cops really try to take Zhang Yang away by force, Zhang Yang could have easily removed him of his rank. Well, with Zhang Yang's current status in the society, he would really have no problem at all in removing any officer from the force if he wanted to. Zhao Zhongping was indeed in dire need of flattering the deputy's *SS. However, if that means losing his current job, then there was no point he should do it at all. After giving it some thoughts, he finally decided to take the gentle way. So he asked, "Mr. Zhang, do you know Lu Wei personally?" At first, he began to question Zhang Yang with simple questions. Of course, Zhang Yang was answering all the questions Zhao Zhongping was throwing at him. Well, even if Zhang Yang did not answer, he could have easily investigated and get all the answers to the questions he asked Zhang Yang. Slam! Zhang Liyuan suddenly slammed the table again. Then she spoke with her eyebrows raised. Did you murder Lu Wei? No. Did you really think you can say no and pretend that you did not? Zhang Liyuan spoke in disdain again. You said that you have a beef with Lu Wei in the game. However, why are there so much evidences provided by you then? Those evidence could really cripple the Lu enterprise. You two are obviously holding great grudges against each other. So it makes perfect sense that you would kidnap him and torture him to death while he was trying to escape. This B*TCH then took out a bunch of photos and slammed them on the table. The photos scattered across the table. The photos showed the same person. However, every piece of the photo was showing that the man was basically dissected into pieces. Well, that corpse could not be identified as a man anymore in some point. Even though Zhang Yang had seen quite a lot of gory stuffs in his life, he could barely stomach it down after seeing such gruesome photos. So that was really Lu Wei? Zhang Yang thought quietly to himself that one sword stroke must have lost his mind to be able to do such gruesome thing to Lu Wei. However, thinking about how Lu Wei cut off one sword stroke's D*CK and raped his wife in front of him, anyone would have gone mad and become capable of doing something so insane and gruesome. Wait a minute. Zhang Yang suddenly had an idea in his mind. Well, he had passed the evidence provided by Chen Shuiyao to Sun Xinu in the first place. Then, the evidence was passed to the authorities by Sun family. So no one should have known it was him who provided the firepower to take down the entire Lu family. So how did this B*TCH knew about it then? Ha! Apparently, things were not as simple as it looked. That's right. He was no longer the hoodlum who would pick up a fight with other hoodlums on the streets. He had obtained a significant status in the society. He even had great relationships with many high-class leaders in the industries of business and politics as well. He is Mr. Zhang, CEO of the Silky Soft Holdings. So who does this Zhang Liyuan think she is, flaunting him like this? Zhang Xiuhua. Zhang Yang suddenly thought of someone. Well, he already knew about the investigation on the Lu family in the first place. He was also the one that bailed Lu Wei out of the prison with the intention to screw with Zhang Yang. However, it seemed that Zhang Xiuhua did not only intend to screw with Zhang Yang. It seemed that he wanted to force Zhang Yang to make a move. This Zhang Xiuhua must have been monitoring Lu Wei all the while. If Zhang Yang had attempted something on Lu Wei, he would have fallen into Zhang Xiuhua's trap and let Zhang Xiuhua have a grip over him. If that ever happens, Zhang Yang would only be able to fight Zhang Xiuhua passively in the shadows. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiuhua must have not predicted that someone would have hated Lu Wei more than Zhang Yang did. That person had snatched Lu Wei away before Zhang Yang could do a thing. That person even tortured Lu Wei for several days before he ended his life. That should be it. Zhang Xiuhua's miscalculation. However, it was not like he gained nothing at all from that incident. He was clever. He actually tried to pin the case on Zhang Yang. With Sun Xinu working in the shadows, no harm would come to Zhang Yang. However, it really did provoke Zhang Yang a little bit. Other than that, if Zhang Yang always relies on a woman to settle things for him, Sun Xinu might look down on him as well. Lu Wei was dead. So Zhang Xiuhua decided to salvage and make good use of waste material. Well, he would just try because he would lose nothing at all. Even if he only manages to put a small crack on the relationship between Zhang Yang and Sun Xinu, he would be considered as the winner by the end of it. After making some logic assumptions in his own head, Zhang Yang smiled vaguely. Then he said, if you really think I'm the suspect or the murderer, then you should just come with a warrant and arrest me. Well, look at your manners. From now on, I refuse to answer any more of your questions. If you're not cooperating, you're going to get the trouble. All of it. Zhang Liyuan slammed the table again and shouted like a little B*TCH. 300,000. What 300,000? Zhang Liyuan was stunned to hear it. She wondered why Zhang Yang would say the number out of the blue. 300,000. You take off your clothes and walk out of here naked. Zhang Yang calmly said. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Liyuan immediately blushed and shouted in rage back at Zhang Yang. However, she sighed regretfully in her own heart. If Zhang Yang was only asking her to sleep with him, she would have pushed Zhao Zongping out of the room and accepted the offer. It would be as simple as opening up her legs and letting Zhang Yang come at her. It would only be like an enjoyment for her. 3 million. Zhang Yang took out her checkbook and wrote the number on the column. Then he threw the check onto the table and said, you can call the bank to verify the check. Zhang Liyuan and Zhao Zongping took in a cold breath upon hearing what Zhang Yang had to offer. $3 million was a number that would make two of them regret if they really walk away from the offer. Well, that was probably because their salaries were just so little that they would need to work for their entire life just to get that amount of money. Zhao Zongping did not blame Zhang Yang for trying to bribe them. He did not even mind the fact that Zhang Yang was humiliating the two of them with money. All he thought of was why must he be a man instead of a woman at that situation. Zhang Li Yuan tightened her teeth. Well, $3 million was indeed not a small figure at all. She had been sleeping with so many men out there just because she wanted promotions. Now the opportunity awaits. She could earn $3 million just by taking her clothes off and walking out of that building. That had really got her heart pounding. However, if she really does it, she would definitely become the great insult to the bureau. She would definitely lose her job. So would it be worth it to risk everything for this one-time opportunity? Her hands were raised up to the first button of her uniform. Then she put her hands down. Then she put her hands back up again. She was obviously struggling to decide whether she should do it or not. 10 million. Zhang Yang took up another check, wrote the number down on it. After signing it, he threw the check onto the table and stared at Zhang Li Yuan with cold eyes. Truth to be told, even if he was rich in his previous life, Zhang Yang would not have showed off how rich he is. Well, the main reason was probably because he grew up in a poor environment. He was never fond of such actions. However, looking at these two fellow officers, he had the urge to drop his money on them. Currently, money was just a figure to him. The territories he had could earn over hundreds of millions for him in each passing day. $10 million was just a small number to him. With his current income, Zhang Yang would be capable of spending as much as $1 billion or even $10 billion with a snap of his fingers. Zhang Li Yuan was totally crippled by the $10 million offer. So she quickly snatched the checks over and took off her uniform. Zhao Zongping was enraged. So he immediately shouted, "Zhang Li Yuan, what do you think you're doing? Please remember that you're a cop. Horse sh*t. You're just jealous because you can't earn $10 million like how I just did." Zhang Li Yuan was able to see through the true intentions of Zhao Zongping. "I quit being a cop." Woohoo! The B***tch took off her clothes in a very brief period of time. She revealed her set of slightly saggy badonkers. The two nipples were so purplish that they looked black instead. Well, from the looks of it, only God knows how many men have sucked on them. The jungle bush in between her legs was so thick that it had the effect of covering up her crotch. "You." She smiled at Zhang Yang and changed her attitude 180 degrees towards him and said, "Mr. Zhang, do you want me to accompany you tonight? I'm very good at treating men like you. I only take $1 million for each session." What the f***ck? Did she really take him as an idiot? Zhang Yang revealed a cold look on his face and shouted, "Get lost." Zhang Li Yuan was not ashamed at all for trying. She took her uniform and also the two checks that Zhang Yang threw on the table before they left Zhang Yang's office. What a greedy b***tch. When she walked out of the office naked, everyone was shocked. It was like throwing a surprise, mother***cur to anyone that saw her walking naked across the building. Zhao Zongping did not even know how to react. What the f***ck just happened? Not only has he failed to bring the target back to the police office, he also lost the deputy's wife in the process of it. His ears were about to be lectured for a long time. He knew that people like Zhang Yang were not people to be trifled with. Well, all he could do was to blame himself for trying to lick the shoes of his superior. Now, he has really gotten himself into a mess. Zhang Yang picked up the phone and called the bank. Then he forfeited the two checks that he had issued to Zhang Li Yuan without having a single doubt in his mind. A b***tch like Zhang Li Yuan should be taught a lesson. Letting a b***tch like her be a cop would only be feeding the flames of evil in society and harming the good people. The earlier she's gone the better. Zhang Yang made the call right in front of Zhao Zongping. Upon witnessing what Zhang Yang just did, Zhao Zongping could feel the fear tensing up on his chest. That Zhang Li Yuan had been fooled. She must have really believed that she had just earned a fortune. Meanwhile, Zhao Zongping knew that if he does not act cleverly, he would suffer similar fate as Zhang Li Yuan. So he quickly stood up and fled building. Although he managed to catch up with Zhang Li Yuan, he did not even try to inform the b***tch about what just happened. Instead, he was figuring out how to face the wrath of his superior later when he got back to the police station. Well, this greedy stupid b***tch had really got her karma after all. She's as good as dead. Zhang Yang asked Sun Xinu for help. He wanted her to make an appointment with Zhong Xiuhua so that he could see that son of the b***tch face to face when they talk. Zhang Yang was extremely uncomfortable after being shot at coldly in the dark. Well, it was about time he stands out and let his opponent knows that he was not made of mud or paper. He wanted to show Zhong Xiuhua that he would get mad if this continues on. Sun Xinu acted swiftly. 2 days later, she informed Zhang Yang that the son of the B*TCH agreed to have a meal with the two of them at the Hawkwood Palace restaurant. 2 days later, Zhang Yang and Sun Xinu arrived at the Hawkwood Palace restaurant. It was a historical restaurant that existed over many years. It was also an iconic spot in the Zhoushu city. The Hawkwood Palace restaurant was not really big. After the two of them entered the restaurant, they were greeted by a waiter and escorted into a quiet and cozy VIP room. There were 2 huge bodyguards standing right outside the entrance of the room. They looked like 2 iron generals standing sturdily at the entrance. Let them in. The 2 bodyguards were blocking the entrance. After a while, a man's voice was heard from within the room. The 2 bodyguards stood aside and gave way to Zhang Yang and Sun Xinu after that. There were only 2 men in the room. One of them was a young man Zhang Yang once saw on the video called Zhong Xiuhua. He was sitting calmly while sipping on his hot tea. The other man was a skinny and thorough man standing right behind Zhong Xiuhua. His face was basically emotionless. He did not even move a muscle while standing over there just like a statue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 764, A Solid Hit in the Face. Chapter 764, A Solid Hit in the Face. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, Zhang Yang could strongly sense that the man had an unexplainable murderous aura blazing deep in him. His presence had really given Zhang Yang a tremendous amount of stress. Please, sit. Zhong Xiuhua was acting like a civilized gentleman in front of Sun Xinu. He looked like an easygoing person at the moment. He did not look intimidating at all. Zhang Yang was tired of keeping up with all these false pretenses. So he sat down with a plunk and pulled his chair a little closer over to Sun Xinu. Initially, the table only had 3 chairs around. The distances between the 3 chairs were the same. Well, it would not matter where Sun Xinu and Zhang Yang sit, the 3 of them should look like 3 enemy generals from 3 different kingdoms. However, because Zhang Yang moved his chair like that, he instantly made Zhong Xiuhua feel like he was isolated by the 2 of them sitting nearer together. Well, this fellow really knows how to do unexpected things. Zhong Xiuhua took a closer look at Zhang Yang. Even though the 2 of them had crossed paths many times in the dark, they had never seen each other in person, in real life. This should be the first time that they are meeting face to face. However, he did not waste much time on Zhang Yang. Instead, he quickly turned towards Sun Xinu and said, "Little you, you've not gone back to Beijing for quite some time ever since. My mother, my grandpa, and my grandma always talk about you. They miss you a lot. Oi! Stop calling my wife like you're very close to her." Zhang Yang immediately cut in and said. He also rested his arms over Sun Xinu's shoulders. He was declaring to Zhong Xiuhua that he had the indisputable sovereignty over the frosty and yet mesmerizing Sun Xinu. Witnessing Zhang Yang landing his porky hand on Sun Xinu, Zhong Xiuhua revealed a sense of murderous intent in his eyes. What he could not understand was that Sun Xinu did not push Zhang Yang's hand away. Instead, she revealed a sense of comfort and joy on her face. The sides of her lips were slightly raised. That was a smile filled with love and happiness. That was her happy expression. God damn it. What was so good about this man, then? Did he really have anything that could match Zhong Xiuhua? Why? Why would Sun Xinu abandon him to be with Zhang Yang? The reason Zhong Xiuhua attempted to pursue Sun Xinu was more of a political factor. He wanted to form an alliance between the 2 political families to gain much more benefits. Of course, the beauty of Sun Xinu would also match his status. Her appearance would not make him look bad in public either. After all, couples with handsome men and ugly wives or pretty wives with ugly husbands can be found everywhere in the political circle. And now, Sun Xinu actually decided to abandon him. Zhong Xiuhua felt more humiliated by her decision more than ever. The feeling was like knowing that his wife was having an affair outside. He quietly swore that he would marry Sun Xinu in the future. By then, he would punish her and make her understand the cost of not behaving decently as his wife. However, now that Zhang Yang and Sun Xinu were showing off their love in front of him, Zhong Xiuhua was so infuriated that his grip almost broke the teacup in his hand. Well, thank God he still managed to bury his tantrum deep inside. He forcefully endured the pain and calmed himself down. Meanwhile, a waiter came up to serve them dishes. That did ease the situation up a little bit. While they were having their meal, Zhang Xiuhua kept bringing up the memories about Sun Xianyu back in the years when he and Sun Xianyu were still young. He ignored Zhang Yang as much as possible. However, Sun Xianyu was not the type that talks a lot. Well, she would not even talk much while looking at a man she hates so much. As Zhang Xiuhua knew no boundary on when to stop talking, she felt uncomfortable listening to that **CK Babylon. I'm going to the washroom for a bit. Sun Xianyu could no longer tolerate Zhang Xiuhua's crap. So, she pushed the chair back and walked out of the room. Zhang Yang. The moment when Sun Xianyu left the room, Zhang Xiuhua's face changed instantly. That prideful and cold expression was revealed all over his face. His eyes were filled with disdain. So, that was his true color beneath that hippie mask. His impression about Zhang Yang was that Zhang Yang was just merely new money one. He would not have what it takes to match himself with the born-to-be Prince Zhang Xiuhua. He coldly glared at Zhang Yang and said, "You're digging your own grave, do you know that? When little you is tired of toying you around, you'll be a worthless piece of sh*t. I'll tear down your silky soft holdings bit by bit. Then, I'll take everything you have in the God's miracle from you. Hey, other than using your father's name or your grandpa's influence, can you actually do something that is worth my time?" Zhang Yang did not even bat an eyelid. Humph. In life, there is always a difference between every individual. There are the noble ones, and there are the cheap ones. Everything is written in the genes. Zhang Xiuhua spoke proudly. Cut the crap. Was your ancestor born with a golden diaper on him? Zhang Yang conveniently threw a chicken bone over before Zhang Xiuhua's plate and said, 100 years ago, your grandpa's grandpa might be one of those coal miners. Is that written in your genes as well? If that's true, why don't you hustle up and go mining now? Why are you still here wasting time? Zhang Xiuhua's face instantly turned red. Well, before his family miraculously became influential and powerful, his ancestor was indeed a miner back in the ancient times. Everything changed when his great-grandpa married an officer's daughter. He suddenly rose to a position of great importance in the society. When he retired, he had become an important person with a ministerial position in society. After that, it was his grandpa and his father's turn to shine even better. They became even more influential in the society than their ancestor. If nothing goes wrong, Zhang Xiuhua's father would be climbing up to the top of the power ladder. If that ever happens, the Zhang family would be at the peak of their life's achievement, a height they had never reached before. Because of that, Zhang Xiuhua could not stand people speaking on his past the most. The pride and arrogant expression on his face vanished without a trace after hearing what Zhang Yang had to say. Then, he ground his teeth together, as if he wanted to swallow Zhang Yang alive. You're digging your own grave. Zhang Xiuhua's eyes were blazing with murderous intent. Zhang Yang smiled vaguely and said, You've tried to provoke me 3 times. So, do you think everyone is some sort of toy or a puppet for you to meddle with? You know, when a man is really angry, he can spill the blood of his enemy 5 feet across the floor. So, you better watch out when you step out of your house. Zhang Xiuhua was infuriated to the point that he lost his voice. This fellow actually threatened him. Does he not know about his status? Zhang Xiuhua would be like a crown prince in the ancient times. How dare Zhang Yang threatens him like that? Oh? Are you mad now? Zhang Yang shook his head and said, If you can become mad just because you're teased with a few words, should I be exploding in anger? You've got to be kidding me. You've tried to spy on me by placing people around me. Then you tried to frame me for murder. I should be planting nukes in your yard and blow you to kingdom come. Zhang Yang. Zhang Xiuhua slammed the table with both of his hands. Then he pushed himself a little forward towards Zhang Yang and said, The day that Sun Xianyu abandons you is the day you die. Then you should just go to hell before me. Zhang Yang roared out like a Spartan. He suddenly swung out his fist and gave a solid uppercut straight up at Zhang Xiuhua's chin. Zhang Xiuhua did not expect that to happen at all. He did not even react at all as he was punched so hard that the punch threw him off balance. He spat out a few teeth and some blood from his mouth as he fell. His fall caused his body to knock the chair over and he fell straight to the ground. Everything happened so fast that even the bodyguard standing behind Zhang Xiuhua could not react. Well, Zhang Yang's reflexes were extremely good. Or else, he would not have become number 1 in the entire server of God's miracle. However, that bodyguard still managed to shove himself between Zhang Yang and Zhang Xiuhua to protect his master on the next moment. At the same time, the 2 bodyguards who heard something that was happening in the room charged into the room as well. The 3 bodyguards were charging at Zhang Yang with the intention of killing him. Well, Zhang Yang did not falter at all. Although these 3 bodyguards looked like they were well trained and all, however, they were just some muscles hired from the security firms. They were not as good as the bodyguards who stayed by the sides of Sun Xinu's old man. Those bodyguards were definitely iron-blood military soldiers trained in the Zongnanhai. After all, even though Zhong Xiuhua had a very special and precious identity, he would only be a second-rate fellow carrying a second-rate title walking around. So it would not be possible that the Zongnanhai would actually send bodyguards to guard by Zhong Xiuhua's side. Furthermore, his father was a man who does great things. So he would definitely pay attention to small details such as these. Bam! The door was kicked open. Sun Xianu walked into the room filled with murderous intent. The moment she entered, she glared at the three huge bodyguards coldly. If it was 1 against 3, Zhang Yang would stand a lower chance of winning the fight. However, with Sun Xianu joining his side, he was very confident that the two of them could take out the 3 bodyguards. Zhang Yang. Zhong Xiuhua crawled back up on his feet with blood all over his face. The rage was ablaze in both of his eyes. He was so angry that his face became crooked. You are digging your own grave. He attempted to speak the sentence word by word. Sun Xianu humped coldly and said, if you dare to touch even 1 hair of him, I'll crush every single bone in you and rip your bones out one by one until you are the spineless, boneless coward that you are. Even though she spoke calmly, but Zhong Xiuhua could feel the intense murderous aura hidden in her tone. Based on his understanding on Sun Xianu, he knew that she would never have talked crap about anything. She would only say it when she was capable of doing it. If she mentioned that she would crush every single bones in Zhong Xiuhua, she meant it with all her heart. There would be no bone in him if things continue to escalate. No one would be capable of provoking a crazy woman. Especially a crazy woman who has the same level of influence and background as him. Zhong Xiuhua quickly calmed himself down. Then, he pointed at his mouth and said, are you saying that I was punched over nothing? Yes, you're punched over nothing. So what? Sun Xianu said indifferently. Zhong Xiuhua almost popped a vein after hearing what she said. Who is he to get punched in the face? However, he was a little terrified while he was confronting the mad woman. He remembered very clearly that something gruesome happened back then when they were still very young. A huge boy once attempted to bully Sun Xianu. However, he ended up with a fractured skull and 1 foot in the grave. That was one of the main reasons why Sun Xianu left Beijing long ago. The Witch of Sun, the Crazy Bee *tch Sun Xianu. Those were the nicknames she was called by the rich kids back in the days. Those rich kids would still be terrified the moment when they talk about her. Are you done talking to him? Sun Xianu turned her eyes over on Zhang Yang. Then, she spoke gently to Zhang Yang. Zhong Xiuhua felt extremely jealous because of that. We're done. Let's go home. Zhang Yang tidied up his clothes a little before walking out of the room with Sun Xianu. Zhong Xiuhua was overwhelmed by the mixed feelings on his chest at the moment. However, after hesitating for quite some time, he did not order the 3 bodyguards to make their moves on Zhang Yang and Sun Xianu. He was not worried if his bodyguards would lose. He was worried that Sun Xianu would do something that would cause him to tremble in fear. After all, Sun Xianu was an existence that he could not handle. If she really gets mad at him, she might even use a gun on him. His thoughts rested the moment he thought of how crazy Sun Xianu could get. He could not help to feel a chill up his spine. However, that punch would not go unanswered. He touched his swollen face as he was staring at the view of Zhang Yang's back as Zhang Yang was leaving with murderous intent. Well, he decided to start on Silky Soft Holdings, then. Furthermore, it was about time that he summons all his troops in the God's Miracle and lay siege on Lone Desert Smoke. After walking out of the restaurant, Sun Xianu looked at Zhang Yang. Then, she asked with care, did you get hurt? No. There were only that few of them. I could have taken them all out with only 1 hand. Zhang Yang exaggerated with the intent of comforting Sun Xianu. The 2 of them went to the car. Then, Zhang Yang smiled, I never thought that you'd be so fierce and fearsome back there. That Zhong Xiuhua could not even talk or even fart. You can't underestimate him. He's just being considerate because I was there. Furthermore, you're too reckless to have landed a punch on him. Far too reckless. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, he got used to being high up all the while. So, he thought he could just bully anyone he sees. If I only strike back at him at the wrong moment, he would only act even cockier. Now, he wanted to take you away from me, and he wanted to destroy Silky Soft Holdings. He even wanted to take everything that I have in the God's Miracle away from me. So, should I hold back on this kind of opponent? Sun Xianu remained silent for a moment, then she said, as long as no one dies, I will allow you to do anything you want. Zhang Yang instantly got touched. It would take a lot more love than anyone could imagine for her to say such words. Zhang Yang felt the heat building up his chest. It was joy. It was excitement out of affection. He turned around and hugged Sun Xinu. Then he began to passionately touch and kiss Sun Xinu's body parts. Are you crazy? This is a parking lot. Someone might see us. There's no one here at this hour. Also, we've not tried it in a car before. TL notes. 1. New money, a term that is usually derogatory, to describe those whose wealth has been acquired within their own generation, rather than by familial inheritance. 2. Zongnanhai, a complex of buildings in Beijing, China, adjacent to Tiananmen Square, which serves as the central headquarters for the Communist Party of China and the government of the People's Republic of China. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 765, The Second World League Championship. Chapter 765, The Second World League Championship. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Xiuhua's retaliation came fast. Quite a number of related departments came over to Zhang Yang's company to look for trouble. Because of that, the morale of the staffs was seriously affected. Well, these so-called related departments did bring some of Zhang Yang's designers back to the bureau for further investigation. Some anonymous sources claimed that the designers were abusing their positions to take advantage of the models. Various media were also involved in attempting to expose the scandals. That had really affected the Silky Soft Holdings in a negative manner. Fortunately, the Silky Soft Holdings had recovered back its former glory. Currently, the advertisements propelled by Lone Desert Smoke had drilled its way into the market of Europe, America, Japan, Korea, and other foreign countries. With merely a small setback in the market of Zhoushu, the sales of Silky Soft Holdings was still going extremely well. Other than that, an anti-Lone Desert Smoke alliance had been formed in the game. They claimed that they would slaughter the Lone Desert Smoke until the guild gets disbanded. The core members of the alliance were naturally the players from the Eternal Flame. Other than them, they were joined by the Myth, the Dominators, Axe Gang, and other guilds who had a beef with Lone Desert Smoke. With Lu Wei dead, Death Arbiter took over as the guildmaster for the Myth. However, Death Arbiter was not as rich as Lu Wei. Therefore, many top-tier players that came for the money decided to leave the Myth. Because of that, the Myth had become a second-rate guild. By the end of it, Death Arbiter decided to side with Zhang Xiuhua. With his outstanding capabilities, he managed to get himself into the Class A battle team of Eternal Flame. If nothing goes wrong, Zhang Yang would be encountering him in the new season's Class S Professional League Championship. The anti-Lone Desert Smoke Alliance had declared war several times over. Their main targets were Zhang Yang's 3 territories. They did not care at all. They slaughtered every single player from other guilds as well, as long as they came out of any of the territories. Zhang Yang's highest input of his income in God's Miracle came from the teleportation circles of the territories. Zhang Xiuhua was attempting to disrupt most of Zhang Yang's income. However, his action had wrought unforeseen circumstances on him. He had underestimated the wrath of the players in the game. Well, it was true that players were not able to fight the anti-Lone Desert Smoke when they were low in numbers. However, how many players were there in the entire China region then? 2 billion. Other than those players who were level 50 and below, the rest of the players, especially those who had reached beyond level 100 in China region, would need to access the teleportation circle of the 3 territories. Because they could only use the teleportation circles in Surin's Castle and Morningtown, they could only travel to those 2 places before venturing to other places. Well, they did not mind much after they are killed once or twice. However, it became personal after the players are killed over 4 to 5 times. That had really ignited the fury of the players. So, they joined forces and struck back at the anti-Lone Desert Smoke Alliance and kicked their *C's bad. The players won because they had numbers. Millions of them would swarm up the anti-Lone Desert Smoke at the same time. On the other hand, the anti-Lone Desert Smoke only had hundreds of thousands of players. So, how would they be able to hold their ground against the wrath of so many players? Well, Zhang Yang did not even pay attention to those small issues. The Second World League Championship was just around the corner. He needed to travel over to Hawaii together with Sun Xinu and the others to join the competition. So, he was busy preparing, instead of wasting his time on the anti-Lone Desert Smoke Coalition. By the end of January, Zhoushu was still being bombarded by severe winter. However, Hawaii was warm most of the time. The scenery would be mesmerizing all the time. The place was full of foreign beauties in bikinis. Zhang Yang could not help to praise the place. When Fatty Han knew the truth, he felt an itch deep down in his heart. So, he also brought his wife to be along and traveled over to Hawaii with his own money. He claimed that he wanted to support Zhang Yang personally. However, the intention of a drunkard lies not on the wine, but on other purposes. Men would know. Other than Lone Desert Smoke, the other parties from China region which managed to get into the championship were naturally Crimson Rage. Initially, Crimson Rage and Imperial Sky had the same score in the previous competition. Crimson Rage managed to edge out in the end. So, they managed to enter the finals. Meanwhile, the contestants from other regions were basically the same, back in the first World League Championship. Well, the only change was that the party of the Japan-Korea region had been switched over with a new batch of players. Zhang Yang did not pay much attention to it. With Lone Desert Smoke's current achievement, they should be able to sweep the ground clean and claim victory over anyone. As usual, after the brief opening ceremony, the team leader from each party stood up to draw a number. They drew numbers to see who their opponents would be. Zhang Yang and his party members were not concerned at all about which opponents they would have to encounter. Instead, they were looking at the final rewards of the competition. After all, that was the only thing they cared about the most, in the first place. The reward for this season's championship was a little different from the previous season. The champions party would acquire +3 levels, +3 skill points and a total of $5 million American dollars. The runner-up party would acquire +2 levels, +2 skill points and a total of $3 million American dollars. The party who wins the third place would acquire +1 levels, +1 skill points and a total of $1 million American dollars. Other than that, parties with 4 to 8 players would acquire 1 free skill point. Meanwhile, parties with 9 to 16 players would acquire a +1 level reward. In other words, the players could get free rewards just by joining the competition. That should be an encouragement given by the developers for those who managed to make it into the World League Championship. Finally, one MVP player would be selected from the finals. That MVP would get a chance to draw lots for 1 extra reward. The rewards among the lots would include equipment, skill book, magic scrolls, skill point crystals and many other valuable items. After looking through the rewards, Zhang Yang and his gang tapped their chests to express their resolution to win. Meanwhile, Wei Yan commanded Zhang Yang not intervene during the finals. She wanted to win the MVP title for herself. From that night onwards, the opening match blew up. Unlike the first World League Championship, Daffodil Daydream had acquired her Class A Soulbreaker inheritance. By having it so, she finally removed the fact that she was the only one without an inheritance on the party. Among the 7 of them, 3 of them had Class S inheritance, 2 of them had Class A inheritance, and last but not least, 2 of them with Class B inheritance. Therefore, Zhang Yang's party had an absolute advantage over the other parties in the championship. However, because the championship forbids players to activate skills that have a cooldown longer than half an hour, the power level of Felice, Phoenix Pet and Red Dragon Pet were nerfed by a notch. Furthermore, none of them could activate their inheritance transformation as well. Even though the additional damage of players with Class S inheritance was just 10% more than the additional damage of players with Class A inheritance, the players with Class S inheritance would only be like having an additional holy tier equipment on them. Practically speaking, the difference might only be 5% or even 3% to 4%. The important thing was that the difference between the HP amounts of the players was not that obvious. Everyone seemed to be using their equipment to boost their HP. So, there would not be a player with tens of millions of HP while the others only have about a million. As the champion of the first World League Championship, the Silky Soft Battle Team was the kin opener for the competition. Their first opponent was the Japan-Korea's Undying Souls. By the end of it, they managed to defeat the Undying Souls with the score of 5 o'clock. It was an easy win. Zhang Yang and his party had exhibited their absolute power over the Undying Souls. On the second day during the quarterfinals, Zhang Yang and his gang went up against the St. Louis Battle Team from South America region. They had once again triumphed over their opponents with the score of 5 o'clock. Furthermore, Zhang Yang did not even take part in the match this time. The spectators were cheering and praising that the Silk Soft Battle Team was a little overly powerful. They were still so capable and powerful even though they put the most powerful player on their party on the bench. During the semifinals, Zhang Yang and his gang went up against the Steely Dang Battle Team from the India region, but 5:2, 6:3. The Silky Soft Battle Team claimed another victory with a score of 2 o'clock. Well, Hourglass Figure was equipped with a Class S inheritance, after all. Meanwhile, there were another few players with Class A inheritances on her battle team. So, they were able to perform very well in the one-on-one matches on the first round. They were able to win 2 matches in the first round. In the second round, they got the upper hand in their lineup. So, they managed to win 3 matches and prolong the match to a team battle. However, they failed to defeat the Silky Soft Battle Team by the end as well. In the finals, the Lone Desert Smoke went up against Philosopher's Stone battle team that had been reorganized. Well, this Philosopher's Stone battle team was actually a new team that the Justice League put up together. Now, they were using some new players on the team. The team included Heart of Destruction, who had a Class S inheritance. That's right. The Dark Palace was only formed last year by March. Therefore, they could only survive in the Class B League Championship. They would need to participate in the qualification contest in order to see if they could make it into the Class A League Championship. However, the rules and restrictions of the World League Championship had a flaw that many would use to their own advantage. Players were free to change their team members before the match. Therefore, two teams decided to reform their teams as one. They arranged their roster accordingly so that they could assemble a new team filled with top-tier players. The better team would be taking part in the Class S League Championship while the weaker team would take part in the Class B League Championship. The two guilds did not merge together. They were just forming an alliance to join the World League Championship. After all, the system did not restrict nor set a limitation that the members of a party had to be from the same guild. Both of the guilds involved were top-tier guilds from the North America region. After forming up a strong battle team, they had over 6 players with Class A inheritances, other than 1 player with a Class S inheritance. Actually, there were only 6 players with Class S inheritance in the entire world. Furthermore, the Lone Desert Smoke had 3 on their side. Meanwhile, having 6 players with Class A inheritance on their side made them much more powerful than Lone Desert Smoke in a sense. Zhang only knew about it later on. It seemed that this battle team did not only get powerful players to their side from Dark Palace, they had also acquired powerful players from some top-tier guilds from the North America region. Their intention was very obvious, though. They wanted to join the forces of all guild in their own region in order to claim victory over the World League Championship as one team. Meanwhile, they had accumulated enough strength to do it. In the semifinals, they managed to eliminate Crimson Rage battle team with ease by scoring a final score of 2-1. They scored 5-1 in the first round and 5-2 in the second round. By doing so, the Lady Army of the Crimson Rage had once again lost before they could get into the finals. On January 22, 7 p.m., the finals for the second World League Championship was about to begin. The third in place and the fourth in place competed against each other for the consolation prizes. The Lady Army of the Crimson Rage battle team had given them their best. However, they were no match for the Steely Dan battle team. So, they had to accept the fact that they had lost and endure the pain of being ranked as number 4 in the second World League Championship. At 9 p.m., the final battle between the Silky Soft battle team and the Philosopher's Stone battle team. With the anchor of the night cried out the signal, the first round of the match had finally begun. The first match was 100 Shots versus Captain America. Noob Tank, will Uncle 100 Shots win? Wei Yen blinked her large eyes and said. She hoped that the first round would end with a score of 5 o'clock. If that could happen, Zhang would not need to join the battle. Then, she would still stand a chance to win the MVP title to herself. Zhang gave it some thought and said, by the aspect of skills and power level, I would say 100 Shots is at a disadvantage there. Take a look. He only has a Class B inheritance. He would fall back when going up against a player with a Class A inheritance. However, 100 Shots is level 170 now. His Red Dragon has just been improved to Holy Tier Pet. I would say that it's going to be tough for the opponent to battle a Red Dragon in the arena, Then, it is possible that Uncle 100 Shots can win? Wei Yen was filled with joy. Well, he should at least have a 70% chance. Zhang nodded and said. As the preparation period has ended, the match between 100 Shots and Captain America had finally begun. While standing in the middle of the arena, everyone was forbidden from sitting on their mounts. However, 100 Shots was a hunter. So he had the natural ability to let his pet tag along his side. The Red Dragon could be used as a pet and also as a mount. The appearance of this red gem had really got a lot of attention in the arena. Many people were staring at the dragon with envious intent. Some of them simply admired it wordlessly. Red Dragon, Holy Tier Flying Battle Mount. Level, 170. HP, 1,277,730. Defense, 17,660. Melee attack, 140,086 to 200,086, based on physical attack, however, causes chaos damage. Attack interval, 2 seconds. Judging from the aspect of DPS normal attack, the Red Dragon was much more powerful than Zhang. However, because the Red Dragon did not have any offensive skills that could deal immense damage to the target, it can only deal a total DPS of 850,000. Captain America was currently in deep SH*T now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 766, Retaining the Title as the Champions. Chapter 766, Retaining the Title as the Champions. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As the captain of the Philosopher's Stone battle team, Captain America was very eager to win the first match in an attempt to raise the morale of his newly formed battle team. Furthermore, he would be able to solidify his position as the captain of the battle team. Because their battle team was sponsored by the Philosopher's Stone Holdings, he still had a certain level of authority when it came to the setting up of the battle team. However, if his performance was not as good as Heart of Destruction, then he might get replaced by Heart of Destruction at some point. After all, a captain with a Class S inheritance would be more capable of encouraging the party members or team members. However, he had a great problem to solve right before him if he ever wants to win. The Red Dragon Pet. Captain America was screaming and cursing deep in his heart. How could he be so unlucky to have encountered a holy tier pet? What the F***ck? Fortunately for him, his main target was not the Red Dragon Pet. He only needed to make sure the player is dead in order to win. If he is able to kill the player, it would no longer matter if the pet was holy tier or even celestial tier, but... The moment the battle began, Captain America charged towards 100 shots with large steps. His objective was clear as crystal. If he could just stick himself by the side of 100 shots throughout the battle, he would be able to unleash his full power on 100 shots. Well, all he needed to do was to kill 100 shots before the Red Dragon kills him. However, ever since 100 Shots got his Red Dragon pet, he had been training with Fatty Han to acquire a special tactic that only the both of them could use. He would rely on his pet to deal damage to his opponent while he kites his opponent around. Furthermore, it had been quite a long time since he first got his Red Dragon pet. He was extremely familiar with the tactic by now. Concussive shots. 100 Shots immediately used a skill to reduce Captain America's movement speed. Meanwhile, his Red Dragon pet took a few steps towards Captain America and spat out a stream of dragon breath at him. The flames reached out to 15 meters further into the surroundings. At the same time, 100 Shot began to run away from Captain America as swiftly as he could. Meanwhile, Captain America was standing at a distance that was just enough to use Charge on the Red Dragon pet. After giving it some thought, Captain America immediately activated his Charge and clashed into the Red Dragon. He managed to stun the Red Dragon, so now he could pursue 100 Shots uninterrupted. Without wasting any of the time he bought for himself, Captain America activated his heroic leap and leaped straight over to 100 Shots. 100 Shots was stomped and stunned for 3 seconds. Raising up his axe, Captain America began to attack 100 Shots as intensely as he could. 1 second later, the Red Dragon pet had recovered from the stun effect. It immediately turned towards Captain America and spat its dragon breath at him without holding back at all. 100 Shots did not falter. He activated his accessory to acquire the invincibility effect and cancelled the stun effect on him. Then, he continued to run away. Meanwhile, Captain America followed him closely from behind. He did not want to give 100 Shots any chance of getting away. Under the bombardment of the Red Dragon, his rage bar was full. The moment the invincibility effect on 100 Shots faded, he would be able to afflict 100 Shots with his Thunder Strike. Breaking Shot. 100 Shots sent Captain America into a state of confusion. As long as he does not cause any damage to Captain America would have to stay still for 4 seconds. It was a great opportunity for 100 Shots to gain some distance between the two of them. Captain America quickly activated his accessory as well. He also entered a state of invincibility. However, his reason of doing so was totally different from 100 Shots. He wanted to get as close to 100 Shots as possible. At the same time, the Red Dragon had stopped its assaults on Captain America. It stopped to prevent itself from dealing ineffective attacks on the opponent while he was still invincible. It would be a waste if the Red Dragon attacks Captain America before the invincibility effect fades. One of them was pursing, while the other was escaping. 10 seconds later, the invincibility effect on 100 Shots had vanished. However, he leaped into the air and jumped away from Captain America all of a sudden. At the same instant, Captain America's Charge was still under cooldown. So he could only run like hell with his feet in attempt to push 100 Shots into a corner. Another 2 seconds later, the invincibility effect on Captain America had vanished as well. Not only he had to endure the dragon breath of the Red Dragon, he would need to take on the leap shot that 100 Shots shoot at him from time to time. So the rate of reduction on his HP bar was extremely fast. Captain America quickly took out his potions and gulped it down. Then he proceeded on to push 100 Shots to a corner. It was the most popular tactic that a hunter would use in hunting down a prey. As long as he could force the target to a dead corner, Captain America could activate his charge to counter 100 shots' leap shot. At the same time, he could reserve his warrior's will to rid of any status restriction effect on him just in case. As long as he could perform a series of explosive attacks on 100 shots, he should be able to kill 100 shots in no time. However, 100 shots was no ordinary hunter as well. The main reason was because he had a legendary pet with him. The damage dealt by the Red Dragon was just too damn high. Even though Captain America had over 650,000 HP, he would only be able to endure 4 attacks from the Red Dragon without dying after that. He would not be able to hold on longer than a few seconds even after he used potions or any recovery skills. His only chance was to instantly kill 100 shots. If he couldn't do that, he would have to accept the fate that the Red Dragon was going to F***ck him up for good. However, anything would be too late by now. His charge would need 30 seconds to cool down. That amount of time was enough for him to pay with his life. 1 o'clock Silky Soft Battle Team won the first match of the finals. The second match would have Daffodil Daydream vs Wonder Woman. It was a battle between 2 spellcasters. Both of them were pyromancers. So, the both of them began to deal as much damage as they could to each other. However, they were also using ranged attacks, frost defensive and frost offensive skills on each other. They were also comparing their skills and control of their status restriction skills in the battle. So it was really very difficult to tell which one of them had the advantage over the other. However, Daffodil Daydream managed to rely on the advantage she had on her equipment and defeated her opponent by the end of the battle. 2 o'clock Silky Soft Battle Team continued to show the advantage they had over their opponent battle team. The third match would have Sun Xinu vs Holy Zealots. This Holy Zealots was a guardian who had a Class A inheritance. Theoretically speaking, his class should be oppressive over Sun Xinu's class, Thief. However, Sun Xinu had reached the pinnacle in the art of assassination. Her Eagle Eye had made her even more powerful than ever. She only activated her ambush twice before taking out her opponent with ease. 3 o'clock Silky Soft Battle Team was unstoppable. However, the fourth match was Lost Dream vs Heart of Destruction, who was one of the top tier players. Even though the first ambush that Lost Dream activated managed to reduce a quarter of Heart of Destruction's HP bar, but Heart of Destruction did not give Lost Dream a second chance to do it again. He unleashed the full potential of his Class S inheritance and ended Lost Dream's life shortly after that. 3:1 Philosopher's Stone Battle Team managed to win back a match for themselves. Poor Lost Dream was the first to taste defeat among Zhang Yang's gang. He knelt on the ground to reflect on the mistakes he did during the battle. Truth to be told, the two of them had almost the same capability in the aspect of skills and controls. However, when a player with Class B inheritance battles another player with a Class S inheritance, the difference would become very obvious. The additional damage that a player with a Class S inheritance had would be much greater. For instance, Zhang Yang's God of War Devastation could provide Zhang Yang an additional 300% melee attack. Meanwhile, the Dark Vengeance could only provide 250% additional attack. So when it came down to a Class B inheritance, Lost Dream only received 200% additional attack on his inheritance skills. These skills had over 1 minute of cooldown. It would not affect much if the players were dealing damage to their target over a long period of time. However, the difference between the attack power of the skills would become very obvious when players needed to nuke a target over a brief period of time. So Lost Dream did not lose because he did some sort of mistake. The fifth match was Han Ing Shui vs Saint's Descendant. With her super healing capabilities, she managed to torture the hunter to death. 4:1 Silky Soft Battle Team had done it again. On the sixth match, it was finally Wei Yenair's turn. Her opponent was Duke Marlogia, a Holy Knight. Well, Destructive Smash naturally weakens the effective healing efficiency. Furthermore, the little brat was insane. She could deal a tremendous amount of damage to her opponent over a brief period of time. Plus, she also had her gold tier servant aiding her in battle. She acted like a tornado and took out her opponent like it was nothing. 5:1 The first round of the match was firmly won by the Silky Soft Battle Team. Zhang Yang did not even get the chance to show off his skills in the arena yet. The two sides handed in the lineup list to the organizer. The second round of the match would begin after a 10-minute break. However, although the Philosopher's Stone Battle Team had done a lot of changes to their lineup, they were not able to change the fact that the Silky Soft Battle Team had the uttermost advantage over them. The Philosopher's Stone Battle Team managed to score 2-4 where they were still losing. On the seventh match, no one even think that the Philosopher's Stone Battle Team would stand any chance at all at prolonging the match to the eighth match, the team battle. The reason was simple. Their opponent for the seventh match was Zhang Yang. It was a total oppression on the Philosopher's Stone battle team. The battle ended within 10 seconds. Silky Soft battle team was able to win the second round of the match by scoring 5:2. With a final score of 2:00. Silky Soft battle team had become the champion of the World League Championship once again. Naturally, the money was wired into Zhang Yang's account first. As for the reward of plus level and plus skill points, they would be automatically received by the players when they sign into the game after the competition. After a long debate and voting, the MVP in the finals was Han Shui. The committees stated their reasons well. Han Shui was a healer. However, she managed to win 2 crucial matches. Furthermore, she had shown everyone her extraordinary skills in healing. 55% of the committee and the audiences supported Han Shui as the new MVP. Meanwhile, Sun Xianu got 42% support from the others. As for Zhang Yang, it was unfortunate that he was totally ignored by everyone. Well, he only get to battle for one match after all. After declaring who was the new MVP, Wei Yin-er was deeply hurt. She squatted down and began to draw circles with her finger in resentment. She cursed the committees for being blinded by Han Shui's huge pair of titties. Han Shui went up to stage to receive the special reward for winning the MVP title. The digital screen began to flash on. After a brief moment the screen stopped on an item, Book of Revelation, Chapter 6. Zhang Yang screamed in joy. He waited Han Shui to come back before he gave Han Shui an passionate kiss as her reward for bringing back such a reward for him. Sun Xianu was so envious that she was cracking her knuckles while humping on. Although the competition was over, Zhang Yang and his gang did not go back to their country immediately. Instead, they decided to stay back to have a few days rest in Hawaii. Since no one was in the mansion now, there was no reason for them to rush back home. As for 100 Shots, he also brought his family over after the competition. Then he introduced his wife and 2 children to the gang. Well, he had a son and a daughter. Until the 3rd day of the new year, everyone had finally packed up their things and ended their vacation in Hawaii. Then, they went back to Joshu together. To make sure that they really had a good vacation, none of them logged into the game during their vacation. Therefore, when Zhang Yan logged back into the game, he immediately received system notification. A golden light flashed across his entire body and he became level 177. Furthermore, he received 3 additional skill points. Zhang Yang added all 3 additional skill points onto his Force Strike. Currently, his Force Strike was level 5. So, he could have a 50% rate of activating an additional attack. It would only be 3 levels before Zhang Yang reaches level 180. By then, he should be the first player who equips the first ascended tier equipment in the entire game. That would be awesome, don't you think? However, he would need to cross over the threshold of level 179 before that happens. Well, level 179 was like a curse to Zhang Yang. He was really worried that everything would be reset back to square one again after he reaches that level. Zhang Yang tapped his cheeks for a little bit and cheered back up. Then, he entered a whole new map called the Marlin's Land of Salt. This was a map that he never stepped foot onto before in his previous life. The entire land was white and sandy. There was no sign of any green. The ground was made of layers of crystals that looked like ice blocks. Zhang Yang had to walk carefully on them. Or else, he would fall his face to the ground. However, there were also some plants in the surroundings. The plants in the area were frosty white. They looked extremely bizarre. They blended into the land of salt very well. It was really hard for one to see them clearly. Well, Zhang Yang was not worried at all. He could just let his herb foraging familiar out into the wild to do its job, collecting the herbs. As long as Zhang Yang is willing to pay the summoning fee, he would be able to collect herbs from this map. Zhang Yang was flying through the sky while observing the situation down on the ground of the map. He could not find any signs of life all. He did not see anything moving down there. Zhang Yang descended closer to the ground and glided on the back of his flying mount. Just when everything was peaceful, suddenly, Zhang Yang heard a loud rumbling sound echoing across his ears. A gigantic, sharp leg broke through the surface of the salt crystals and struck straight towards Zhang Yang's chest like a spear. In a flash, Zhang Yang's body reacted to the danger before him. He raised his shield up immediately to block the attack. A loud bang was heard. That gigantic sharp leg was deflected back. Boom! 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 The salt crystals in the surroundings were beginning to crack and creak. A gigantic monster drilled itself straight out of the surface of the ground. It was a gigantic scorpion. This frosty white scorpion was just gigantic. There were no other words to describe it. Its long and gigantic scorpion tail was so white that it looked transparent. The tip of the tail was so sharp that anyone who sees it would feel an intense chill up their spines. Something crawled out of the cracks on the salt crystals. Zhang took a closer look at the little things that were crawling out of the cracks. There were countless baby scorpions gushing out from the cracks all around. They were so abundant that they looked like trails of liquid flowing out, covering the ground and the surroundings. People would usually say that someone has stirred the hornet's nest. Well, Zhang had definitely stirred the scorpion's nest. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 767, Marlin's Land of Salt. Chapter 767, Marlin's Land of Salt. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Crystallized Frost Rock Dragon Scorpion, Elite, Beast. Level, 190. HP, 9,500,000. Defense, 12,110. Melee attack, 86,871 to 126,871. Skills. Pincer uses its gigantic pincers to clamp target, causing 100% melee attack of physical damage to the target. Tail Sting uses its sharp, venomous tail to attack the target, causing 100% melee attack of physical damage to the target. The target will suffer 60,000 nature damage for the next 6 seconds. Note, crystallized frost rock dragon scorpion is the dominators of the land around here. Because their food source is extremely limited, they will usually hibernate beneath the surface of the ground and wait for the right moment to ambush their prey. Other than that elite tier giant scorpion, the other smaller scorpions were just normal tier. However, each of those little tiny scorpions could actually deal damage, ranging from 46,523 to 66,523 damage. They were capable of penetrating Zhang defense with that kind of attack power. So, Zhang had no intention of letting the little ones get near him. However, if he could take care of the entire nest of scorpions that erupted from beneath the ground, he would be able to earn tremendous amount of experience points. So should he do it? Zhang commanded Phoenix Pet to make their first move. The Phoenix Pet began to spit flames, torching up the little scorpions and the giant scorpion in the surroundings. Damage values of approximately 180,000 consecutively popped right on top of the closely packed little scorpions and the big one. After all, the little ones only had 250,000 HP on each of them. So, they were all burnt to the point that they were all screeching in misery. Meanwhile, Felice was not standing idly by the side. She was also showing off her strength alongside the Phoenix Pet as well. Upon transforming into her Dragonhawk form, she was spreading fire damage across the monsters in an attempt to aid the Phoenix Pet. After the Phoenix Pet's attacks, the little ones were only left with 70,000 HP. Coming into contact with Felice's explosively deadly attacks, the little ones were wiped out clean. After the 2 waves of attacks that killed tens of scorpions in the surroundings, the female giant scorpion was infuriated. It reached out with its gigantic pincers and got a hold of the Phoenix Pet. Then, it pulled the blazing bird down with its might strength and slammed the Phoenix Pet onto the ground heavily. Bam! The salt rocks were smashed into pieces. White, powdery salt pebbles were flying everything due to the incredible impact of the slam. Zhang could feel that pain when the pebbles struck his face. Zhang quickly hopped off the back of Phoenix Pet. Then, he whirled his scythe around and accumulated enough rage points to unleash hell on the monsters. He stomped both of his legs steadily on the ground. A visible shockwave immediately spread out from his body in all directions. All salt rocks that was within the area of 3-meter radius were reduced to dust. Meanwhile, the little scorpions that got too near to Zhang were afflicted with a damage of -58,841, but every single one of them was also afflicted by movement speed reduction effect. The Phoenix Pet spat out another stream of flame across the scorpions and caused another wave of immense damage to the little crawlers again. Zhang gave no quarter to them at all. He activated his blast wave closely after the Phoenix's attack and wiped them out. However, there were still more than 200 little crawlers remaining. They were gushing towards Zhang like a fierce tidal wave. Meanwhile, the gigantic mother scorpion was continuously spamming its pincer and tail sting on Zhang, Felice, and Phoenix Pet. However, even though the attack power of the mother scorpion was much higher than the attack power of each little scorpion, the number of the baby scorpions was too damn many. The threat that they posed to Zhang when they came at him at the same time would be much worse than the threat that the single mother could pose to him. Shield wall. Zhang activated his life-saving skills immediately. Well, he could actually use this skill once every 2.5 minutes. So, there was no reason for him to hold back on using that skill. He hopped back onto the Phoenix Pet and shared the perk of activating his shield wall with Phoenix Pet. He carried forward his plan to annihilate the scorpion's nest. He swung his scythe in the battlefield valiantly. Meanwhile, Phoenix Pet and Felice were aiding him in his cause, killing the scorpions one after another, cleansing the surroundings with their insane waves of attacks. The Phoenix's single attack could averagely deal 180,000 damage to the little ones. It only took a brief moment for the Phoenix to empty out the HP bars of the little scorpions. Furthermore, its flaming tongue could reach out to 15 meters in range. Because of that, the Phoenix could cover quite a lot of ground with its attacks. So, that was the power of a legendary tier pet when it came to dealing AoE attacks, but when the 10-second shield wall vanished, the little ones were completely wiped out. The only monster that remained was the gigantic mother scorpion. She was so infuriated that she began to charge at Zhang with all her might. Her attacks were so intense that the salt rocks in the entire area were smashed into bits and the pebbles of the salt rocks were flying all over the place. The surroundings seemed to have been assaulted by a tornado thunderstorm. Well, a general without an army would basically be useless. Under the bombardment of Zhang, Felice and Phoenix Pet, the gigantic scorpion had to admit defeat eventually. She collapsed onto the ground heavily and stayed dead. The impact of her collapse had swept up the dust and pebbles of the salt rocks in the surroundings. The elite tier monster did not drop anything too valuable. However, she did drop a bunch of scorpion tails and scorpion pincers. These items could only be sold to the NPCs in the shops for 1 to 2 silver pieces each. So, Zhang did not want to waste his time picking them up. He continued to move forward. Zhang would encounter another gigantic crystallized frost rock dragon scorpion every time he proceeds forward for approximately 1,000 meters. However, not every crystallized frost rock dragon scorpion had baby scorpions. Some of them were just alone waiting for Zhang to slay them. There was no telling which of the crystallized frost rock dragon scorpions was a male or a female. There was no telling if these crystallized frost rock dragon scorpions had the ability of giving birth to new baby scorpions as well. However, Zhang was really happy whenever he encounters a crystallized frost rock dragon scorpion with many baby scorpions around. Well, it was because he could earn a tremendous amount of experience points by merely slaying the baby scorpions. If this goes on without any unforeseen circumstances for another 3 days, Zhang believed that he could reach level 178 by then. Unfortunately, dreams would always be great while reality is cruel as F***ck. After moving on for about 20 minutes, frost wolves began to reveal themselves across the salt land one after another. Their bodies were totally white to the point that they looked transparent. The only visible part on their bodies were their pair of red eyes which seemed to be filled with the thirst for blood. Zhang came here for one simple reason, to earn experience points. So he did not go on to slaying the frost wolves. He turned back and headed east-west. Well, he was initially heading towards the direction of north-south. Well, he wanted to poke every single scorpion nest that he could find on the map. Half a day had passed. Zhang experience bar had increased by a few blocks. Unfortunately, there were no longer any scorpion nests for him to poke. There was no telling when the scorpion nests would respawn. So after knowing that, he was no longer picky. He would just slay anything that came in his way. He ventured across the white and endless land without an actual aim of where he wanted to go. After he started to lose track of time, Zhang found himself arriving before a derelict palace. This wreckage of a palace seemed to be abandoned long time ago. There was no one, no humans, no specters in the vicinity. The palace was basically empty. Other than a few dried corpses and remaining bones, there was nothing else. Obviously, the residents of the palace had left the palace on their own will. There was no bloodshed or whatsoever in the palace at all. Zhang had not found anything shiny in the vicinity of the palace. Well, it was obvious that there were no quests to be triggered here. Upon scanning the area for a little bit, he carried on with his grinding. A few hours had passed. Zhang continued on slaying monsters without any rest. However, when he looked forward, he saw a bunch of greens far before him. As he got closer to the spot, he realized that he was approaching a forest. The scenery of spotting a forest in the middle of a salt rock land was just magnificent. The feeling was like spotting a Greenland in the middle of a desert. Zhang was a little excited over what he found. So, he quickly patted his pet and flew straight towards the forest. However, before he could descend down to the ground, he was greeted with a large number of arrows from the direction of the forest. Although Zhang attempted to block the arrows by raising his shield up, he was still shot by the arrows. Well, with the arrows stuck firmly on him, he looked like a hedgehog. Not only was his block ineffective against the arrow attacks, he had also lost tens of thousands of his HP. Fortunately for him, Zhang would never be bothered by that at all. After all, he already had over 1,000,000 HP at the current stage of the game. Hey, a voice was heard from the forest. Why didn't you signal us earlier? I could have accidentally shoot you dead. After a brief moment, a young man, a human, walked right out of the forest and waved at Zhang. Then he said, "All right. I've disabled the defense mechanism of the place. You can come in now." Joseph, normal, humanoid. Level, 185. HP, 237,730. Zhang attempted to land again, as expected. This time, he was able to land without being greeted with a large number of arrows. He hopped off the back of Phoenix's pet and said, "So, you don't like guests, I assume?" "We don't like those uninvited guests." Joseph smiled. Then, he continued to speak. "For instance, did you see the frost wolves, salt tigers, and the curly monsters while you were on your way here? Those beasts would have destroyed our home if we ever let them in. So, we decided to set up a defensive mechanism by the outskirts of the region. Well, to stop them from invading our home, of course." Joseph looked at the phoenix pet. He was mesmerized by the appearance of the phoenix. Then he said, "Outsider, is this mount for sale? I can give you 2 bottles of water." 2 bottles of water to buy a legendary pet? Zhang felt the need to beat some senses into this idiot. However, seeing how the entire was covered with salt rocks without any sign of river or water, maybe a drop of water would even be much more valuable than a ton of diamonds. Of course not. It's not up for sale. Zhang shook his head and kept Phoenix Pet back in his inventory. The forest was quite thick, actually. It would not be appropriate for the big blazing bird to glide into the forest. Meanwhile, it would also be unwise to fly across the sky. Zhang would never know what hit him if there were more traps or defensive mechanisms around the forest. Joseph was very disappointed. The disappointment was written all over his face. However, he was quite an optimistic person. He became cheerful again after a brief moment. Then he said, "Outsider, what's your name? Where do you hail from?" "Zhan Yu, from White Jade Castle." "White Jade what? Castle?" Joseph began muttering to himself. He was confused to hear what Zhang just told him. Obviously, he had not heard of the place before. He scratched his head and said, "The chief is out of the village, trying to understand the situation outside. He would be very pleased to see you. Zhan Yu, please follow me." Ding. Joseph has given you a quest, referral. Will you accept? Zhang accepted the quest and followed Joseph into the forest. Meanwhile, the young man noticed the existence of Felice. He was mesmerized by the appearance of Felice as well. He expressed that he was willing to give 10 bottles of water as a gift of proposing to Felice. By the end of it, Zhang gave him a solid slap on his face and he fell face down. The village that Joseph came from was not far. Well, the forest was not really huge, to begin with. Joseph, Zhang and Felice had arrived at a small village after a brief while of walking. The village was filled with women and children. There was no sign of any men in the village. According to Joseph, the men had gone out to hunt. Meanwhile, he was still 1 month away from becoming a real man. So he was only posted to guard the outpost by the outskirts of the forest. The buildings and facilities in the village were built with woods and sticks. It almost felt like the place was a primitive tribe's village. Well, if it wasn't because of the outside world being in total chaos, this place would be a very good place for a vacation. The 3 of them arrived before a small wooden cottage. After Joseph knocked the door a few times over, he opened the door and invited Zhang to enter as well. There was an old man inside the cottage. The old man was carrying the name Chief Hushma. He was holding a walking stick. He appeared to be very old and clumsy. After Joseph had introduced Zhang to the chief, Hushma began to speak. "Outsider, how did you manage to come in here? According to my knowledge, the beasts out there are ferocious. My respected chief, he has a big bird. A very big bird." Joseph immediately spoke in excitement, trying to explain to the chief. "Ha?" Hushma widened his eyes and said, "So outsider, does that mean you can fly in the sky?" "Yes, I can." Zhang nodded. "That's great." Hushma knocked his walking stick against the ground as he spoke in excitement. Then he said, "Outsider, we are in dire need of water. Water is the one thing that we need the most now. However, our water supplies are extremely limited. Well, there isn't much rain here. Furthermore, the nearby lakes have been turned into salt. So, we can't use the water anymore. We can only rely on morning dew to preserve our lives here. Although we know that there is a lake that has not been contaminated located by the west side of our village, there are countless deadly monsters roaming in between our village and the lake. So all we can do is to stare at the lake from afar. He looked at Zhang Yang with his eyes filled of hope. Please bring us some clean water. We shall pay you a handsome reward. After seeing how the village was doing, Zhang Yang could deduce that clean water was the most valuable thing they could offer. There was simply nothing of the same value that could replace the clean water. So, the chief immediately started faltering. The chief gave it some thought and said, I can give you the one sword that has been passed down for generations, the King Cross's sword, as the reward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 768, Searching for Water. Chapter 768, Searching for Water. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. But Chief. Joseph reacted almost immediately. The King Cross's sword is a holy sword handed down to us by our forefathers. How can we simply gift it to an outsider? Desperate times call for desperate measures. This draft is getting worse with each passing day. Do you wish to see our villagers die of thirst? Hushma spoke with such anger that his whiskers shook. He then calmed himself down and said in a softer tone, and besides, the holy sword is incomplete. Holding on to only a piece of it is of no use to us. A wise decision, Chief. Joseph instantly buttered up to Hushma instead. Zhang Yang, who watched the conversation taking place in front of him, was speechless. If this was an anime, he would have streaks of black lines going down his head. Hushma then turned and faced Zhang Yang. So, how about it, stranger? If you bring us enough water to survive this draft, I'll give you the King Cross holy sword that our village has kept for generations. Ding! Chief Hushma has a quest for you, searching for water. Will you accept it? To be honest, even if the quest did not give him any sort of reward, Zhang Yang would have still taken it nonetheless. After all, having an active quest will make hunting mobs a lot easier. But most of all, it is a sure way of encountering a boss monster instead of having to run around, waiting for random encounters. Accept. Ding. You have obtained, Flask X100. Searching for water, difficulty level, C. Quest description, Village Chief Hushma has requested that you search for fresh water to help the village survive the dreadful draft. However, this task will not be easy, and you will be facing a lot of dangers on your journey. Please be careful. According to Hushma, there is a freshwater lake located at the peak of Spirit Stone Mountain, to the west of the village. Progress, freshwater required 0 out of 100. Quest reward, King Cross Sword Piece. King Cross Sword Fragment, Special Item. Item description, combine 7 King Cross Sword pieces with heavy smithing to complete the King Cross Sword. The quest did not introduce or explain what the King Cross Sword is capable of, and it was obviously not another assembled equipment since it has already been stated that it was its special item. Well, whatever. Let's first get this quest over with. Zhang Yang stepped out of the wooden hut and summoned his pet phoenix, and under the envious and awestruck gazes of Joseph and Hushma, he mounted and took off through the skies at blinding speeds. Riding on the back of his pet phoenix, Zhang Yang flew west. Although it was stated that Spirit Stone Mountain was not far away from the village, the fact that he took almost 2 hours of continuous flight before finally having the mountain in his sights proved otherwise. However, this was to be expected. If the water source was close to the village, the villagers would not have needed his help and could have acquired water easily themselves. The mountain itself was not huge, but had a lake some 10 meters wide at the top of it. The water was crystal clear, and occasionally, its surface rippled, caused by billowing mountain winds. Zhang Yang dismounted from his phoenix and walked up to the lake. But before he can retrieve the flasks from his inventory, a horde of black bulls with green symbols on their backs appeared out of nowhere and charged at him. The bulls moved to surround him while they stamped and clumped their hooves on the ground, kicking up grass and dirt. The horde closed in on him in a menacing manner, with black flames flaring from their snouts whenever they snorted. Wild Bull of Death, Elite, Beast. Level, 185. HP, 9,250,000. Defense, 11570. Melee damage, 81,566 to 121,566. Skills. Wild Charge, rushes towards an enemy target at great speed and stuns the target for 3 seconds as well as dealing 50,000 physical damage. Effective distance, 3 to 10 meters. Flames of Death, spits the black flames of death which reduces the enemy target's HP by 10%, but not more than 100,000 each attack. Effective range, 30 meters. Cooldown, 30 seconds. If the enemy target is out of range, Flames of Death has no cooldown. Note, although not the strongest beasts of Marlin's Land of Salt, these wild bulls of death come in great numbers together, enough to frighten off any other monster that approaches them. Be advised, do not ever taunt or challenge a group of these bulls, unless you are looking for death. Moo! One of the bulls signaled to attack, and some 10 or so other bulls aimed their horns at Zhang Yang and charged. So many of them. Zhang Yang could not fly off at this point, because he would have to deal with their flames of death if he did. With this many of them attacking him at once, the damage he will have to take will be in the millions. And even with his shield wall up, that's still not enough. Having decided to take up this quest to retrieve water for the village, Zhang Yang realized that he would have to deal with these bulls either way, and thus there was no point in running. He has to fight them. Having decided on that, he activated his phoenix's skills. The phoenix screamed, and its whole body grew in size. Its purple and red feathers glistened with a captivating glow, making it appear strong and majestic. At level 177, his pet phoenix had a base health of 1,278,060 points. But with the boosts from his vitality aura and phoenix's transformation, it now has a max health of over 36 million. This number is already on par with Han Ing Shui after he transforms. And that's also because Han Ing Shui has an S-class inheritance. This demonstrates just how important having good items is. Bam! 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 The bulls used their wild charge and attacked Zhang Yang, taking a huge chunk off his health bar and stunning him for 3 seconds. But despite being stunned, Zhang Yang did not debuff himself with Warrior's Will just yet. He wanted to wait for the whole mob to step into his melee range first, instead of getting repetitively stunned again and again. Flames of Death. The bulls then unleashed their fiery attack onto Zhang Yang, each one attack taking off 100,000 points from his heath. Health reduction attacks like these are similar to Forbidden Scrolls. They are not subject to armor or damage reductions, and even ignores invincibility, but as soon as the last of the bulls finished its charge and entered melee range, Zhang Yang finally activated the Warrior's Will and dispelled the stun, and with a quick sweep from his scythe, the weapon collected blood off the first bull it struck, and he quickly activated Horizontal Sweep to cleave at the mob. Due to the expanded size of the Phoenix transformation, the wild bulls of death could easily attack Zhang Yang, but were also easily in the range of his attack. -389,923. -402,344. -873,322. Rows and rows of numbers kept popping up, informing him of the damage being dealt. Each attack alone dealt up to 380,000 points of damage, but when there is a critical strike, the damage output jumps up to 900,000. And even though Horizontal Sweeps does not have any armor-piercing properties, in a group of mobs like this, the damage potential is still very huge. Swiping once every 10 seconds, as long as uninterrupted, was currently his best AoE damage ability. Especially due to its low cooldown. With this kind of damage, even the bulls and their 9 million plus health points could not last for long. Angry Emoos echoed through the air, and they charged again at the phoenix. Zhang Yang dared not dismount from his pet. He was relying on the health buffs it gave to survive. And so, he limited his attacks to only Blast Wave and Horizontal Sweep. Thunderstrike required that he dismount to use, and that was too risky for him. As it is, his single target attack damage may be very high, but it is still not as much as the cumulative damage from one Horizontal Strike. After all, the Horizontal Strike was originally a strong single target attack skill itself. 9 seconds later, Zhang Yang used Charge Up Strike. Horizontal Sweep. -1150,928. -1352,928. -1286,720. This time, the Horizontal Sweep was much more devastating. After being boosted by Charge Up Strike, not only were his attacks all critical, the damage had also been increased by 50%. If any other player were to see Zhang Yang's attack damage right now, they would definitely wrap their hands around their faces and scream in disbelief. More than 1 million damage per hit from an AoE skill. Not even a player with a 99% completed inheritance transformation could pull that off. But in all actuality, not all AoE skills are boosted by the player's inheritance transformations. In Zhang Yang's God of War transformation, for example, God of War's Crushing Strike could be considered as a pure and as his best AoE skill, but the damage potential that it has is only as much as 10 times of his strength, and without the buffs from Strength Aura, it could only deal as much as 19,000 damage per target, half of what Horizontal Sweep can do, but considering the fact that God of War's Crushing Blow has an AoE of up to 50 meters, and cannot be cancelled or evaded, it could potentially deal more damage in total than Horizontal Sweep if there were a lot more mobs in the area. Due to the significant increase in size of the Phoenix, the bulls that were surrounding him became more well-spaced apart. The flames coming from the Phoenix's attacks are in a cone. It is also dealing additional damage, but only in the direction that it is facing. Thus, only a sixth of the bulls are affected by the Phoenix's flame attacks. But after activating the Phoenix transformation, its damage had also increased by many folds. Each simple attack it does is already at 300,000 damage, already at the same level of horizontal sweeps. Coupled with Felice's flame, the health bars of the entire horde of wild bulls of death keep dropping so fast, and very soon, they started dying to the damage. That was somewhat to be expected. Zhang Yang had already activated the Phoenix transformation. If Zhang Yang could still not demolish this mob, that would have been weird. Pow! Finally, the last remaining bull fell. The battle is finally over. It was a shame that Zhang Yang was not a skin flayer, or the leather of these bulls would have brought him a small fortune. What an utter waste! Zhang Yang shook his head. He then retrieved the flasks from his inventory and started to fill them with water from the lake. With each flask filled, the progress bar of his quest slowly rose. And as soon as he finished filling all the 100 flasks, he had completed the quest. The Phoenix transformation could still last for a while more, and Zhang Yang did not want that to go to waste. He started roaming the area and cleared the remaining mobs before returning to the village and reporting to village chief Hushma. Seeing Zhang Yang bringing out flasks and more flasks filled with fresh water made the whole village exclaim in excitement. They all now idolized Zhang Yang as their hero. Their hunting expedition had also just returned, and thus, a bonfire was lit up in the village with a trunk boar being roasted on it. The fragrant aroma of roasted meat flowed through the whole forest. Zhang Yang took out the Kingcross sword piece that he had just received from completing the quest. It is only a small blade fragment of the actual sword, and until he finds and combines them all, this item had no use whatsoever to him. Since it was not a weapon or a quest item, it was absolute junk to him right now. Well, whatever. Just put it aside for now. Zhang Yang sat next to Hushma and was enjoying a nice piece of roasted meat. Living out here is not easy. Why haven't you all thought about moving away? That's easier said than done. Hushma shook his head as he replied. For one, the village has been here for many generations, not many of them are willing to move. Secondly, the salt plain is filled with various dangers. 20 years ago, we tried moving the village once. But just 1/3 into our migration, and we have already lost 1/4 of the villagers, and all of those who died were men. If we had continued moving that time, we would have all succumbed to the wilderness. And so, we came back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 769, Exterminating the Zorlak Orcs. Chapter 769, Exterminating the Zorlak Orcs. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang did not stay long in the village, there were already no more quests left for him here. But he did ask Hushma more about the Kingcross sword before he left. He wanted to know about the sword's history, as well as the whereabouts of the other pieces. However, Hushma was not able to answer his questions about the sword as it has been handed down in the village for generations, its lore already lost to time. But he did, however, imparted a very interesting piece of information to him. This land was not always this filled with salt crystals. It was once a blushful and green land, filled with life. But for reasons no longer known to men, the land became dried up with salt. Most of the people who once lived here have sought to move away from the salt and towards places with fresh water, deep inside the forests. However, that decision has made them a prisoner of sorts, for when wild beasts started to adapt to the new environment as well, the humans' area of activity became severely limited, restraining their growth as a race. The ruins which Zhang Yang saw on the salted plains on his way here were proof of Hushma's tale. It is such a shame that they were unable to restore themselves to the glory they once had. Hushma also revealed that the village's history can be traced all the way back in history as being descendants of royalty. When their ancestors left the palace generations ago, they each had a piece of the Kingcross sword with them. But they all scattered all across the land after the Great Migration, and with that, the sword fragments as well. Following the clues given by the village chief, Zhang Yang headed in the northwest direction. And after several hours of traveling, he finally arrived at the ruins of a stone palace. The corrosion caused by the salt here was terrible, and there were not much of the ruins left as well. Most of the stone walls have been terribly corroded by the wind, leaving scars on them, telling of their ever-losing battle with time. However, there were still people here. Unlike Hushma's tribe who ventured deep into the forest generations ago, these people stayed on simply because there was a small freshwater lake in the middle of the ruins, untainted by the salt. Before Zhang Yang could even dismount, he saw a long line of darkness on the horizon. The line gradually grew bigger and closer, and he could finally see that they were a large number of orcs riders on frost wolves. The orcs bared their sharp fangs and waved their battle axes, while they howled battle cries and charged at the ruined city. Enemy incoming. Scouts rang through the ancient city as hundreds of defenders with various kinds of weapons and armor appeared on the what's left of the city walls. But this was to be a losing battle for them, as the only ranged attack they could muster was from a few bowmen. They lacked the firepower of magic cannons, and in terms of numbers, the orcs outnumber them 3-1, but Zhang Yang easily picked his side. The humans in the old palace had a green friendly status on their names, while the orcs were red, signifying that they were the obvious enemy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as the orcs came into range, the defenders on the walls started firing arrows from their high ground. But against the naturally thick and hardened skin of the orcs, there was a very narrow limit to just how much damage they could do, and the orc invaders easily withstood their attacks. Zhang Yang swept in between the two colliding forces on the battlefield, the brilliance of his phoenix mount catching the attention of both the invaders and the defenders alike. Seeing that he was also human, the defenders on the walls all looked expectantly at him. This man came riding on a phoenix, he must be strong. From the orcs, however, came a chain of battle cries, as they momentarily stopped in their tracks before switching to attack Zhang Yang instead. These orcs were merely normal monsters and number less than 1,000, thus they were of no threat to Zhang Yang. With the scythe in his hand, coupled with his phoenix's flamethrower as well as Felice's flame, he made short work of the whole mob and gained a decent number of EXP in the process. When the orcs had been thinned down to half their initial numbers, the defenders in the ruins charged out as well, but before they could even make it to the front lines, the battle has already ended. That was just how strong Zhang Yang, Felice, and the phoenix were. The human soldiers cheered and ushered their new hero into the city with the warmest and most sincere welcome they could give. That night, the hosts lit a bonfire in the palace square and roasted good meat, and they also brought out their finest wine. Many young men and women danced to music around the fire, celebrating the glorious battle they witnessed during the day, and their new lease on life. Zhang Yang sat right next to the castle lord, Lord Marvinus, during the banquet, signifying his standing with the city. Warrior, we are in your debt. Those wretched orcs have been constantly trying to seize control of this palace for the freshwater it holds inside. If it wasn't for your help today, I fear that we may have already perished to their brutality. Wahahaha, we will definitely repay you for your act of kindness, Marvinus said as he laughed heartily. Zhang Yang merely smiled and retrieved the king-cross sword piece he carried in his backpack. My lord, it is very simple. If you wish to return my favor, just give me an item of similar value to this. Marvinus' eyes lit up when he saw the sword piece. The king-cross sword. That's right. Marvinus looked very serious as he went into deep thought. A short while later, he replied, the king-cross sword is an heirloom that has been handed down to us from our ancestors for many generations. However, it does nothing more than simply gather dust in the treasury, since we can neither eat it nor use it. Very well then. Warrior, if you can exterminate the horde of Zorlak orcs that have been plaguing us for good, I will reward you with the king-cross sword. Ding! Marvinus has issued you a quest, exterminate the Zorlak orcs. Will you accept it? Zhang Yang immediately accepted the quest. And despite Lord Marvinus asking him to stay on for the celebration, he still summoned his pet phoenix and took off. As he was flying, he opened the quest menu to check the quest info and was slightly surprised that the quest was at rank B difficulty. If a rank C difficulty quest would already give him a whole mob of elites to deal with, doesn't that mean that a B rank would have a boss? The phoenix flew across the sky, casting a beautiful red glow upon the night. After about half an hour of flying, he arrived at a secluded valley where the Zorlak orc tribe dwelled. The entrance into the valley had only simple fortifications that consisted of a couple of rows of spiked wooden boards as barricades which protects the pathway leading inwards, and was guarded by 8 orc grunts guarding at the front. Zhang Yang made the phoenix swoop down and head directly into the valley. Even though he was still flying high above the guards, the game works out such that as long as a player enters a monster's aggro range, he will still draw aggro from the monsters even though he may have approached them from behind. So, when Zhang Yang was at 20 meters above, the 8 orcs all looked up and drew their weapons in rage. The measly 8 orcs were no trouble at all to Zhang Yang as he simply just whipped out the scythe and cut through them like a hot knife through butter, converting them into EXP for himself. He then made sure to pick up the ashen cloth pieces that were dropped. These were materials dropped by monsters with levels above 180 and can be collected and made into high-grade cloth for equipment making, as well as ashen bandages, a first-aid healing item that heals 200,000 HP in 10 seconds. Ever since Felice has acquired the Tree of Life transformation, Zhang Yang had no need for health potions or bandages, but it is never a bad thing to be prepared. After all, 200 of these bandages only take up 1 item slot in his inventory space. Continuing onward, Zhang Yang noticed that this was more of an orc barracks than the Orcish outposts he came across previously, and that the buildings were all made from salt. But considering the geography of the area, it was not exactly a surprise. There were almost no trees to build with. The quest objective was simply for him to slay the Zorlak orcs leader, Tartarsia. But since he's already here, might as well grind some more EXP points. Zhang Yang immediately went to work. And as he slowly cleared the mobs and made his way towards the deeper parts of the valley, he reached an enormous salt crystal building at the end of the barracks. 8 orc monsters spawned from the building, but this time, they were not the ordinary ones he faced before. They were all elites. It seems that Zhang Yang was getting closer to fighting the boss. Tartarsia's guards, elite, humanoid. Level, 186. HP, 9,250,000. Defense, 11570. Melee damage, 81,566 to 121,566. Skills, dot. Bloodthirst, increased damage dealt by 20%, also increases damage received by 10%. Lasts 1 minute. Tornado Cleave, deal 150% physical damage to all enemy targets in melee range. The elite monsters on this map are really something. On other maps with mob levels between 150 to 180, the elite monsters there are unable to deal any damage to Zhang Yang at all. But here, they can easily deal almost 10,000 damage with their auto attacks. This damage is much more dangerous to Zhang Yang, even with his strength as it is now. Thankfully, Zhang Yang was not here alone. With support healing from Felice, his Thunderstrike, to reduce their speed, along with the Phoenix's fire-based attacks, he easily defeated the 8 elite orc guards. Having a smooth clear so far, Zhang Yang took the stairs made of salt crystals and headed up to the second floor, to face the target for his quest Tartarsia. This is one bad SS-looking boss. Tartarsia stood tall at 2 meters in height, was not clad in anything else except for the pelt wrapped around his hip, with muscular arms that are thicker than Zhang Yang's thighs. His eye blood red, with 2 fangs protruding out of his lower lips, and a necklace made of children's skulls hanging around his neck. The details and aesthetics of this boss were simply amazing. Tartarsia, leader of the Zalok orcs, holy, humanoid. Level, 185. HP, 925 million. Defense, 18470. Melee damage, 139,465 to 209,465. Skills. Club Bash, forcefully bashes the target's head with a club, dealing 100% physical melee attack damage, has 10% chance to stun target for 3 seconds. Viper Pit, sets a trap on the ground. When an enemy step on it, the poisonous snakes concealed within the trap will appear and deal 100,000 natural damage to the victim. Note, before Tartarsia became the leader of the Zarlok clan, he was an outstanding hunter, notorious for his ferocity and hunger for battle. What a weak boss! Zhang Yang sighed. But since there were no ascended bosses yet on the map, he will have to make do with just a holy boss. The boss HP was rather high, and will need quite a bit of time killing off. After applying the defense and parry debuff on him, Zhang Yang's normal attacks could already hit him for 30,000 to 40,000. And even the boss skills, Club Bash, and Viper Pit, could not even deal more than 100,000 damage to him at once. Meaning to say, even Felice could easily beat this guy. So what are we waiting for? Let's get this over with. Zhang Yang issued a command to Felice, and the girl transformed into the Tree of Life, becoming a huge tree with 2 legs. With her current equipment and stats, in her normal mode, her healing skill damage can definitely wipe out 99.999999% of other players. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 770, The Spectre Cavern. Chapter 770, The Spectre Cavern. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Who goes there? How dare you trespass into the territory of the great Zalok clan? Upon seeing Zhang Yang trespassing into their territory, Tartarsia let out a deafening roar. Then, he conveniently picked up a long and thick quarterstaff and swung it straight towards Zhang Yang with a full swing. The body mass of the orc was so sturdy and strong. Every step he took struck the ground so hard that the buildings and the surroundings were trembling. There were also cracks appearing all over the crystal salt surface. The cracks were spreading out like a spider web. Boom! 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 A savage battle had just begun. The boss was unbelievably strong and intimidating. The boss whirled his weapon across a massive range. There was no telling what sort of material was used to make the quarterstaff. It was as tough as a holy tear scythe. Sparks flew out of the weapon repeatedly while the boss was swinging it around like nobody's business. Die! All of you! Just die! The boss was getting more ferocious than ever. Every single hit he did was critical. The entire building was trembling so violently to the point that the ground was cracking like nobody's business. Those spider webs were covering the entire ground and expanding up to the wall, and then to the ceiling of the building. Holy moly! You pitiful weak humans. Your strength will never match the mighty orcs. Tartarsia let out a rumbling roar and swung another hit towards Zhang Yang. Bam! The hit landed solidly on the surface of Zhang Yang's shield. It was a full-blown hit. The impact was so powerful that the ground beneath Zhang Yang's feet crumbled. Well, the entire floor was about to collapse down to the floor below. Zhang Yang was the first to fall to the floor below. However, the boss was not able to avoid himself from sharing the same fate. The entire floor of that level was so badly damaged that countless cracks and holes were all across the floor. If you looked down, you could even see everything on the level below them with perfect clarity. With Zhang Yang falling down to the floor beneath him, the entire floor collapsed as well. However, that was not the end. The collapse of the upper floor had caused a chain reaction to the entire building. The entire building began to collapse. The salt dusts were flying all over the place. The entire scene was spectacular. Crash! Crash! Zhang Yang and the boss crawled out of the salty rubbles almost at the same time. Felice and the phoenix pet followed closely right after that. Now that the entire building had collapsed, the surroundings had become an outdoor environment. Zhang Yang could now mount himself onto his phoenix pet. Mounting onto his pet mount, Zhang Yang's maximum HP had been insanely boosted up. However, that was not important. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang did not have to be occupied with giving commands to the phoenix pet so that the gigantic blazing bird would not go right into the traps. He would only need to focus on himself now. Meanwhile, Felice had a super intelligent AI controlling her actions. Her reactions were basically much faster than Zhang Yang's. There was no need to worry about her at all. Stinky orc. Just wash your neck nicely, and wait for me to chop it off. Zhang Yang laughed out loud. Tartarsia was glaring at Zhang Yang like a raging idiot. Well, they had launched wars on the human castles to claim their castles to themselves because they were lacking water sources. So, he was infuriated the moment he heard that human telling him to wash his neck. That would be a waste that he would not accept. Even the human who had water sources were not daring enough to waste water like that. It would be a blissful moment if they could have one bottle of pure water. So, what kind of nonsense was washing one's body with precious water? That would be foolish. Speaking to a fool like you could really bring my intelligence down to a filthy level. The boss humped in disdain repeatedly. Just die already. What the hell? Did the NPC just look down upon Zhang Yang? Zhang Yang had no idea whether to laugh or to cry at the same time. However, he was not there to show off to the boss. Whirling his scythe around, Zhang Yang repeatedly sliced at the boss, reducing his HP bar. Furthermore, the phoenix pet was not staying idle either. It was also dealing a terrifying amount of damage to the boss. 90%. 80%. 70%. After all, the boss was still a holy tier boss. Even though Zhang Yang was relying on his defensive methods and Felice's healing capability to stay undefeated in the battle, he still took approximately 40 minutes to bring the HP bar of the boss down to 20% left. It was killing Cleave stage now. Unfortunately, holy tier bosses had become second-grade bosses since the appearance of the ascended tier bosses. Tartarsia did not only lose his HP recovery skill but had also lost the berserk effect. Other than crapping more frequently, his pattern of attacks and skills did not become more frequent. His death was imminent. If this was a level 150 to 180 map, even if Zhang Yang was battling against a level 170 holy tier boss, he would not have the capability to solo the boss. That was because those bosses would have Spectre's Constitution, or Elemental Constitution, which could recover more HP of the boss than the amount of damage Zhang Yang and Phoenix Pet could deal. Even if Felice could heal the both of them up, it would be an endless battle if both sides would not die. However, now that Zhang Yang was here, the level of the holy tier boss would not matter much here. Zhang Yang could still take the boss all by himself. It seemed that the tier of the boss was the only factor that could define the strength of a boss on this map. Charge up strike. Killing cleave. -1 948 170. Because the additional basic attack was much higher, pairing his charge up strike with his killing cleave had allowed him to deal much more damage than he could by pairing up charge up attack with his God of War devastation. The boss was in so much pain that he kept roaring in rage. However, that would not change his doomed fate. Another 7 minutes had passed. The strange-looking orc had finally collapsed onto the ground and stayed dead. The impact of the orc's fall trembled across the ground and the necklace made of baby skulls shattered into pieces. As Tartarsia was no longer the top-tier boss on the map, although there was still holy-tier equipment among the loots he dropped, the additional attributes on the equipment were not as good as those on the equipment that had been dropped by the other holy-tier bosses from other maps. Berserker's Charge Necklace, Holy Necklace. Vitality, plus 4,201. Strength, plus 1,030. Agility, plus 1,030. Equip, increases maximum HP by 8,400 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 10%. Equip, when your attack is being blocked or avoided, your next attack will definitely be a critical hit. Upon activating the effect will not be triggered again until 20 seconds later. Required level, 180. This necklace did not have both offense and defense attributes. It was more on offense. Other than that, it also did not have the special that reduced the required level by 20 levels. Well, it can't be helped though. The value of this necklace would surely be very low. However, the necklace was still not bad, though. Looking at its offensive attribute, the necklace could still provide a decent boost for the user to battle against tankers. Well, it would be common for one's attack to be blocked or avoided. So the special attribute of this necklace would allow the user of it to deal critical damage to their targets from time to time. Unfortunately, the effect would have a 20-second cooldown every time it was triggered. Meanwhile, the fully improved block would only have a 6-second cooldown. Zhang gave some thoughts about it and believed that his defense was already high enough as it currently is. So he had no need to wear a full set of defensive-type equipment. Furthermore, the necklace did not add any attribute points on the defense attribute. The only defensive attribute of the necklace was its ability to absorb damage. Well, Amasa's nose hoop, only provided him with 485 damage absorption. So it would not actually affect him much if he switches this necklace in. The only obvious improvement would be his attack power. If he does not find any better necklace than this when he reaches level 180, then he would just take this necklace and use it. Zhang put the necklace into his inventory for the moment. As for the other loot that the boss dropped, there was one holy tier leather armor. He did not even give it a glance. He just shoved the equipment into his inventory. Well, if the boss was not a top tier boss, then there would not be any chance to get skill point crystal or skill book out of the loots. Upon riding on Phoenix Pet, Zhang went back to the castle to turn the quest in. When the soldiers of the castle hung the head of Tartarsia on the gate of the castle, everyone in the castle was cheering loud with joy. They would not have to worry about any orc problems in the future. Zhang acquired the second piece of King Cross's sword, as expected. Upon getting information about the whereabouts of the third piece of the King Cross's sword, he continued to move forward. Although there were a total of 7 pieces King Cross's sword, every piece of the item would leave a hint and a trace for the players to follow so that they would be able to find the next one. Furthermore, the quests for obtaining each piece were not that difficult to complete. They were just a little troublesome and pointless. They would send players running across the land like idiots. Upon acquiring the 5th piece of the King Cross's sword, Zhang was notified that the Lone Desert Smoke had enough level 170 players in the guild. They could now unlock the new dungeon, Spectre's Cavern. The Spectre's Cavern had a very important value in it. The value lies not in the first clear of the dungeon, but the equipment that the dungeon would drop for the players. The tier of the equipment would be allow their wielders to jump ahead of everyone else in the game. According to the official's information, the highest tier of the equipment dropped from the dungeon would be Holy Tier. Even if the dungeon is a level 300 dungeon, that would not change as well. The system of the game would never cause the values of the equipment to drop. The highest tier for the equipment in the game would be the Celestial Tier. However, it was nearly impossible for everyone to acquire a Celestial Tier equipment. After all, the number of Celestial Tier equipment was already stated clearly to everyone. There were only 9 Demon Lords and 7 Spectre Kings in the game as of now. Because the duration of the boss's spawning was limited, even if someone manages to take the bosses down, the number of the Celestial Tier equipment would be limited to the number of the bosses as well. Therefore, top-tier players would only aim to obtain Ascended Tier equipment as of now. The best equipment that a high-level dungeon could offer was just Holy Tier equipment. Spectre's Cavern was the first dungeon in the game to drop Holy Tier equipment. Well, the hardcore mode of the dungeon would drop Holy Tier equipment while the hard mode of the dungeon would drop Ethereal Tier equipment. Last but not least, the normal mode of the dungeon would only drop Mythical Tier equipment. That would be expected in the dungeons that have yet to be unlocked. Therefore, the hardcore mode of the Spectre's Cavern had some very special value to it. After all, Zhang still had over 6 pieces of Ethereal Tier equipment on him. He would need to upgrade sooner or later. Well, for a level 170 player, the player would need to reach at least level 180 in order to be eligible to equip a level 200 Ascended Tier equipment. Currently, the best ones would only be able to collect a full set of Holy Tier equipment when they reach beyond level 170. The temptation was extreme for the player. After all, who would pass on the opportunity to get equipment with the highest tier at the current stage of the game? Currently, the Lone Desert Smoke had cleared the normal and hard mode of the dungeons. There was a total of 52 members who had reached level 170 and beyond. They could now move on to challenging the hardcore mode of the dungeon. However, the bosses in the hardcore mode of the dungeon were all holy tier bosses. The bosses were basically so powerful that they had absolute advantages over the players. Furthermore, it would not be possible for players to use numbers in order to bring down the bosses in a dungeon. Well, dungeons limited the number of players that could enter at the same time. That had brought the difficulty up to another level. 10 days had passed, there was no news about anyone clearing the first boss. It seemed that the difficulty of the dungeon was far more difficult than anyone had anticipated. The first boss of the dungeon had a super high attack power and the boss had a complex pattern of attacks as well. Meanwhile, most players only had ethereal tier equipment on them. It would be extremely difficult for them to even stand their ground against the boss. Well, some of them had attempted to battle the boss with their transformations. However, the number of players with Class A and Class S inheritance was extremely limited in the game after all. So, the players were not able to survive the boss's attack the moment the boss went into Berserk mode. Well, it would not be easy at all for the players to claim the holy tier equipment. Zhang had not collected all 7 pieces of the fragment at that moment. Before he could do that, he had been summoned by the expedition force of his guild. Well, they insisted that they wanted to take down the first boss of the hardcore mode, no matter what. Even though Zhang intended to train his guild to be more independent, he knew he had to step in this time around because losing might just reduce their morale. So Zhang had to delay his quest in order to satisfy the desire to win of his guild members. He decided to gather the best there is in his guild and take out the first boss of the dungeon. As for the remaining 8 bosses, he would not be taking part in slaying them. Well, he was not interested in one skill point after all. Another main reason was because the first boss of the hardcore mode seemed to have stopped the progress of every other guild in the entire server. Well, truth to be told, Zhang believed that the boss can be taken down with a few methods. He could have just thrown out some forbidden scrolls, or activate his single unit status restriction skill on the boss. The boss would be easily taken down by then. After all, this was just the first boss of the dungeon. If the players could not take out the first one, how would they be able to take out the remaining 8 bosses in the dungeon, then? Would it mean that they would need to burn 8 more forbidden scrolls in order to do that? Speaking of which, using 9 forbidden scrolls to get each of the 50 players with 1 skill point would not sound wise and worth. Well, everyone's eyes were fixed on how to get the equipment. They would not care about the first clear of the dungeon for the moment. That's right. Everyone's progress was not swift at all. Many of them were gathering equipment from the hard mode of the dungeon to upgrade themselves. After all, they would need to prepare themselves well enough before they could go up against more powerful bosses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 771, Skeletal Guardian, and Tarked. Chapter 771, Skeletal Guardian, and Tarked. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After distributing the potions to all of his party members, the party of 50 players gathered by the entrance of the dungeon. The dungeon was merrier than expected. Players who had reached beyond level 170 were present then to try out. Even when they did not have enough level 170 players in their guild, they still came to the dungeon to form a new random party. Well, they planned to grind and farm in the dungeon's hard mode for equipment first. After all, the hard mode of the dungeon would still give players ethereal tier equipment. Currently, only a very small portion of top-tier players were able to have holy tier equipment on them. Ethereal tier equipment was still rare, not to mention very precious and powerful to most of the players at the current stage of the game. However, the dungeon had also implemented the same system as the Death Swarm dungeon. The equipment of this dungeon were all bound upon pickup. However, that would also mean that the players would not drop the equipment upon their death by the hands of other players. That had improved the desire of the players to clear the dungeon for the equipment. Well, they would not lose the equipment they pick up from the Spectre's Cavern. Although the hard mode was quite hard as well, the players would be able to do well if they could just get themselves familiarized with the monsters and bosses in the dungeon. As long as they could do that, they could even clear the hard mode, even though they only had a full set of mythical tier equipment. Well, there was no minimum requirement to how much DPS the players need to deal with the bosses after all. Therefore, the entrance of the dungeon was filled with players from across the server. Many parties were recruiting tankers and healers at the moment. Well, tankers and healers were rare when their number was compared to the number of DPS players. Among the 13 classes in the game, tankers and healers had their own 2 categories. Their total numbers combined only took up 30% of the entire populations in the server. Meanwhile, because the two classes did not have high DPS, normally players would not feel the fun if they could not deal much damage on their targets. Therefore, the number of tankers and healers might be lower than anticipated. A party of 50 players would normally need 5 tankers and 10 healers. That ratio was coincidentally 30% of the entire party as well. However, because the number of tankers and healers in the entire server was very limited, the parties would always be short on tankers and healers. Therefore, most of the parties were shouting out to recruit healers and tankers by the entrance of the dungeon. Meanwhile, the DPS players were posting out their HP amount and their DPS in order to attract others to join them. Wei Yenair laughed out loud and said, "Noob tank, if you go out and shout now, many will surely come and join you." "Alright then. So you'll have to tank the boss for the party. I'll switch to another party now. It'll be much easier for me to clear the hard mode." Zhang gave a flick of his finger on the forehead of the little brat. The little brat was so angry that her eyes were moving around like a marble moving around in high speed. She was also muttering endlessly on her own. Zhang had also met some friends there. The Crimson Rage and the Imperial Sky were there as well. Well, battling an open-world boss was no longer as worthwhile as clearing a dungeon these days. So, the other top-tier guilds came here to give it a try as well. Because of the level gap suppression function of the game, everyone could only battle one holy tier boss on the open-world map. On the other hand, in this dungeon, they could battle 9 holy tier bosses straight away without the need to search around. Of course, it would be more worthwhile to challenge a dungeon. Naturally, the equipment that the bosses in the dungeon dropped would not have both offensive and defensive attributes. Those equipment would not have the special effect of reducing 20 levels for the level requirement. They would be similar to the Berserker's Charge Necklace that Zhang had acquired earlier on. The aforementioned equipment had an only one-sided attribute, that is, either offensive or defensive. In a nutshell, the best equipment would be the equipment that was obtained from killing open-world bosses. Because the entrance to the dungeon was just by the Plague Land, players from all 8 regions had to travel all the way there in order to enter the dungeon. While they were recruiting party members, it would be hard for them to avoid conflicts. There were some small-scale battles happening across the area. And sometimes, there would be chaotic battles as well. Well, the situation was quite chaotic, to begin with. Zhang and his gang had a conflict with the players from Africa region and America region while they were gathering up. However, things did not go the way they thought it would. The moment when the enemy's AoE attacks spread, players from the other 7 regions were pulled into the battle as well. Instantly, the entire area became a war zone. Everything became so chaotic that Zhang and his gang took the opportunity to enter the dungeon. They went in time to avoid from being trapped in the middle of a war they did not intend to start at all. Or else some of Zhang weaker members of his party would have been killed in the process. Well, there was no benefit to gain from battling against other players here. It would just be pointless. As for conquering main cities or territories, there would still be some values in those battles. Everything that was happening in front of the dungeon's entrance was just pure chaos. It was actually unnecessary. Upon entering the dungeon, whoever had aura skills would just activate their own aura skills. Meanwhile, the others quickly take some snacks. After all, consuming on a chicken burger could boost 400 attribute points. The environment of the dungeon was spooky as F***ck. They were currently standing in the middle of an entrance to an underground mausoleum. The long and endless path that lay before them looked extremely eerie. For every 4 to 5 meters, there would be one torch hanging on both sides of the wall. Well, there was also a row of skeleton patrols right in front of them. They were marching slowly towards Zhang and the others. There were a total of 6 skeleton patrols. Skeletal Patroller, Elite, Spectre. Level, 170. HP, 100 million. Defense, 11,030. Melee attack, 76,321 to 116,321. Skills. Flare Star causes a total of 500,000 fire damage to all enemy targets within the range of 10-meter radius. Force Strike causes 100% melee attack of physical damage to the target, providing 10% rate to trigger an additional attack. Resonance, increased damage by 100% once for every extra skeleton patroller in the surroundings. First group, follow Zhan Yu. Second group, follow Endless Starlight. Third group, follow Ten Dusk. Fourth group. Mountain Mover assigned the party into groups as he would always do. He assigned the party members into different groups with different roles according to the skills of the monsters. Everyone, stay close to the tankers in your own groups. Make sure you all share the damage of the Flare Star. Other than that, Zhang will take the first and the second monsters from the left. Endless Starlight will lure the third. After a brief moment, the party of 50 players was split up into 5 different groups. 5 tankers went up to engage the monsters. They were using their skills such as Spear of Obliteration and Shield Toss to get the aggro of the monsters they were assigned to deal with. They quickly split the monsters up to avoid the monsters from stacking up their attack power with their resonance. If these monsters had the opportunity to stack up their attack power to the point that Zhang and the gang could no longer handle, then they would be wiped out by these 6 monsters in one instant. These elite tier monsters are basically bosses. What the F***CK? Fatty Han was complaining in his funny high-pitched voice again. That's right. They're even as tough as the bosses. But they only drop what a monster would drop after they die. The system is bullying us. Pooey. Endless Starlight became to pair up with Fatty Han and spatting bad words as usual. Well, think about it. This dungeon has 9 holy tier bosses. You should just know when to be satisfied. Lost Dream said, as long as you reach the level required to enter the dungeon, you can enter and clear the dungeon. If the monsters and bosses are too easy to kill, then holy tier equipment will fill the streets. By then, they will become so common that they won't cost much as well. Then it will become pointless to even have the holy tier equipment. Enough talk. Clear out the monsters first. Mountain Mover spoke in a serious tone. He was currently the commander of the party. So before the party was dissembled, he would be the boss of everyone. The 5 tankers had taken over the aggro of the monsters they were assigned to tank. Everyone immediately turned their attention towards the monsters that Zhang tanked against. Well, Zhang could keep the monsters aggro very firmly. Also, he was tanking 2 elite tier monsters at the same time. So, he would feel more pressure than the other tankers. Therefore, taking out the monsters that Zhang was handling would be their first choice. Zhang threw his surrogacy onto Starry Fire because that man currently had the weakest equipment on him. Because of that, Starry Fire suddenly performed exceptionally well. His defense power had exceeded even the defense of Endless Starlight because he currently shared the same amount of defense Zhang has. Everyone could not help but feel that the skill was a little overpowered. Of course, those who made it here would be worthy enough to be handpicked by Zhang and his powerful friends. So, their equipment would not be too weak as well. Zhang was sighing out loud while he was chopping the monsters up. He was currently level 178. It would not take long before he could finally equip the Iagos, the Destroyer's Blade. If he could just equip that ascended tier weapon now, his attack power would increase by a notch or 2. Using the correct approach, no one had to die. Under the powerful bombardment of the party, they managed to take out the first skeleton patrol, followed by the second, then the third. In just about 4 to 5 minutes, they managed to take out all 6 monsters. The monsters found in this tunnel could be categorized into 2 different types. One would be fixed on the walls on 2 sides. Well, they basically cannot move at all. There would be one on each side. So they were easy to be dealt with. The other type would be the ones they encountered earlier on. They would be the type that patrol around and move around frequently. There would always be 6 of them seen together. Usually, they would move and act together. They would be harder for Zhang and the party to deal with. The monsters were not hard to kill, though, as long as the tankers do their job well and avoid letting the monsters run into each other. Without resonance, buffing the monsters up, there would be nothing to worry about. After killing and proceeding forward for nearly an hour, the party had finally arrived before the first boss of the dungeon. It was a gigantic white bone skeleton. It seemed to be at least 30 meters tall. The skeleton was wearing some dark shiny armor, looking strange and bizarre. It was holding a gigantic axe with its 2 skeletal hands. Just like the usual specters, there were greenish flames igniting deep within the socket eyes of the skeleton skull. Well, even though the boss looked strange and bizarre, it was still intimidating to even look at. Skeletal Guardian, Antart, Holy, Spectre. Level, 175. HP, 1,750,000,000. Defense, 17,660. Melee attack, 140,153 to 200,153. Skills. Summon Skeleton, summons a skeleton patroller to join the battle. Cooldown, 1 minute. Destructive Smash, causes 150% melee attack of physical damage, causing the target to suffer a reduction of 10% healing efficiency as well. Last for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Crippling Pain, radiates out 8 rays into the surroundings. Upon hitting the targets, causes 200,000 fire damage to the targets, causing the targets to suffer a reduction of 10% movement speed. Last for 8 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Frostbite, hail upon an area with ice rocks, causing 100,000 frost damage to all targets in every second. Last for 10 seconds. Can only be used after using crippling pain. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Dominator Aura, deal 1 attack on all targets within the range of 50-meter radius in each passing second, causing an amount of damage equal to 2% HP of the targets. Spectre's Fury, when the battle exceeds 10 minutes, and Tarkt will use Spectre's Fury once in every second. Causes 1 million chaos damage to all enemy targets in the dungeon. Obviously, this was battle depending on the DPS of the players. Because in 10 minutes, the boss would activate its Spectre's Fury and kill all players who did not activate their inheritance transformations. Well, tankers might still survive the attack, though. However, the cooldown of the boss's Spectre Fury was merely 1 second. How do you expect any players to survive that? Even players that activated their inheritance transformation would not survive that sort of attacks. That amount of DPS was the DPS of a celestial tier boss. In other words, the players must take out the boss before 10 minutes is up. Even if they are not able to take out the boss, they must not leave too much HP left on the boss's HP bar. Well, players with powerful inheritance transformation could still hold on for a little while more to take out the boss after the boss's Spectre Fury is activated. However, after they took a closer look at the boss's other skills, everyone knew that they would have to move around the battle stage quite often. Well, the combination of the crippling pain and the frostbite would definitely send them running around in the surroundings in order to stay alive. At the same time, the skeleton patrollers would be tanked by the tankers. Meanwhile, some of the players would need to be responsible for receiving Flare Star in their faces. So, should they focus on killing any monster that is spawned, or should they focus on the boss and take it out first? If they decided to focus on taking out the monster spawned before the second one was spawned, then the HP bar of the boss would not be the only amount of HP the players need to empty out. They would need to take into account the HP bar of the monsters spawned as well. Killing each of the skeleton patroller spawned would give the boss an extra 100 million HP. What the F***CK? Meanwhile, the firepower of the party was the key to their survival. If that were to happen, they might be wiped out by the boss in an instant. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 772, Taking Down the First Boss. Chapter 772, Taking Down the First Boss. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Therefore, after everyone had a brief discussion, they decided not to kill the monsters. They've made their own calculations. Under the circumstance that they do not activate their inheritance transformations, the party would barely kill the boss under 10 minutes with their current firepower. It would be a difficult battle. If they wanted to assign some of their men to deal with the skeleton patrollers once they are spawned, they would end up being wiped out by the bosses, Spectre's Fury, and the monsters eventually. Truth be told, Mountain Mover had brought a party in, attempting to kill the boss before this. They failed because they did not have the firepower to kill the boss within 10 minutes. Even though they had insanely powerful DPS players such as Zhang Yang, Sun Xinu, and Wei Yan, they were still a little short on firepower to bring the boss down to its knees within 10 minutes. It seemed that the shortage of firepower could not be overcome, even after Zhang Yang and the others join in. However, based on some calculations, it would be possible to take out the boss within 10 minutes without having to activate any inheritance transformations. That would require every single one of the members of the party to deal damage at 100% capacity. However, because the boss would use its frostbite and crippling pain constantly, the party would need to move around in order to stay alive in the boss battle. They would not be able to stay and deal damage to the boss at their 100%. The tactic used would involve Zhang Yang, Endless Starlight, and Ten Dusk handling the monsters. Each of them would be handling 2 monsters at a time. The remaining 3 monsters would be handled by the remaining 2 tankers. Additionally, Zhang Yang would throw his surrogacy on the weakest DPS player among the party and let the player tank against the last monster. As for the 10th monster, when the monster is spawned on the 10th minute of the boss battle, it would not matter if the party has anyone to tank the monster or not. They would be wiped out by the bosses, Spectre's Fury, by then. Each tanker would be followed by 7 other players. Well, they would stand together and share the damage they receive from Flare Star. They would also share the pain they receive from the crippling pain and frostbite as well. Therefore, the tankers would decide the fate of the party in such regard. Well, if a tanker takes a wrong step, the tanker would be leading the players following them into sustaining additional damage. Well, that would also mean that the group would almost definitely be killed as well. When any one of the groups die, well, there was no need to tell what the monster would do after that. Furthermore, with a group less in the party would not have enough firepower to kill the boss in time. By then, the party would have to accept their fate and be wiped out. Truth to be told, they would still be short in firepower to take out the boss within the time frame. If the boss would just spawn one skeleton patroller, the party could just slay the monster and focus on taking down the boss after that. Well, they would be able to deal over 1,700,000,000 damage in 10 minutes if that is the case. They would not have to be so busy and tired then. Unfortunately, with their current tier of equipment, they had to make do like so. Well, it was obvious that Zhang and the party was not powerful enough to crush the boss with pure brute force. Which guild would be so powerful to do that, huh? So how about inheritance transformation then? The boss's Dominator aura would cause a disastrous amount of damage to all players who activated their inheritance transformations, of course. Players would gain tens of millions of HP by activating their inheritance transformations. Just imagine how much HP would they lost then. The boss's Dominator aura could deal a damage of the same amount as the player's 2% HP in each passing second. If a player had over 10 million HP, the player would be suffering 200,000 HP in each passing second. Even if Han Ying-shui had activated her inheritance transformation, she would not be able to keep up with that pace of damage. Furthermore, Zhang Yang would have over 58 million HP after he activated his inheritance transformation. Because of that, he would lose 1,160,000 HP in every passing second. Even if all healers on the party were focused to heal him up, they would not prevail as well. However, they could still activate their inheritance transformation though. Well, they could only activate their transformation at the final stage of the boss battle. They should be able to last for 1 minute before they would lose all their HP and die. In other words, the players could still have the advantage of having their inheritance transformations. However, the time duration of their inheritance transformation would be narrowed down by extreme measures. Because of that, this boss battle had become balanced for the boss and for the players as well. Well, this situation would be fair to the normal players, however, it would not be fair for players who have inheritance transformations. Zhang Yang charged into the battlefield to lure the monster. By doing so, he gave the signal for the party to follow him into the battle. Crack! 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 The boss was trembling its chin and jaws. The lower teeth of the boss had knocked into the upper teeth of the boss. The boss began to make some strange laughter. Then it took up its axe and sliced it straight towards Zhang Yang. Upon casting 5 layers of crippled defense onto the boss, everyone quickly took their power potion and get started with their insane attacks on the boss. Although it was money consuming to take power potions, however, players would need to rely on any sorts of potions that could aid them in expediting a dungeon. Furthermore, they would need to repair their equipment with their own pockets. Well, most importantly, they would need to dedicate their time for the expeditions. The party had been divided into 6 teams, 6 individual formations with 1 tanker. One of them was a fake tanker, as the leader of the team, constantly moving around the boss in circles. 30 seconds later. Crippling pain. The boss roared out in a very low voice. Instantly, 8 dark rays that looked like 8 dark screens were shot out from the boss. Then these dark rays began to move slowly towards the surroundings. Well, if players could react in time, they would definitely be able to avoid touching the rays. Frostbite. Right after the 8 rays had passed by, the boss let out another roar. This time, it waved its left hand and the sky began to hail. Each attack from the hail could deal a total damage of 100,000 frost damage. If anyone was hit by the crippling pain and get afflicted with a reduction of their movement speed, they would have been killed by this hail. Each team had a tanker up front like an arrowhead. They were trying to dodge and attack. Those who were physical type players would not be affected much by it. Well, their skills could be instantly activated. So walking and running would not affect them too much, of course. That was under the circumstance that the players were all top tier players. Normal players would have forgotten every other thing the moment they started moving and running. However, things seemed to turn disastrous for the magic type players. They would need time to chant their spells. They could not just stop on one spot in order for them to chant their spells. That would definitely affect the party's DPS. Fortunately, Zhang Yang and the gang had noticed this. So other than the healers which were essential in every party, they did not recruit too many spellcasters for their party before they came into the dungeon. The party was basically made up of thieves, hunters, and berserkers. Well, most of them were actually hunters. That did not actually affect them at all. 60 seconds. My servant. Come out and fight for me. And Tarkt let out a raging roar and used its axe to cut the ground. Instantly, something broke itself out of the surface of the ground. A skeleton patroller crawled right out from the crack and roared at Zhang with its mouth opened. Zhang immediately activated his horizontal sweep, hitting both the boss and the monster at the same time. By doing so, he succeeded in securing the aggro of both units. The party did not mind the monsters at all. They were just minding their business with the boss, aiming their attacks at the boss only. 2 minutes later, the second skeleton patroller was spawned by the boss as well. Endless Starlight quickly took over and kited the monster 10 meters away from the first skeleton patroller. Well, that should prevent them from resonating with their resonance. 3 minutes into the battle, the third one was spawned. 10 Dusk stepped in and kited the monster away. As time passed by, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, when all 6 tankers were occupied with the skeleton patrollers that were spawned, a very interesting formation was formed on the battlefield. Zhang was tanking against the boss and one monster in the middle of the area. Meanwhile, the other 5 monsters were approximately 14 to 15 meters away from the boss and Zhang. They were in position, surrounding the boss in a circular arc formation. Each of them was like 70 degrees away from each other. And they were about 15 meters away from each other at the same time. Well, if everyone was to move around all together, the entire circular arc shape formation would move. It would interesting at the least, to look at. When the 7th monster was spawned, Zhang stepped in to kite it over to him. The 8th one was lured over by Endless Starlight while the 9th one got lured by 10 Dusk. However, when the battle was entering the 10th minute, the boss still had over 18% HP remaining. The boss began to unleash its Spectre's Fury, showing no mercy to every player in the surroundings. It only took 2 to 3 seconds before the boss wiped out the entire party out. Everyone quickly ran back to their dead bodies. Then, they picked a safe spot and camped there. They took snacks to recover their HP while discussing the changes and tactics they might need to use on the boss. Actually, battle companions can also come out and share the damage for us. We don't have to move along altogether. That's true. We should receive enough healing as it is. We can also pick out 4 spellcasters and let them be on their own. They won't have to move with us. That should increase our damage output on the boss for a bit. Healers can also try to deal some damage to the boss whenever they are free. As there were many of them, many ideas were heard as well. So, they slowly amended their battle tactics, based on the ideas and suggestions they heard from the others. Not long after that, the second battle had begun. This time, they managed to reduce the boss's HP to 14%. That was an improvement. If they could use their inheritance transformation without having to worry about anything, they could have killed the boss with ease. However, because of the boss's Dominator aura, everyone would only last in the battlefield for 1 minute. Even though the attack power of a player after activating inheritance transformation would be extremely powerful, but now, they would need to have a lot of HP as well. Well, truth be told, the additional attack power players could get from inheritance transformations were beginning to look weaker, as the players' equipment were getting better through time. Even though Zhang had a Class S inheritance transformation, he only acquired a boost of 2.5 times on his DPS upon activating his transformation. Then, the others should get an even lesser boost on their attack power upon activating their inheritance transformation. Within a time frame of 1 minute, the party could deal additional 10% damage to the boss if they activate their inheritance transformations at the same time. Unless they could reduce the boss's HP to 10% within 10 minutes, they would still fail on killing the boss. Their use of inheritance transformations would have gone to waste by then. Everyone was trying their best to adapt to the boss's attack pattern and behavior. Then they amended their battle tactics accordingly, every time they failed. 1 time, 2 times, 10 times, when they failed for the 13th time, the party had finally pushed the boss's HP bar down to 11%. No wonder no other guild could take out this F*King boss. What an annoying F*CK. Fatty Han sighed again and again. Stop whining. We can take the boss down on our next attempt. Everyone was filled with hope and confidence. 11%. If they could bring the HP bar of the boss down to 10% on their next attempt, they could just activate their inheritance transformations on the 9th minute of the battle and take out the boss once and for all. Let the battle begin. Everything went smoothly. Upon entering the 8th minute of the boss battle, the HP of the boss had been reduced to 28%. Glare of the Death God. Zhang threw out his boss killer skill without hesitation. Well, if this skill is not resisted by the boss, they would take out another 10% HP of the boss for free. It would be similar to a situation where the entire party activates their inheritance transformations. Phew! A dark skull began to form right on top of the boss's head. The skill was not resisted. Praise the Lord! Everyone was cheering madly as they attacked the boss as fast as they could. time was of the essence. Initially, they did not take into account this skill because they did not want to be disappointed when the boss keeps resisting the skill. Well, the rate of activating the skill's special effect was just too low to even consider using it in the first place. It would be unwise to consider using the skill as part of the plan in killing a boss. However, no one would have thought that Zhang Yang would be so lucky today. The first attempt was already a success. Holy cow! Under the bombardment of 10 players, it only took up 4 to 5 seconds before all 10 special effect of the Glare of the Death God were triggered. The boss's HP bar had been reduced down to 18% below. Entering the killing cleave stage of the battle, the firepower of the party suddenly increased by a notch. They were all bombarding the boss with the best attacks they had with them, holding nothing back at all. 1 minute later, the HP bar of the boss was reduced to 9%. Truth be told, if half of the party members could activate their inheritance transformations at the same time now, they would have a 100% confidence of taking out the boss. However, humans are always greedy. If they believed that they could take out the boss without activating their inheritance transformations, then they would die hard trying to do it so that they could reserve their strength to take on the second boss. Well, that's an if though. Well, wealth would only come to you when you're willing to take some risks. Everyone was on the same page at the moment. Even though they knew that if half of them activate their inheritance transformations at the same time, they would definitely be able to take out the boss. However, they also had hope that they would be able to kill the second boss of this dungeon. 5%, 4%, 3%, 2%, 1%. Argentart let out a deafening roar that shook the entire heaven. Then the heavy body of the boss began to collapse. The heavy impact of the fall was so powerful that the entire ground shook for almost a minute. Meanwhile, the 10 skeleton patrollers vanished upon the boss's death. There were only loots left on the ground. We've done it. Everyone was cheering in joy. It had been quite a while since they'd met such a boss. Many had perished more than 10 times in an attempt to bring down the boss. Now that they managed to take out the boss, their passion in the dungeon run overwhelmed their minds and souls at the moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 773, Aluanu the Gargoyle. Chapter 773, Aluanu the Gargoyle. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After restoring themselves, Zhang Yang began to distribute the loot among the party. The boss had dropped 2 holy tier equipment and 3 ethereal tier equipment. They were all level 170 equipment. Of course, equipment acquired from dungeons would not have the special that could reduce required level by 20 levels. Also, they would not have both offensive and defensive attributes. It would be very obvious if one equipment is a defensive type or an offensive type. However, the advantage of acquiring equipment in a dungeon would be, if you can take down the boss, then you can surely wear the equipment you obtained. Unlike open world bosses, you will not have to wait for quite some time before you can wear the equipment you acquired. Well, sometimes, you might need to wait for a very long time before you can equip the equipment you obtained from open world bosses. Naturally, the 3 ethereal tier equipment were auctioned among the members of the Lone Desert Smoke by trading in their guild points. Although those were just some ethereal tier equipment, they would still be quite powerful at the current stage of the game. Well, it would stay that way at least until the hardcore mode of the Spectre's Cavern was completely cleared. After all, holy tier equipment was still extremely rare in the game. Then, it was time to look at the main event of the day. It was time to auction out the 2 holy tier equipment. Gauntlets of Impenetrable Dignity, Holy, Heavy Armor. Defense, plus 640. Vitality, plus 7,935. Strength, plus 1,957. Agility, plus 826. Level 6 Socket. Equip, increases maximum HP by 15,870 points. Equip, absorbs 1,697 damage when being hit. Required level, 170. Although it was an equipment for the Guardians, Zhang Yang already had a level 180 holy tier, Crimson Goblin Gauntlets. Furthermore, that Crimson Goblin Gauntlets he had on him got both offensive and defensive attributes. It was definitely much more powerful than these gauntlets he found here. So he did not show any interest at all in joining the auction. Even though Endless Starlight's gauntlets were ethereal tier, he was also part of the gang now, so it would be natural for him to have the desire to improve his equipment to the max. Well, he had the desire to get some defensive type equipment with higher intelligence attributes. Therefore, Ten Dusk and the other guardians in the current party had to battle against each other by auctioning to see who could claim the equipment to themselves. Although everyone had the difference between being part of the main guild or sub-guild, the guild points were usable by everyone in such regard. Even though Ten Dusk had only joined the guild not long ago, however, he was able to perform outstandingly by using his skills and controls in the game. His reflexes were very impressive as well. So he managed to earn quite an amount of guild points in so little time. He actually earned so much guild points that the other two tankers lost. So Ten Dusk became the one who claimed the gauntlets by the end of the auction. Well, since they've decided to take on the second boss as well, Zhang had used identifying scrolls to identify the equipment. By doing so, everyone could equip their equipment immediately right after they acquire them. Although the equipment had no gemstones in them yet, well, that won't affect the attributes of the equipment too much at the moment. The second piece of holy tier equipment was a pair of cloth armor boots. It was claimed by a spellcaster from the sub-guild of Lone Desert Smoke though. Well, that was because Haning Shuat, Daffodil Daydream and Fantasy Sweetheart had already acquired higher tier boots for themselves earlier on. Naturally, they did not take part in claiming the boots. After distributing everything out, everyone continued to push on. Upon exiting the mausoleum, they went into a set of stone stairs which led them to the second floor of the place. This floor looked like a gigantic square. Only the walls had torches on them. So, the brightness of the floor was quite limited. Meanwhile, the middle region of the floor was completely dark. However, under the illumination of the flames on the torches, Zhang and the gang could still vaguely see countless stone statues standing right in the middle regions. They were very packed together. All of these stone statues had rather scary and wretched faces. There were two wings protruding from right below the neck part of their back. The two wings were wrapping their entire bodies, leaving only their heads and their bird claw-like feet in the open gargoyles. Snoozing Gargoyle, Elite, Spectre. Level, 175. HP, 100 million. Defense, 11,030. Melee attack, 75,903 to 115,903. Skills. Gargoyle Shriek, weakens the defense of the target, causing the target to receive additional 10% damage when the target is being hit. Last for 12 seconds. Gargoyle Smash, causes 100% melee attack of physical damage to all targets within the range of 10 meters. There is a 20% rate to stun the target. Hardened State, reduces 80% damage received when being hit. However, cannot move at all. Upon seeing the countless closely packed gargoyles, everyone began to feel a headache now. If they are not careful enough, they might just wake all the gargoyles up and get wiped out entirely. Well, they might have to activate all their inheritance transformations in order to stay alive by then. Zhang threw his Spear of Obliteration at one of the gargoyles which was the nearest to him. The moment when his attack landed on the gargoyle, a damage value that was nerfed many times over popped right on top of the gargoyle. Because of that, the gargoyle began to open its eyes. Two ignited green ghastly flames were radiating within the eye sockets of the gargoyle. Screech the gargoyle let out a screeching cry. The pebbles and dust that were resting on top of its body began to shudder and fell to the ground. The gargoyle then fluttered its wings and flew towards Zhang like a bat. At the same time, the other four gargoyles were beginning to tremble as dust and pebbles were falling from them too. There came another four gargoyles, following just behind the first gargoyle that was charging towards Zhang. Endless Starlight and the remaining tankers immediately went up to engage the gargoyles. Each of them took over the aggro of one gargoyle. These monsters, Gargoyle Shriek, could be endlessly stacked together. Well, allowing 5, Gargoyle Shriek, to stack together would be a grave mistake. So, they should be separated away from each other as soon as possible. Although the party reached that point of the dungeon in hardcore mode for the first time, however, they have done this more than a couple of times when they were clearing the hard mode and the normal mode of this dungeon. Well, the skills of the monsters were the same. The only difference was the difficulty in killing the monsters, in other words, their toughness had been upgraded. Therefore, everyone knew how to react and what to do with the monsters. The gargoyles would use their Gargoyle Shriek once every 10 seconds. Well, that still proved to be quite threatening, actually. However, the negative effect of the skill could be cancelled with Warrior's Will and Sacred Protection. Meanwhile, the firepower of the party was insanely high. Basically, they could take out one gargoyle every 30 seconds, leaving no chance for the gargoyles to stack up their Gargoyle Shriek too many times over. The boss was located just right in the middle of the square. The players would need to clear out the monsters in the surroundings. Or else if the boss was triggered to join into battle, the remaining monsters that were not cleared would wake up together with the boss and join the battle. They would also launch their most ferocious attacks at the players together with the boss. It took approximately 2 hours for the party to clear out the monsters in the surroundings. After that, the boss was the only stone statue that was standing right in the middle of the entire floor. The stone statue of the boss was huge. It was approximately 30 meters tall. Unlike the other gargoyles which had gray skin all over their entire body, this one was completely black, pitch black, to be exact. Aluanu the Gargoyle, Holy Spectre. Level, 175. HP, 1,750,000,000. Defense, 17,660. Melee attack, 140,153 to 200,153. Skills. Gargoyle Shriek weakens the defense of the target, causing the target to receive additional 20% damage when the target is being hit. Last for 10 minutes. Can be stacked. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Cannot be cancelled. Gargoyle Smash causes 150% melee attack of physical damage to all targets within the range of 10 meters. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Gargoyle's Bombs place 50 bombs randomly on the ground. The bombs will explode after 3 seconds, causing 500,000 fire damage to all targets within the range of 5-meter radius of the explosion. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Gargoyle's Dimension when players went beyond 50 meters away from Aluanu, the targets will receive a destructive hit, ignoring the remaining HP of the targets. The targets will die on the spot. Spectre's Fury if the battle lasts longer than 10 minutes, Aluanu will enter a state of berserk and causes 10 million chaos damage to all targets in the dungeon. So this would still be a battle of time. God damn it. However, because there were no monsters with outrageously powerful skill attacks interrupting the party only had to focus their attacks on the boss. Well, the Gargoyle's Bombs would be a little more troublesome to handle. Because of the Gargoyle's Dimension, Zhang and the party could not too far from the boss. Because of that insanely outrageous skill, Zhang and the party could only move around within the range of 50-meter radius from the boss. Well, the area space was quite limited for 50 players and one gigantic boss though. However, everyone's equipment was quite powerful and high tier as well. Furthermore, Zhang also boosted everyone with 40% additional vitality as well. So each of the members of the party would have at least 500,000 HP. Even if they accidentally stepped on the bomb, they won't die on the spot. However, if they ever get caught in the middle of the explosion twice in a row, then, because the boss's Gargoyle Shriek could not be cancelled off once it has been cast on the players. Theoretically speaking, the Gargoyle Shriek could stack up to a total of 1,200% additional damage received on the players within the period of 10 minutes. If that becomes true, the boss could deal a basic damage ranging from 1,960,000 to 2,800,000 damage. One hit could take out a tanker without having an inheritance transformation. That would be outrageous. Back then when they were clearing the normal mode and the hard mode of the dungeon, the players had tried it out. If the description of the skill stated that the effect could not be cancelled out, then it would be real that the effect could not be cancelled out once being cast upon the players. It would still be pointless even if the players activated their invincible skills or effects. The only way to deal with this skill is to let tankers switch among each other. In other words, when a tanker had been stacked with too many layers of the Gargoyle Shriek S effects, that tanker should stop creating aggro and back off for the moment to let another tanker to take over his or her place. After the next tanker managed to get to the first on the aggro list of the boss, the tanker that retreated could deal damage to the boss, or get smacked to the death by the boss. Because the bosses in the normal and hard mode did not have the skill, Spectre's Fury, the boss battles could be prolonged to 20 to 30 minutes. The DPS players could even afford to lower down their damage output for the moment. The party could even torture the boss to its death by witching tankers to take against the boss. However, the hardcore mode had given the boss battle a time frame by introducing the boss's Spectre's Fury. When the players take more time than the time frame, the boss would immediately go into its berserk mode and wipe out the entire party. Because of that, the tankers would have to perform better than they normally do, better than the others were. Even if there are 2, 3, or even 4 tankers around, every tanker would need to focus on creating high aggro values on the boss, maintaining the aggro of the boss at a very high level. By doing so, any of the tankers would be able to take over the boss when their main tanker dies or retreats. That would prevent the DPS players from snatching the aggro value of the boss instead. Just look at Sun Xinu, Wei Yin Air, and Daffodil Daydream. These players could really deal insanely high damage. Meanwhile, Endless Starlight, 10 Dusks, and the other tankers were expressing themselves, saying that it was just too much for them to achieve that. Don't worry, they all have their own skills to clear out the aggro values built up on them. Zhang tried to comfort the tankers. But, Vanish, will require 5 minutes. Endless Starlight was showing his weak side. Zhang laughed out loud and said, "Then I'll activate my inheritance transformation and tank the boss until the very end of the battle." Oh, yeah. Boss. You're the best. Endless Starlight immediately cheered in joy. Because Sun Xinu and the other gang could deal insanely high damage. So Endless Starlight, 10 Dusks, and the other tankers had no confidence to get enough aggro on the boss. Well, it was natural to think that Zhang Yang was the only one who could deal insanely high damage and tank at the same time. Only the insane one could match the insane ones. Alright, time to activate our inheritance transformation now. After this battle, we shall take a rest. Zhang Yang said. The party had spent too much time dealing with the first boss. Meanwhile, even though playing in God's Miracle won't affect the body of the players, but repeating the same thing over and over again is some sort of a mental torture. So sooner or later, the players would not be able to take it mentally. Furthermore, Zhang Yang did not intend to focus on clearing the dungeon in the first place. His main aim for coming here was to boost the morale of his guild. His main target was to achieve level 180 as soon as possible so that he could be the first to kill an ascended tier boss. Well, ascended tier bosses in the open world map tend to drop level 200, 210 ascended tier equipment. Speaking of which, players would be able to equip the equipment when they reach level 180, 190. That would be much better than farming for holy tier equipment in the dungeons by 1,000 times. From Zhang Yang's perspective, those equipment acquired from the dungeons were suitable for middle tier members of the guild to obtain. Meanwhile, the core players and the main gang players of his should just fix their focus on hunting down the open world bosses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 774, Remedial Measures. Chapter 774, Remedial Measures. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At the order of Zhang Yang, everyone activated their inheritance transformations, one after another. Everyone turned into a menace of destruction, one after another, and charged at the boss. After getting hit by everyone, the boss was triggered. The boss let out a screeching roar, unfurled its wings and flew towards Zhang Yang. It looked like a dark cloud floating by. The two wings looked as sharp as blades. They seemed like they could just slice through Zhang Yang's armor and dice Zhang Yang up into countless bloody pieces. Gargoyle's Shriek. 1 layer, 2 layer, 3 layer. 1 minute later, Zhang Yang had 6 layers of Gargoyle Shriek piled up on him, causing him to receive additional 120% damage from the boss. The boss would deal damage ranging approximately from 300,000 to 440,000 damage with each hit. If other parties were battling the boss, they would need to switch their tankers with another tanker when their current tanker is overwhelmed by 6 layers of Gargoyle Shriek. Although instant death is still not possible, the pace of the tanker losing HP would be extremely difficult for the healers to follow up. However, the situation would turn out differently for Zhang Yang. Now, he had over 100,000 defense. His passive damage immunity was up to 40%. Furthermore, he could use his block once every 5 seconds. He basically only received 45,000 damage in every passing second. Well, Han Shui aside, who has activated her Milkmaid Deity transformation, even an ethereal tier healer would hardly be able to heal Zhang Yang up. With the worst case scenario coming true, the boss could deal about 2,800,000 damage with each hit. That being said, the boss could deal 1,680,000 damage to Zhang Yang on average. Furthermore, Zhang Yang could use his block to reduce the damage he receives, reducing the damage dealt to him down to only 500,000 damage. So even if that really happens, 10 healers on the party would be able to heal Zhang Yang back up. For most healers, as long as their tankers are not instantly killed by the boss, they would be able to heal their tankers back up. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang could boost his HP up to a terrifying amount of 56 million HP, upon activating his God of War transformation. Other than God's left hand, who was also a tanker with a Class S inheritance, no one in the entire server could match up to Zhang Yang's current attributes. In other words, the greatest threat for the party in the boss battle with the second boss would be the fall of their tanker. However, Zhang Yang and the party could just ignore this threat, because their tanker Zhang Yang could take it all. The remaining party members only had to avoid getting caught in the explosions of the bombs. Other than that, they only had to deal as much damage as they could, as if their lives were all depending on that. Well, their lives indeed depended on that. Truth be told, after everyone has activated their inheritance transformations, the firepower of the party had increased by a notch or two. Unlike the situation when they were dealing with the first boss, they were no longer restricted from unleashing their potentials as players who had inheritance transformations with them. Well, after getting kicked in the nutsack, it was time for everyone to have a candy. After all, players with inheritance transformations should not be kept in the cages. It would become pointless for the players to go through so much trouble just to get an inheritance with transformation skill, after all. 6 minutes later, the boss let out a miserable roar, and with a shudder of both wings, collapsed onto the ground and stayed dead for good. Unfortunately, the boss only dropped 2 holy tier equipment which were both leather armor. Zhang distributed the loots and announced that their expedition was over for this round. After all, Zhang Yang's priority would be to get himself up to level 180 so that he could become eligible to challenge ascended tier bosses. Previously, securing the first clears of new dungeons was to acquire additional skill points and make a name out of themselves. Back in the days, building the reputation of a guild was extremely important. Meanwhile, now that the ascended tier bosses could drop skill point crystals, getting the first clear of a dungeon was no longer the only source of additional skill points. Speaking of the reputation of the guild, the current Lone Desert Smoke had become the top in the world. They could maintain their reputation by sending the Silky Soft battle team out once and every day. They no longer need to push themselves into the dungeons to compete for the first clear of the dungeons anymore for months. Of course, just because Zhang Yang did not want to join the expedition for dungeons doesn't mean he wanted all his guild members to withdraw from attempting to get the first clear for the dungeons as well. Well, if they could acquire the first clear of the Spectre's Cavern, 50 players on the party would be able to get 1 skill point for each of themselves. That would definitely improve the power level of the entire guild. Upon traveling all the way back to Marlin's Land of Salt, Zhang Yang continued with the search for the remaining 2 missing pieces of the King Cross's sword. After wandering around, killing monsters like an idiot for quite some time, he finally gathered the 2 remaining pieces of the sword. Meanwhile, he managed to level up to level 180 as well. He could finally equip his ascended tier weapon. A Ghost, the Destroyer's Blade, Ascended, 2-handed axe. Attack, 40,017 to 56,017. Attack interval, 3.8 seconds. DPS, 12,636. Plus 640 strength, level 7 strength gemstone, enhanced. Plus 689 strength, level 7 strength gemstone, enhanced. Equip, increases damage dealt by 50%. Equip, increases critical rate by 15%. Equip, when your weapon hits the target, there will be a certain chance of dealing a destructive hit on the target, causing 8 times your initial damage. Required level, 200. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. Equipping this axe and switching up the Berserker's Charge necklace had boosted Zhang Yang's basic attack up to a range of 265,065 to 318,185 damage. That amount of attack power is actually enough to oppress a holy tier boss without any problems. As for the scythe, it was given to the little brat. Although the weapon looked like a scythe, it was classified as a hammer. The little brat was currently using a holy tier hammer. Well, she could not unleash the potential of the hammer she had, after all. The scythe would serve her better. Of course, Wei Yenair was more keen on acquiring the ascended tier equipment that Zhang Yang had just equipped. She shamelessly told Zhang Yang that if he gives her the weapon when she hits level 180, she would let Zhang Yang kiss her. By the end of it, Han Shui was infuriated after she heard what the little brat had to offer. She did not show any mercy in beating her up like a little B***TCH. Even Zhang Yang was dragged into the mud. He was also beaten up by that witch, even though he did not do anything wrong. As usual. Upon gathering all the 7 fragments of the King Cross's sword, Zhang Yang traveled back to the main city to look for the master blacksmith to reforge the sword. Ha! Ha! The dwarf blacksmith looked at the broken fragments over half a day before his face turned joyous. After quite some time, he finally spoke. I've seen the design of this sword somewhere in an ancient book before. I can't remember which ancient book, though. Wait here. The dwarf walked into his room. After quite some time, he finally walked out of his room with a book in his hands. Yes. That's it. This is a legendary sword that has been passed down for many, many years. It's called the King Cross sword. The sword was forged by a man named King Cross, a human. This dwarf suddenly frowned a little. Deep down his heart, he believed that all of those sorts of weapon or equipment should be forged by dwarfs and only dwarfs. Master, do you think you can get this sword fixed, then? Zhang Yang asked. Of course. The dwarf revealed a proud expression on his face as he spoke. Although I have not reached the tier to forge a legendary tier sword, I can still put the pieces of the sword back in its original state. That should be easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Then let's begin, shall we, master? 2,000 gold pieces. Speaking of business, this dwarven blacksmith immediately thought that he was above everyone. He revealed the expression that a sordid merchant would make while bargaining. What the F***ck? What an asterisk shoal, dot. Zhang Yang kept his anger from erupting as he took out the 2,000 gold pieces out. Well, it took him quite a while and went through quite some trouble to collect the broken pieces of the sword. He would not feel satisfied until he could see the final effects that the sword would offer. After paying that greedy dwarf, the dwarf finally took the pieces and put them on his forging bench. After smacking those pieces for over a few times with his forging hammer, the fragments had been merged into a complete sword. However, the dwarf revealed an awkward expression on his face though. Then he said, well. I can't believe there was a magic circle in the sword. I think I broke it. No. Not broken because of me. It's already broken in the first place. That's right. It was already broken since the beginning. The dwarf quickly spoke as if he was worried that Zhang Yang would ask for a refund. So he continued on, however, I can recommend someone who can fix the magic circle for you. Ding. Bandarash has given you a quest, remedial measures. Do you accept? Well, Zhang Yang could only choose to accept it. Remedial measures, difficulty rank D. Description: when Bandarash was forging the Kingcross's sword, he discovered that the magic circle in the sword itself had been destroyed. As a responsible blacksmith, Bandarash recommended that you travel over to Memphis town, located on the map of Marlin's Land of Salt, and look for Sia the Wizard. She should be able to solve your problem. Completion: find Sia the Wizard 0/1. As expected earlier on, collecting these fragments of the sword would lead to triggering another quest. Although the quest was only a rank D quest, well, it was only a quest that required players to run some errands. The continuation of the quest would definitely have a handsome reward waiting for the players who could complete it. After all, gathering those fragments was not an easy task at all. The system would not give any pointless quests to the players. Zhang Yang teleported back to the Surin's castle. Then, he began to rush his way to his destination like a madman. After spending tens of hours, he finally entered Marlin's Land of Salt. After that, he went on to the Memphis town on his flying mount. Zhang Yang spent another 3 to 4 hours to reach that human town. He landed and summoned Whitey out. Then, he rode to the entrance of the town. After that, he went to ask an NPC about the whereabouts of this Sia. Sia? The insane wizard Sia? The moment when the NPC heard about the name Sia, he immediately turned pale and ran away as if he had just heard something scary. Zhang Yang attempted to ask another 4 to 5 people along the road. However, all of them did the same thing. They ran away in terror. Zhang Yang did not know whether to laugh or to cry at the same time. Hey, big brother. If I tell you the whereabouts of the crazy W*TCH, will you give me a silver coin? A little girl who looked to be around 11 or 12 years old suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Yang. Her eyes were moving around very rapidly. She was looking at Zhang Yang with hope. Zhang Yang took out a gold piece and passed it to the little girl. Then he said, I'll give you a gold piece then. Big brother, you a very nice person. The little girl did not hesitate to praise Zhang Yang, that crazy witch is living in a house on a small mountain, just by the west side of the town. There's a garden right in front of her house, though. The flowers in the garden will bite people. That's super scary. Thank you. Upon acquiring the information he wanted to hear, Zhang Yang quickly hopped onto Whitey and went towards the destination. After walking out of the town, he switched to his phoenix and flew straight towards the direction of his destination. Normally, towns would restrict players from flying in the town area. Breaking the rules would end up with the player getting hunted by NPCs. The movement speed of the phoenix pet was extremely fast. After a few flaps of its wings, it brought Zhang Yang to the small mountain that the little girl had mentioned. As expected, right by the side of the small mountain, there was a 2-story house, with a large garden right outside of the house. There was a variety of strange and bizarre plants all over the garden, as well. Well, it could be considered a miracle for someone to grow plants in the middle of a salty land. Zhang Yang flew straight towards the house. However, before he could land by the side of the house, a few plants suddenly turned their bloom flowers towards him. Then, the flowers began to spit fire at Zhang Yang. They were like flamethrowers. If Phoenix Pet and Zhang Yang were not mounted together, the Phoenix Pet could have ignored the fire attacks because it had fire immunity. However, things turned out differently when Zhang Yang was mounted on it. The attributes of the Phoenix Pet would be based on Zhang Yang's attributes. So, the both of them started to roast together. The fire shots landed on Zhang Yang. Each of the shots could deal approximately 40,000 fire damage to him. That amount of damage was much higher than the amount of damage that other regular monsters could deal to him. Zhang Yang was not willing to remain idle and let himself get burned up. So, he immediately commanded the Phoenix Pet to descend a little further. Then he pulled out his axe and chopped the plants up. While he was at it, these flower plants actually uprooted themselves and started sprinting away on their roots. Zhang Yang frowned deeply at the bizarre scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 775, Replicating the Magic Circle. Chapter 775, Replicating the Magic Circle. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just as the situation began to get out of hand, a creaking sound was heard. The door of the house was pushed open. An old lady who seemed to be in her 70s or 80s came out of the house. She was wearing a black wizard robe as she hobbled out of the house with a stick. Instantly, all the plants fled to the side of the old lady as if they just saw their own mother. Then, they shrieked at Zhang with strange and bizarre screeching sounds. "How dare you trespass into my territory like a wild animal and startle my babies?" The old lady raised up her stick and pointed the tip of her stick right at Zhang. It seemed that she was holding a staff instead of a stick. She looked very intimidating. Sia the Wizard, normal, humanoid. Level, 200. HP, 218,680. Note, Sia is not a legitimate wizard. However, her research on alchemist and magic circles is quite in-depth. Although Zhang could just slay all the monsters with one full swing of his axe, he was actually here for the quest, not to kill anything. Zhang quickly raised both of his hands up and smiled. "My respected wizard, I'm an adventurer hailing from the White Jade Castle. I'm here to request for your aid in restoring a magic circle." "No can do." No. Sia seemed to have a very bad temper. She shook her head quickly and said, "You've scared the sh*t out of my babies. What makes you think that I would help you to restore your magic circle, then? I can compensate you." Zhang smiled. Sia widened her eyes a bit and humph. Then she suddenly said, "At least 400 gold pieces, dut." "No problem." Zhang smiled and walked up to the house. Sia comforted the plants that were scared sh*tless for a bit first. Then, the plants began to plant themselves back to the garden and stayed there quietly as plants should. Zhang took out the King Cross's sword and passed it to Sia. "My respected wizard, the magic circle in this sword seems to be broken while it was being reforged. Do you have any idea how to fix it?" Sia took the sword over and gave a closer look at it. Suddenly, she laughed coldly and said, "This is the deed of that greedy dwarf Bandarash. Although he's a master of smithing swords, he'll still be like a 3-year-old infant in the art of magic circles." After paying the old lady 400 gold pieces, Zhang thought to himself that this old lady was just as greedy as that greedy dwarf. The design of this magic circle is very ancient. Sia flipped the sword round and she was amazed by what she saw. After quite some time, she spoke again. "This magic sword should have existed over thousands of years, or maybe tens of thousands of years ago. I'm sure that I don't have the ingredients for restoring this. However, I've come across such magic circles before back in the west side of the Marut Palace's relics. If you can replicate the magic circles and come back to me, I'll be confident that I can restore the magic circle in this sword for you." Ding! Sia the Wizard has given you a quest, replicating the magic circle. Do you accept? Accept. Ding! You've acquired an item, Magic Circle Replicator. Zhang immediately departed for Marut Palace. About 20 minutes later, he hovered over the ancient empty ruins of a palace. The remainder of this palace seemed to be quite vast. Also, Zhang could see that the palace was once a glorious place. It must have a great history behind it. However, the entire place is now so broken because the place was corroded by the endless flood of salt. The palace had lost its grandeur and status. The only thing left were scars and broken walls. Having no idea where the magic circle was located, Zhang could only search one room at a time. However, since this was a quest, of course, the magic circle would not be found so easily. Monsters began to surface. Bam! Gigantic salt crystallized cockroach, elite, beast. Level, 190. HP, 9,500,000. Defense, 12,110. Melee attack, 86,871 to 126,871. Skills. Venom Spout, spits venom at the target and causes 100,000 nature damage to the target. Range, 30 meters. Pincering Bite, bites the target with its huge sharp claws and causes 100% melee attack of physical damage to the target. Note, although the size of the gigantic salt crystallized cockroaches were initially extremely huge, they were not as huge as they were back in the days. Ever since the palace had been turned into a land of salt, these gigantic salt crystallized cockroach had regained their initial sizes. Zhang charged into battle on Phoenix Pet while Felice was supporting them by their side. Upon reaching level 180, the attributes of both Felice and Phoenix had received a certain amount of improvement. Their attack power had become even more astonishing. It only took a brief moment before the giant cockroach collapsed onto the ground and died. Upon its death, the monster actually dropped a piece of mythical tier boots among the loots. After picking up all the loots on the ground, Zhang continued on with his search, wanting to get over with it as soon as possible. While he was on his journey to locate the magic circle relics, he could not avoid encountering some of those gigantic salt crystallized cockroaches again. Well, of course, he took care of them with ease. Meanwhile, Felice only had to heal Zhang with her tree of life power. Zhang did not even need to sit down and take snacks to recover his HP anymore. After searching around like an idiot for over an hour, Zhang suddenly discovered that there were countless runes crafted on the wall of a little cottage he had just stepped into. Those runes were glowing weakly. Well, that's it. However, the ground suddenly cracked, and something broke right through the surface of the ground. A crimson-red gigantic salt crystallized cockroach crawled right out of the ground and stood right in front of Zhang. Well, this monster seemed to be twice or maybe triple the size of the gigantic salt crystallized cockroaches that he had encountered before this. Gigantic salt crystallized cockroach queen, ethereal, beast. Level, 195. HP, 195 million. Defense, 12,110. Melee attack, 86,932 to 126,932. Skills. Venom Spout, spits venom at the target and causes 100,000 nature damage to the target. Range, 30 meters. Pincering Bite, bites the target with its huge sharp claws and causes 100% melee attack of physical damage to the target. Lay Eggs, lays 5 eggs. If these cockroach eggs are not destroyed within 10 seconds, each egg will hatch one gigantic salt crystallized cockroach. Note, the queen is the leader, the head of the gigantic salt crystallized cockroaches. She's the most powerful gigantic salt crystallized cockroach there is this earth. Well, she's the breeder of her own species, after all. This cockroach queen began to fire dark corrosive venoms at Zhang the moment it appeared. With a sudden turn of her butt, she began to lay eggs on the ground. 5 cockroach eggs were laid right in front of Zhang. What the F***CK? The boss has already used her ultimate skill the moment she came out. What kind of ferocity is this? Cockroach egg, normal, summon. Level, 0. HP, 200,000. Defense, 0. Note, 10 seconds later, a gigantic salt crystallized cockroach will hatch out of it. Although the eggs were laid from the same butt, they were quite far apart from each other. Well, because of that, Zhang could not destroy the eggs with his AoE attacks at the same time. Who would want a battle against a few more monsters in the middle of a boss fight, right? Zhang did not hesitate at all. He quickly went over to destroy the eggs first. With his current basic attack that exceeded 260,000 damage, the eggs were destroyed by Zhang with ease. Furthermore, Felice and Phoenix Pet were aiding him in destroying the eggs as well. So, they managed to destroy the eggs with ease. All 5 eggs had been smashed into 5 puddles of yellow liquid. Screech! Screech screech! The cockroach queen was naturally provoked. So, she began to chase after Zhang with her ferocious attacks. Before that, Zhang was occupied with destroying the eggs. So he did not have time to entertain the cockroach queen. However, now that his hands were free at the moment, Zhang felt no fear of engaging the boss. The 3 of them focused all their attacks on the boss without showing any mercy. In less than 7 minutes, the boss was slaughtered up by the 3 of them like she was worthless. Of course, if Felice did not have the capability to heal like she always did, Zhang would need to activate some skills, such as his Shadow of the Void, in order to empty out the aggro on him. Then he would need to let Phoenix Pet or Felice take his place for a brief moment until he is ready to get back into the battle. Well, he no longer needed to worry about all of that. He only needed to fully focus his attacks on the boss until he wins. The boss was merely an ethereal tier boss. The boss would not have enough firepower to deal so much damage that exceeds Felice's healing capability. Upon her own demise, the boss dropped 1 ethereal tier equipment and 3 mythical tier equipment. Zhang did not even look at the equipment before he shoved them all into his inventory. Instead, he quickly took out the magic circle replicator and aimed it at the magic circle on the wall. A stream of magical light flashed across the room and the magic circle miraculously disappeared. Wait, what? That did not look like a replication process at all. Why the hell did they call the thing a replicator, then? Well, since that the quest was listed as completed, Zhang did not put much though on it. He hopped onto Phoenix Pet and traveled back to hand over the quest over to Sia. As expected. It's true that this is a magic circle that has been lost over the centuries. Sia took over the replicator and did her research on the magic circle on the item. Barbarian. I need a little more time to get myself familiar with the magic circle and its secrets. You can stop standing there and make yourself useful as well. Go gather some magical ingredients for me, will you? These ancient sorts of magic circles were not constructed with the magical ingredients we use these days. The ingredients I have will not do it. Ding! Sia the wizard has given you a quest, find the magical ingredients. Do you accept? Accept. Find the magical ingredients, difficulty, rank B. Description: Sia the wizard wants you to provide her the ingredients that she wrote on the list she just gave you. She should be able to restore the King Cross's sword after she gets familiar with the secrets of the magic circles on the sword. However, even though you're not a researcher of magic circles, you could tell that the list is too long. It seems that someone is trying to take advantage of you. Completion: complete gathering the required items on the list that the wizard has given you 0/1. Zhang brought up the list to have a closer look at it. There were actually more than 50 types of ingredients on the list. Meanwhile, each of the ingredients required 200 counts. Well, this B*TCH is more greedy than he had imagined her to be. However, the more you give, the better the reward will be by the end of the quest. Zhang has never doubted the basic principle of the game. So he immediately started gathering the ingredients on the list. Most of the ingredients could be bought from shops and auction houses. He could just acquire them by visiting the shops and the auction house. According to his calculations, if he really gets everything from the auction house, all the ingredients would cost him about 1,000 gold coins. Meanwhile, if he wants to gather all the ingredients by himself in the maps, it would cost him at least 1 month in order for him to get everything gathered. Well, most of the ingredients were not really that expensive in the first place. However, players would need to travel deep into the map to get them if they ever want to save some money. Well, it would not be worth it at all if a player spends time gathering normal ingredients such as iron bars and silver. Furthermore, items such as bird feathers, deer's horns and snake scales were all inferior items. It was not easy to gather a certain number of them, however, it would be easy to spend a little money to get them all in bulk. Zhang left a comment in his own guild chat. He informed the low-tier players to deposit all of the items that he required into the guild's warehouse. Well, basically everyone in the guild treated Zhang as their idol. When Zhang put out his request, they immediately went out to gather the ingredients stated in Zhang's list. Well, since they could also level up a bit by slaying monsters, it would be the same for them as long as they could slay some monsters. The entire guild was truly united. It only took about 7 days for Zhang to collect all the ingredients that he needed. The efficiency of the guild was extremely high. When Zhang went back to Sia the wizard with the ingredients, that old witchy wizard instantly dropped her jaw, because she was overwhelmed with surprise. Then she quickly kept everything, as if she was worried that Zhang would regret giving the ingredients to her. I've just deciphered the secrets of the magic circle on your sword. With these ingredients, I can now restore the magic circle in your sword for you now. Sia said. Then let's get started. After casting some weird *T on the sword, Sia passed the King Cross's sword back to Zhang. Then she quickly said, Barbarian, it's all done. So, take your sword and leave at once. Your presence spreads fear to all my babies every time you show yourself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 776, The War Chariot System. Chapter 776, The War Chariot System. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. King Cross's Sword, Special. Use, immunizes you, your party members, all pets and all battle companions on your party from the effect of the Soul Penetrate. Lasts for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 1 minute. Required level, 180. Bound upon pickup. That was some strange special effect though. Did he just went through so much trouble just to get that weird *SS effect? What a tragic day. Meanwhile, the quest ended there. Sia the wizard did not even look at him at all. After that, Zhang went all the way back to see Bandarash. Since he did not react to the King Cross's sword at all, it seemed that the quest was over. But, what the heck is this? What kind of F*King reward was that then? Zhang frowned intensely at that. Immunizes everyone from the effect of Soul Penetrate? What good can it bring for him or the party? What the F*CK is a Soul Penetrate, even? When the gang found out that Zhang got so busy over nothing for the last couple of days, they laughed at him. They had never thought possible that Zhang could be fooled by an NPC into running around like an idiot. Even though that was the case, Zhang did not throw the King Cross's sword away. He would not believe that the item he worked so hard for would be a useless piece of metallic junk. Furthermore, the bank was still quite empty at the moment. So, he decided to keep the sword there for the moment. Meanwhile, ascended tier bosses were incredibly hard to find. Well, there must be at least one ascended tier boss hidden somewhere across the entire land of Salt. However, Zhang just couldn't find it at the moment. After all, the map was extremely vast. Without the aid of a quest guidance indicator, even if he has 1 year to explore, he would still not be able to find the hidden bosses across the map. Helplessly, Zhang finally decided to leave that map and turn his attention towards getting to Saruya. Saruya was also a level 180, 210 map just like Marlin's Land of Salt. It was also a desert with numerous monsters roaming across the entire land. Because the number of players there was a lot lesser than the other maps, Zhang would be able to get experience points at a faster pace. However, he went over to the map, not for the experience points, but to find the hidden ascended tier bosses while the number of players on the map was still low. Speaking of acquiring experience points, Zhang could have gotten the same result staying in Marlin's Land of Salt. He would have no reason to travel over a far distance to Saruya, then. Just like the celestial tier bosses, the number of ascended tier bosses was so sparse to the point that it was pathetic. There may only be one ascended tier boss in the entire map. Although Zhang had meted out most of his effort on clearing the quest on the map, none of the quests he completed had led him to an ascended tier boss. In his previous life, Zhang was never able to battle an ascended tier boss, for many reasons. Well, there was no reason for him to dwell on his past. However, now that he has become the number player in the entire server, it had him wondering why he had not been able to encounter any ascended tier bosses just yet. At last, Zhang lost his patience. So, he posted a question to the officials, demanding an answer regarding the matter. If it was just a bunch of normal players asking the same question, the official would not have just ignored the question. However, with Zhang current reputation, the moment his ID was confirmed to be really him, his post instantly received countless players' comments and replies. It only took a brief while before the post became a skyscraper. The official did take note of the post, of course. Finally, they had given Zhang the answer to his question. From ascended tier bosses onward, that includes the celestial bosses as well, the bosses would only reveal themselves in the game through events. For example, the Lord of the Seven Spectre King Angus was spawned during an event in the game. Of course, some of the top tier bosses would randomly appear across the maps without any prior indication, just like the Witch King of the Undead, Mardovich. He had been sitting on top of his malevolent tower in the Plagued Land all the while until he was discovered. Anyone could just go and challenge Mardovich as long as they are willing to do it. Of course, bosses that had a fixed territory would be much more difficult to be defeated, compared to the bosses that were spawned in events. In Zhang previous life, no one had ever attempted to push Mardovich before. Well, mostly because no one had ever managed to set foot on the boss stage. Players would already be wiped out by the endless monster armies surrounding the entrance of the malevolent tower. The officials had also revealed that when a certain number of players reach level 180, the system would spawn the very first event ascended tier boss. Meanwhile, if the boss is slain, a new type of item would be introduced into the game, making the game even more interesting in many ways. Zhang gave it some thoughts and instantly slapped his thighs. Could it be the tank system? Tank system, also known as the War Chariot system, would be introduced into the game in order to balance the game between players without inheritance transformation and players with inheritance transformation. For instance, Zhang would have 56 million HP upon activating his God of War inheritance transformation. Provided that everyone has the same tier equipment on them, how many players without inheritance transformations would be required to match Zhang then? 100? 500? 1000? A tank could be seen as a mount that could take more players at the same time and stack their HP amount altogether. When the tank receives an attack, the damage received would be equally distributed among all players on board of the tank. Based on that alone, the maximum HP of the players would become much higher. Meanwhile, the players on the tank could freely launch their attacks on their enemies. Their firepower would still be determined based on how many players are on board. Well, because of that, the players without inheritance transformations would become powerful enough to go up against players without inheritance transformations. Well, of course, tanks were not that perfect either. First of all, tanks were very heavy and slow. They would only be suitable for defensive battles. Well, players should think twice, or maybe even thrice before using a tank to pursue their enemies. After all, the tank system was not introduced for the players without inheritance transformations to torture and slaughter players with inheritance transformations. They just serve to prevent players without inheritance transformations from being too fragile when they are battling against those with inheritance transformations. Similarly, that would also solve the problem of the players who were waiting for their inheritance transformations cooldown. They would no longer be too vulnerable when they are waiting for the cooldown period to be over. The only rule for getting on board of a tank was that the players must not activate their inheritance transformations. Players such as Zhang, Sun Xianyu and Wei Yenair would be automatically thrown off from a tank if they ever activate their inheritance transformations while they are on board a tank. Even if they forcefully get back on board, the system would not count them as one of the passengers on board of the tank. Well, the tanks had a few categories, though. They would be categorized based on the number of passengers that they could carry. There were 4 categories. The 4th category could only take 5 passengers. The 2nd category could only take 10 passengers. The 3rd category could only take 20 passengers. Meanwhile, the 1st category could only take 50 passengers. According to rumors, there was also a super large-size tank that could carry 100 passengers. However, Zhang did not encounter that in his previous life before. Other than that, tanks could be modified or enhanced after players managed to acquire them. Players could install different sorts of equipment and materials with magic resistance on their very own tanks. That would increase the defense and magic defense of their tanks. When struck, tanks would reduce damage received with the defense and magic defense that players have installed on them. Therefore, if the two sides are equally matched in a battle, the defense and magic defense of their tanks would decide which side would win by the end of the battle. Although the movement speed of the tanks were as slow as the movement speed of players' walking speed, the tanks would become useful in large-scale battles. The situation would be seeing tanks charging into battle to oppress players without tanks and inheritance transformations. The best thing about having a tank was that unlike activating an inheritance transformation, summoning a tank would not have any cooldown period. As long as the tanks are not destroyed, players could just use the tanks anytime. Tanks would have 2 HP bars. One would be the HP bar for the passengers. The other HP bar would be for the tank itself. The HP bar for the passengers would be easier to explain. If there are 10 players, and each of the players had 100,000 HP, the total amount of HP on the HP bar would be 1 million HP. As long as the tank have received more than 1 million damage, the 10 players on the same tank would be dead together. Meanwhile, the HP bar for the tank would not have a fixed amount of value. It was in the form of percentage ratio. At the beginning of the battle, the initial amount of HP for the tank itself would be 100%. Once the tank receives some attacks, the amount of HP for the tank would reduce based on the amount of HP for the passengers. For instance, if the tank receives 100,000 damage, the HP bar for the tank would be reduced to 90%. Meanwhile, the amount of HP for the tank would not be healed just because the HP bar for the passengers are healed back up. When the HP bar of the tank is depleted, the tank would be destroyed. However, if the HP bar for the players is not depleted when the tank was destroyed, the players would not die. However, they would all be kicked off the tank. So, why would there be such a setting, then? Just think about it. Without that kind of setting, when the HP bar for the passengers on the tank is depleted to 1%, the players could just get out of the tank and a new batch of 10 players with full HP bars could jump in and unleash hell on their enemies. If that's the case, wouldn't the previous battle become pointless for their enemies? It would not even be fair, to begin with. Even the players with inheritance transformations would not be that durable and powerful. With that setting of the tank system, even if the players on the tank have full HP bars, the tank would still be easily destroyed if the HP bar of the tank is only at 1%. Once the tank is destroyed, the owner of the tank could take the tank back to the main city for repairs. Other than that, the HP bar for the tank would be recovered back to 100% the moment the tank is disengaged from battle mode. Of course, there would be some limitations and restrictions of the tanks since the tanks were so powerful. Tanks were not available for players to use in a dungeon and the arena. Players would have to reach a minimum level of 180 before they can use a tank. Zhang had only reached level 179 in his previous life. So he did not have the luxury to sit in a tank. Clearwater did not buy any of the tanks as well. Even the 5-passenger scale tank would be extremely expensive. Well, it would definitely be a waste if people only buy it for display purposes. A tank. Zhang could feel his blood boiling underneath his veins. He quickly urged all top-tier players in his guild to grind like hell so that they could reach level 180. Well, it was not just for acquiring the loots that would be dropped by ascended tier bosses. It would be much more important to kill the bosses. According to the official's hint, the tank system would be introduced with the purpose of taking on the ascended tier bosses. It was really something to look forward to. It would be awesome to ride a tank around the server like a boss. Since there was no way to slay any ascended tier boss at the moment, Zhang could only put his focus back on the dungeon. Currently, Lone Desert Smoke had managed to take out the first 3 bosses in the Spectre Cavern. However, because of the absence of the core players such as Zhang, Sun Xinu and the others, the progress of the Lone Desert Smoke was just as fast as the progress of the other guilds. Currently, none of the guilds were able to defeat the 4th boss in the dungeon. They had been stuck at that roadblock for quite some time already. The main reason was because an extremely high attack power would be required to take down the boss. Furthermore, the players would need to handle a large number of unforeseen circumstances as they battle the boss. Well, they would need to dodge the AoE attacks of the boss while clearing out the monsters in the surroundings of the boss. They must not leave out any of the monsters in the surroundings, or they would be doomed. Currently, the guilds that had the utmost hope of clearing out the 4th boss would be the Land of Savage and the Hell family. They were the only ones who could survive until the boss only has 20% HP left before they are wiped out. However, having 20% remaining in the HP bar of the boss was still far away from taking out the boss. It would require a party to gather all the basic equipment from the 1st, 2nd and 3rd bosses before they could become powerful enough to take on the 4th boss. Of course, if the tankers and the healers on the party are all powerful enough, they could just bring in more DPS players instead of more tankers and healers. By doing so, the party should be able to cover up for the shortage in their firepower. Zhang let Sun Xinu and the others grind for the moment. Well, his intention was to let the others reach level 180 as soon as possible. Meanwhile, he joined the expedition party of his guild to push their progress in the dungeon. By doing so, he could also gather more high-tier equipment for his party members. Well, he could also increase the power level of his guild. He could prepare his guild to go up against the ascended tier boss that yet to appear. On the other hand, the Eternal Flame managed to get elevated to the Rank S Professional League Championship. Scholar Muzu and Longrich managed to show off their top-tier skills in front of the public. Eternal Flame managed to become a new rising star, rising from the ashes. The reputation of Eternal Flame had been elevated up to an entirely new height. Although Zhong Xiuhua was currently level 142, he had joined the party in the championship. However, he did not get the chance to get down to the arena most of the time. Only when the score was 4 o'clock, 4-1 and his party is on the verge of winning the match, would that prick reveal his face by the arena. A battle team would only have 10 players at most. However, theoretically speaking, there would be 7 rounds of 1v1 matches and 1 round of 5v5 match. If at least 3 of the party members could win every round upon winning the first 3 1v1 matches and forfeiting the upcoming 4 1v1 matches, the party could win the team battle and win the championship round with a score of 5-4. However, normally, a party would make sure that they put 7 players that could perform well in the matches. As for the remaining 3 members of the party, well, they were basically not important at all. They could basically be for sale. That's right. Because the contestants of the Rank S and Rank A Professional League Championships get money and sponsors from the game company in every season of the championship. Meanwhile, putting the 3 members of the party on sale would get the system to pay them more. They could also earn some extra money from their bosses. Because some rich players who wanted to be famous did not care about that small amount of money, they would allow their names be used for such a devious act. Well, they wanted to become famous, after all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 777, Defeat the Ambitious Schemer Brox. Chapter 777, Defeat the Ambitious Schemer Brox. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After getting familiarized with the Professional League Championship over the past 2 years, the officials made some amendments to the rules and regulations of the championship. First of all, the number of parties participating in the Class S Championship League had been expanded up to 32 parties. Meanwhile, the number of parties participating in the Class A Championship League had been expanded by up to 64 parties. Other than that, the duration of the championship in each class had been shortened to 3 months. Because of that, the championships have become even more intense and exciting. Once every 3 months, there would be one test to determine if every player could retain their positions in their class for the championship or not. Their performance would determine if they could be elevated to a higher championship class, stay on the same championship class, or be demoted down to a lower championship class. Everyone in the server was quite stressed. They would go all out in each match they participated. As for the World League Championships that would be held by the end of every year, how would they decide which party would be eligible for the championship? Then? Well, things could get complicated in that regard. There would be 4 seasons of Professional League Championships throughout each year, and the points that the first 3 teams acquire would differ in every season of the championship. The champion would acquire 3 points, the runner-up would acquire 2 points while the third in place would get 1 point. After the 4 seasons of the championships, the organizer would sum up the total points that each team earned throughout the 4 seasons. The first 2 teams with the highest scores would be selected to participate in the World League's championship. If there are 2 teams with the same score, they would need to extend the matches. In other words, everything was designed to make the championship more exciting and intense. Although Zhang had joined the expedition party as well, he would not be able to cover the shortage in the firepower of his team all by himself. The bosses of the Spectre's Cavern were still alive and well. If the dungeon was only a 5-player scale dungeon, Zhang might be able to take down the dungeon with only Han Ningxue supporting him. The firepower of Zhang, Phoenix Pet and Felice combined would be able to match the firepower of 3 top-tier players combined. Furthermore, Han Ningxue has become one of the most powerful healer in the entire server. As long as there are no level gap restriction effects, the 4 of them would be able to sweep any 5-player scale dungeon in the entire server. However, once the number of players increases, the intimidating threat that players with inheritance transformations could pose would begin to lose its charm. Players who activated their inheritance transformations would only gain 2 times of their initial attack power. The significant increment on their HP amount would only increase their survival in a battle. It seemed that the power level of the players with inheritance transformations had been nerfed at some point. They could only unleash their full potential while battling against open-world bosses now. Well, open-world bosses would just spam unbelievably powerful AoE attacks from time to time. Only those who have extremely high amounts of HP would be able to survive the waves of insanely high damage, but before the 4th boss of the dungeon could be brought down, Zhang battle team had to encounter Eternal Flame's battle team in the championship. Because of the layout of the championship, the 2 battle teams would be facing each other for the first time. The 2 sides had been holding grudges against each another from the start. So everyone on both sides were burning with murderous intent. Currently, the power level of Eternal Flame had become rather powerful. Because of Lu Wei's death, the myth basically became the subguild of Eternal Flame. Top-tier players such as Death Arbiter had also joined the Eternal Flame. Because of that, the Eternal Flame has become more powerful than they ever did. Currently, Eternal Flame had 2 players with Class A inheritance, 5 players with Class A inheritance and 3 players with Class C inheritance. Well, they definitely have the strength to stand proud in the entire China region now. Looking at the list of the battle team points, the Eternal Flame had not lose a match just yet. They were able to earn the same score as Silky Soft Battle Team, Crimson Rage Battle Team and Sky and Ocean Electronics Battle Team. After adding in the small points, the Crimson Rage Battle Team remained number 1, the Eternal Flame Battle Team was in the 2nd place. Meanwhile, Silky Soft Battle Team had become number 4. Well, the situation arose because Zhang and the other core players of the guild did not participate in the championship. So, they had to lose some of the 1v1 matches during the championship. Therefore, it was natural that they would score lesser small points compared to the other battle teams. According to Zhang perspective, as long as they could win all matches by the end of the championship, they would be able to become the champions by the end of it. Well, there was no need to look at the small points at all, but however, their upcoming opponent would be the Eternal Flame. So, Zhang and the rest of his gang were all there, this time around. Zhang, do you have the balls to face me one-on-one in the arena? Dragon Marquis aka Zhong Xiuhua attempted to taunt Zhang. Noob Tank, don't fall into his trap. He's definitely going to eat you up. Wei Yan'er said as if she knew what was on the mind of Zhong Xiuhua. Well, that was quite obvious actually. Zhang was the number 1 player in the entire China region. He was basically the symbol of invincibility of the China region. Their intention was obvious for using a level 142 pawn to battle Zhang. Their strategy was to have Silky Soft Battle Team waste their best horse on Eternal Flame's worst horse so they could match their better horses against the lesser horses of Silky Soft Battle Team. By doing so, they could ensure Scholar Muzu and Long Rich's victories in their matches. However, Zhang frowned after hearing what the little brat had to say. What did you mean by eat, huh? However, Zhang would never pass on the opportunity to beat the crap out of Zhong Xiuhua. So he arranged himself as the first to go down to the arena without any hesitation. Well, Sun Xinu and the others would definitely be able to defeat any opponents that come at them now. Furthermore, 100 Shots had become much more powerful ever since he had his Red Dragon. He could even win the matches in the World League Championships with a smile on his face. There was no doubt that he would be able to win in merely a professional league championship. Well, because players were not allowed to activate their inheritance transformations, the difference between the power levels of different inheritance classes had become lesser. The HP amount of the players did not change a bit. The only difference was their attack power. Class S inheritance could boost the players with 50% additional attack. Class A inheritance could boost the players with 45% additional attack power, while Class B inheritance could boost the players with 40% additional attack power. Considering the fact that the equipment of the players at the current stage of the game could at least boost the players' attack power by at least 100%, these difference of 5% to 10% could not actually matter that much. In truth, that amount of difference would in fact only boost the player's attack power by 5% to 4%. After a brief moment of preparation, the match had begun. The Eternal Flame really sent Zhang Xiuhua out as the first player to fight in the arena. Zhang Yang had no reason to be courteous now. Well, he did not have to kill Zhang Xiuhua immediately as well. So the moment they went down to the arena and the round was announced to have begun, Zhang Yang charged up to Zhang Xiuhua and began with his onslaught on the prick. He did not hesitate at all while he raised his fist and shield and swung at Zhang Xiuhua with full strength. The continuous bombardment of attacks on Zhang Xiuhua's face was so frequent and fast. Zhang Xiuhua's face had instantly turned swollen and out of shape. Blood was spilled and broken teeth was flying all over the place. By the end of it, the rich boy could not take it anymore. He finally screamed like a little b***tch and opted to forfeit himself from the match. That was when the humiliation on Zhang Xiuhua ended, finally. Everyone was surprised to see that the torture on Zhang Xiuhua went on for 5 minutes. So, they could guess that those two must have some sort of grudges against each other. They began to acquire information about it. Well, rumors had their ways of spreading fire. Many versions of stories were soon heard across the entire server. After that, Sun Xinu and the others got down to the arena for their matches. As expected, they won every single round of the match. For the past 2 years, players all around the world had been wishing to see someone or some party who could bring a challenge to the Lone Desert Smoke. They were hoping to see Zhang Yang and his gang defeated and dragged down from their throne. After all, things would be much more interesting if all flowers were to bloom together. With many unexpected things comes competition. With competitions comes suspense. Only then could gamblers place their bets in excitement. Before the match, the Eternal Flame had kept their undefeated record throughout the Class S League Championship. They were known to be a rising star that rose all of a sudden. They had given others the illusion that they had what it took to challenge the absolute power of the Silky Soft Battle Team. Furthermore, the Eternal Flame had also been shouting out loud with their slogans, saying that they would defeat Lone Desert Smoke and become the best in the entire China region. So, everyone was deceived into believing that they would be able to do it. However, they had not thought that the Eternal Flame would just be a piece of *T when confronted with the absolute power of the Silky Soft Battle Team. Zhang Yang and his gang won with the score of 0-5. Everyone's passion in supporting the Eternal Flame had been instantly extinguished. Well, Silky Soft Battle Team was indeed worthy to be recognized as the champion of the World League Championship for the past 2 years. They were already known to be the symbol of invincibility in the entire world. So before some unexpected rising star could appear, Lone Desert Smoke would remain the champion with absolute power in the game. Upon defeating Eternal Flame with ease, Zhang Yang and his gang had to battle another 3 battle teams: Crimson Rage Battle Team, Sky and Ocean Electronics Battle Team and By Way Battle Team. Well, Zhang Yang had no idea what Crimson Rage Battle Team promised Hanning Shui and the ladies. They actually held back and let the Crimson Rage Battle Team win a little. By the end of the 3 matches, Crimson Rage Battle Team had become the first in place while Silky Soft Battle Team became the runner-up on the list. Meanwhile, Eternal Flame and the Sky and Ocean Electronics Battle Team got the 3rd and the 4th in place. Well, it would not make any difference if a battle team gets 1st or 2nd places. Both battle teams would be able to participate in the World League Championships by the end of it. Therefore, Zhang Yang closed his eyes on that matter and moved on. There was no need to be bothered by such trivial matters. However, a few days later, Zhang Yang noticed that there was a large quantity of limited edition bags and perfumes. The hardcore mode of the Spectre's Cavern remained tough. No party had been able to take out the 4th boss just yet. Meanwhile, everyone understood one thing out of the countless failed attempts at taking down the 4th boss. Tactics would not be able to cover up the lack of firepower in a battle. Therefore, many top-tier guilds began to focus on grinding for the moment. They would just repeatedly clear the dungeon to gather more equipment by slaying the 1st boss, 2nd boss, and the 3rd boss whenever the dungeon is reset. Upon acquiring more and more equipment, they would just improve the power level of their expedition party before challenging the 4th boss again in the future. Well, most of the top-tier players were not far from attaining level 180 at the moment. After grinding, they were able to reach level 180 and beyond in just a short period of time. Ding! Ambitious schemer Brox is attempting to launch a war that will turn the entire world upside down. Warriors, stop him before he can even move his finger on that. Just when Zhang Yang was grinding in the open world map, he suddenly received a notification from the system. So naturally, he accepted the quest. Defeat the ambitious schemer Brox, difficulty, rank S. Description: 10,000 years, the ancestors of Brox found a terrifying monster in the void dimension. However, to fulfill their ambition, the ancestors of Brox did not hesitate at all to summon the monsters over to our world. This type of monster absorbs water to survive. Then, the creature will excrete a substantial amount of salt as its byproduct. After 10,000 years of multiplying, the species of the monsters had become so numerous that anyone would get shocked to find out their numbers. They even covered the entire Marlin's land of salt. Now, Marlin's land of salt no longer has enough water to feed these monsters. Meanwhile, Brox's ambition is still expanding boundlessly. Warriors, you must get together now. There might still be a little hope at saving this land. Defeat Brox and send these monsters back to the void dimension, where they belong. Protect our motherland. Quickly! Go to the Bavarian's castle in the Marlin's land of salt. Brox is in that castle. Completion: acquire Brox's staff 0 to 1. Number of players: 20. Quest reward: experience points plus 100 million, skill points plus 2. So, could this be the event boss that the officials mentioned before? Now, everyone could finally understand why Marlin's land of salt would end up like this. So that was the reason that made the entire land end up being covered in salt crystals. Little Yang, have you accepted the quest? Noob Tank, when are we leaving then? All of a sudden, everyone began to speak at the same time. Everyone was excited over what was about to happen. Obviously, this quest would be offered to the players once they hit the level cap of level 180. A tank. A freaking tank. Everyone was cheering and laughing. From the hint that the officials fed to the players, Brox would definitely be an ascended tier boss. That being said, they would be acquiring ascended tier equipment once they kill the boss. Meanwhile, the quest became quite a hot topic among the players. The officials would not make the info public if the boss is not hard to take on. This boss might also be a world boss as well. So the boss would definitely drop more than 3 pieces of ascended tier equipment, if that is the case. Remember Angus? That boss had dropped over 13 pieces of legendary equipment. Although Brox might not drop legendary equipment, however, it would be more than just satisfying if the boss could drop 13 pieces of ascended tier equipment. After all, players would not be able to equip the legendary equipment, even if they really get it from the boss currently. It would be more practical to get the ascended tier equipment that they could equip on the spot upon acquiring them. Every single player who had reached level 180 soon gathered around. However, among the players who reached level 180 and beyond, only Galileo the Pretty Face, Ten Dusk the Cold Face, and female Raid Covent the Lowly Pursuer were able to hit level 180. Even though everyone had inheritance transformations to spare, if Brox turns out to be a world boss, they would not be able to even survive the boss with their current numbers. There wouldn't be much hope at slaying the boss if that is the case. The system had been using announcements to urge the players to come and battle bosses. Well, first of all, they wanted to encourage the players to battle against each other. Secondly, that would also mean that the boss would not be easy to take on. So everyone would have to get together in order to defeat the boss. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 778, The Function of the King Cross's Sword. Chapter 778, The Function of the King Cross's Sword. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang and the others were gathered at Marlin's land of salt. After that, they departed for the Bavarian's castle together. After rushing along for more than 2 hours, they finally arrived at their destination. Even though this was the lair of Brox, there was no way that maniac could have single-handedly saltified the entire land. The walls have been corroded so badly that they looked ancient. There was no telling how long this castle had been there. Zhang Yang and the gang were not the first to reach the castle, though. There were already many players battling against some jellyfish-like monsters. These monsters had translucent skins. However, they did not have any eyes, nor ears, nor hands and legs. They did not even have a single bone in their body. They were basically wiggling their way through everything. Decayed Beast, Elite, Elemental. Level, 190. HP, 9,500,000. Defense, 12,110. Melee attack, 86,871 to 126,871. Skills. Water Drain, sucks the target dry and causes the target to lose 100,000 HP. Salt Prison, excretes crystallized salt and imprisons the target. The target cannot move. Lasts for 3 seconds. Note, monsters coming from the void. They were summoned by their ancestor Brox. They live in water. Their secret crystallized salt that can imprison anything. In the vast universe, many planets have been killed off by them. The moment Zhang Yang and the gang approached the castle, they were forced to land by the system. Even though they were not forcefully dismounted from their mounts, the system obviously did not allow players to fly straight into the castle. Players would need to approach the castle on foot. So, that was why everyone was clogged up by the monsters in the surroundings instead of flying straight through the castle door. It seemed that everyone was forced to even take off their underpants. "Let's move in," Zhang Yang said. There was a possibility that Brox could be a world boss. If that turns out to be true, players would need to join forces together in order to defeat the boss. The players could think about battling each other only after they have taken down the boss. Because of that one possibility, everyone was playing nice all along. They did not attack the other players, nor were they being attacked by the other players. Each party went on forward in their own directions. The castle was just huge. They would not have to worry about having to fight over monsters. Not long after Zhang Yang and his gang joined the battle, other parties from other top-tier guilds were arriving as well. That included Crimson Rage, Hell Family, Land of Savages, Dark Palace and many more. Of course, there were also other parties that had been formed temporarily as well. Because some of them came from guilds that were not powerful, and some of them didn't even have a guild, so they temporarily formed a party to join the battle. There was already quite a number of level 180 players at the current stage of the game. Zhang Yang took a glance across the battlefield and estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of players who have reached level 180. It was a normal phenomenon, though. Zhang Yang had currently reached level 184 while Han Yingxue and the others had reached level 182. Basically, the majority of the players from all 8 regions were insanely grinding. The decayed beasts were roaming all over the places. However, elite-tier monsters could only perform as well as an elite-tier monster. Now, the players have reached level 180 and beyond. Furthermore, the players that were present on the map were basically the core players of the top-tier guilds all around the world. So the players were able to lay waste to all the monsters with their absolute advantage in the aspect of power level. However, the number of the monsters was just abundant. Whenever monsters were killed, the others would fill in their shoes and be killed again by players. It was as if the monsters were spawning endlessly. After slaying the monsters for over 2 to 3 hours, the decayed beasts finally stopped spawning. The players swept up the remaining monsters one by one until the entire army of the monsters was wiped out clean. "You imbeciles! How dare you intrude into my land and behave so atrociously?" Suddenly, a rageful roar echoed throughout the surroundings. The silhouette of a man stood on the top of a tall building in the surroundings. The shadow leaped itself from the top of the building down to the ground and landed like a superhero. It was a middle-aged man wearing a spellcaster's robe. He had a crimson red staff in his hand. His face was filled with pride and arrogance. "Ha ha! Don't even think about getting out of here alive. You were as good as dead when you decided to step foot onto my territory." The middle-aged man laughed like a madman. He raised his staff and swung it across the air. Countless dark orbs of light shot straight towards the players in the vicinity. Whoever who got touched by the dark lights were afflicted with a damage value. Each of the players received at least 300,000 damage. Spellcasters and priests who had low amounts of HP lost half of their HP bar after that one single hit. Ambitious schemer Brox, ascended, humanoid. Level, 200. HP, 100 billion. Defense, 32,470. Magic attack, 152,165 to 252,165. Skills. Shadow Arrow, causes 200% magic attack of shadow damage to the target. Instant activation. Range, 1000 meters. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Soul Penetrate, scourges the soul of the targets, causing 500,000 chaos damage to all targets within the range of 1000 meters. Shadow Arrow Barrage, causes 300,000 shadow damage to all targets within the range of 1000 meters. Soul Bomb, when players leave the boss by more than 1000 meters, they will immediately blow up and die on the spot. Range, 1000 meters. Life Support, recovers 1% HP in every 30 seconds. The amount of HP recovered will not be affected by any other effects. Note, the Brox family has been reproducing a large quantity of decayed beasts over countless years. There is no way to stop their ambition of conquering the entire world. After the boss revealed himself to the players also noticed that they could fly again. Since the boss had revealed itself, wide in the open, there was no reason for the players to hold back at all. Before that, the system had restricted the players from flying because they wanted to prevent the players from triggering the appearance of the boss too soon. The system intended to gather more players in one spot before triggering the appearance of the boss. Soul penetrate? Zhang Yang let out a shocking scream. Didn't the King Cross sword that he stored back in the bank had the ability to nullify this skill? Ha ha. We've hit the jackpot. Everyone knew that Zhang Yang had acquired that useless piece of sword back in the day. No one ever thought that the sword would become so useful, all of a sudden. I'm going back to get the King Cross's sword. Just stay put until I get back. Zhang Yang immediately teleported back to Surin's castle with his teleportation scroll. Then, he teleported back to the main city to get the sword out from the bank. After all that was done, he teleported back to the gang by using his lover's charm. The entire process only took 5 minutes. It appeared that the item was extremely practical and convenient. It did not degrade or lose its uses even after the players level up. The other parties had engaged in battle with the boss. Even though it was just 5 minutes into the battle, everyone had noticed the boss's 2 major AoE skills and their cooldown period. The Soul Penetration had a 5-second cooldown while the Shadow Arrow Barrage had a 6-second cooldown. In other words, the boss could deal approximately 150,000 DPS to a bunch of players. Even Holy Knights who excel in healing a single target would not be capable of healing enough amount of HP to catch up with that amount of damage unless the players had activated their inheritance transformation. However, even if player with Class B inheritance had activated their inheritance transformation, they could only boost their healing capability 2 times higher. They could still be capable of healing one single target at a time. However, they would be helpless if they were required to heal multiple targets at the same time. Under the bombardment of the boss, many players who had activated their inheritance transformation were beginning to lose their footings. They began to fall from the sky, one after another. Thanks to the existence of soul penetration, the players would automatically die if they ever get more than 1,000 meters further away from the boss after getting near to the boss. Therefore, they could only move forward. They could not afford to retreat after getting into range with the boss. The moment they retreat too much, they would die on the spot. The surrounding of the castle did not have invisible air walls around and players could resurrect themselves indefinitely by running back to their dead bodies. However, those who die would no longer be able to use their inheritance transformation for the next 72 hours. Without the power boost, these players would not last long at all under the bombardment of the boss's attacks. It did not take long for the boss to slay most of the players in the vicinity. Meanwhile, the HP bar of the boss remained full for the most part, because of the boss's life support. So, how should anyone proceed in order to defeat this boss then? Without being able to use inheritance transformation, it would be pointless if players were able to resurrect with a full amount of HP and fly back to the boss. They would need at least 10 seconds to get back to the boss. By doing so, they would be receiving another 1,500,000 damage before they could even touch the boss again after they managed to resurrect. Without the boost from their inheritance transformation, they would be dead when they get near to the boss. They would not be able to deal a single point of damage on the boss. Even if the boss could only be taken down with a large number of players, the boss had to be vulnerable to begin with. Under such circumstances, nothing would work on the boss at all. Any efforts would go to waste if the players do not find a way to overcome the problem. So, this is how powerful an ascended tier boss can be. So, this is what despair feels like, in the face of an overwhelmingly powerful boss. When they were battling against Angus, the players still had an ascended tier boss to act as both shield and spear on their side. But now, they had no one aiding them in this boss battle? So what should they do? Zhang Yang did not launch his attacks at the boss immediately. He intended to let the others use up their inheritance transformations first before he changes at the boss. As mentioned earlier, a player would definitely not able to get near the boss without getting themselves killed. So, if Zhang Yang just waits patiently until the others use up their inheritance transformations, there would be no one who could try to snatch the boss from him. Under the ferocious slaughtering of the boss, about 90% of the players were killed once. Meanwhile, most of them were killed while transformed. There was no escape in the sky, and there was no escape on the ground either. So, most of the players were tortured to death by the boss alive. There was no way of running at all, Well, only parties from Dark Palace, Hell Family, Land of Savages and other top-tier guilds did not make any moves towards the boss. They were maintaining a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers between themselves and the boss. They were sitting back, trying to come up with a strategy to take down the boss. Unfortunately, without the King Cross's sword's special effect, they would never be able to find a viable way of killing the boss even if they break their heads trying to think. Well, this Brox was too overwhelmingly powerful for any player to handle at the current stage of the game. This quest for acquiring the Kingcross's sword was not unique after all. That being said, every party could get the sword if they accept the quest. However, there were no hints nor signs of the quest from the system at all. How could anyone have known about the existence of the sword and its divine function of countering the boss' strongest AoE skill, that? 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, after a number of parties got themselves killed a couple of times, they finally announced that they would like to give up on killing the boss. Many parties had left the battlefield, one after another. From their point of views, they believed that it was impossible to slay Brox at the current stage of the game. They believed that they needed to gather more players with at least a full set of holy tier armor before they could bring Brox down to his knees. Without numbers, a world boss will never be defeated. Finally, top-tier guild including the Hell family and Land of Savages were beginning to pull their troops back. Based on the remaining number of players on the battlefield, there was no hope for any of them to slay the boss anymore. So, they decided not to waste time on the matter. If that is the case, why don't they spend their precious time on clearing the Spectre's hidden cavern? They could quickly collect a full set of holy tier equipment for each of their members by doing that repeatedly. While watching the other parties retreating one after another, Zhang began to laugh out loud. Then he said, "It's our turn to put up a good show." He. Everyone from Zhang party smiled and laughed. Zhang activated the special effect of Kingcross's sword. At the same time, he activated his inheritance transformation as well. Phoenix Pet and Felice did not stand idly by either. They also activated their own transformation skill before charging towards the boss. The rest of Zhang party had also activated their inheritance transformations. The ones with Class A inheritance had the ability to fly in the air while the rest just rode on their mounts, charging towards the boss as swiftly as they could. Because the players around the boss were all slain, Brox was no longer in his battle mode. Now, he had a full bar of HP. Upon noticing Zhang and his gang approaching him at high speed, Brox began to let loose his shadow arrows at them before Zhang and the gang could set foot into the range of 1,000 meters from the boss. 1 second right after he activated his shadow arrow, Brox activated his soul penetrate, spreading countless dark orbs of radiating lights towards his enemies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 779, The Revival of a Salted Fish. Chapter 779, The Revival of a Salted Fish. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Immune. The dark lights landed solidly on everyone who was approaching the boss. However, the word immune popped right on top of everyone's head. If there were any other players left in the surroundings to witness this, they would be able to see that the boss's soul penetrate could do nothing to anyone around him. None of them would suffer any damage or lose any HP. Soul penetrate. The moment everyone set foot within the range of 1,000 meters from the boss, everyone was afflicted with the negative effect of the soul penetrate. From that moment on, if anyone ever gets out of the range of 1,000 meters from the boss, that player would be killed instantly. Shadow Arrow Barrage. Throughout the 10-second gap when Zhang and his gang were approaching the boss, that time frame had become the boss's time for his individual performance on stage. He repeatedly struck out with countless of dark arrows into all directions. The arrows were scattering into the surroundings, hitting anything within the ranged attack of the boss. However, that 10-second gap was just as long as breathing in some air and breathing out again. Zhang was the first one to arrive before the boss. He raised his battle axe up and gave the boss a solid slash. 742-033. A damage value popped right up on top of the boss. Everyone was shocked to see that amount of damage value. It was terrifying. Zhang normal attack was about to reach 1,000,000, soon. Holy sh*T. With that attack power, Zhang could already oppress a holy tier boss like a boss himself. After all, the power level of the boss was not exhibited through the single attacks, but through their terrifying AoE attacks and their long *SSHP bars. Han Shui and the others were a little slower than Zhang. Everyone settled down in their own positions. The healers were healing the party's HP bars back to full while the DPS players were dealing intense damage to the boss. Everyone was doing their own parts in the battle, trying to bring the boss's HP bar down. Brox had over 100 billion HP, and the ability to recover 1% HP once in every 30 seconds. In other words, the boss had the ability to heal 3,330,000 HP with every passing second. Meanwhile, if the party wants to empty out the HP bar of the boss entirely in 2 hours, they would have to deal a party DPS of 1,390,000 plus 3,330,000 is equal to 4,710,000 damage. With the party's current firepower, it would be quite difficult for them to deal so much damage. Zhang Yang decided to put his faith on the third time of his glare of the death god. The party would need to have at least one successful attempt of activating the glare of the death god in order to make up with their insufficient firepower at slaying the boss. On the other hand, Zhang Yang and the party had the special effect of the King Cross's sword to support them. Furthermore, Han Yingshui, Fantasy Sweetheart and Female Raid Coven's super healing capabilities were extremely strong. So, the HP bars of all Zhang Yang's party members were maintained at a safe level. Glare of the Death God. Resisted. Zhang Yang sighed. Although he still had 2 more attempts, it would still be too impractical and risky to put his faith on a skill that triggers by such a slim chance. After giving it some thoughts, Zhang Yang contacted Snowseeker through her private chat. Then he said, "Guildmaster Snow, I come bearing a gift." "Oh? What kind of gift?" Snowseeker said in a calm manner. Well, she would never believe that Zhang Yang would really give her something worthwhile, anyway. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Come back and fight Brox with us. I have absolute confidence in slaying the boss. However, there are only 12 of us here. The quest can be completed by 20 players. So if we kill the boss now, the other 8 spots will go to waste. Since you're always there for me and my men, I can give the 8 spots to you. You will get skill point as the reward for completing the quest." "Just skill points?" "Of course, Guildmaster Snow. You mustn't be too greedy." "Humph. Guildmaster Zhanyu, you're not this nice usually. What makes you come and beg? You're short on men? So you want us to help you out? You're kidding, right? Do you think that's possible? The boss loot. We want half. Bye-bye. 1/3 of the loots then. Bye-bye. 1/4 of the loots then. All right. However, you can only have 1/4 of all the equipment dropped by the boss. Items are not included." Zhang Yang also knew that the 2 skill points were far too little for Snowseeker to accept the offer. If Zhang Yang really sweeps all the loots to himself in front of Crimson Rage, the ladies would definitely feel cheated and infuriated at the same time. They might even decide to never work together with him ever again. Deal. However, if you get at least 4 pieces of Ascended Tier equipment, you must promise to give us at least one of them. No problem. After adding 8 of the Crimson Rage members to his party, Zhang Yang equipped his party summon order and summoned Snowseeker and 7 others from Crimson Rage over to his location. Zhang Yang had informed them to activate their inheritance transformation before they are summoned over. Well, the Lady Army was greeted by the boss's crazy bombarding attacks the moment they arrived. However, Zhang Yang activated the special effect of the King Cross's sword once again at the correct timing, and everyone was immune to the effect of the boss's soul penetrate. "So this is it. How did you manage to get such a secret weapon?" Snowseeker's eyes were glittering while she looked at Zhang Yang. Having a weapon that can nullify the boss's soul penetrate was like nullifying the boss's strongest AoE skill. The boss's Shadow Arrow Barrage could only deal a DPS 50,000 damage. The 3 healers in Zhang Yang's party wouldn't even break a sweat. Well, Brox was impossible for the players to take him head-on at the current stage of the game. It was not because the boss's single attacks were too oppressively powerful, it was actually because the boss could combine his Shadow Arrow Barrage and Soul Penetrate and utilize them perfectly together to form a deadly combo. That was how the boss was able to wipe out all of his enemies within the vicinity of his attacks. However, once the players are able to counter the deadly combination, the boss would become a fallen god. When that happens, the players would only have to focus on dealing as much as damage as they could to the boss. 95%, 90%, 85%, the HP bar of the boss was reducing steadily at a very slow pace. Even though the other guilds had retreated away from the battle to slay Brox, a few players had stayed behind in the vicinity to observe the situation. If there are ever any unexpected developments on the situation, these players would be able to report the situation back to their guilds. By then, they would be able to come up with some countermeasures. These players had been wandering around the surroundings, slaying quite a number of monsters. They were a little bit shocked to see that there were some players still attempting to fight the boss. At first, they were not bothered by it at all. They deeply believed that it was impossible for anyone to defeat the boss. However, they started to realize that something was odd. The HP bar of the boss was reducing at an average pace. However, the players didn't seem like they would fall anytime soon. They were instantly shocked by what they saw with their own eyes. So they quickly reported the news back to their headquarters. However, that map was extremely vast. Players would need about 3 to 4 hours to travel back to this spot even if they were on the Marlin's Land of Salt. They would require more time if they were to travel from territories around to this spot. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and the others only needed 2 hours to slay the boss. Actually, if players could not take down the boss in 2 hours, they would have to give up by then. Even if they had healers who were capable of maintaining their HP bars at the safe level, they would still need to have enough firepower in order to get the job done. If they do not have enough firepower, the boss's HP would rise back to full eventually. Zhang wanted to wait for the players to leave first before he begins touching the boss. Well, he had his reasons. If someone suddenly activated their inheritance transformation and charges in at the crucial final moment to land a hit, those players would stand a chance to steal all the loot the boss. When the number of players in the vicinity are high, there would be no telling how chaotic the snatching would get. Now that the players were gone, Zhang and his party could peacefully fight the boss. Even if someone charges in to interrupt at the final moment of the boss battle, they would be very small in numbers. There should not be any high-tier players in the surrounding of the boss currently, which high-tier players would waste their time standing idly by the side, observing the situation of a boss battle? However, they were afraid that the situation might suddenly change without any signs of warning. So, the gang was focusing their full firepower on the boss. They just wanted the boss battle to end as soon as possible. The loot would only be theirs if they managed to sweep the loot into their own pockets. Poor Brox was a world boss, after all. However, after his soul penetrate had lost its threatening factor, the boss was a tiger without its teeth. Although the tiger would still have claws that are sharp as F***ck, the tiger would still lose most of its power. That really made Brox vulnerable. The players could defeat him under those circumstances. 70%, 50%, 30%. Zhang attempted to throw another, Glare of the Death God, on the boss. However, he suffered the same fate as it was for the first time. However, the 8 ladies had joined in to aid them. So, their firepower had reached the minimum standard required to defeat the boss. Judging from the firepower of the entire party, they should be able to take out the boss within 100 to 110 minutes. 20%. The boss was infuriated. He was activating his soul penetrate at a more frequent rate. However, that skill could not even cause an itch in the players. So, Brox could only stand there and let the players slaughter him up with their killing cleave skills. His HP bar had gone down to 10% in a very swift manner, but at the same time, the cooldown of Brox's Shadow Arrow Barrage had been shortened from 6 seconds down to 3 seconds. So, the DPS of the boss was increased from 50,000 damage to 100,000 damage. However, because the 3 healers managed to heal everyone up to the safe level before the HP bar of the boss was reduced down to 10%, everyone was far from danger. Meanwhile, their inheritance transformations had boosted their initial HP amounts by a lot. Therefore, they could still stay alive for quite a while even if the boss bombards them with his powerful attacks. Furthermore, Han Shui still had not used her Milkmaid Deity's Ripple. Well, that godly skill could potentially heal everyone on the party back to their full health states. 8%, 5%, 2%, 1%. Brox let out a miserable scream and slammed his face on the ground from midair. Then, he dropped tons of equipment and many other items upon his death. Brox was really generous. He was worthy of being called one of the world bosses. Ding! Congratulations for being the first party in the server to slay an ascended tier boss. Your glorious deeds shall be remembered forever in the historical list of the world. As the leader of the party, please key in the name of your party. Your party name will be published on the historical list, allowing the world to praise you. Once the boss was dead, Zhang immediately received a system notification. Although he had previously slain the king of the Emerald City, the system did not recognize that kill because Zhang basically stole that kill. Therefore, the first clear for killing an ascended tier boss had only appeared for the first time here after they slew Brox. Zhang would definitely not giving the advertising opportunity to the Crimson Rage. So, he quickly filled the empty column with his advertising phrase and let the server do its work. The notifications began to ring out across the entire server. Well, the notifications did cause quite a bit of havoc among the players all around the world. They could only sigh and regret as they halted. Since the boss had been taken care of, they had no reason to go back to the spot anymore. Loot time! Wei Yan'er cheered. She immediately bounced over to the loots and picked them all up. Therefore, Zhang switched the settings so that only the captain would be able to distribute the loots. Then, he passed the authority over to Wei Yan'er. Therefore, the little brat was the only one who could distribute the loot to the others. The boss was being extremely generous this time. He dropped 10 pieces of ascended tier equipment and 5 pieces of holy tier equipment. Other than that, there were also 7 skill books, 4 pieces skill point crystallizes, 7 pieces of top tier aura stones. What a great bunch of loots the boss bestowed them. Let's distribute the loots first. Zhang quickly said. Well, Zhang wanted to shoo away the lady army. He wanted to prevent the ladies from noticing the value of their spoils. After all, they might have other ideas after knowing. Other than Snowseeker, the other ladies from Crimson Rage were basically hoodlums. They would just use any means necessary to obtain what they want. Zhang acted very generously and said, Guildmaster Snow, there are 10 pieces of Ascended Tier equipment here. So based on the promise I made for you, you can only take 2 of them. But I'm a generous person. Just take 3 then. Come, take them and go. Snowseeker rolled her eyes backward at Zhang. Then she quickly picked up the equipment that Zhang tossed over to her. After that, she said, though the Ascended Tier equipment are precious, there are items that are much better than enhancing our attributes. Well, speaking of which, Snowseeker was content with what she got by the end of the deal. They knew that they were just here to run some errands for Zhang. Zhang could have invited other people instead of them, after all. So they had actually earned an easy fortune for themselves. It was really fortunate for them to obtain 3 pieces of Ascended Tier equipment and 2 skill points as the reward for completing the quest. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 780, A Variable Tank. Chapter 780, A Variable Tank. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Snowseeker went through the 10 pieces of Ascended Tier equipment over and over again without being able to make up her mind at all. After struggling hard for over half a day, she finally decided to take the 3 Ascended Tier equipment that she handpicked. After that, Snowseeker led the Lady Army and left for White Jade Castle. They wanted to stand by at the main city until Zhang and their gang get back, before they hand in the quest together. Among the 7 Ascended Tier equipment, there were 2 heavy armor, 3 leather armor, and 2 cloth armor. Snowseeker took 1 ring, 1 necklace, and 1 accessory. Well, her decision was reasonable. Defensive equipment were much easier to come by. However, necklaces, rings, and accessories were very rare in the game. It would be much more difficult to farm for them. However, the additional attributes of the 3 pieces of Ascended Tier equipment that Snowseeker took were lower. It was hard to tell if Snowseeker had made the right choice. After distributing the 3 leather armor and the 2 cloth armor, it was time for the final 2 heavy armor. One was a pair of pants while the other was a helmet. Xenopus Scaled Helmet, Ascended, Heavy Armor. Defense, plus 1,280. Vitality, plus 39,207. Strength, plus 7,009. Agility, plus 2,916. Level 8 Socket 1. Level 8 Socket 2. Equip, increases maximum HP by 78,410 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 12%. Equip, absorbs 3,070 damage when being hit. Required level, 200. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. 10 Dusk immediately expressed that he was just tagging along. He did not believe that he deserved any of the loot. He had no intention of claiming any of the loot at all. Well, everyone praised him for that. Well, in fact, he and Female Raid Coven did not really contribute much in the boss battle. So, if they were to be included in the distribution of the equipment, even if the gang would not disagree, they might not be that happy about it. On the other hand, Endless Starlight's face was much thicker than a concrete wall. Of course, part of the main reason was because he had been part of the gang for quite some time now. As a secondary tanker on the party, he would need to power up himself a little bit from time to time. However, equipment for knights would have much higher stats in terms of intelligence attributes. Although that helmet was also suitable for a knight, it was obvious that he was not the most suitable person for that helmet. Well, he was in fact the most unqualified person among the gang for the moment. Therefore, the equipment could only go to either Zhang or Wei Yin Air. However, Zhang decided to take the greaves instead. So, he passed it on to the little brat. The helmet that he currently wore was a level 170 Holy Tier equipment. However, the greaves that he had on him was just a level 150 Ethereal Tier equipment. It was obvious that he could get more power if he switches his greaves away. Dark Abyss Greaves, Ascended, Heavy Armor. Defense, plus 1,280. Vitality, plus 40,239. Strength, plus 6,882. Agility, plus 3,002. Level 8 Socket 1. Level 8 Socket 2. Equip, increases maximum HP by 80,470 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 12%. Equip, absorbs 3,070 damage when hit. Required level, 200. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. Endless Starlight had no lots nor luck with this piece of equipment. He could only drool at it. Meanwhile, even though Ten Dusk was admiring the equipment as well, he kept himself well under control. After they were done distributing the equipment, it was time for them to look at the items. The 4 skill point crystals were distributed according to their turns. Zhang Yang acquired one of the skill point crystals. With the other skill point that he acquired from the system when he reached level 180, he added the 2 skill points to his Force Strike. Currently, his Force Strike had reached level 7. After adding the other 2 skill points that he acquired from the quest reward, his Force Strike would become level 9. So, one more level there. One more level before his Force Strike could become a skill that would always trigger an additional attack that would always be a critical hit. As for the 7 pieces of top-tier Aura Stone, 100 Shots and Daffodil Daydream took 5 of them and added the stones onto their Companion Aura and Recovery Aura. By doing so, they managed to level up their aura skills up to level 10. The remaining 2 were given to Fatty Han. Since he only had his Companion Aura, it would not matter at all if his aura skill is not maxed out. The skill books were distributed based on the numbers they rolled. Zhang Yang was a little unlucky today. He did not even get a skill book by the end of it. However, Wei Yenair gave him a pleasant surprise right after that, Book of Revelation, Chapter 7. He currently had the Book of Revelation, Chapter 1 to 6, with him. With this newly acquired Chapter 7 and Chapter 8 that Sun Xinu was holding, Zhang Yang had finally collected the first 8 chapters of the Book of Revelation. Before Zhang Yang could even make a sound, Sun Xinu took out the Chapter 8 and passed it to Zhang Yang immediately. After combining them, Zhang Yang only had one more chapter before he could finally combine the chapters into one complete book. So, where is this Chapter 9 now? The combination of the first 8 chapters of the Book of Revelation could provide 40% additional attack to the entire party. Also, players on the same party as the holder could immediately get resurrected with 80% HP remaining. Furthermore, the cooldown of the resurrection had been shortened to 3 hours only. Other than that, the skills enhancement effect had been improved to enhance 2 skills. After picking up the quest item Brox's staff, all loot had now been picked up except for 1. Goblin War Chariot Enhanced 2.0, Tank. Use, summons or dismantles a tank that can fit 10 persons. Casting time, 10 seconds. Required level, 180. Bound upon pickup. Tank? What the heck is this? Everyone was surprised to see such a thing among the loot. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, "Let's decide who takes it. Then the person will be able to put out its description on the system." Everyone began to roll. By the end of it, Wei Yenair rolled out 99 points and won the bet. So, she managed to secure the ownership of the tank. When she picked up the tank model that was the size of her palm, the system immediately refreshed and a system notification appeared. System notification: the first tank has been spawned. The tank system has been officially unlocked. Please visit our official websites for more information about the tank system. Everyone was very interested in the new tank system. So, many of them logged off the game to take a look at the new system's information on the official website. According to Zhang Yang's understanding, there are 4 different models of tank with 4 different passenger capacities. The 1.0 model tank can carry 5 persons. Then the 2.0 model tank can carry 10 persons. Meanwhile, the 3.0 model tank can carry 20 persons. Last but not least, the 4.0 model tank can carry up to a total of 50 persons. Each model of the tanks can be purchased from any army facility in any of the main cities in the server. However, the price would be. The 1.0 model was the cheapest among all models. Each one was priced at 200,000 gold pieces. The 2.0 model was a little more expensive than the 1.0 model. Players would require to spend 500,000 gold pieces in order to get one. Meanwhile, the 3.0 model would cost 1 million gold pieces and the 4.0 model would cost 5 million gold pieces. Because 1 gold piece is currently equal to $1 in real life, the price of each tank was as expensive as a sports car in real life, but obviously, other than the rich players, normal players would not even think about having one of these tanks. Furthermore, it would be pointless if someone buys a tank for him or herself. The tanks would require a sufficient number of passengers in order to function at its full functionality and potential. Everyone logged back into the game. Then Zhang Yang and the gang went back to the main city to hand in the quest to defeat the ambitious schemer Brox. All 20 of them had acquired the 2 additional skill points and everyone was quite happy about it, of course. Zhang Yang picked 20 of the most loyal and trustable members from his guild. Then, he transferred 5 million gold pieces to each of them from his own pocket. Well, his intention was to let them purchase a tank model 4.0 for themselves. 20 tanks could fit 1,000 players, after all. That would make them into the most powerful source of firepower of the guild. By doing so, Zhang had just spent over 1 billion gold pieces in one single go. However, he could still run the territories because Lone Desert Smoke had his back. Therefore, it was a wise move to try improving the firepower of Lone Desert Smoke in some sense. When his guild becomes much stronger, Zhang would be able to hold his grip firmly over the territories that he is right now. Well, if any other guild is capable of purchasing 20 tanks and declaring territory conquests over one of his territories with the tanks. One single model 4.0 tank could fit 50 players. From the perspective of HP, one tank could have more HP amount than a player who has activated a Class S inheritance transformation. However, the movement speed of a tank was extremely slow. Tanks could be used for pushing a boss in the open world, or some large-scale war, or party battles such as territory conquests. The tanks could only stack the HP amount of the players but not their attacks. Just imagine this. There are 20 players in a 3.0 model tank. Each of them could only deal a basic attack of 10,000 damage. So when the tank that is filled with 20 players encounters a boss with a defense of 11,000 points, the tank could only deal 20 separate forms of damage to the boss in each round of its attack. The attack power of the players would not be able to stack up to a total of 200,000 damage to deal an effective amount of 190,000 damage. On the other hand, a player with a Class B inheritance who has 10,000 basic damage could increase his or her attack up, ranging from 20,000 to 30,000 when he or she activates inheritance transformation. Unlike the tank, the player could deal a damage value that penetrates the boss defense. The player could potentially be 1,000 times stronger than the other 10 players combined. In other words, tanks could only boost the survival capability of the players. It had nothing to do with increasing attack or defense of the players. It would just deal as much damage to the target as it is supposed to. Well, a tank could carry players all together and sum up the amount of HP every player has, allowing the 10 to 20 players to all share the sum of their HP under one bar. Therefore, no one on the tank would die if the total amount of HP on the tank is not depleted. From a certain point of view, tanks could still increase the attack of the players. The attack power of the players would only be increased if they are able to stay alive. Although 20 tanks did not seem to be that much, the cost of purchasing 20 of them had reached up to a total of 1 billion gold pieces. Not every guild could afford to spend such an amount of money in one shot. Well, when they go to slay a world boss in the future, Lone Desert Smoke would have the equivalent of 20 additional players with Class S inheritance transformation, at least in terms of HP. It would not really matter how many players rode the tank. The tank would be the focal point for their enemies to attack. Well, the concept would be similar to a player on a mount. The only difference was that the defense of the merged mount and the player would be determined based on the defense of the player, which was also the owner of the mount. Meanwhile, the defense of the tanks would be based on their own defense values. Newly acquired tanks would not have any defense nor magic defense attributes. However, the players could purchase chariot fenders from the military facilities in the main cities to fortify their tanks. There were two kinds of chariot fenders, one being magic defense, while the other being purely defense. They would be graded into 4 different categories of grades, knowingly as A, B, C, and D. Each D-grade chariot fender could provide 2,000 defense armor or any sort of 2,000 magic defense. Each of the C-grade chariot fender could provide 2,600 defense armor or any sort of 2,600 magic defense. Each B-grade chariot fender could provide 3,300 defense armor or any sort of 3,300 magic defense. Last but not least, the each A-grade chariot fender could provide 4,000 defense armor or any sort of 4,000 magic defense. However, players could not just purchase A-grade chariot fenders with money and install them on their tanks. The owner of the tank must reach the same level or grade first before they could acquire A-grade chariot fenders and use them effectively on their tanks. Or else, the chariot fenders would just be like decoratives to the tanks. D-grade chariot fenders would require players to be at least level 180 before they become functional. C-grade chariot fenders would require players to be at least level 210 before they become functional. B-grade chariot fenders would require players to be at least level 240 before they become functional. Last but not the least, A-grade chariot fenders would require players to be at least level 270 before they become functional. It could not matter what type of model the tank is, one tank could only bear as much as 10 chariot fenders at the same time. Magic defense type or defense type, fire resistance or shadow resistance, the types of defense and resistance could be mixed freely, according to the player's free will. There were no limitations. However, there would be certain limitations to it because there were over 5 different types of magic resistance. If players dabble too much with all 5 different types of magic resistance without focusing on any one of them, the effects would be watered down. Among the 20 Model 4.0 tanks that Zhang purchased, 15 of them had been fortified with Grade D chariot fenders. Each of them had over 20,000 defense, which was much higher than Zhang current defense value. The other 5 remaining tanks were fortified with 10 pieces of frost resistance chariot fenders, 10 pieces of fire resistance chariot fenders, or any other of the 5 types of magic resistance chariot fenders. They have been fortified accordingly to multiple situations. Tanks do not have much durability to begin with. However, the chariot fenders do have durability. After losing their durability completely, these chariot fenders would lose their functionality. So, blacksmiths were required to be present nearby the tanks in order to get the chariot fenders fixed. These chariot fenders were basically similar to players' equipment in terms of durability. In fact, these chariot fenders could be seen as the tank's equipment. They only add either defense or magic resistance to the tanks. However, the vitality, strength, and the other attributes of the tanks would be based on the player's stats. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 781, Tanks Prowess. Chapter 781, Tanks Prowess. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The moment the tank system was implemented into the game, many guilds began to purchase the tanks. The implementation of the new system had sparked the guild to spend fortunes to secure as many tanks as they could. Even though not all guilds were as rich as Zhang Lone Desert Smoke, they just had to buy at least 1 or 2 tanks to stay in the game. After all, one Model 4.0 tank would have much more HP than a player that has activated his or her class's inheritance transformation. Of course, the guilds would need such a powerful asset on their sides. Furthermore, the tanks initially existed in the form of small models that could be held in one's hand. They were similar to the leash of a pet. So, the guilds could just keep the number of tanks they possessed hidden deep up their sleeves to create an element of surprise for their enemies. They would only reveal how many tanks they had during very crucial moments in battle. Even the Model 1.0 tanks cost 100,000 gold pieces each. The system had earned so much in just a couple of days. However, everyone was still buying in a frenzy, even though they were aware of it. Well, it cannot be helped though. If your enemy has a tank and you don't, you're basically F***ked in a head-on battle. After all, a tank would basically be as tough as a player who has activated his or her inheritance transformation. The first thing that Wei Yan did after she logged back into the game was to drag Zhang *SS over to the military quartermaster of the main city. There, she commanded Zhang to purchase 10 pieces of D-grade defensive chariot fenders so that she could fortify her tank. She tried to sound reasonable and said, "This tank is going to help everyone, not just me. Of course, you can't expect me to pay for everything." Even though the tanks were bound to whoever who picks them up, the chariot fenders were not. They could be traded freely among players. However, it would not actually benefit the players much. After all, only NPCs sell them in the main cities. So, the fact that the items were not bound upon pickup only allows players to purchase the chariot fenders on behalf of the others. Other than that, once the chariot fenders are installed on the tanks, they would no longer be removed from the tanks for others to use. They could only be replaced by new chariot fenders. Those chariot fenders on the tanks would be automatically destroyed when they are replaced by new chariot fenders. Meanwhile, each D-grade chariot fender cost up to 2,000 gold pieces. That was because the game developers wanted to restrict players from switching the types of their chariot fenders without consequences. For instance, players would have to use defense-type chariot fenders to battle against physical-type bosses. On the other hand, the players would have to use magic defense-type chariot fenders to battle against magic-type bosses. If they needed to switch the types of chariot fenders whenever they were going to battle different types of bosses, their finance would definitely run dry in the blink of an eye. Because of that, it would be wiser to purchase 6 tanks and install different types of chariot fenders on each of them. After installing the chariot fenders on her tank, the little brat immediately felt an itch to try out her new toy. She quickly summoned everyone over to Surin's castle, saying that she wanted to try out the functionality of the tank she newly acquired. Everyone in the gang was curious as well. So, it did not take long before all of them arrived at the entrance of the Surin's castle. After everyone arrived, Wei Yan took out the little tank model and started chanting. A stream of light flashed across the model. In just an instant, a heavily armored tank appeared right before the little brat's eyes. The tank had an open roof. So, players could just hop off the tank anytime they wanted to. Of course, the main intention was to make it much more convenient for the players to attack from within the tank. Everyone got up the tank. Each of them had an automated request sent on their behalf, asking to board to Wei Yan. They could only get on the tank when Wei Yan approved their requests. Or else, they would be forbidden from getting up the tank. Oi! Little Yen Air! Why don't you let me in? Other than Fatty Han and Endless Starlight, everyone was on board already. Fatty Han filled his cheeks with tears and looked at the little brat. Coqueek! Wei Yenair laughed like a little b*tch and said, "Wretched Fatty, little Starlight. You two have never once behaved appropriately. So, the captain of this tank forbids your entry." Even though that was the case at first, Fatty Han and Endless Starlight managed to sweet-talk their way onto the tank. They kept praising the little brat pretty and nice in order to get a pass to get on board. Charge! Let's kill ourselves some monsters! Wei Yenair was standing on the vehicle's front while raising her scythe up high and cried out loud. She looked like a powerful general giving orders for the tank to move out. The tank is controlled by the owner. The control mechanism over the tanks is basically similar to the control mechanism over the mounts. The tank was crushing the ground as it was moving forward. The movement of the tank was clumsy, sluggish, and noisy. It attracted quite some attention from the players in their surroundings. Many revealed a sense of admiration and envy on their faces when they saw Zhang Yang and the gang riding on a tank. However, the movement speed of the tank was extremely slow. It could only move a little faster than the normal movement speed of a player when they are on foot. Because of that, everyone began to feel bored after a short burst of excitement. They were now behaving just like white-collared workers taking their daily commute. Wei Yenair smiled awkwardly and she quickly kept the tank into her inventory. Then, everyone summoned their flying mounts and made their way to Sorokia. They decided to camp at that site to slay monsters and complete some quests for the moment. Thanks to the influence of the Kingcross's sword, everyone tried to complete the quests on the map. Everyone became skeptical on whether there would be some other similar quest items such as this sword. Furthermore, ascended tier bosses would not just sit tightly at a corner, waiting for players to find them and kill them. They would only be spawned by the system at certain time. So, before the bosses were spawned, no one would have any idea on what kind of insane skills the bosses would have. Upon arriving at a small valley, Zhang Yang and the gang noticed that the valley was full of wolves. They were basically level 190 to 195 normal tier monsters. Although their numbers were abundant, they were not closely packed together. So, it would be impossible for Zhang Yang and the gang to kill them all in one shot. Well, their main purpose was to try out the new tank, after all. So Wei Yenair quickly summoned the tank and let everyone get on board. After that, they charged out valiantly and marched towards the wolf's den with high spirit. Oh, a wild wolf howled and charged towards the tank. It reached out with its sharp claws and landed a solid strike on the chariot fender by the side of the tank. The impact rang out and everyone received a damage value that popped right on top of them. The damage values on them ranged randomly from 2,000 damage to 5,000 damage. Among them all, Zhang Yang was the one who had the most defense. However, he received the most damage out of the gang. Therefore, Zhang Yang was the one who received the 5,000 damage. The others received less damage. Well, the main reason was due to the fact that the defense and damage immunity of everyone was based on the defense of the tank. The basic attack of the wild wolf was approximately 56,000 points. After applying the 20,000 defense of the tank's defense, the wolf could only deal 36,000 damage to the tank. As there were 10 of them on the tank, the damage received by the tank was divided equally among the 10 of them in terms of percentages. However, that would not mean that every one of them would receive 3,600 damage. Because the system wanted to apply the idea of sharing the same fate to every single player on the same tank. Therefore, the deduction of HP would be based on percentage ratio. The system would make sure the HP bar for each of the players on the tank would drop down to 99%, 90%, 70%. Because Zhang Yang's HP was the highest among his gang, he received the most damage compared to the others based on the percentage ratio. Meanwhile, the player's defense would not be accounted for when they are on the tank. Or else, they would have their own defense and the tank's defense stacked on together, making them so powerful that they might not even receive a single damage from the monsters. All high-tier equipment had the special effect of absorbing damage. For instance, even though Sun Xinu and the others did not have shields on them, each of them also had over approximately 10,000 damage absorption. If they could really stack their own defense and the tank's defense altogether, then any damage that is under 12,000 damage would not be able to cause a single damage point on them. So obviously, that would not be the actual scenario. Tanks would only enhance the survival ability of the players. They can't make players invincible. After that, the gang began to launch their attacks on the wolf. After bombarding the wolf with their insanely powerful attacks, the monster died. However, because the movement speed of the tank was extremely slow, the gang believed that it was not a good idea to stay on the tank if they wanted to grind. Of course, the gang could split up a little and lure the monsters to the tank first before wiping them all out at once. It did not take long before everyone lost their patience with the super slow movement speed of the tank. One by one, they hopped off the tank and began to walk on their own pairs of feet. Well, the movement speed was not the only disadvantage that the tank had. Players would not be able to use quite a number of their powerful skills. Skills such as ambush, vanish, fake death, thunderstrike, and many more would not be available while they are on a tank. Other than that, there would only be one tank on the aggro list of the monsters when they engage into battles. Players were like the weapons installed on the tank. So, the monsters would not ignore the single unit on their aggro list, even if one of the hunter on board activates his or her fake death. Wei Yen was the only one who got excited over the tank. So after noticing everyone's dull reaction, she kept the tank back into her inventory and pouted in a huff. Because of the new tank system, many nation wars, party wars and territory conquests happened all over the server. The sides that had more tanks obviously had the advantage over the sides that had lesser tanks. Because of that, many guilds all over the server had been forced to invest more money on acquiring as many tanks as they could. Therefore, the number of tanks and the number of players with inheritance transformations had become factors that determine a guild's power level. And because of that, many average guilds that had not been performing well suddenly became powerful just because they had a guildmaster that's rich as F***CK. However, because tanks could only be used when players had reached level 180, many guilds could only keep the tanks in their warehouse for the moment even they were able to buy a large quantity of tanks. Another month had passed in a blink of an eye. The Fame had entered another phase that level 180 was the mainstream level in the game. Many players had attained level 180 and beyond at that point of the game. Because of that, large-scale war between regions had now become very common in the game. Well, there were many guilds who were not willing to stay in the shadow of others. So, they wanted to prove themselves by triggering wars. Meanwhile, the Eternal Flame had become a powerful guild. Furthermore, Zhang Xiuhua was a rich F***er who never runs out of money. So when his guild had gathered a certain number of level 180 players, he decided to launch a territory conquest on Surin's castle. During that siege, the Eternal Flame had sent 13 Model 4.0 tanks into the battle. It was not because Zhang Xiuhua only purchased that amount of tanks. It was because he could only gather 500 plus level 180 players, which was only enough to fill up 13 Model 4.0 tanks. Greeted with the ferocious siege from the Eternal Flame, Zhang Yang did not falter at all. He had nothing to worry about, after all. So, he sent 15 Model 4.0 tanks into the battle, limited by the same factor, he could only gather that many level 180 players. So, the two guilds had clashed in a fierce battle. Having 28 Model 4.0 tanks in the battlefield was basically like having 28 players with Class S inheritance transformations. However, there was also a power level difference, even though every single one of them were players with Class S inheritances. Well, the same went to the tanks. Although the chariot fenders on the tanks were all D-grade, and it sounded like there was no difference at all, the HP and attack power of the tanks would still vary based on the players on them. Just imagine this. If one tank is filled with players wearing ethereal tier equipment and the other tank is filled with players wearing holy tier equipment, which tank would be more powerful, then? It is obvious, isn't it? So, when the number of players increases up to the scale of 50, the difference between the power levels among the players would become extremely obvious. The Eternal Flame had an average of 25 million HP on each of their tanks. However, the Lone Desert Smoke had an average of 30 million HP on each of their tanks. Furthermore, the attack power on both sides was vastly different. Everything was obvious. The Lone Desert Smoke had taken down the first 6 bosses in the Spectre's Cavern. Although not every party of the Lone Desert Smoke managed to achieve such an achievement, the others were also managed to progress by over February 10th, or 3 out of 10 of the dungeon. Their achievements were considered not that bad at all. On the other hand, even though the main party of the Eternal Flame managed to progress over 4 out of 10 of the dungeon, the power level of their core players still had a long way to improve before they could catch up with the power level of the Lone Desert Smoke's core players. Other than that, the number of players on their dungeon expedition force. Their progress in clearing dungeons was slow as well. Only 3 parties of their dungeon expedition force managed to clear the first boss of the dungeon. More importantly, the level and tier of their equipment were far weaker than the level and tier of Lone Desert Smoke's equipment. Therefore, the Eternal Flame totally lost the battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 782, Sandra the Rover. Chapter 782, Sandra the Rover. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. One of the main reason Eternal Flame lost was because Zhang Xiuhua acted rashly. If he was willing to spend such a large sum of money, he could have bought 1,000 Model 4.0 tanks and wait patiently for his guild to have 50,000 level 180 players first. By then, he could have launched a full-scale attack on Saran Castle with 1,000 Model 4.0 tanks at the same time. 1,000 Model 4.0 tanks would be equally tough as 1,000 players who had activated Class S inheritance transformation. Even though the tanks could only move at an extremely slow speed, but territories and the territory hall would not move. So, it would be possible for them to take over the territory hall if they are well prepared in the first place. Of course, a guild would have to spend over 50 billion to acquire 1,000 units of Model 4.0 tanks. Well, there shouldn't be anyone in the entire world who would actually invest that much of an amount in virtual assets. After all, tanks would be bound to the person who buys them. They can't be transferred or traded to other players. So it would be quite risky as well. However, if 1,000 tanks could really take down a territory, the 50 billion spent would be worth it. After all, a territory could generate an amount of 50 billion gold pieces back to cover the cost after 2 months. Of course, tanks were not invincible. For instance, let's take a closer look at the Model 4.0 tanks. Each of the Model 4.0 tank could fit 50 players. So, the sum of HP the tank should be 40 million HP. Each of the player would need a few pieces of holy tier equipment to contribute, at an average of 800,000 HP. However, how long would it take for high tier players to empty out a total of 40 million HP, then? There was no way for the players to heal the tanks. That could prove to be a fatal weakness of the tanks. Of course, if players on board the tanks were powerful enough, they might still stand a chance at taking out their enemies before the HP bar of the tanks deplete. Upon getting out of battle mode, the HP bar of the tanks would recover back to 100% over a period of time. However, it would be impossible for one to get out of battle mode when one is standing in the middle of a large-scale battle with tens of thousands of players in the vicinity. Tanks could only provide players a longer survival period on the battlefield. There was no way that they could replace the status of players with inheritance transformation. After all, inheritance transformations could only be used once in every 3 days. Of course, they would be the real deal. Noob Tank, Cousin Sis. Time to wake your asterisk C's up. The new ascended tier boss will be spawning soon nearby the Bama volcano. Wake up now. No more sleeping. Wei Yan'er slammed on the door and screamed. God damn it. Zhang paused his intense exercise instantly. Now, he had to wake up early in the morning to help Haning Shui and Sun Xianyu do some intense exercise every day. So it was one of his new daily habits now. While he was drilling hard on the matter, he was shocked by the sudden interference from Wei Yan'er to the point that he almost lost both his hardness and his hardiness. Leave her be. Haning Shui's eyes had drifted so far away from reality that she could not get hold of them anymore. She was currently clinging on Zhang Yang with her 4 limbs like an octopus, gasping in a sexy voice, as if she was going to melt. After another intense session, Zhang Yang cuddled the 2 ladies down to the living room. Well, he did look happier and refreshed after the release. Today was Daffodil Daydream's turn to cook. So, she made everyone a sumptuous breakfast. Wei Yan'er was biting on her fork while she was moving up and down on both Sun Xianyu and Haning Shui. Then she said, Cousin Sis, why do you insist your son always lost in a fight with Noob Tank? I've always hear you two going arg 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 and eek 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 every time you two fight Noob Tank. I pity you too. Zhang Yang could not help to laugh it out loud. This little brat was still so pure even after staying with them for so long. Such a pure girl is hard to come by these days. Meanwhile, Haning Shui, Sun Xianyu and Daffodil Daydream blushed at the same instance after hearing what she said. The little brat had no idea on what was going on, but the 3 other ladies were very clear about it. Of course, the ladies, especially the 2 of them, would feel awkward. They had just been exposed by this little brat without her own knowledge. Yan'er, you can't talk about it in front of the gang and the others, you know? Especially the others. Haning Shui immediately attempted to brainwash the little brat. Well, if little brat ever feels the itch to tell the gang, especially Fatty Han and Endless Starlight, how much more awkward would the situation get then? Oh, okay. Wei Yan'er did not seem to fully understand. Indeed, she did understand some things that husbands and wives would do. However, she had no idea at all when it came to the process of making a baby. Well, one of the main reasons was because her mother passed away when she was very young. On the other hand, it was natural that her father would not talk about the birds and bees to the little brat. Meanwhile, Haning Shui had done a splendid job in protecting the little brat from being corrupted. However, the main reason among the main reasons was because this little brat had a weird and strange personality in the first place. She just loved to pull pranks on people and buys expensive purses and perfumes. Another main reason that kept her from getting involved in a relationship was because of the runway on her chest. Oh right. The new ascended tier boss is about to appear in the game. Wei Yan'er immediately went back on track. She swept her food into her big mouth and kept her mouth full. Meanwhile, she could still talk loudly and clearly. That was really something to be admired. Oh. Did you find any other information about the boss from the official website? Zhang Yang asked out of convenience. At the same time, he was frowning. Because Haning Shui that witch was teasing him by placing her soft and fair leg in between his thighs. Yeah, of course there's more. The boss is called Sandris the Rover. It's a stone giant. After spawning, the boss will roam around the Bama volcano. Wow, the boss has a 10% rate of dropping a holy tier pet mount. Did you hear me? It's a freaking holy tier pet mount. Wei Yan'er was so joyful that she began to dance around. Zhang Yang could not help but smile, then he said, "Don't get too excited just yet. You can get excited after you manage to get it. However, we don't have any secret items like the King Cross sword, right? So, we'll have to compete with the other guilds in this, right?" Daffodil Daydream was beginning to worry. Zhang Yang nodded and said, with the tank system up and running, players would be more capable of challenging a boss. However, even though the system had stated that the boss would be roaming around the Bama volcano, the boss would still be very difficult to find. The Bama volcano map is very huge. N. The four ladies nodded at the same time to express their agreement on it. The Bama volcano was located at the west of the Silrokia map. Zhang Yang and the ladies had grinded on the map before. So they were quite familiar with the map now. The Bama volcano area was very vast indeed. It would take approximately 2 to 3 hours for the players to cover the entire area on their flying mounts. Furthermore, the forest across the land was thick as F***ck. Even if millions of players searched for the boss at the same time, it would still take up some time. While the players were searching for the boss might have been taken out when they finally managed to find it. Then, what are we waiting for? Let's hustle up and search for the boss. Let's log into the game. Wei Yan'er was an impatient little B***tch, after all. So, she already began pulling Haning Shui to go back upstairs. What's the rush? Finish your food first. Zhang Yang laughed. Then, he swept his eyes across the flat chest of the little brat and said, "They'll only grow if you eat enough. Stinky noob tank. I'm unfriending you. Pooey." Wei Yan'er tightened her teeth. Everyone logged into the game after getting ready for the day. Zhang Yang immediately assembled all the level 180 players in his guild and made a headcount. However, the number fell short of his expectations. There were only 883 players in total that had achieved level 180 and beyond. He could not even fill up 18 tanks, because of that. Of course, no one would actually sit on the tanks while traveling across the map. So, Zhang Yang assigned his guild members to their respective tanks. He assigned 50 players to each tank, with one player as the captain of the party. Even a tank would need a leader to lead. Starting from the ascended tier bosses, no guild could take a boss all on their own. Every time there is a new boss spawning, the system would notify the players in the entire server. The system would also reveal the specific location of the quest-type bosses like Brock's. Meanwhile, the system would only reveal the whereabouts of the bosses that are not related to any quest in the game. For instance, Sandra the Rovers who just spawned not long ago. Of course, the system would also spawn new bosses out of the blue to provide players the element of surprise. By doing so, they could keep the pace of the game fresh and exciting. Players would be competing against each to see who takes down the bosses first, because of that. At some point, fierce battles could lead the players plunging themselves deeper into the game. On the other hand, death follows whenever there is a fierce battle. So, the system would be able to earn tons of money by charging the players for repairing their broken equipment after battles. Truth be told, that was one of the main methods the game company uses to suck money out of the players. Everyone would have to repair their equipment at some point. When Zhang Yang and the gang arrived at the Bama volcano, the area was ringed by tons of players. Most of them were searching for the whereabouts of the boss. However, some of them were there to take advantage on the others by launching their attacks on the weaker ones. By doing so, they could obtain some equipment from the players they managed to slay. So, where do we start first? Bama volcano was 3 times as large as Shanghai capital in real life. Even if Lone Desert Smoke mobilizes almost 1,000 members to search for the boss, they would only be able to cause a small ripple across the surface of the map. Without having much of an option to pick, Zhang Yang and his guild members decided to split out in order to cover more ground. After all, moving around would be much better than just sitting tightly in one spot, waiting for something to happen. The shadows of tons of players were entering the map. They looked like streams of a river that gushed throughout the map. As they were splitting up, making their way across the map, they looked like many river branches splitting out into the thick forest of the map. Further out, the shadows of players began to disappear into the forest without a trace. From that point of view, that should be enough to describe how large the map is. Everyone was busy looking for the boss, currently. The entire forest area was covered with gigantic trees that were as tall as hundreds of meters. Because of that, there was no way for the players to locate the boss by looking down from the sky. So, they could only stay on foot. Therefore, it was a slow, arduous process. However, there was also an advantage here. For the party who manages to find the boss, they would be able to take down the boss as long as they had the capability of doing so. They would not have to worry that other parties would suddenly interrupt the boss battle if they would really meet some other party while battling the boss. They must be having the worst luck of their lives, then. Zhang divided his main force into 19 different forces. Each of the forces had a tank. Each tank would be assigned to one direction. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang's main party took a different direction to proceed as well. Well, they did have their very own inheritance transformations and a tank. So, their attack power would surely be much more powerful than the other 18 parties. Boss, where are you? Boss, come here. Boss, I'll give you a snack if you come out now. Wei Yan'er was cheering and laughing all the way as she was riding on her pet mount, searching through the forest. You have such fair and soft meat, little brat. You better watch out. You might become the boss's first choice as a snack. Zhang Yang attempted to tease the little brat. You piece of savage human. Just when little brat was about to hit Zhang Yang suddenly made a gesture to signal her to calm the F***ck down. There's movement ahead of us. Zhang Yang sent a message to the party chat without making a sound. He tried to warn the others to lighten their footsteps. Therefore, everyone was proceeding forward as lightly as they could. After walking for over tens of steps, everyone noticed that there was a gigantic stone giant roaring right before them. The stone giant was whirling its two arms towards the ground repeatedly, like two giant windmills spinning at a high speed, smashing the ground violently with its mighty strength. The air was stirred so violently by the movement of its arms that the surroundings were like being blown by a typhoon. That stone giant was 50 meters in height. Its entire body was covered by mosses. The impact caused by each of the smashes on the ground were quaking the surroundings as well. It was the freaking boss. Zhang Yang and his gang had finally found the boss. Sandras the Rover, Ascended, Elemental. Level, 205. HP, 102-0000000/103-000000000. Defense, 32470. Melee attack, 294,899 to 394,899. Skills. Trample of War, stomp the ground in the surroundings and causes 350,000 physical damage to all targets. Targets will fall to the ground. Hammer Strike, use its solid rock fists to slam the targets, causing 100% melee attack of physical damages all enemy targets within range. Elemental Constitution, recovers 1% HP in every 30 seconds. The amount of HP recovered will not be affected by any other effects. Note, Sandras is a wise and farsighted stone giant. He loves to travel around the world. He cannot decide on whether he should eat the stone in 6 bites or 8 bites. To him, the different number of bites can define the tastiness of his meal profoundly. Seeing that the boss did not have a full HP bar, he could assume that the boss was in the middle of a battle. Actually, it was also visually obvious, because there were countless fireballs, frost arrows, and other arrows bombarding the boss. The visual effect of the magic impacts were stunning to gaze upon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 783, A Wind-Up Work. Chapter 783, A Wind-Up Work. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. So who could they be then? Which party was currently battling the boss then? Well, it would not matter much. Since Zhang Yang and his gang had arrived, they would definitely be sticking their feet into the battle. The existence of world-class bosses was to encourage players to compete against each other in order to snatch the boss kill for themselves. There was no such thing as a first-come first-served basis. Everything will be based on one's capability of snatching. Zhang Yang and his gang were staying low by the bushes as they were observing the boss battle. There were a total of 16 Model 4.0 tanks lining up by the legs of the boss. They were launching their most ferocious attacks on the boss. Other than the 16 tanks, there were also more than 10 players who had activated their inheritance transformation acting on their own free will. Ha! Zhang Yang squinted and took a closer look at the players. Those players really seemed very familiar: Dragon Marquis, Scholar Muzu, Long Rich, Death Arbiter, and the other core players of Eternal Flames. However, the tactic they were using was a little stupid. Zhang Yang shook his head and sighed heavily after seeing how Eternal Flame operated in a battle. At the same time, he sent out messages to inform the rest of his troops to come over here. Truth be told, the tanks could only be used to overcome the disadvantage of players without inheritance transformation who had low amounts of HP. They were merely a new tool introduced for the normal players to use against players with inheritance transformations. Because the tanks had a maximum durability, once the tanks degrade to a certain level, the tanks would be destroyed automatically. When that happens, they would have to be sent back to the blacksmiths in the main cities for repairs in order to be used again. Even if the tanks were all 50-player scale model 4.0 tanks and each of the players had over 700,000 HP, each tank would only have a maximum HP of 35 million HP. Meanwhile, Sandra was obviously a world boss. Its Trample of War could be activated once every 5 seconds. The stone giant could deal a DPS of 70,000 damage. So it would only require 500 seconds in order for the boss to take out a total of 35 million HP. The players on the tank could still be healed constantly. However, the HP bar of the tank would not change based on that. Well, it was pretty obvious that they would need more than just 8 minutes to empty out the HP bar of the boss. So when the tanks are destroyed, the players would be back to square. The right way of using the tanks would be to send the tanks into battle, batch by batch. When the HP bar of the tanks on the front lines are about to deplete, the players should just keep the tank into the inventory and retreat. They should let the players who possess a tank to retreat far from the front lines to get healed up or to get killed instantly. Either way, the tanks could get out of their battle mode so that they could recover their HP bars. The 16 tanks could just be arranged into a formation where they could take turns going to the front line of the battlefield. By doing so, they would only have to maintain their firepower on the boss to keep the boss from exiting its battle mode. Or else, if the boss gets to recover its HP bar back to full, the party would be wiped out completely by the boss. That was one efficient way of winning a drawn-out war against a world boss. Or else, they would need to travel all the way back to their main cities to get their destroyed tanks repaired. Who could afford to wait for so long without dying? Were they not relying too much on the tanks then? No, that should not be the case. Well, because the tank system had just been introduced into the game. Many players had not get used to the tanks that had the potential of breaking the balance of the game. They thought that the tanks functioned similarly to their pet mounts. As long as the players on top of them did not die, the tanks or the pet mounts beneath the players would not be destroyed or die as well. The graveyard was located extremely far from where they were right now. Therefore, they could only opt for the weak resurrection every time they die in order to stay in the boss battle. Upon resurrection, they could just hop onto their mounts and get back to the boss as soon as they are able to. Or else, they would require at least 2 to 3 hours to come all the way back if they wanted to run back to their dead bodies on foot. Zhang Yang grinned with a sense of evilness on his face. Then he said, "Get ready, guys. When they're about to be wiped out, we'll charge in and take them out." Alright. Alright. Wei Yenair took up her scythe and revealed a sinister smile on her pretty little face. She seemed to be pumped up, alright. Her craving for battle was written crystal clear on her face. Things escalated just like how Zhang Yang predicted. About 8 minutes later, the 16 tanks were beginning to fall apart, piece by piece. The players on board were beginning to fall off the diminishing structure and roll over the ground like idiots. Well, without the tanks, the damage that the players were about to sustain would be on a whole new level. When the player received damage while on board of the tanks, it wouldn't matter how many players there were on board the tanks. They would all be considered as a single unit. Therefore, all 50 players on the Model 4.0 tank would only receive a total of 350,000 damage as a single unit, each time they take the AoE attack of the boss. Therefore, the healers would not suffer too much stress while healing the players on the tanks. However, whenever a tank breaks into pieces, each of the 50 players would receive 350,000 damage. Not all healers would have powerful enough equipment to heal enough amount of HP to catch up with the DPS of 70,000 damage of the boss. Furthermore, Eternal Flame only assigned 3 healers on each tank. The healers would still be capable of healing a total of 350,000 HP over 5 seconds. However, it would not be possible for any of their healers to heal 50 players with 350,000 HP within 5 seconds. Well, Zhong Xiuhua was not dead yet. He could actually levitate in the middle of the sky by his own ability. It seemed that he managed to acquire a Class A inheritance for himself. Noob tank, shouldn't we go in now? Wei Yenair was more than ready to slaughter her praise. A little while more. Let them deplete a little more of the boss's HP. We also need to wait for the others to arrive before we can launch a full-scale attack on them. Hee hee, I never thought that you can be so cunning sometimes, It's called resourcefulness. How can you say that I'm cunning? Say something else, please. Nope. Not going to change my opinion on you. Well, about your next year's salary from the little merchandise shop. Wow, noob tank. I suddenly realized that you're heroic and brilliant. You're like an unbeatable general from the east. By hitting the right spot, Wei Yan'er straight away tried to compromise with Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded in contentment. Then he continued to observe the battle between the Eternal Flame and the boss. The Eternal Flame could only deal a DPS of approximately 1,500,000 damage to the boss. Under the influence of the boss's elemental constitution, their firepower was no match for the boss's HP recovery rate. They could only stare at the boss's HP bar that went back up after trying so hard to bring the HP bar down a tiny bit. Slaying the boss in 2 hours had become impossible, even if a miracle happens to them now. How about the players who were running back to their dead bodies? It was unfortunate that their tanks had been destroyed. Without proper repairs, they would not be able to use their tanks at the moment. Even if they come back to the boss, they would only become food for powder in the boss battle. They would get themselves killed again after receiving 2 or 3 hits from the boss. How about taking a trip back to the main cities to get their tanks repaired? That would be a joke. The number of players remaining in the boss battle was 15. However, only 2 of them were healers. It became impossible for the 2 healers to heal 70,000*15, which equals to a total of 1,050,000 HP in every second. Because of shortage in their healing capability, the remaining players of the Eternal Flame could only activate their inheritance transformation to boost their HP bars in order for them to stay in the fight. However, the amount of damage they were sustaining was far greater than the amount of HP their healers could heal them over the time. So, they would definitely be dead, eventually if that goes on. Furthermore, the difference between the damage they received and the amount of HP they could heal was large. Not every one of them had over 10 million HP as well. So, they only seem to be able to last for about 10 minutes before they are wiped out completely. 10 minutes, huh? Zhang Yang was setting his mind on the location of the graveyard. He was King sure that 10 minutes was not enough for anyone to run all the way back here. So, it would not be possible for them to run back to their dead bodies in time to rejoin the boss battle. Therefore, the players would need to be assigned into different batches when they are going up against a world boss. In such a way, they could form into a ladder-shaped formation and take turns battling the boss. If they still had the tanks with them, they could assign 10 healers on each tank. By doing so, they could definitely heal back the HP bars of Scholar Muzu and the others. Of course, Zhang Yang would not waste his brain cells to think about all that. Why show compassion to the enemies who wanted to destroy him? Instead, he said, everyone, look closely now. When their HP bars drop to about 20%, we shall charge out and lay waste on them. We might get lucky and pick up some good stuff after we finish them off. Hee hee hee. Everyone laughed out loud. Wei Yan'er muttered to herself, and you said you're not cunning, evil. Okay. Activate your inheritance transformations and charge. Under the insane bombardment of the boss's attacks, Eternal Flame was about to get wiped out, even though they had tried their best. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and his gang's appearance had rung the bell of doom for Zhong Xiuhua and his fellow members of his Eternal Flame. Zhang Yang? Zhong Xiuhua's face went pale. He stared at Zhang Yang with rage. How are you doing? Does your chin still hurt? Zhang Yang asked out of convenience. However, his axe was being swung straight at Death Arbiter without mercy. The normal attack was followed closely by a killing cleave. At that moment, Death Arbiter only had 17% HP remaining, before the axe struck straight into his skull and killed him instantly. Looting a burning house. Is this what Lone Desert Smoke do best? Longrich spoke coldly as he was attempting to get away from Wei Yan'er's scary **SS scythe. You're wrong. This is merely a relentlessly beating on the dogs in the water. We have no reason to show mercy to bad people even if they're down. Ha ha ha. Fatty Han replied him. Right after that, Fatty Han began shooting his arrows one after another towards his enemy. That Fatty was actually dealing quite a number of damage to his foes. Although his PvP skills were not really top tier, to begin with, his personal DPS was quite stunning. Even though he could not be classified as a top tier DPS player, the amount of damage he could deal was not embarrassing. After all, there was only one way to deal damage. Whoever hits harder will triumph over those who hit softer. Practice makes perfect. Nothing more. Unlike PvP matches, players do not have to make precise decisions, according to the situation of the battlefield. Well, in PvP matches, the decisions and reactions of the player would define whether he or she was a good player or not. Don't go too far, you mother F***. Zhang Xiuhua calmed himself down immediately after he shouted. Then he said, let's make a deal, okay? We can join forces to deal with the boss first. Then we shall split the loots in half. Or else, we'll just announce the coordinate of the boss. You're not going to be taking the boss all to yourselves, . You who carry the surname Zhang, are you giving us an impression that you're weak? You're Master Zhang and you're begging us? Ha! Zhang Yang laughed vaguely and looked at Zhang Xiuhua with disdain. If Zhang Xiuhua is the prince in real life, then Zhang Yang would be the king, the emperor of the game. No one would be able to match his strength and power. You shameless F***ck. Arg. Die. Zhang Xiuhua was overwhelmed by his own rage. Well, he had been humiliated once before. Furthermore, Zhang Yang had knocked a few teeth out of him, previously. His father had yet to rise to power. So he could not afford to do anything too reckless that might affect his father's career. If it wasn't for that, he might have gone all out on destroying Zhang Yang. Stop quacking like a duck and start fighting, you miserable F***ck. Zhang Yang humped coldly and went on slaughtering the members of the Eternal Flame with the boss's help. It did not take long before they wiped out the remaining members of the Eternal Flame. Please take note, everybody. The location where the bosses spawned is XXXXX. Why? I'm Dragon Marquis, the Guildmaster of the Eternal Flame. I can assure you, my words hold true. Zhang Xiuhua immediately chose weak resurrection the moment he died. Then he quickly shouted the coordinates of the boss into the public channel. Every single player in the China region who was searching near the Bama volcano could see what he said. Pooey. If he knows where the boss is, he would have gone there to slay the boss. So, why would he share the wealth with others? This must be a hoax. He's the Guildmaster of Eternal Flames. Maybe he's telling the truth? He could be spreading false information to lead us far away from the actual boss, so that he secures all of the Ascended Tier equipment all to himself. That's right. Even if he really knows where the boss is, he would have told everyone the fake coordinates. He could prevent other guilds from competing with his guild in taking down the boss. Screw that F***king C***nt then. What sort of F*** dart is that? Shameless piece of sh**t. That's right. Despicable F***ck. The public channel began to get bombarded with debates and comments. Every single one of them was skeptical about what Zhang Xiuhua just said. Zhang Xiuhua was so pissed that he almost popped all his veins. However, there were also a small number of players who chose to believe his words. So they began to move towards the coordinates that Zhang Xiuhua had shouted out in the public channel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 784, Armadilloman's Leash. Chapter 784, Armadilloman's Leash. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After wiping out every single one of the members of Eternal Flame, Zhang Yang immediately drew the boss over to him. Then, he quickly led the boss away from where it was initially spawned. He led the boss deeper into the forest. 100 Shots was providing the new coordinates of the boss to the 18 parties of Lone Desert Smoke. He wanted the others to reroute so that they would not end up at the wrong place later on. Zhang Yang's movement speed was unbelievable fast while he was under the boost of his God of War transformation. After all, the movement speed of a Class S inheritance transformation is much faster than the movement speed of inheritance transformation of the other classes below it. If he did not have to wait for Lost Dream, Endless Starlight, and the others who only had a Class B inheritance transformation, he could have led the boss to other spots that were at least 10 kilometers away from its initial spawning spot in a short amount of time. While they were moving the monsters, the others did not just follow. They were launching their attacks at the boss. It did not take long for them to lure the boss far away from the initial spot. Meanwhile, the surroundings that got destroyed due to the fierce battle between the players and the boss would recover over a short period of time after being destroyed again and again. Therefore, when the other players arrived, the surroundings of the battle had already recovered back to their initial states. There would not be any signs of battle left in the vicinity by the time they get there. The members of Eternal Flame had chosen weak resurrection, so they were resurrected back at the graveyard. Their dead bodies had vanished from the initial boss battle spot. Zhang Yang was acting extra cautious. He only stopped after flying at a high speed for 10 minutes. Well, he managed to lead the boss very far away from the initial spot. Zhang Yang and the gang no longer moved forward. They turned around and fought the boss. Every single one of them was throwing their attacks at the boss like madmen on steroids. A while later, their tanks arrived one after another. So, Zhang Yang quickly implemented the ladder-shaped tactic into the boss battle. They divided the 18 tanks into 6 batches. Each batch would take their turn at the front line to tank against the boss. They would retreat whenever the HP bar of the tanks are about to deplete. Each batch of the forces could stand their ground against the boss for up to 8 minutes. Under those circumstances, the 6 batches of tanks would be able to tank against the boss for 48 minutes. After that, those who were not on any of the tanks would have to start dying and keep running back to their corpses. In other words, even if Zhang Yang and the gang could not take out the boss in 2 hours, the tanks could still tie the boss down at one spot while the others slowly slay it. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and his gang would be able to just hop onto any of the tanks to slowly deplete the HP bar of the boss even if their inheritance transformations are over. Of course, they could only have that kind of luxury under the circumstance that no other parties or guilds interrupt them. At the same time, Zhong Xiuhua was leading his men in search of Zhang Yang's whereabouts. He swore that he would repay Zhang Yang for what Lone Desert Smoke did back there. Unfortunately, the forest was too huge. Only hundreds of them were searching through the forest after all. So, it would not be possible for them to locate Zhang Yang and his gang within a short period of time. Other than that, many players did not find the boss at the coordinates that Zhong Xiuhua mentioned in the public chat. They thought that the Eternal Flame was really using lies to mislead the others. So whenever they saw some members of the Eternal Flame roaming off their main forces, the players would just slaughter them up without saying anything. Because of that, Zhong Xiuhua was having the headache of his life in the game. Back to where Zhang Yang and the gang was battling the boss. Although each batch only had 3 tanks to support Zhang Yang and his gang in attacking the boss, the Model 4.0 tank could fit up to 50 players. Furthermore, the defense of the tanks was a little bit unique. Only DPS players and healers were on board the tanks. There were no tankers on any of the tanks. Each tank was assigned to have 10 healers and 50 DPS players. Therefore, the entire force had over 120 DPS units on their side. Everyone had reached level 180 and beyond. So, there was no level gap suppression whatsoever. Even if these DPS players could only deal 20,000 damage over each passing second, all 120 players would be able to deal a total of 2,400,000 damage to the boss. Adding in the DPS of approximately 3 million damage that Zhang Yang and the gang could deal, the entire force of Lone Desert Smoke could deal approximately 2 million effective damage to the boss over each passing second. In that case, the Lone Desert Smoke should be able to take out the boss in 85 minutes. Everyone was going all out on the boss. They had maximized their damage output to ensure they were performing at their best. After all, anything could happen as long as the boss is still standing. If they are ambushed by the other parties or forces when the HP bar of the boss is at 10%, then they would suffer a great loss. These tanks are really useful in battles such as this one. Everyone was surprised. Without the tanks supporting them, players who do not have inheritance transformation would not be able to survive for more than 10 seconds, if each of them are not healed by one personal healer. However, these players managed to survive up to 8 minutes after they had the tanks. As long as the players were able to stay alive, they would be able to deal damage to the boss. Without the tanks, we would need at least 10 more players who can activate their inheritance transformation. Their equipment must be top tier as well. Then only it's possible for us to kill the boss within 2 hours. How good would it be if we can get a few more tanks? Glare of the Death God. Shove. A dark skull began to form on top of the boss's head. It was not resisted. Everyone was cheering in joy. A series of 100 million damage values popped right on top of the boss's head. In merely 3 seconds, Sandra had lost over 1 billion HP while it was roaring in pain. Well, Zhang Yang's DPS had been boosted up to 700,000 damage while he was in his God of War transformation form. Furthermore, he also had the special ability to get additional aggro values. It was enough to fix the aggro of 1 million DPS on him. Therefore, the 3 tanks had not taken a single damage from the boss up to this point. Truth to be told, when the first batch of the tanks were retreating from battle while the next batch were coming in, they were considered to be not engaging the boss. There, they lost a small amount of time. Therefore, it would not be possible for them to get the aggro of the boss. On the other hand, Zhang Yang was lucky as F***CK today. 1 hour later, he made another attempt to cast his Glare of the Death God onto the boss. It was not resisted as well. It was another successful attempt. Holy sh**T. When the first one ended, Sandra was only left with 20% HP. Because of that, the boss's HP bar was reduced to 10% left right after that. 8 minutes later, the mighty ascended tier boss had collapsed to the ground and died. Upon the heavy fall, it dropped quite a number of loot across the ground. Of course, it would feel safer to keep all the loots to one's own pockets. So, Zhang acted F*King swiftly and picked up all the equipment. Because the items and equipment were not bound upon pickup, Zhang put everything into his inventory first. Then only did he put up the items and equipment up in the guild auction. Whoever who had enough points would be able to exchange the items and equipment with their available points. Because most of his guild members had spent their guild points on the holy tier equipment that Lone Desert Smoke managed to retrieve from the hardcore mode of the dungeon, Zhang and the gang had more guild points to spend. So, the group of 10 managed to secure 8 out of 11 pieces of ascended tier equipment. Because of that, many of the guild members were crying out loudly. They now regretted not saving up the guild points for the auction of ascended tier equipment. Heavy Rock Ring, Ascended Ring. Vitality, plus 9,802. Strength, plus 1,752. Agility, plus 1,752. Equip, increases maximum HP by 19,600 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 12%. Equip, absorbs 1,535 damage when hit. Use, summons a stone giant to fight for you. Lasts for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Required level, 200. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. The lucky part about it was that the boss had also dropped a holy tier pet mount. The official stated that the boss only had 10% chance of dropping the pet mount. So, it seemed that they had just hit the jackpot. Zhang luck was oddly lucky today. His previous 2 attempts of Glare of the Death God were successful as well. Damn! Armadillomon's Leash, Holy Tier Ground Battle Mount. Use, summons or unsummons an Armadillomon. Required level, 30. Bound upon pickup. Arg! Why can't it be a flying mount? Wei Yenair was extremely disappointed by what she found. Although the mount was also a holy tier, having a flying mount would also grant the person with higher agility and convenience. Unlike ground pet mounts, flying mounts could just fly over any valley or obstacle. A holy tier mount. Although it's not a flying mount, its attack power would surely be very powerful. Just take a closer look, everyone. The auction for this leash will start at 2,000 guild points. So be aware. Don't shout if you don't have enough guild points on you. That's because you'll lose your guild points based on the number you shout. Well, 2,000 guild points could only be earned back by completing the hardcore mode of a dungeon for over 5 times. Furthermore, they would not be able to get any equipment while they were at it. However, things such as taking equipment into own pockets were pretty common in the game. Zhang and his gang had been doing that all this while, because most of the equipment they had were dropped by open-world bosses. They did not have to get the equipment by spending guild points. That had really saved quite a number of points for Zhang and his gang. Finally, this holy tier pet mount was claimed by Sun Xinu. It was like adding wings to a tiger. Sun Xinu's attack power had once again rose tremendously. After distributing the loots among themselves, the party was dissembled for the moment. However, the F*King system did not announce anything about Sandra's defeat. Countless players were still searching through the forest, without knowing that the boss had been defeated already. However, there were also some clever players in the area. When they realized that the core players of Lone Desert Smoke were leaving the area, they knew that the boss Sandra must have been taken out already. Although they couldn't do much about it, it would be so much better to leave than to stay and do something pointless. So, the other players were beginning to leave the vicinity one after another. A short moment later, Zhang just only realized that he had not gone back to the God of War to learn his new inheritance skill for attaining level 180. Firstly, it was because leveling up required much more time than before. Meanwhile, the God of War inheritance would only bestow the player a new skill once every 20 levels. Therefore, Zhang could only learn one new inheritance skill every half a year. So, sometimes the thought might have slipped his mind for a little while. So he quickly traveled back to the cave to meet Ares. After talking to Ares, Zhang learned a new skill, God of War Restoration. God of War Restoration deals 200% melee attack of physical damage to the target. At the same time, turns all the damage received into HP. The amount of HP recovered will be the same as the amount of damage received. Cooldown, 1 minute. Consumes 50 rage points. Required, melee attack. This skill would provide Zhang with another 200% additional damage, which was similar to Zhang, Horizontal Sweep, and Destructive Smash. However, this skill would be outshone by skills such as God of War Devastation and God of War Battle Axe, because those skills provided Zhang Yang with 300% additional damage. This skill can recover HP based on the amount of damage received over 6 seconds. It could be a very useful skill for Zhang Yang, after all. Theoretically speaking, that would provide Zhang Yang similar ability of 10% damage immunity. However, if the skill is timed and used accordingly, the effect could be amplified up to the equivalent of 15% to 20% damage immunity. The equipment given by the 2 ascended tier bosses had really got Zhang Yang and his gang boosted up big time. The power level of the entire party had increased tremendously. 3 days later, the inheritance transformation of everyone was cooled down. Under the command of Zhang Yang, the gang turned their attention towards the hardcore mode of the Spectre Cavern. They pushed through the dungeon to the score of 8 out of 9 in one shot. They only needed to take down one more boss before they could take down the first clear of the dungeon. Currently, everyone's will was united. They were busting their asterisk Cs, trying to get familiar with the final boss's behavior and attack patterns. They wanted to make good use of the next 3 days where their inheritance transformations were under cooldown again. They wanted to take down the final boss in one go. The tactic of countering the final boss was extremely complicated. There were a few stages in the tactic. Every stage of it required players to run around in different patterns and formations. At the same time, players would need to handle the substantial number of summoned monsters. Well, everyone was putting so much effort that they even forgot to rest and eat. They only could not make up for the shortage in firepower. After all, the bosses in the game were designed by someone. As long as the players could find and implement the correct tactic to use on the boss, it would only be a matter of time before the players could slay the boss. Within a year, Lone Desert Smoke was able to take down the first clear title of the dungeon. When the system announced it, every other top-tier guilds were very shocked. Well, most of them only managed to reach June 9th throughout the entire dungeon. The difference in their progress and the Lone Desert Smoke's progress on the dungeon was huge. Zhang Yang used the additional skill points onto his Force Strike and enhanced it to the max. It was now level 10, giving Zhang Yang a 100% rate of dealing 1 additional attack. Furthermore, the additional attack would definitely be a critical hit. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 785, Planning. Chapter 785, Planning. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Slam. Zhong Xiuhua smashed his fist heavily against the surface of the table. The tabletop trembled. He was infuriated to the point that veins were visibly popping out on his head. Then he said, "Lone Desert Smoke. It's Lone Desert Smoke again. You're all calling yourselves the top-tier players in the game. You claim that nothing can beat you. So how come no one here can actually beat that F** King Zhang Yang? Ha? F***CK. Scholar Muzu and the rest remained in silence for the moment. Before they encountered Zhang Yang, they were really cocky and arrogant. They really believed that they could take down the entire game with their bare hands. However, only the ones who battled Zhang Yang before now would know how terrifying Zhang Yang could be when he gets serious eye on a battle. Zhong Xiuhua looked at his own shop. There were barely any customers. Then, he looked at Zhang Yang's little merchandise shop. When he realized that Zhang Yang's shop was always filled with customers, he got even angrier. He had spent more than a few fortunes just to purchase the land lease of the shop. He believed that the investment experts from his mother's company could make the shop even more popular than Zhang Yang's little merchandise shop. However, the truth was apparent. His shop only got tons of customers during the 3-day special sale period. However, after the special sale had ended, his shop immediately became cold and quiet. Even though the equipment and items in his shop were a few gold pieces cheaper than the price of equipment and items in Zhang Yang's little merchandise shop, people would still prefer to walk a few steps more to the little merchandise shop. The reason was actually known to Zhong Xiuhua. That was because the little merchandise shop had all sorts of potions on sales. Many players had gotten used to making purchases at the little merchandise shop. So, when they saw something particular that captures their eyes, they would just buy the equipment or the items by convenience. So, it was Zhang Yang once again. Everything he did was ruining Zhong Xiuhua's plans. Zhong Xiuhua was born with silver spoon, after all. He had never gone through any hardships before in his entire life. However, he was starting to taste humiliations and losses ever since he met Zhang Yang. Even if he doesn't care much about failing or getting humiliated, when all his losses are added up together and got shoved in his face, he could no longer hold down the rage that was blazing hot, deep in his heart. Master Zhong, the Lone Desert Smoke is a powerful force in the entire game. It would be unwise to go head-on with them. Scholar Muzu said. Ha! Zhang Xiuhua had been trained to keep his emotions in check since he was young. So, it only took a brief moment for him to calm himself down. However, there's a saying. The most fortified castle can be corroded from within. Scholar Muzu turned his eyes towards Zhang Xiuhua and said, the Lone Desert Smoke could stand proudly among the China region community because they have quite a number of top-tier players to back them up. They also have quite a large number of middle-tier players which are quite skillful and powerful. Therefore, we can divide this plan into 3 steps and use an adequate remedy for the disease. Keep going. Firstly, the Lone Desert Smoke is so united because of Zhang Yang's prestige and his alone. However, there's a saying. Good news does not travel far but bad news travels the furthest. So, we can create rumors saying that Zhang Yang is abusing his power as the guildmaster to force female players into having sex with him overnight. When the rumors are ripe, we only have to make a few so-called victim guilds come out and seek justice. Well, such sort of news can always attract tons of attention from the busybody people. They will not care if the rumors are true or not. They will just look at the others who get to toy with women with hate. There's also another saying in Chinese. When 3 people pretend to be a tiger and the rumor have enough evidence, the rumors will become truths. Ha ha. Zhang Xiuhua finally felt a little joy. Then he laughed out loud and said, Muzu, you old dog. That tactic is pure evil. However, one must use evil tactics on intoxicating people like Zhang Yang. Indeed, we should use dirty tricks on him. Well, rumors aren't enough to take him down, though. We will need some powerful evidence. What's that called? Oh. Right. Nothing better shows the truth than a picture. We need to take a few photos of him on bed with a woman. Then, we can just put the photos up together with the rumors. Furthermore, the woman better be someone significant, someone famous. Oh, right. I heard that Luo Yuro is going to promote her new movie at Zhoushu. Master Zhang, if we can put them onto the same bed, then Zhang Yang will be framed and many men will be pointing their blame fingers on him. Luo Yuro? That bombshell superstar? What the F***ck? That woman is just too seductive to even look at. Every time when I watch her movies, my cock would definitely get so hard that I raise a tendon between my own thighs. F***ck her. She always loves to show that little bit of her private parts without showing the important parts that we all want to see. Pooey. Death Arbiter would always talk vulgarly. Well, he had always been a hoodlum in the first place. He got lucky. That was how he got into the game and became renowned as a skillful player. Although he was well trained, he failed to remove the vulgarity buried deep in his personality. Speaking of the woman, these perverted men were beginning to show their interest. All of them were saying that Luo Yuro was a seductive B***tch. Well, even though Luo Yuro excelled in the art of sexiness, she had never actually stood naked in front of anyone before. Every time they stared at the screen, countless men could not help fantasizing getting into the screen and tearing her clothes off her so that they could feast their dirty eyes on her fair and sexy naked body. The feeling was similar to the situation where men were watching porn with mosaic boxes covering up the vital parts of the porn stars. Although they could have imagined the covered parts with their own imaginations, they would not get the satisfaction that they want. Zhang Xiuhua gave a cough and stopped the menacing talk about sex and porn, then he said, since that this Luo Yuro is so famous, then she shall be our main course for our plan. I will install some hidden cameras in the hotel she's staying. Then I will kidnap Zhang Yang and send him over. Let them both have some aphrodisiac and let the fire spread on its own. I believe they will start scorching each other up after the aphrodisiacs kicks in. Ha ha. Only you, Master Zhang. Only you're capable of spending so much money to get this done. Everyone began to butter the rich brat. I can't believe Zhang Yang is going to get a taste on that bombshell's body because of this. Pooey. Death Arbiter licked his lips for a bit and said, God damn it. A fine cabbage is going to get twiddled by King Pig. Others were revealing a sense of jealousy on their own faces. After all, that Luo Yuro was the most famous goddess among the otakus. That pair of boobies had caused countless men to fap to their deaths. Zhang Xiuhua felt nothing for that woman. Well, with his current status, he could just toy any kind of woman according to his liking. So, he did not even care about what would happen to the pair. Furthermore, he had never believed the appearance of women on the big screens. 7 beautiful women out of 10 would look even worse than the appearance of a female pig after they remove their makeup. When he was younger, he underwent an experience that would scar him for life. He had spent a fortune to have a one-night stand with a female superstar before. However, when that superstar took off her makeup, Zhang Xiuhua was shocked to the point that he tried to flee. From that moment on, he deeply understood the term disguise. What the F***ck? That superstar looked totally different after she took off her makeup layer on her face. Ever since then, he had never believed in the appearance of any of the superstars on screen. Even if he wanted to toy with women, he would pick those fresh and real girls from universities. Straight out of the oven, they say. After sleeping with the most popular goddess of otakus, Zhang Yang would definitely be hated by countless men all around the world. When the rumors come crashing down on him as well, everyone will only believe that Zhang Yang is a sick horny son of the F***king the **tch. By then, his reputation will be ruined. Scholar Muzu tried to summarize the plan. If that succeeds, the name Zhan Yu will be tainted and his prestige will be dragged into the mud forever. When his name is no longer prestigious among Lone Desert Smoke will no longer be united. We shall take the opportunity to dig their good players over to our side, especially their core players. I believe that the seduction of money and their disappointment towards Zhan Yu would definitely push 60% of them to leaving Lone Desert Smoke. And finally, we can send the anti-Lone Desert Smoke force over to launch a full-scale attack on the Lone Desert Smoke. We shall attack every single member of that guild. Under that kind of pressure, the people in his guild would definitely feel unsafe. Meanwhile, Zhan Yu would be occupied with the rumors about him F***king women all around. He would not have the time to comb his guild members while he's at it. By then, the Lone Desert Smoke will no longer be able to stay united. Zhang Xiuhua revealed a cold smile on his face. Then he said, when the Lone Desert Smoke is breaking apart, we shall immediately launch territory conquests over the 3 territories that Zhang Yang currently possesses. After acquiring all 3 territories, we shall buy 100 Model 4.0 tanks. By then, let's see who is daring enough to launch a territory conquest over our new territories. Ha ha ha. Master Zhang, the territories are great gold mines, you know. That's right. If we take 1 gold piece as the fee for every use of the teleportation circle service, just imagine how much we can earn even if each player only used the teleportation of our territories once a day. Currently, the population of the players in China region is approximately 200 million. So that's a total of 200 million pieces of gold a day. How cool is that? 200 million? Long Rich widened his eyes so wide that his eyes were about to pop out. Even though they knew that territories could really generate quite a sum of money for the ones who own the territories, they had never actually done a close-up calculation on the sum of money that territories could earn for their owners. Instantly, everyone was shocked to hear that amount of daily salary. One day 20 million gold pieces. Then does that mean the owner of one territory could earn up to a total of 70 billion gold pieces a year? Calculating on, 10 years would generate over 700 billion gold pieces. And how about 100 years, they continued to calculate. Even if one could only earn that 20 million gold pieces, that amount should be enough to keep that bombshell Luo Yuro as mistress and spend like hell on her. Didn't that be *tch want to keep her clothes on? Then, after keeping her as a mistress, she shall not be allowed to wear anything on her. Look at her and toy with her until she lose her 5 senses. That were the ideas that went through the dirty mind of Death Arbiter. He licked his lips again while he could obviously felt a tent being set up right between his 2 thighs. Rest assured, everyone. As long as we can take down the territories, everyone gets a share. All of you here are seniors in the guild. So, every one of you will get a share of the profit. Before they even start their plan, Zhang Xiuhua had begun dividing the profits among themselves. Of course, throwing out the sum of 20 million gold pieces was an act of encouraging his guild members to work for him. Because of that, everyone was pumped to give their 100% to get the plan done. Zhang Xiuhua narrowed his eyes a little as he was visualizing the possible outcome of the plan. The moment when Lone Desert gets dismantled, Zhang Yang would lose his territories. Then, he would lose all his precious things one after another. By then, he would only be an insignificant player that could only play the game well. Zhang Xiuhua still believed that Zhang Yang would be lower than a piece of *T if God's miracle did not exist in the first place. He still believed that Zhang Yang was not worthy of becoming his opponent. Based on Sun Xinu's pride and prejudice, she would never stay by the side of a loser. Meanwhile, the Sun family would never agree to allow their precious daughter in the house to be married to a hoodlum that suddenly got rich overnight. Well, political families such as Sun family would not look at how rich the person is. They would look at how influential the man could be in the field of politics and economies. It seemed possible. The plan seemed simple but possible. Zhang Xiuhua nodded and said, from now onwards, get closer to the core members of the Lone Desert Smoke. Get their trust and befriend them if you can. Once the plan starts, we shall start convincing them to leave Lone Desert Smoke and come join our guild. Yes, Master Zhang. Scholar Muzu and the others nodded. Noob tank. Noob tank. Look. I'm really awesome, right? Look at this. I've managed to draw the tickets to the gala premiere of Luo Yuro's latest movie Suspect in the Castle. Not only can we watch the movie for free, we can also get the signature of Luo Yuro from her personally. Of course, she will sign on her posters for us. Before she even walked up to Zhang Yang, Wei Yan had been waving her hands shouting in excitement. Zhang Yang sighed. Well, now he could not go home straight away after work. He would have to fetch this little brat first before that. Fine, you can drop that show-off attitude and get in the car now. Although the little brat was a little unbelievably strange sometimes, her popularity was really something that one could admire. Zhang Yang did not want to be called brother-in-law all over the place by her admirers. Oh great, there they come, the army of Wei Yan'er's admirers had followed her. They were smiling and acting politely towards Zhang Yang. Well, they really wished that Zhang Yang would let them board the car so that they could continue to pursue the little brat. That's strange, don't people still love big boobies? How could this little brat suddenly become so popular among men, then? It seemed that there are a lot more people with weird tastes hiding in plain sight. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 786, Kidnap. Chapter 786, Kidnap. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wei Yan did not even give a damn about the army of admirers flowing right behind her. She went up to the passenger seat at the front, shut the door and said, "Drive now. Quickly. Cousin Sis has ordered for delivery from the Longshan Lu Hotel. Let's get back and prepare. I don't want them to eat before we arrive." Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Do you know all those boys that followed you out of the university gate?" "Not at all." The little brat shook her head like a little monkey, "But they're all very nice. They always treat me nicely and they always bring me out for meals." Zhang Yang frowned. This little brat was either really slow on picking things up in such regards or she's just pure stupid. He started his sports car and drove away from the university. Then, they headed back to Zhang Yang's house. Noob tank. Look. Quickly, look, the little brat shoved a poster over to Zhang Yang. There was a sexy beautiful woman wearing only a bathing towel around her body on the poster. The curves of the woman were totally exposed. Even though the woman on the poster gave off such a sexy aura, the vital spots of her parts were all tightly covered. Because of that, her poster gave people, especially men, a feeling that they were not looking at a tangible woman. "What are you looking at?" Zhang Yang could not help laugh. His eyes had to be fixed on the road in order for him to drive safely. So, he only managed to take a quick glance at the poster before fixing his eyes back on the road. "Well, she's the goddess of sexiness. She's my idol." Wei Yan smiled. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, "You admire that pair of boobs she has, not her. Her boobies are like 10 times larger than yours. So little brat, you should face the reality and accept the fact that your boobs are going to stay this small." Noob tank. You're the worst. Wei Yan pouted and humped. However, she suddenly turned her eyes back at Zhang Yang and said, "Or you can massage my boobies for me, noob tank, but..." Zhang Yang almost took a wrong turn and sent the car into the drain, almost. He coughed repeatedly and said, "Don't say some crazy stuff while I'm driving, little brat. Somebody might get hurt." "Huh? You can't?" Wei Yan had no idea what she had just said. "Why can't you help me? You're so full of yourself." Zhang Yang sighed and said, "Little brat, who told you to massage your boobs?" "My classmates. Their boobies are so huge. So I asked them for secret tips on how to get that big. In the end, only 2 of them whispered to me that their boyfriends have been massaging their boobies for them. Well, I don't have a boyfriend, so I can only ask for your help." Wei Yan just said it out loud without thinking. Zhang Yang frowned even harder. He was sure that this little brat would surely be corrupted sooner or later if she continued to befriend those kinds of friends. From now on, don't even think about massaging boobies. Never mention it again. Zhang Yang quickly warned the little brat. If Han Yingshui ever finds out that this little brat talked about it, she would get the wrong idea and think that Zhang Yang might have acted like an animal and done something horrible to the little brat. Oh. Wei Yan looked partially understood the situation. However, she immediately looked at the poster again and said, "Noob tank, Luo Yuro will come to Zhoushu in 3 days. Let's go and have a look." "Alright, fine." Zhang Yang replied out of convenience. Based on the little brat's personality, she would never put a topic to rest if she could not get the answer she sought for. She would just tangle around the topic in your neck until you agree with her. After reaching home, the dining table was filled with all sorts of dishes that could instantly trigger the hunger of anyone who sees them. Not just the appearance of the dishes, the aromatic smell of the food filled the entire house. Upon feasting on the dishes, everyone cleaned up and logged back into the game. Zhang had currently reached level 187. His next target would be reaching level 200. Upon reaching level 200, Zhang would become eligible to enter Anthalor, the holy city. By settling down in the city, he would be able to use the neutral auction house, bank, or the shops in that city to trade with other players from the other 7 regions. That would mean Thutha would be able to expand his business area into a large market populated with 2 billion players worldwide. The first thing that Zhang aimed to get was a land lease in Anthalor, the holy city, and start a new shop similar to his current little merchandise shop over there. With his current alchemist skill, he could definitely turn the new shop into a second little merchandise shop. The only difference was that he would have even more customers by then. However, even though he was only 13 levels away from level 200, he would require approximately 4 months of intense grinding if he does not receive any level rewards from quests. So, it would still be a little too early for him to think too much about setting up his new shop over there. Instead, he should just focus on finding ways of locating the Chapter 9 of the Book of Revelation, and combining the freaking chapters into one complete book. After all, Zhang was only 1 chapter short before he could finally get the complete Book of Revelation. However, Zhang had yet to locate the last chapter even after he went back to the level 150 to 180 maps to slay holy tier bosses all over again. Zhang made an assumption after that. It would be possible that the Chapter 9 of the Book of Revelation had been picked up by someone in the server. So he planned to keep an eye out for the lost chapter in any upcoming territory conquest or world boss battle. During that period of time, another 2 ascended tier bosses had been spawned. However, the lone desert smoke was tragically not able to get anything out of the 2 bosses. Well, it made sense that not everything good would only happen to them. After all, there were numerous top-tier guilds all over the server. In a worst-case scenario, any one of the guilds could just join forces with other 3 or 4 guilds to match the power level of lone desert smoke. Furthermore, the most difficult part about slaying the bosses was locating them first. Or else, players could do nothing, even if they had one-hit KO type of skills. Over the following days, more and more players were able to reach level 180. The 20 Model 4.0 tanks in Lone Desert Smoke were able to function at their full capacity. Some rich members of the guild even bought their very own Model 1.0 tanks with their own money. Upon forming a 5-player party, they went out with the tanks for a stroll of fun. At the same time, these players were able to increase the power level of the entire guild as well. However, Zhang felt that something was off. It was too peaceful. In the past, hostile guilds such as Eternal Flame and the Dominators would randomly launch attacks and territory conquests over the Lone Desert Smoke. Although those were just small-scale attacks, it would cause quite a lot of trouble and take up some time for Zhang to deal with. Those guilds seemed to be saying that they were not afraid of the Great Lone Desert Smoke. However, these guilds seemed to have stopped all their attacks on the Lone Desert Smoke. Zhang could not help but think that they had suddenly changed. They were too docile that Zhang felt terrified about it. Even when their members ran into the members of Lone Desert Smoke, nothing happened at all. Instead of bringing more friends back to retaliate like they always did back in the days, some of them even started waving hands at Lone Desert Smoke with a smile. That was bizarre. Could this be the calm before the real storm? So, what kind of evil plan is he brewing behind there somewhere? Although Zhang could feel a chill across his spines, he did not put too much thought into it. He just informed everyone in his guild to be extra careful when they're out there, minding their own business. He also made some backup plans in case those enemy guilds decide to launch their attacks suddenly. 3 days later, the people in Zhang house were dragged by Wei Yan over to the cinema to watch Luo Yuro's new movie, Suspect in the Castle. But other than Sun Xinu, who was having a night shift at the police station, everyone in the house headed over to the cinema. Well, this goddess to the otakus really is worthy of the title, the sexiest beauty. Her performances in the movie was outstanding, especially for men to feast their eyes upon. There were also a few hot sex scenes in the movie that was hot enough for the men to pop their eyes out and lose their blood out of their noses. Okay. Time to go home. The moment when the movie ended, Zhang wanted to bring the 3 ladies back to his house as soon as he could. However, his plan was ruined because the little brat said that she had not obtained the signature of Luo Yuro. She was not willing to leave until she got what she wanted. So they ended up lining up in a super long *SSQ. When they made it back to the house, it was more than 2 hours later. Zhang was on the verge of blowing up in rage. On the next morning, Zhang went for his daily exercise routine. While he was jogging by the street, he realized that something was off. There was a delivery truck following him from the start. Meanwhile, the men in the delivery truck also noticed that Zhang had realized something was off. The driver suddenly pressed on the pedal to accelerate. Then the truck stopped right beside Zhang. After one of the doors were opened, a muzzle of a gun suddenly appeared pointing at him. Zhang was so shocked that he immediately performed a tumble. He was attempting to avoid getting shot by the gun. After rolling across the ground, he got up and leaped over the fence of the park. He acted very swiftly and he managed to get out of range in time. Then, he heard a soft sound coming from behind him. The next thing he realized was that there was a broken needle on the ground where he was standing before he had reacted. They were not here to take him out, they were here to take him. A kidnap. Although Zhang had loosened himself a little bit, his reflexes were still intense. Well, he was not in a favorable situation at all. So he lifted his legs and started running like hell. Just when he was about to leap over the high fence before him, another two muzzles appeared from the same door. Even though Zhang was extremely agile and all, he could not best the speed of a bullet. Out of the next two shots, one landed right on his butt cheek. Zhang took a few more steps before he started to feel that he was losing his strength. Everything went black all of a sudden and he fell straight to the ground. Two macho men came right out of the truck immediately. They quickly went over and lifted Zhang into the truck. After loading him up onto the truck in a hurry, the truck drove away immediately. The entire process only took 4 to 5 seconds. The other people in the surroundings were not able to react to what that just happened there. In a brief moment, the delivery truck left the vicinity without a trace. What the F***ck? Is that guy even a human? That dart could have taken out an elephant in an instant. He actually ran for a few steps before he collapsed. Who cares? The mission is completed. We just have to send him to the promised location. Well, this is a pleasant business. All we have to do is to throw this man at a hotel without having to do anything else. This $10 million is such easy money. Cut the crap. Complete the mission first, celebrate later. Yes, boss. Luo Yuro was walking seductively out of the elevator. Those pair of peachy round buttocks of hers were so seductive that the lift attendant could not help to fixate his eyes on them. He felt the urge to charge at her and stick his hard rock D***ck straight into her and F***ck her brains out. If I have money, I'll keep her as my mistress. I'll F***ck her every day to the point that she vomits. The lift attendant was licking his lips like the perfect pervert. Even though Luo Yuro did not turn her head over, she could still feel the dangerous eyes that were staring at her. She put a vague smile on her face. Well, seducing men from all over the world was her biggest hobby and wish. However, no men had ever touched her before, even though she had been in the movie industry for many years. I want all stinky men to feel hungry for me but can't get what they want. Luo Yuro said quietly in her own heart. Her mother was a mistress to a man with power. When she was in her first year of high school, her mother was pulled into the field of her school by the wife of that man. She was stripped naked and humiliated in front of the students and teachers. She even got a slap on her face. Meanwhile, Luo Yuro became a laughingstock of everyone in school. The male students in the school tried to tackle her and touched her. However, when she tried to reject, she was accused of being cocky. Ever since then, Luo Yuro had become a judgmental person who sees all men as filthy pigs. Since everyone believed that she was a fox, she decided to become a real fox and seduced the men into submission. That resulted in many tragedies such as female students jumping off rooftops. Knowing that she had the potential in her, she chose to become an actor. Then, she became a superstar by doing great in the art of seduction. She was called the queen of sexiness in the country. Every time she saw men were staring at her with perverted eyes, she would smile coldly and feel the sensation of retaliating. Well, the men could only look at her. They could not touch her. That should count as a way of getting revenge on men, at least. Upon reaching her room, she poured a cup of water and gulped it down. Then she went to bathe. After that, she walked into the bedroom with a tired body. She had been in an event for the entire day. Even an Ironman triathlete would feel tired after that. Furthermore, she was just a pretty little lady. She only cared about getting a good night's sleep for the night. However, there was something odd about tonight. She felt very hot all of a sudden. She touched her forehead for a bit. No, she did not have a fever. Why was her crotch so sweaty, then? Men. Why did she think of those filthy men then? Luo Yuro could feel her consciousness fading away. She quickly opened up the door to the bedroom. The next thing she saw was a man that she had never met before, lying on the bed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 787, Ill Fate. Chapter 787, Ill Fate. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang had a strange dream. In the dream, he was having a fierce battle with Sun Xinu and Haning Shui. He did it to them in all sorts of positions. That included many positions that they had never tried before. Well, he was very content with the session. His eyes were blurry. He saw that the woman beside her was not Sun Xinu nor Haning Shui. As his vision cleared, he saw that the woman was Yu Li. The next moment, he saw the woman as the witch who always seduced him, Chen Shuiyao. By the end of it, he saw the woman as a woman that he did not know at all. Well, that woman wasn't a total stranger to him as well. Zhang Yang had just watched her movies a few days back. Well, it was probably because her stunning body curves were mesmerizing to the point that it was stuck deep somewhere in his brain. Well, he actually dreamed of having sex with her. The situation was like a dream and not a dream at the same time. Zhang Yang let the animal within him out as he made love to the woman on the bed. He went on with the woman until he had no juice left in him to give out anymore. After he was exhausted, he slept like nobody's business. A night passed, rays of sunlight slipped through the space between the curtains and shone upon Zhang Yang and his bare-naked *SS. Zhang Yang struggled to open up his eyes. The unfamiliar surroundings gave his heart a shock. Everything that happened to him earlier on had slipped back into his mind. He was attacked with tranquilizing darts while he was jogging. After that, he passed out and woke up here. Meanwhile, he immediately noticed that he was not alone on the bed. There was a naked woman lying right below him. What's even better was that he could feel his little JJ stuck solidly inside something. The moment he tried to move, the sudden movement of his thick rod woke the woman up immediately. The woman's hair covered her entire face in a messy condition. As she moved her hair a bit to the side, her pretty little face was revealed right before Zhang Yang's eyes. Her eyes were watery, and she had a perfectly shaped nose. Her face was so fair that it looked a white jade and her lips were pink like cherry blossoms. Her appearance was just mesmerizing that his soul was almost blown away. It was Luo Yuro. Zhang Yang immediately remembered whose pretty face this was. At the same time, Luo Yuro was waking up from her dreamy and yet blurry sleep. After seeing her naked body pressed on by another naked man, her watery eyes changed from the state of shock to the state of anger. She opened up her lips, and she was about to scream the hell out of her voice. Zhang Yang could not afford to let her scream, of course. If this thing is left to escalate, even if he could jump into the Huanghe River, he could never wash himself clean. But Shameless Fan sneaked into the room of superstar goddess Luo Yuro and committed a crime where even gods will tremble in anger. If that title ever gets out into public, even if Zhang Yang would get arrested and brought back to the police station to be treated like a sexual predator, and the massive number of her fans would be lining up to cut off his rod over and over again. He quickly pushed his waist forward, opened wide and put his mouth over hers just to shut her up. He even licked the little, soft tongue of the woman. Although it was not the right time, Zhang Yang was a little over-energetic at the moment. His rod could not help to expand further and got hardened even further. The little Zhang Yang that had not left the secret tunnel immediately expanded and stretched it out. Luo Yuro was so shocked to feel her tunnel being filled up by a solid rod. Terror began to spread across her face as she attempted to escape. Well, might as well be hanged as a wolf instead of a lamb. Zhang Yang could not let her escape, of course. Immediately, Zhang Yang turned around and pressed her down onto the bed. He covered Luo Yuro's mouth with his hand. On the other hand, the girl was scratching Zhang Yang's back like an angry cat. Zhang Yang pressed his voice as low as he could and said, "Stop moving around like that and listen to me." Luo Yuro was so infuriated that she was about to lose her mind. This stinky man! How dare he conquer her body and ask her to follow his instructions? She found an opening and opened up her mouth. Then she bit Zhang Yang's finger hard and a coppery liquid began to drip into her mouth. Tisk! Zhang Yang grinned. Then he immediately put his hand by the chin of the girl and pressed hard to shut her up. 2 of his fingers were covered in blood. This girl was really ferocious. Currently, her eyes looked like the eyes of a killer. If Zhang Yang had let her grab hold of a knife, she would have undoubtedly stabbed him to death. I'd been set up too. Zhang Yang had roughly made sense of the entire incident by now. I was having a morning jog yesterday morning when I was abducted. When I woke up, I found myself here with you. So please, calm yourself first. Think about what happened last night. Did something odd happen to you last night? Luo Yuro suddenly stopped struggling for a moment. She recalled about the unexplainable strong sexual urge that got hold of her entirely after she took a shower. Well, it was her first time experiencing that sort of blazing urge over sexual need. And everything started after she took the cup of water from that bottle on the table. Did someone drug her through the water? If she was not bright enough, she would still not believe Zhang Yang's words. However, she was not the type of woman who only has large boobies without brains. So, she found some valid points in Zhang Yang's words. She was willing to accept that Zhang Yang was not so naive that he would lie to her over such a thing. Furthermore, she was not totally out when everything happened throughout the night. She could still recall fragments of memories that she made the first move to have sex with Zhang Yang. She was riding on Zhang Yang like a lady knight, sweeping over the length and breadth of Zhang Yang's rod. Zhang Yang had not even moved an inch of his body while she was at it. If Zhang Yang was not tranquilized by the dart, he would definitely, well, any man would definitely move the tiniest bit, under those circumstances. No matter what the situation turned out to be, she was indeed a victim of the incident. Furthermore, the thick rod of this man was still firmly inside her tunnel. Although Zhang Yang did not pull or push, a hot thick rod was filling the space of her tunnel so tightly that she was about to lose her mind a bit. Well, because of that, she could not help but recall last night's events. Her entire body lost its strength at the thought of it. Subjectively speaking, she hates all men on earth. She even hated women. However, objectively speaking, she is a very sensitive woman. So she would have her own needs in such regards as well. Because she hated all the men in the world, she had never thought about marriage at all. Meanwhile, she had been using her very own synthetic rod to settle her own desires. However, the massaging rod could only satisfy her in the aspect of size. However, it would not match the full function of the real rod. So, she stopped her struggle. Instead of screaming like a little b*tch, she calmly looked at Zhang Yang to express that she had already calmed her tits. Zhang Yang slowly moved his hands away. However, he was prepared to subdue her if she ever wanted to try anything funny. "Take that filthy thing of yours out of my body first," Luo Yuro said in a miserable tone. She was currently overwhelmed by shame and disgust. "Irk." Zhang Yang blushed and quickly sat up with his knees down. Meanwhile, the secret tunnel of the girl didn't seem to want to let go of the hard rock rod. When the rod was pulled out in an instant, a pop sound was heard. The two of them were so embarrassed that they lowered their heads for a while. Luo Yuro quickly pulled the blanket around her. Zhang Yang wanted to do the same. However, both blankets had been pulled away by the girl. She did not leave one for Zhang Yang either. Well, Zhang Yang had no shame at all in exposing himself. Firstly, he is a man. Secondly, the both of them had done something that they weren't even aware of. Therefore, he just sat there like nobody's business. "Can't you just cover your filthy part for a little?" Luo Yuro tightened her teeth. She had now suffered a great deal. Although she really wanted to kill Zhang Yang at first, she also knew that this must not be escalated after she had calmed herself down. Or else, that would be the end of her movie industry career. However, everything was so suspicious. Who would throw Zhang Yang over to her room and drug her with aphrodisiac? So what's the agenda of the man who's behind all this? Zhang Yang smiled vaguely as if he did not care about it at all. However, he suddenly had a thought. Countless men over the entire country had been dreaming of seeing Luo Yuro sacrificing her body for the purpose of art. They were waiting for the woman to reveal her perfectly curved, naked body in front of public. If her fans knew that their goddess is now sitting naked in front of Zhang Yang after spending a night with him, countless fans would definitely get jealous to the point that they would want to die. The atmosphere was awkward. The two of them sat apart while facing each other without saying a single word. However, it did not take long before Zhang Yang figured something out. So he said, "It would not matter much even if we know who put me here. But that person must want us both to be here so that we could, eherm. I think that whatever happened yesterday night has already been recorded by someone." Luo Yuro instantly went rigid. Her face turned pale in an instant. Yes, she loved to show her sexiness in front of the public. However, that doesn't mean that she's a simple woman who would have sex with any man. Truth be told, Zhang Yang was in fact the first man who shoved his rod into her secret tunnel. The moment she imagined what the photos and news would say about that, she felt the urge of killing herself already. So, could this be Zhong Xiuhua then? That F***king cunning man had tried to get another girl to seduce him before. However, the first plan was ruined, all thanks to Chen Shuiyao. However, it seemed that Zhong Xiuhua did not give up at all. Instead, he tranquilized Zhang Yang straight away and took him right over to the hotel. Then, he drugged Luo Yuro with aphrodisiac and created an ill fate between Zhang Yang and Luo Yuro. Zhang Yang's face was quite pale, himself. However, when he looked at the pale face of Luo Yuro, he knew that he could not change the fact that the two of them had a one-night stand. So he could not help but sigh heavily. Then he said, if this thing escalates to the point that there's no turning back, I'll arrange a trip for you to get out of this country. Let the incident be washed away by time. As for money, you don't have to worry. Tears began to roll down from Luo Yuro's watery eyes. What did this man think she was? Did he just categorize her as one of those female superstars who sleeps with men? The more she thought about it, the more she grieved in remorse. She instantly pushed forward and attacked Zhang Yang. She pinched and bit Zhang Yang as hard as she could. She spoke with anger, I'm not a prostitute. What made you think that you can see me as one? Zhang Yang did not see her as an important person in his life. Well, there was not much of a difference between a prostitute and a female superstar. The name was just a label that defines their price, after all. One might look very pricey while the other might look so very cheap. One might collect high fees for the service while the other might just collect a small amount of money to get men satisfied. Zhang Yang's eyes betrayed his thoughts to Luo Yuro. Luo Yuro was so angry and hopeless at the same time. Her body was trembling so violently that Zhang Yang could feel her emotions right now. Get out! You! Get out now! Seeing her rage blazing across her eyes and her voice, Zhang Yang could not help to put himself down a little. Then he apologized, I'm sorry. I should not have said that. I sincerely apologize to you, Ms. Luo. After that, Luo Yuro only pulled herself back and sat down. Then she asked, so what should we do? That was her first time she had ever shown her weak side to someone. Zhang Yang smiled bitterly. If there are really some hidden cameras installed in the room, which is more than likely, then the person behind all this must have gotten what they wanted. So everything would be pointless no matter what they do next. *T is about to hit the fan. So, they could only react to the situation whenever something arises. Maybe they just want to blackmail us for money. Luo Yuro comforted herself a little. If this was done by someone else, it would be possible that they were just doing it for money. However, Zhang Yang was 80% sure that this incident was planned out by Zhong Xiuhua. So, the schemer did not do it for money. They just wanted to make sure that Zhang Yang loses his name and prestige. Speaking of which, Luo Yuro was just an innocent victim that got caught in the crossfire between him and Zhong Xiuhua. When his thoughts stopped there, he could not help to feel sorry for what just happened to Luo Yuro. Then he said, I'm afraid that you're going to be disappointed now. Zhong Xiuhua was obviously not recording all this to blackmail Zhang Yang. He would just release the pictures and photos out into public without having second thoughts. After all, his true agenda was to make Sun Xianu leave Zhang Yang. Thinking of which, he quickly took up the phone by his side and called back home. He had disappeared for a full day. Those ladies in the house must be panicking right now. When the phone was picked up, Zhang Yang roughly explained the entire situation to Sun Xianu. He held nothing back. Well, paper cannot smother fire after all. Meanwhile, he was indeed the victim of this incident. He did not even need to say who might be behind all that. Sun Xianu was 99% sure that she knew it was all Zhong Xiuhua's doing. She immediately had the urge to put a bullet through that Zhong Xiuhua's head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 788, Beginning of a Storm. Chapter 788, Beginning of a Storm. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang had disappeared for over one full day. Sun Xianu and the ladies were beginning to panic. Truth be told, Han Shui began to worry because she noticed that Zhang Yang had not returned from his regular routine jog since morning. So, she called Sun Xianu in the afternoon and told her about it. By the end of it, she decided to let the professionals deal with it. Sun Xianu immediately ordered a few of her colleagues to check on the regular route of Zhang Yang's jog. They managed to acquire a rough idea on what happened at the park. After that, she immediately used her connections in the network and began a search throughout the entirety of Zhoushu City. Even though Zhoushu was not a big city, it would still take a while for them to look through the entire city. Just as they were about to run out of hope, Zhang Yang called in, all of a sudden. Well, Sun Xianu had suspected Zhong Xiuhua to be behind all this. However, that F***Ker knew how to cover his tracks. He managed to clear any suspicion of his role in this. Before knowing what had actually happened to Zhang Yang, Sun Xianu could not go all out on Zhong Xiuhua. All she could do was giving a few threats to Zhong Xiuhua before leaving him alone. However, she had never thought it possible that Zhang Xiuhua would arrange an affair to happen, but with Sun Xinu's intelligence, she immediately suspected that things were as simple as they looked. Zhang Xiuhua would not be so naive to believe that such a matter would be enough to separate her and Zhang Yang. It would all fall on the attitude of the woman that Zhang Yang touched. If Zhang Yang had raped the woman, then the story would turn out to be different. Luckily, Zhang Yang informed Sun Xianu that he was unconscious all the while. So he denied raping Luo Yuro. After the two of them discussed for a while on the phone, the two of them could not come up with a tangible solution. So, they could only sit around and wait for things to happen before they react accordingly. Upon hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang got to his feet and put his clothes back on. Some things were not convenient to be discussed on the phone. He knew that he needed to get back to Sun Xinu and Han Shui as soon as possible. He needed to communicate properly with both of the ladies. Because when the sex scandal is exposed, Zhang Yang and Luo Yuro would not be the only two victims that would get hurt by it. Sun Xinu and Han Shui would also be dragged into the mud. You ked me and you plan to just walk away like that? Luo Yuro had been stunned the entire morning. However, when she noticed that Zhang Yang was leaving, she could not help but feel angry. Well, she did not even know the owner of the D*ck that literally ked her up, after all. Zhang Yang gave it some thought. Then he said, "Follow me. I believe that our news will be exposed to the entire world by noon today. So you'll just get swarmed by the gossip reporters." Luo Yuro gave some thought to Zhang Yang's words. Well, it made sense, though. So she decided to follow Zhang Yang and leave the crime scene before it was too late. She put a hat over her head on the way out. So she need not have to worry about being recognized by anyone. Although she had a car, it was obviously inconvenient for her to drive her own car out of the place. There would definitely be quite a number of entertainment reporters standing by the outside area of the building. If they ever see Luo Yuro driving out of the vicinity with another man on her car, they would definitely tail them and follow them anywhere they would go. Their main purpose was to dig out some explosive and juicy news after all. After hailing a cab, the two of them began to make their way back to Zhang Yang's house. After traveling over some distance, they switched to another cab. When the two of them arrived at Zhang Yang's house, Sun Xinu and the rest of the ladies were already waiting for them at the entrance of the house. When Luo Yuro saw the four beautiful ladies, she could not help but despise Zhang Yang. She thought that Zhang Yang was a perverted lustful cur who would keep up to 4 mistresses in his house. She hated men who would keep a mistress in secret. So her evaluation on Zhang Yang had dropped by 1,000 feet beneath the surface of the ground. If she wasn't in a bewildered situation right now, she would have never chosen to stay with a man like this. Wow! It's Luo Yuro. It's the freaking Luo Yuro. The little brat was really a heartless little tch. The moment she saw that Zhang Yang coming back in one piece, she no longer worried. She immediately stared at Luo Yuro. If the little brat was not a beautiful lady herself, she would have been mistaken by the others as a pervert. Upon entering the house, Wei Yan and Daffodil Daydream were told to stay outside of the room for the moment. Zhang Yang, Sun Xinu, Han Shui and Luo Yuro shut themselves in a room and started their discussion on the incident. They were discussing on how to handle the aftermath of the incident. The two ladies were thinking alike as Zhang Yang did. Sun Xinu and Han Shui had no good impressions towards the people in the entertainment circle. They meant to keep Luo Yuro hidden for a period of time through their words. Although Zhang Yang and Luo Yuro were both victims in this incident, however, some things could not be explained with mere words. If they attempt to explain those some things, they might end up adding oil onto fire. Instead, they should just keep everything cold and quiet. After a period of time, everything would be washed away by the end of it. Before the clock struck 12 p.m., a new post appeared right on the official website of the God's Miracle. This anonymous person had revealed that Zhang Yang, the #1 player in God's Miracle, had an affair with a famous local female superstar by the title name Luo Yuro the Sexy Goddess. The post also claimed that they had pictures and video footages as proof. The anonymous person also posted a few links to the pictures and video footages. Well, one of them was a complete footage of the entire incident in the room. Although the post was removed because it violated the law by having explicit sexual content, the footage was downloaded by countless people on the internet. The footage was spreading across the internet like an untamed wildfire. Countless people all over the world were requesting for links to watch how Zhang Yang engaged in PvP battle with Luo Yuro. After all, both Zhang Yang and Luo Yuro were famous stars in their respective fields of specialty. Of course, the scandal would cause such a big tidal wave across the surface of a calm water. Later on, some large websites decided to post the footages to earn money. However, they had processed the footage and put some mosaic boxes on the important parts of the video. However, there wasn't actually much difference between the raw and the censored version of the footage. Well, there was a big problem with the angle of the shot that was taken. The entire video only showed Luo Yuro's back while she was sitting right on top of Zhang Yang. Although the back of Luo Yuro was fair and seductive, she did not really show too much of her body as well in the footage. Her performance in the footage was just similar to the sex scenes in her previous movies. Nothing more. When Zhang Yang and the grown-up ladies saw the footage, they felt relieved immediately. The camera had never actually get a clear shot of Zhang Yang throughout the entire incident. However, Luo Yuro was very persistent on screwing Zhang Yang for the entire night. The strong desire of her wanting Zhang Yang caused Zhang Yang to feel a chill straight up his spine. Meanwhile, Sun Xinu and Han Shui were very jealous to see what happened throughout the entire footage. They felt heartbroken, because they had never forced Zhang Yang so roughly before. Well, that might be due to the reason of Zhang Yang not being Luo Yuro's own man. So, she had no consideration for Zhang Yang's body condition. If she ever breaks Zhang Yang, what would Han Shui and Sun Xinu do, then? After seeing her own crazy performance, Luo Yuro blushed. However, she felt relieved and said, "That's not bad, not that bad at all. We can just say that this is a new scene from a new movie." Sun Xinu and Han Shui shook their heads at the same time. Zhang Yang sighed heavily and said, "You're really brainless with big boobs. Who would actually believe that a sex scene is so long? It's an entire night." Luo Yuro was angry and shameful at the same time. Because of this stinky man, she had become so miserable right now. And now he dared to scold her. However, looking at the footage, Luo Yuro seemed to be the one who was dominating Zhang Yang for the entire night. Strictly speaking, she was the violent one and Zhang Yang was the victim of the incident. Since the incident had happened, Luo Yuro decided to optimistically accept the fact. Well, she would not want to see herself being pressed upon by any man and letting the man do whatever he pleased to her. That's because she really hated men. However, even though the footage only showed her back, the high-quality audio of the video had recorded her every single moan loud and clear. Her seductive and yet lustful voice had herself unconvinced that she would actually moan like that. However, being numbed by the sexual drive doesn't mean that she had lost her memory about the entire incident. The memory about yesterday's night began to play in loops in that pretty little head of hers. Everything began to get clearer and cleared every time she got reminded of that night. She could clearly remember the moment Zhang Yang's rod beginning to enter her body. That hot impact was irreplaceable by any masturbating rod in the entire world. Mentally speaking, she really hated men in the entire world. However, her body had no illness nor other problems. Instead, her body was naturally born to be sensitive. So her need would be a little more intense than others. Luo Yuro took a peek at Zhang Yang and suddenly, she realized that she actually did not hate the man anymore. Instead, she suddenly felt an urge to surrender herself to the man. The thought of it gave herself a chill up her spine. She shook her head and forced herself to remove the thought from her mind. She kept reminding herself that she would not surrender herself to any man in the entire world. Meanwhile, a new wave arose when the previous one has barely subsided. Many anonymous people began to tell, or should we say the word expose, that Zhang Yang was using his title as the Guildmaster of Lone Desert Smoke to force girls to sleep with him. Sometimes he would even force girls to have an orgy sex with him. These people were claiming either to be the victims or the husbands, boyfriends of the victims. They even posted the seductive pictures of their so-called girlfriends and wives on the forum to stir things up. Well, some of the people recognized that among those photos, some of the girls in the photos were in fact porn stars. However, the majority of the people were infuriated by the rumors they heard. So they did not care about it at all and kept scolding Zhang Yang, saying that he was a scumbag. They even voiced out that the scumbag Zhang Yang should be dragged out into the open and shot in the head over 100 times. Actually, they're all just jealous. Fatty Han had long heard about the rumors. He tapped Zhang Yang's shoulder and said, "Little Yang, so how many D*CKs do you actually keep under your pants? It's been only 3 years since God's Miracle was launched. So according to my calculations, you should have slept with more than 4,000 women by now. So, you've slept with 4 women a day, on average. Without breaks either. I admire your stamina, man." Actually, those who are sane would not actually believe those crappy rumors. However, just like what Fatty Han just said, those whining F***ers were just jealous of Zhang Yang. That was the only valid reason for them to create such a false ruse to make Zhang Yang look bad. Well, the current situation was like some people hearing about a dirty officer keeping hundreds of mistresses in secret. Although they were scolding the officer violently, they were actually admiring the officer from the bottom of their hearts. Well, that was the true mentality buried deep within those thick skulls of theirs. They would just blame the rich for keeping mistresses while they held high hopes in winning a lottery. They were hoping to get rich as well so that they would be able to live like those rich people that they always loathed. Why act like a lamb when you are a real wolf? F***CKU, get lost. Zhang Yang gave Fatty Han a punch. Hee, I know that the rumors about you having the others are not true at all. However, you really did F***ked that Luo Yuro. Fatty Han revealed a perverted expression on his wretched face. He elbowed Zhang Yang and said, so how was it? Tastes good, eh? That woman is famous for being sexy and seductive. I used to watch all her movies and photo albums like watching porn. I've even battled her over 100 times in my dream, if you know what I mean. But I can't think about the wife of a brother, so I'll just switch another goddess to F***ck in my dream, If you have that much energy, then you should just go back to your wife and feed her with your excessive energy. Honestly, how do you plan to handle the superstar then? She has over millions of fans, you know. If those fans ever find out that you have a house full of pretty girls, they'll definitely dedicate their entire lives just to plucking your D***ck out. Zhang Yang stared at Fatty Han and said, as long as you can keep your big F***king mouth shut, no one would know that she's here in my house. Zhang Yang Luo Yuro suddenly knocked the door. She sounded like she was about to ask Zhang Yang about something important. Fatty Han knew what to do. So after he laughed evilly for a bit, he left the house. What's wrong? Do you have pills? You know, the kind to control birth? Luo Yuro said. She suddenly remembered her joyful incident that happened yesterday. Both of them did take any precautions before they begun. So if she really gets pregnant, then she'll be miserable for the rest of her life. Well, she had no plan at all about having a child in her life. The main reason was because she believed that she would not fall in love with any man in the entire world. Without love, it would not be wise to create a new life in her life. Zhang Yang began to feel a headache about the current situation. Well, of course he did not have such medicines kept in his house. The main reason was simple. He really hoped that Sun Xinu and Han Shui would both be pregnant with his children. By then, these two ladies might no longer quarrel with each other. The house would become peaceful at last. However, things did not go his way. It's been almost 2 years since then. The belly of the two ladies were still flat as F***ck. Zhang Yang could not help but suspect that he had lost his ability of spreading offsprings after he was resurrected. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 789, Proof of Innocence. Chapter 789, Proof of Innocence. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Although Zhang Yang really wished that Sun Xinu and Han Shui would be pregnant with his child, he would not want a stranger to be the mother of his child. So he nodded immediately and said, I don't have any in the house. I'll buy it immediately. Coincidentally, he was about to send Fatty Han back home. So the two of them arrived at the pharmacy to buy the birth control pills. However, the female attendant at the counter of the pharmacy was shocked to see them. Her eyes betrayed her thoughts to Zhang Yang and Fatty Han. She was looking at them with genuine shock and pity. How could a gay get pregnant as well? How outrageous can the world be, now? Because some anonymous group was trying to spread the fire that was burning Zhang Yang, the Zhang Yang incident was becoming more serious than ever. At the same time, the Lone Desert Smoke was pushed to the chopping board. The guild that used to be known as an honorable guild had now become an infamous guild of lust. Although no one had left the guild yet, the morale of the guild had dropped like hell. Well, people said that the rumors would end at the mouth of the wise. However, there weren't really many wise people in the world after all. Furthermore, there was a group of people dedicated to spreading false rumors about Zhang Yang. So they managed to provoke a bunch of blind and idiotic people who could get jealous easily to hate Zhang Yang. They claimed to be acting on behalf of their so-called justice to bring the pervert, Zhang Yang, down. They were giving it all in demeaning the good name of the Lone Desert Smoke. Under the blame of the Internet Army, any form of action or effort to save oneself would be pointless. Even if anyone would step up to say a few words for the Lone Desert Smoke, they would only end up being accused of lying for Zhang Yang. Some of them were even accused of being hired or appointed by Zhang Yang to step up and say some good words for the Lone Desert Smoke. Whoever came up, or whatever they said, they would end up being cursed upon. Actually, we can just leave the F***king place. Sun Xinu was leaning on Zhang Yang's body. Although she had a powerful background to support her, she would still feel helpless against the Internet Army that was coming at them like a tsunami tidal wave. Leave? As in getting out of the country? Migrate? Zhang Yang spoke out of convenience. No, leave the game. Han Yingshui continued to say. If you can't put the fire in the game down, we can still play some smaller scale game. After all, money is just a figure to us. Zhang Yang stayed silent for a moment. In the beginning, he joined into the God's miracle because he wanted to earn some money so that he could have a good life. However, the real reason he joined God's miracle was to make a name for himself and defeat Lu Wei. Now that Lu Wei is dead as F***ck, the Lu family had been crippled for good. It seemed that he does not have any reason left to stay in the game. Well, a game would always be a game. People could use them as a means of passing their time. It would be impractical to make gaming into a lifetime profession. However, if he quits the game without putting up a fight, he would become a laughingstock for the people all around the world. People would just think that he was running away from Zhang Xiuhua like a rat in the sewer. Now that Zhang Xiuhua was manipulating everything to go against him, he could not stomach the thought of running away, knowing that son of the B***tch Zhang Xiuhua has won. Zhang Yang could not accept the fact that he has lost to a F*** king rich spoilt brat. Zhang Yang revealed a vague smile on his face. Then he said, I'm going to put up a good fight. Are you willing to accompany me, my loves? Han Yingshui's face turned red again and said, haven't had enough just now? Zhang Yang frowned intensely and said, you insanely perverted woman. Don't think of me as being as perverted as you are. I'm talking about a real fight. Not sex. Then, what are you planning to do, then? Sun Xin, you seemed relieved upon hearing those fierce words. Well, what Sun Xin you liked the most about Zhang Yang was his persistence and fervor. Zhang Yang cracked his knuckles and said, we'll do a large-scale investigation. We've got quite a number of people claiming that they're the victims of this incident, right? We'll gather everything up and wring it from them. Since Zhang Xiuhua loves to play, I'll play with him till the end, but it's going to cost a lot to do a large-scale investigation. Money is not a factor to concern about. I'm now so poor that I only have money left. Sun Xiu and Han Yingshui looked at each other and smiled together. Then, they nodded to express their agreements on Zhang Yang's thoughts. Truth to be told, Zhang Yang did not lose everything to this incident. Instead, he got even closer to both Sun Xiu and Han Yingshui than he had ever been. How about that female superstar? What do you plan to do with her? Han Yingshui had finally brought up the topic that he must face sooner or later. Zhang Yang frowned. Well, few days after the incident, Zhang Yang realized that Luo Yuro was not as shallow and stupid as he thought she would behave. She had her own principles. However, her weakness was very obvious. She favored fame and glamour a little too much. She had been dreaming about getting her prestige back and continue on being her queen of sexiness to seduce all the men in the entire world. However, her dream would almost be impossible now. Well, quite a number of websites had opened up polls for the people all around the world to vote. Up to 88% of the majority voted Luo Yuro to return as a porn star. Although Luo Yuro had always performed outstandingly in the field of sexiness, she had never actually had any scandals before in her entire career life. Even though she was known to have quite a connection in the film industry, her name was clean and good at the least. She was known to be one of those superstars that had never committed any affairs nor inappropriate behaviors. She was well known as a pure and untainted superstar. However, because she was dragged right into the sticky mud of the Zhang Yang incident, her image was deeply affected in a bad way. Many people had been pointing fingers at her, saying that she was a pure B***tch. So stop acting all pure and innocent. They even blamed her for acting highly just because she did not want to reveal her nipples to the public. Over the following days, Luo Yuro had lost a lot of weight. Her waist was so thin that any man could just grab hold of it with one hand. However, her boobs did not shrink at all. Instead, her boobies had gained some size. She looked even sexier now. If she ever gets the chance to return to the big screen, her appearance would definitely cause 90% of the male population that watch her movies to lose their blood out through their noses. Well, her title Queen of Sexiness was not a joke. She was called by that title because all of her movie fans called her that. Speaking of her, Zhang Yang shook his head and said, let's put these rumors all to rest first before we think about how to deal with her. After that, the hot topic Zhang Yang incident was stirred towards a different direction. Zhang Yang held a press conference to strongly express his statement. He denied to all accusations on him, and he also expressed that he was going to take actions by bringing the law upon those who tried to frame him. He wanted to severely punish those who attempted to defame his good name. After the local authorities had confirmed everything, Zhang Yang launched a police report. Meanwhile, the case had also received the approval from the judge to carry out a full-on investigation on the matter. The Bureau would be extending their investigations over to the 4,000 over people who claimed that they were the Zhang Yang incident's victims. The police had notified the families of the victims in hopes of them stepping up with the evidence of Zhang Yang's crime with courage. The police were hoping that they would at least provide the time and the locations of where and when the incidents happened. The person on the chopping board began to fight back. Zhang Yang's action had brought a new breath of life across the Zhang Yang incident again. Because Zhang Yang was acting so strong-headedly this time, many people had calmed their idiotic heads down to think properly. How could a man f***ck over 4,000 women in 3 years? It would be outrageously unreal. Could it be that Zhang Yang was really framed? It did not take long before the identities of the so-called victims were revealed to the public. The funny part about it was that many of the victims were actually local artists and porn stars who had posted their photo album on the internet before. Everything on the internet was solid proof to that statement, after all. Meanwhile, the identities of the other women were beginning to be revealed as well. Well, they were actually hotel attendants, government officers, and many more. Truth be told, when Zhang Yang began to take action, many of those women quickly reported to the police that they had never even met Zhang Yang before in their entire lives. They even claimed that their photos had been stolen for bad intentions. They claimed that their lives were affected because of this incident. As the information began to flood in, the truth began to reveal itself to the public. The rumors began to get overshadowed by the truth. Someone was trying to hurt Zhang Yang from the shadows. Meanwhile, the police had received help from some hacker activists in apprehending some of the so-called victims' husbands and boyfriends. When these idiots were asked to explain themselves for creating false messages to the public, they only replied that they did it because they were hired by anonymous people. The tide of the incident began to turn. The 4,000 over so-called victims had been proven to be nothing but frauds. At first, people were still suspecting that the police were trying to protect Zhang Yang. However, as time passed and more evidence started surfacing, more and more people began to realize that the rumors served as a medium of framing Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang seemed to have settled his part of the incident. However, Luo Yuro's hotel one-night stand incident was becoming even more significant among the people. Because the face of the man she wrote on was not revealed, everyone was kept guessing. They had totally excluded Zhang Yang from the possibility because of what he did recently. Everyone already believed that he was truly being framed. For that, Zhang Yang did not know whether he should cry or laugh. If anyone ever finds out that the main female actor of the movie is staying at his house, another storm would definitely hit Zhang Yang in the face again. In the game, the Lone Desert Smoke had been through quite some ordeals together with Zhang Yang. However, they had been suffering great losses as well. Quite a number of players were affected to the point that they decided to leave Lone Desert Smoke by the end of it. When the guild had been alleviated up to a level 6 guild, not only had Lone Desert Smoke failed to increase the number of their members in the guild, the number had also decreased from 50,000 to 40,000 only. Fortunately, the 20 players that Zhang Yang picked to possess a tank stayed in the guild. They proved their loyalty by not abandoning Zhang Yang in the guild. Zhang Yang felt very comforted, knowing that he had not trusted the wrong person yet. However, after the violent disturbance in the force of Lone Desert Smoke, the power level of the guild was affected significantly. Although they remained as the strongest guild in the entire China region, they were no longer as invincible as they were in the past. Instead, the Eternal Flame had taken advantage of the opportunity to grow stronger. That guild managed to grow into one of the 4 most significant guilds in the entire China region, such as Lone Desert Smoke, Crimson Rage, and Imperial Sky. Because of that, Zhang Yang was ignited to fight. He made up his mind to go all out on the Eternal Flame. If it's a fight they wanted, Zhang Yang would fulfill their requests and give them a decent fight. Zhang Yang was finally determined to eliminate Zhong Xiuhua out of the God's Miracle. Although the pigs that create the rumors were being prosecuted with the charges of defaming a person's good name, those pigs had only paid some money in the process of it. None of them were daring enough to drag Zhong Xiuhua, the real culprit, into the mud. Furthermore, it would also make perfect sense that Zhong Xiuhua would not make the arrangements himself. So, it would also be impossible for the investigators to link the crime back to him. Zhang Yang requested that Sun Xian get Zhong Xiuhua out of his lair so that they could have another chance to have a tea session again. However, that fellow revealed a pale face the moment he was invited through a video call. He immediately hung up the video call when Sun Xian mentioned the meetup. Well, he had recently mended his teeth. He would not risk losing them again, will he? That should let Zhang Yang work off his feelings towards that son of the B***TCH for a little. Upon logging back into the game, Zhang Yang hustled up and started grinding. Well, he had been so occupied that he did not even have time to think about grinding. So he was only level 188 currently. Meanwhile, top-tier players like One Swordstroke, Snowseeker, Scholar Muzu, and the others had reached level 186. They were just 2 levels behind Zhang Yang. Just when Zhang Yang was ready to grind like a madman, an unexpected twist of events had happened to him. It didn't come this month. Luo Yuro had no idea if she was terrified or joyful at the moment. When she said that, her voice was trembling. Zhang Yang was not a sensitive man. So he replied her like a silly boy, "What didn't come?" Luo Yuro sighed heavily. Well, speaking to an insensitive idiot like Zhang Yang would really be tiring. Then she said, "I am pregnant. It's your child." She was explaining it while doing some hand signs at the same time. Come on. I'm not an idiot. Wait, what did you say? Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment. You've impregnated me and you want to run away like a little f***ck as if nothing happened that night? Luo Yuro was infuriated. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 790, The Race to Level 200. Chapter 790, The Race to Level 200. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang brain melted. He had no idea what he was feeling then. When the words came out of Luo Yuro's mouth, he felt it all. Everything. Happy. Shocked. Euphoric. Bliss. Conflict. All of it. He had no idea what to do next. He gagged with his mouth dropping to the floor and said one sentence. Are you sure? Why would I lie about bad news? This is something bad for me, more than it is to you, said Luo Yuro angrily, like a cat having its tail stepped on. Relax. I'm sorry. Please don't get so agitated. I don't want my baby to have some kind of deformation, said Zhang Yang as he tried to calm the woman down by gently stroking her hair. He had not planned this. He had not wanted a random stranger to have his baby. However, when the thought of a possible future generation is growing in her womb, Zhang Yang felt the utmost happiness of being a parent. He could not help it. The fatherly instinct in him grew so strong that he kissed her forehead and went to his knees. He pulled Luo Yuro's shirt up and cupped his ear against her womb, trying to hear the sound of the baby. What are you doing? I'm only been pregnant for just a month. Luo Yuro pinched Zhang Yang's cheek. She too felt extreme conflicted. She did not want to have a random stranger's baby. However, when the pregnancy test came back and showed 2 blue lines on the indicator, she felt a sort of happiness before the dread come in. Despite the horror of discovering she was pregnant, she did not want to have the babe aborted. Zhang Yang rose to his legs and smiled like how Wei Yen smiled. He felt more alive than he had ever felt before in his life. He felt as if Luo Yuro had breathed in new life into him. At first, he had thought hard about the rules of causality, the butterfly effect. That death must exist. He felt happy. Not only whoever who had sent him back in time had spared him or anyone close to him, the person had also granted Zhang Yang a new life as well. He had been deeply entwined with both Sun Xinu and Haning Shui for more than 2 years, yet no matter how many loads that he had pumped into them, no life was born. As expected of hips that were meant to bear children, Luo Yuro's massive voluptuous life-giving hips were so efficient that one load was enough to give him a child. As such, Zhang Yang hugged the woman for the good news she had given him. He then slid his hand down her back and traced downward more to her soft and supple meat buns. Luo Yuro blushes wildly like a blooming rose. Despite being stoic all the time, her fair cheeks burned red like the setting sun. Her body started to soften up from his graceful caresses. However, she pulled herself together before getting lost in the forest of pleasure. What are you doing, Dot? Zhang Yang retracted his hands and looked her deep into her eyes. You're the mother of my babe. What do you think I am doing? Zhang Yang's eyes burned with passion. The woman in front of him was the idol of the entire country, the envy of all women. Just for that, he was already ready to go with her. Plus, she was carrying his bloodline. That alone was enough to set his mind straight. He must make her his woman. Humph. Luo Yuro turned her head away. If you can't keep it in your pants, I'd suggest going for the 2 vixens. Don't get over your head just because you had made me pregnant, said Luo Yuro as she felt the stiff flagpole trying to thrust into her womb. Her already sensitive body jerked violently and involuntarily at the touch of him. What are you talking about? Vixens? They are my wives. And so are you, said Zhang Yang softly and seriously. Put. Luo Yuro scoffed. Are you still living in the Tang dynasty? Are you serious about marrying several wives? She continued. She was trying purposely to annoy Zhang Yang, to try to provoke the man. Zhang Yang shrugged casually and said, well, if you don't want to be my wife, you could try to fit in as my lover? Zhang Yang laughed jokingly and slid his palm from the front and gently made his way beneath her undergarment. He could almost feel the tip of the prickly forest on his fingertips. Luo Yuro was clearly aroused, but she was still strong enough to push him away after several seconds of momentary bliss. Oh. F***ck off you. I said it once and I will say it again. Don't get overly conceited just because your blood is in my womb. Remember, I can always have you prosecuted for rape, said Luo Yuro through her ragged breath. Her undergarment was pulled and teased, causing the strings of her fabric to gently rub against the bell of her sacred temple. Although she tried to restrain it, she could not stop the love nectar from flowing out of her body. Is that so? Said Zhang Yang slowly, syllable by syllable as he teased the woman. Without further ado, he pulled down Luo Yuro's skirts and kisses the lower part of her womb lovingly. Despite all her protest, the woman had not stopped Zhang Yang, nor did she try to pull her skirt back up. He got up to his feet and whispered into her eye. Help me get inside you. Finally annoyed, Luo Yuro grabbed his golden sack and squeezed them hard, yet not too hard. Just enough to send the man jumping to his feet. You horny little wolf. Do you know that it was all because of you that I had to quit my job? How are you going to reimburse me for all my hard work? My entire life is being flushed down the drain. It had been a month since the incident and Luo Yuro had understood the grudge between Zhang Yang and Zhong Xiuhua. She knew that Zhang Yang was not technically at fault then, yet she bore some hatred for him since she was an innocent woman who got caught in the exchange. Although the leaked video had some angle problems and managed to hide most of her private parts, the rest of the world had already guessed and knew about her being in bed with a man. Despite being the sexiest woman alive in China, that sort of news will only be the ultimate downfall to her career. No diehard fan of hers will accept the reality of her being with a man. If she does want to get back onto the screen, she would have to resort to B-rated movies, which was something she will never accept. What sort of reimbursement do you want? Said Zhang Yang. He then cupped his hands on her twin peaks, the same peaks that countless of men would want a motorboat with. Suffice to say that Zhang Yang was playing with the two things that all men in China would want to touch. Luo Yuro paused a while and moaned unwillingly when Zhang Yang continued to knock on her doors. I want to start a movie studio. From scratch, said Luo Yuro confidently after she had realized Zhang Yang is capable of such feat. Zhang Yang stopped and crossed his arms. With one eyebrow raised, he said, Fine by me. But, I want you to be a good wife and be a good mother to our children. I don't like the idea of my wife being eyed upon all day long. There's also the thing about you being touched here and there during filming. Luo Yuro widened her eyes with surprise. She scoffed again and said, My. Aren't you being a little too hasty with that? Is it jealousy I'm detecting from you? Anyhow, the path of my company's growth will be towards God's miracle. No man can touch me. Besides, dominating all men's heart had always been my goal. That will never change. I like to see you succeed. I really do. But I can't help but find a major flaw in your plan. How could you dominate all men when you can't even dominate me? Didn't I dominate you already? You did. But, you've left out a tiny portion. Fine. The girl was the best classified as what the Japanese would call a strong tsundere. Despite being cold and mean, she would always give in to what Zhang Yang asked. The two kissed each other and made their way to Zhang Yang's room to continue the lovey-dovey session there. The incident of Luo Yuro being pregnant was not well accepted by Sun Xinu and Haning Shui. When women get on their nerve, spending money to buy stuff that pleases them would be one of the best methods of releasing their pent-up rage. As a result, Sun Xinu had proposed to Haning Shui that they have a good time in France. They even brought along Daffodil Daydream and Wei Yin Air along. When one was not enough, they had spent so much that 2 of Zhang Yang platinum credit cards were sent to the limit. Just one of them was enough to purchase several high-end Jimmy Choo's summer collections. Just how much anger did the two women bear? Sigh. Then again, the life in Luo Yuro's womb was blossoming. There was no reason for Zhang Yang nor anyone else to abort the baby. In the end, with heavy heart, Sun Xinu and Haning Shui had accepted Luo Yuro as the 4th participant to their family. After spending what seems to be an entire nation's wealth, the two women came back from France and locked themselves in Zhang Yang's room, forcing him to empty his golden balls into them until they were pregnant as well. With God's miracle as the studio itself, shooting a film will be as easy as walking in the park. All Luo Yuro had to do would be to write a good script, design the scene, pick and select the characters' appearances, and the game developers will take care of the rest. Naturally, shooting in the game itself will require some form of fee. However, the overall expenses will be at least 90% cheaper than shooting in reality. In fact, setting up and registering a filming company was extremely easy. Plus, with Sun Xinu's help, Zhang Yang only required less than 10 days to find the appropriate staff and crew to start. It all depended on Luo Yuro herself to craft out a good script, and to hire the actors and directors. When all the crew members are gathered and ready to film, she would need to then pay the game developers to set up the scenery and the character creation for the actors. So far into the relationship, Sun Xinu, Han Shui, and Luo Yuro were doing just fine, or so they seem. To fight a war with the enemy, one must first make sure there would never be a civil war in their own nation. After making sure that the girls would not make a random fuss about random stuff, Zhang Yang then logged back into the game to continue his grinding session. We have been slacking on boss raids for more than a month. Even though we have the strongest equipment in the game, we might still lose to other guilds in terms of levels, said 100 Shots as he expressed his worries about the guild progression. Due to Zhang Yang's, Han Shui's, and Sun Xinu's irregular logins, many of the new ascended tier bosses that had spawned during their absence had been claimed by other guilds. Well then, we should double our efforts, said Zhang Yang nonchalantly. Everyone knew about the case that happened to Zhang Yang. Their anger and rage were all genuine and understandable. As words of rumors continued to spread like wildfire, the urge to permanently extinguish the so-called eternal flame became stronger. The last man standing will surely prevail. Right then, Lone Desert Smoke had been through a tough ordeal. Hence, even though the rumors had brought Lone Desert Smoke down to its knees, it was not all a bad thing. As such, all the ill-willed players had left the guild. What that was left in the guild were the strong, down-to-earth, and the most loyal members. Most of the ascended tier bosses that spawned were the result of the game's story progression. It will be hard to find a random ascended tier boss that spawns with no reason at all. Hence, for now, Zhang Yang was able to pay attention to rebuilding the guild and expanding it bigger to restore the former glory of Lone Desert Smoke. Even though the incident of Zhang Yang sleeping around had delivered a great impact to Lone Desert Smoke, a similar positive impact had occurred to Lone Desert Smoke after the case was clarified to the entire world. As such, Lone Desert Smoke's popularity was restored. However, it will be hard for Zhang Yang to strengthen the guild then, since 99% professional players would already be in a guild. If Zhang Yang wants to recruit strong players, he would need to lower his requirements to the lower-level players. Although it might be demeaning, it was about time for Lone Desert Smoke to get rid of the useless old dogs and to recruit greenhorns over. At then, Lone Desert Smoke had over 20,000 empty slots. With 100 Shots taking care and filtering each new recruits, there will not be cases where he would discard the number one requirement, that is the morality of the player, just to fill in the numerous empty slots. That sort of recruitment will inevitably take up some time. It was expected that the guild might take up to half a year to restore itself to its former invincible state. As such, many of the die-hard loyal members of Lone Desert Smoke had understood the real enemy. Before the incident, they would not involve themselves in the vengeance between Zhang Yang and Zhong Xiuhua. However, when the collateral damage had included them in the line of fire, the hatred towards Zhong Xiuhua found a reason. Roughly 10 days later, after Zhang Yang resumed his regular login activities, he managed to reach level 190. Since level 190 bore no special meaning to it, the system had not made any announcements nor rewards. Things would be different from level 200 onwards. The official site had released information about players being awarded for their tireless effort. Up to 10 players who reach level 200 first will receive a random powerful skill. On the other hand, the first 3 players that reach level 200 will also receive additional luck attribute state. Best of all, the first player that reaches level 200 will have his or her name etched on the Hall of Fame. Skills that were rewarded from the system will naturally be strong. In other words, all players that had the chance to reach level 200 first had pumped all their effort into grinding alone. In MMORPG culture, there were 2 ways to be the highest level player. 1. Put in 110% effort to be the best in grind all day, all night, 24/7, 365 days a year. 2. If you cannot handle the stress of making sure you're the fastest, all you have to do is to prevent others from catching up to you. With that in mind, endless PvP session in the open world field had erupted. Although players that were killed in the PvP session were no longer suffering from level degradation, they would lose all their experience points that had been earned during said level. Imagine having 99% experience points and losing it all due to a single PvP battle. That would plunge the player down in the list, making him waste 10 days of his effort. And then, it would be impossible for said player to chase after the rest. Guilds like Eternal Flame that had been known to act like uneducated gangsters, had sorted several groups of assassins to find and bring down players on the level ranking board. All to allow Scholar Muzu, Longrich to reach level 200 first. When one does it, so will the others. Naturally, other guilds had done the same as Eternal Flame and had caused a massive region-to-regional war. The entire world was thrown into an ugly, selfish, and gory battle amongst each other. All for the sake of reaching level 200 first. In the end, those players that were earnestly trying to win the race had no safe place to grind. In the end, they had found their safe haven in the normal mode of the Spectre's hidden cavern. The normal mode of any dungeons allowed players to raid the dungeon repeatedly without any limits. Players could then rely on killing monsters and bosses in the dungeon to gain level. At then, Zhang was still the number 1 player on the level ranking board. Despite that, it was not a safe spot for him since many other players of other region were only 1 or 2 levels behind him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 791, Battle of the Best. Chapter 791, Battle of the Best. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang was not the kind of man that would take a beating without giving one back. In fact, he was on the lucky side since he had managed to score a real superstar and have her to carry his potential son in her belly. Still, the entire experience of it was like coming out of the fire and scoring a damsel. The problem was the fact that someone had set him ablaze. That was the real beef he had with Zhong Xiuhua. There's a saying in the Chinese culture. You're not a real man if you don't right those who wrong you. Zhang did not care about what Sun Xianu warned him about. He did not care about her family background or where she stood at the political world. All he knows that Zhong Xiuhua had struck first, and he will strike back. The hammer of justice shall be swift. He hired many private investigators to find any possible information regarding Zhong Xiuhua that he could use it to Zhang advantage. Zhong Xiuhua's father will soon take over the top ranks of the nation. If he does, Zhang might not able to do anything to topple him then. However, the target of his vengeance was only Zhong Xiuhua. It's not like he was an untouchable prince or something. There is something called a network. With the power of cyberspace and relationship with people, Zhang could do anything to topple him down. The best and most efficient way to bring someone down is to dig out his past, especially the dirty ones, and release them into the internet. Once the government officials know about it, the game will then begin. All the things he planned were all step by step. It will, in the end, take up a long time to accomplish. At most, the things he did was to buy information. There will always be a limit to how much he can do on his own. Back to the gaming world. There were many daunting assassin players around that had dared to assault them. In non-party conditions, Hanning Shui, Wei Yinair, and even Sun Xianu would not dare to step outside to grind on their own. If they are unlucky to stumble upon a patient hunter, they will then strike when you're most vulnerable. Although Thief class do not have the greatest DPS, and were unable to solo kill monsters on their own, heal, nor farm dungeons on their own, they were still considered to be the deadliest players in the open world. A true killer. The Wilderness King. A good thief will always hide in the shadows and wait like a viper until the right time to land the killing blow. Perhaps, the only class that would have no fear of thieves would be guardians like Zhang. In normal circumstances, besides from fighting a boss, a guardian would always have their HP maintained at 80% or higher. Zhang had Felice by his side. If he senses danger, he could have Felice to heal him while Zhang takes care of the assassins. But, if he does encounter a whole gang of assassins, he could simply escape with an array of invincibility and invisibility skills. He could also simply outrun them by flying away with the Phoenix. It was as simple as that. However, even for Zhang, it would be best for him and the other guild members to grind their levels in dungeons. Although grinding in dungeons would be the safest zone, the grinding speed will never rival that of the open world. Hence, whenever Zhang comes online, the entire gang will join him in the grinding spree. All except Sun Xianu and Lost Dream. Those two were natural-born assassins. It would be a sin of a lifetime if they were to be caught by other assassins. Zhang came online and brought the party to the mountains of Kael'gus. The map was a level 180, level 210 map. Among all the same level map, that was the further map from the further conquered territory around. Technically, the number of players in the map should be the lowest count. With fewer players around to disrupt the monster kill, it would be the best for them to start their grinding spree. For normal players, going out into the open world to grind will take time and money. Supplies will run out, equipment will require fixing, recovery items will run dry. All in all, they would have to travel all the way back to a territory or main city to recuperate. The journey itself took up most of their time. Hence, the importance of a territory. Like a train station, they would simply use the teleportation circle to travel back to the main city easily. For Zhang party, as long as the healers in the party could last, they would not have much problem grinding. All they had to bring along with them were MP pots and snacks. With an endless supply of MP, they could support the entire party to continue their grinding spree. As for equipment durability, 100 Shot got it covered. He had already managed to acquire blueprints for a repairing robot which allowed players to pay a higher cost to have their equipment fixed at anywhere, anytime. Despite the heightened price of fixing, it was recompensed back in the time of traveling back and forth. Zhang Yang planned to grind at the map for some time. While he planned it that way, the entire party had steeled their decision to not go back to the main city until everyone reaches level 200. They will give it all they had to make sure that everyone owns the top 10 spots. Truth be told, Zhang Yang's party was not the only one that had set up shop in a map. Many other guilds might not have something like a repairing robot, but they had methods to allow their members to camp at a map for a long duration. Some were practicing good sportsmanship where they saw Zhang Yang had already occupied the map and leaves them alone without even trying to negotiate. Some were malicious enough to kill all the players in the field to dominate the map. All in all, the most important thing then was to stay online for as long as possible. That, and making sure that no one can jump on you while you are grinding. Once you're killed, that's sayonara to continue the race. For the next 2 months, everyone had faced much trouble to maintain a sane state of mind. The constant fear of being ambushed while grinding at their fastest speed for long duration was incredibly taxing to one's mind. No one could let down their guard since most professional players were racing with all they had to win the level 200 race. Who knows, someone might overtake you at any time at all. As such, everyone will pause for a second to check the level ranking board once in a while to confirm their own rankings. If they rise in rank, it was good news for them and a sort of encouragement for them to continue the race. If they find their rank has dropped, it was also a form of encouragement to push them further. The race continued on like the World Cup football fever. When the server engines running tirelessly to spawn monsters for players to grind, there were a few bunch of players that did not care about it. Those were players that were too under-leveled or greenhorns that had just joined the game. It was not level 200, but level 300 that they had set their targets for. As such, the entire game's level ranking board was as follows. 1. Zhanyu, level 193. 2. Frost Knight, level 192. 3. Heart of Destruction, level 192. 4. Hourglass Figure, level 192. 5. God's Left Hand, level 192. 6. Drizzler, level 191. 7. Snowseeker, level 191. 8. Longrich, level 190. 9. Little Snow, level 190. 10. Daffodil Daydream, level 190. 11. Lost Dream, level 190. 12. Captain America, level 190. 13. Seductive Wild Pussy, level 190. 14. Scholar Muzu, level 190. 15. Dusk Phoenix, level 190. Although 100 Shots and Fatty Han were also level 190, they had lesser percent in their experience points gauge. Hence, they were pushed off the ranking list. Never underestimate the difference between 1% and 99%. Most players in their level 190 range would need to take close to 9 days in real life to reach 98%, but as such, not even Zhang Yang was able to lower his guard even for a minute. There were 4 level 192 players that were following him closely. Even if it's a small chance that they will overtake him, Zhang Yang had accepted it as an absolute certainty that they will overtake him. After all, it had been only recently since Zhang Yang had reached level 193. There could be a possibility that those 4 were at level 192 with 99% experience points. He would not mind it if Sun Uxin overtakes him, but not others. Never. As such, it had shown the greatest impact Zhong Xiuhua had done to him. His personal matters had affected his in-game performance so badly that he was pressurized then. If none of the rumors or Lu Yuro had befell upon him, he would have been 4 levels ahead the current players. The grinding fiesta continues on for 30 days. At then, most of the parties that spent a whole month grinding in the wild had run out of supplies to continue their fiesta. Zhang Yang's party was different. With the marvelous tool of the Party Summon Order and the Lover's Charm, Zhang Yang's trip to resupply the entire party was as easy as a click. A fully efficient party would need to return to the main city to restock their supplies once every 3 to 4 days. Compile those numbers and they would have to return to town at least 25 to 30 times. The traveling time alone was more than enough for Zhang Yang to gain 50% of his experience bar gauge. Hence, with such efficiency at hand, Zhang Yang had managed to stay in the first place while Wei Yan'er, Haning Shui, had managed to gain ranks. Even 100 Shots was able to reach the 15th rank. At then, when they were able to engage onto the next monster. Both Zhang Yang's and Sun Xin's eyes twitched. Both of them turned around and cried out loud in the party channel. "There's a thief!" Zhang Yang shouted louder and said, "Don't engage yet. Feign ignorance while I think of a plan." He. "Looks like someone is being jealous of us," said Lost Dream. "Humph. Such a pitiful guild. How could they use this sort of malicious play when they themselves could not keep up the efforts, said Wei Yan'er as she made her way towards Zhang Yang. Tell me, newbie tank. Where are they, so that I can cleave their skull and smash their brains if they had any? Zhang Yang smirked. It's just a sixth sense thing. I know they are here with us, but I can't tell where. Don't worry though. I have a plan. Their goal was to kill us, isn't it? Then, let's give them a chance or they will pussy out. With Zhang Yang executing the plan to bait them out, Han Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart had slowed down their healings and joined in the DPS output. At then, only a few of the party member will take damage. If they were about to die, Zhang Yang had 3 life-saving skills that he could use instantly to protect anyone. Just then, 7 objects came out of thin air and struck Daffodil Daydream, who was busy activating Hell's Scorch amongst the bunch of monsters. Hell's Scorch was her newly acquired skill which released flames in all directions and dealt AoE damage. Although the damage was extremely powerful, it placed the caster in a dangerous situation since they would need to stand close in the middle of the monster swarm. Also, while the monster will take damage, the caster will also receive fire damage by the skill. It was exactly like the 7 Fatal Wounds poem. 1. Lore. Zhang Yang immediately pulled all the monsters away from Daffodil Daydream to remove the monster's threat, to provide a breathing room for Daffodil Daydream to dodge all the players' attack. If he had not, she will inevitably take damage from both sides. At that moment, she had less than 32% HP left. Charge. Took you guys long enough to reveal yourself. Zhang Yang slid across the battlefield and stunned one of the players around. Instantaneously, he swung his axe and triggered horizontal sweep. -672, 322. -1, 372, 448. -698, 072. All 7 targets received more than 600,000 damage with the axe swing and were instantly killed at the spot without fail. At then, Zhang Yang's DPS was so strong, he could instantly kill any non-tank player that had not activated their transformation skill and had equipment tiers lower or equal to Holy Tier. He was wielding an Ascended Tier axe, paired along with his own Book of Revelations damage boost aura, and Wei Yan'er's strength aura, as well. It would be weird that if he could not instantly kill a thief. After all 7 players fell, 10 more shadows jumped out and attacked from behind Han Shui. There was more than one wave, and the second wave of attackers had more players with them. Ha ha. I had never expected that you would use such a lame technique to divide and conquer. Zhang Yang merely thrust his palm out and cast Sacrifice on Han Shui. Ha! Eat my axe. Wei Yan'er charged towards one of the attackers and struck. She had been killing only monsters for more than 3 months of in-game time. As such, Wei Yan'er had been itching to kill players for a change. When the opportunity came to her doorstep, the little girl could never been happy. Although Wei Yan'er took the initiative, the rest of the party members had landed their AoE skill, killing the fragile thieves in a flash. Translator note. 7 Fatal Wounds Palm, also known as the 7 Impairments Palm technique. It is a punching skill which requires one to wound themselves to inflict severe damage to the opponent. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 792, The Gates of Hell. Chapter 792, The Gates of Hell. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Let's move. It's time for a change of pace, said Zhang Yang after all the assassin were killed. Ha? Why? Aren't we doing just fine here, said Wei Yan'er, a little disgruntled. Could you just, never mind? The players that had just attacked us were obviously rather noob. Even though we can't see their profile information, they obviously belong to some random unheard of guild. The person who sent them to us had no intention to kill us. They wanted to inflict psychological stress on us. In fact, it would. Right now, we will always be on the alert and that will be a little distracting. Ah. I see now. Quite sneaky, aren't they? If anyone would have to kill Zhang Yang's party, they might have to engage their entire guild to do so. Unless they could bring in one sword stroke to fight toe-to-toe with Zhang Yang, there was no way they could kill him, much less when he is in his party. It would be impossible to do so, much less calling one sword stroke. Every professional player was extremely busy with leveling, and they would not have time to even take a bath. At most, they could hire some random players not to kill, but to stall them. Although it will be extremely hard, if Zhang Yang were killed incidentally, that would be bad for him. Now that everyone in the party had understood the severity of the scenario, Zhang Yang took the lead and changed to a different place to grind. Everyone followed Zhang Yang on their flying mounts and made their way to a new place in no time at all. The entire mountain range was so vast that if the same group of assassins wanted to find them, it would be a matter of days. After vigorous grinding, Zhang made it to level 199. It was just one more level, several more days to reach the level 200 threshold. Following closely behind him were his party members at level 198. All in all, no one was able to chase after Zhang. Not even Sun Xinu, with the 50% bonus experience points unique item. However, out of the top 10 players in the level ranking board, Zhang party had only claimed 5 spots. The top 3 were Zhang, Sun Xinu, and another outsider. Eventually, Zhang realized that it would be impossible for the entire party to claim all the top 10 positions on the ranking board. It's like a tiny hangnail in the corner of your finger that you just could not ignore. Guys, it's our last spur. Besides eating and answering nature's call, no one is allowed to log out. We're aiming for the top 10 players in the world. Hell yeah. But what about some me time? What me time? Me time. As in, me sandwiched between my babes, hoo-ha. Save it for later. Everyone laughed and agreed to do what Zhang ordered. They would not want to stop at just top 10, instead, everyone wanted to try their best and aim for the top 3. Zhang and his party was not the only one. In fact, all professional players from all over the world were aiming for the same position and would die trying. Everyone had been training for more than 2 months now, just a little more and they would win. Why give up now? As such, the current level ranking board had significant changes at any time of any day. The player ranked 4th will be 3rd during the day, and then drop to the 5th during the night. Even though Lone Desert Smoke had suffered a strong blow to the head during the scandal involving Zhang and 4,000 women, the core members of Lone Desert Smoke were not greatly affected by it. In fact, everyone was giving all they had just to fight for the best. Have a look at the level ranking board and everyone would agree that Lone Desert Smoke was in fact doing extremely well. In the top 10 list, 5 of Lone Desert Smoke members were in it. Imagine the strength of the guild when players of the world, of 8 regions, of multiple main cities and millions of guilds, yet Lone Desert Smoke managed to squeeze in 5 of their members into the top 10 list. As the pressure increased, eventually, the fight between players had escalated to a chaotic condition. Countless of war chariots roamed around the high-leveled maps to search and destroy high-leveled players. As such, Zhang had chosen to ignore the attackers and resorted to grinding in dungeons instead. It was not that Zhang and his party could not kill the buggers. It would take up too much of their time. Besides, even though the monsters in the dungeon could not provide much experience points compared to the open world, it was, at the very least, safe and secure. 50%, 80%, 90%. All that's left for Zhang was just that bit more to reach level 200. Newbie tank. How much left till level 200? Around 5%. I think I can reach level 200 in 3 more days. Zhang smiled like an idiot. They had been camping in the same dungeon for more than 10 days and was a little nauseating, killing the same old specter monsters over and over again. Ugh, when this is all over, I'll take a week off and just enjoy my life, said Wei Yan'er with dried, bloodshot eyes. Even though she loved fighting monsters, it had been quite repulsive for even her. It was the same sensation as eating tofu alone for 3 months straight. Instinctively, Zhang rubbed his back pocket where his wallet used to be and realized that he was in the game. He jerked at Wei Yan'er's sudden outburst and said, "Hey! Mind you, my cards are my cards. I wouldn't mind Haning Shui or Sun Xinu slashing all they want. But you. Nai he. Wei Yan'er stick her tongue out and said, "Oh right. I almost forgot. Sister Yuro is really pregnant now, isn't she?" "Huh? Pregnant?" Everyone was immediately triggered by the word pregnant. Zhang sighed heavily and went ahead to pull her eyelids out as hard as he could. "How many times must I tell you? You just dropped that kind of bombshell out in public," cried Zhang. "Ah wee." Wei Yan'er freed herself and ran behind Haning Shui. The news of Lu Yuro's pregnancy was only known to those who lived in the mansion with Zhang. Not even Fatty Han knew about it. "Wah! Little Young. Did you really knocked up a superstar?" said Fatty Han with admiration. His eyes were practically sparkling. "Awesome. You have my respect." Everyone knew the scandal of Zhang was fake, but they had no idea that Zhang was actually sleeping with a superstar. As such, everyone could not resist but started to bombard Zhang with millions of questions. *CK it. Zhang merely continued slaying monsters and ignored the rest of the party. Please focus on one thing at a time. We are still racing for the top 10 level ranks. Lu Yuro had been pregnant for more than 2 months now. Although her womb had not grown too huge to be visible, the little girl would always find the chance to chat with Liu Ro. She was, after all, her idol. Sometimes, when Liu Ro was taking a nap at the lounge, Wei Yan'er would sneak up to her and gently cup her ears to her tummy and even talk to the little babe growing healthily inside her womb. She would talk to the baby as if the babe could really listen to her complaints about Zhang Yang. Yes. Mostly about Zhang Yang. Sometimes, Zhang Yang might believe that the little girl could be a good auntie to his children. Just sometimes. He only hoped that her dumbness would not be too contagious. Leveling from level 199 to level 200 was extremely tough. At then, most of the top 10 position in the level ranking board were level 199 players, with Zhang Yang holding strong on the first place. At the second place was Sun Xinu with 78% experience points, and Hourglass Figure was at the third place with 78% experience points as well. Both of them were only 17% short of Zhang Yang. Right then, Zhang Yang was confident that if everyone goes smoothly, the champion would be him. Most of the players in the top 10 position knew that the only difference for them was the experience points gauge percentage. Anyone can overtake anyone at any time. While players of levels 198 or 197 were still trying to sabotage each other's training session, the level 199 players were investing all their time and effort to reach the top. 96%, 97%, 98%, 99%. Zhang Yang sighed and stopped for a rest as he finished the dungeon run. Looks like after one more round, I'd be level 200. The first to reach level 200 will not only obtain the system reward, but also meet the level requirement to finally equipping celestial tier equipment. Zhang Yang had never thought of achieving such a feat in his past life, yet right then, he was only one step away from the glorious achievement. At most, after 30 minutes or so, he would be the first players in the entire game to reach level 200 and also the first player to put on the first celestial tier equipment. Everyone was excited for him. Imagine being in the same party and guild with the first player to reach the pinnacle. Ha ha. In just a few more minutes, those guys behind will be crying for their mamas, said Fatty Han as they were almost done with the dungeon. Fatty Han had only reached level 199 just recently, and had no hopes of being in the top 10. I hope that the server would suddenly breaks down at that moment, said Endless Starlight. Hey! Don't jinx it. Zhang Yang smirked. 3 more. Zhang Yang felt a sudden rush in his veins. Like a sudden burst of energy that runners feel when they see the finishing line. With one last swing, Zhang Yang killed the last monster and reached level 200. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached level 200. Obtained 5 attribute points and 1 skill point. Ding! Server announcement, player Zhan Yu is the first player to reach level 200. As a result of his relentless vigor, he has acquired the skill Gates of Hell and 3 luck attribute points. His name shall be carved into the Hall of Fame. Gate of Hell summons a gate that leads to hell itself. During the gate's activation time, any target that you would kill will be sacrificed to the Demon Lord. The souls that were sacrificed will summons one elite tier demon of the same strength and level to assist you in battle. The effect will only apply within 100 meters around the Gate of Hell. Souls cannot be sacrificed if the target dies too far away from the gate. Summoned demons will only last for as long as 2 hours and will be sent back to whence it came. Summoned demons can only be alive around 500 meters from the gate. The Gate of Hell can be attacked and destroyed only through selective targeting. Will not be affected by splash damage of AoE skill. Gate of Hell will only active for 10 minutes before the door closes. Cooldown, 72 hours. Typically, skills with a long cooldown will have high potential. As such, the skill, Gate of Hell, shared the same cooldown as the transformation skill. Zhang Yang had the Book of Revelations which could freely use to strengthen 2 skills. Right then, he had Block and Shield Wall strengthened, but since the skill could be level up, he had used one of the slots on the Gate of Hell. Gate of Hell, enhanced, summons a gate that leads to hell itself. During the gate's activation time, any target that you would kill will be sacrificed to the Demon Lord. The souls that were sacrificed will summons one elite tier demon of the same strength and level to assist you in battle. The effect will only apply within 200 meters around the Gate of Hell. Souls cannot be sacrificed if the target dies too far away from the gate. Summoned demons will only last for as long as 4 hours and will be sent back to whence it came. Summoned demons can only be alive around 1000 meters from the gate. The Gate of Hell can be attacked and destroyed only through selective targeting. Will not be affected by splash damage of AoE skill. Gate of Hell will only active for 20 minutes before the door closes. Cooldown, 72 hours. Despite having the same cooldown time after being strengthened, the skill had gained doubled duration and effective distance. Worthy trade deal? Hell yes. Such a powerful skill. The skill that was granted only to the first player that reached level 200. Fu. Zhang Yang laughed by himself. At then, he felt a sudden greed to claim all the remaining 9 skill point either from first clear achievements or other means. At that point in time, his powers were so strong, how could he not become the man that dominates the entire server? As such, when that day comes, the entire server might treat him as a boss to kill. Even though Sun Xianyu had only a few experience points lesser than Zhang Yang, she was able to be the second player to reach level 200 only after 7 to 8 days later. As a reward, she had obtained the skill, Frost Spike, and 2 luck attribute points. Frost Spike encases you in a barrier of icy spikes. All targets that attack you will have a 50% chance of being frozen in ice for 3 seconds. During the frozen state, the targets will be rendered stationary and cannot engage in any actions. After breaking free from the frozen state, the targets will suffer from frostbite and will have 50% reduced movement speed for the next 10 seconds. Frost Spike had 20 counts. Each successful trigger will consume 1 count. The barrier will last for 10 minutes or until all trigger counts are used. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The skill might not be as powerful as Gate of Hell, but it had a short cooldown and long active time. It was the perfect PvP arena counter skill. It will be exceptionally good during 1v1 fights. 20 counts, not even Zhang Yang could handle that much, who else could? Naturally, invincibility and mobility potion can help to reduce the trigger count for a bit. That was only a few, not all. It would be impossible for anyone to completely waste all 20 trigger counts in the active duration of the potion. Sun Xianyu was extremely lucky to have that PvP counter skill, for she is the ultimate assassin. A natural-born killer. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 793, Entering the Holy City. Chapter 793, Entering the Holy City. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After getting the first 2 ranks, Lone Desert Smoke had expanded the rest of their miracle powers. The third person to reach level 200 was a player named Heart of Destruction. His skill reward was called Rocky Shield and a luck attribute point. The third place was the last ranking that will receive luck attribute rewards. There on out, the only reward for the 4th until the 10th ranking will only receive skill points. Even though the system did not display the skill, Rocky Shield, everyone could have easily guessed the skill was most likely a defensive skill. If not, then the system or the skill designer would be trolling. The 4th person to reach level 200 was Hourglass Figure, followed by God's Left Hand as the 5th. Clearly, players with S-Class Inheritance had the upper advantage. The 6th was Wei Yen Air and her skill reward was called Melodies of War. The skill was unique in nature as it had a separate UI. Unlike most channeling skills, this is the true skill that requires channeling. One must be able to finish chanting the spell verse in order to unleash the skill. Furthermore, if there is a mistake in the lyrics, the skill will not activate. One must start again from the beginning. Additionally, the player must not pause in between the lyrics for more than 3 seconds, or else the skill will be prompted as a failure. Matching with its incredible difficulty to conjure, the destructive power of the skill was potent. Melodies of War chants the lyrics of death itself. Upon a successful conjuring, the skill cannot be blocked and will directly damage all targets within 100 meters for 300,000 damage. The damage dealt will increase with the level of the player. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Again, unlike other channeling skills, this skill does not have a casting animation. It all depended on the player's singing speed. The poor little tone-deaf girl spent 30 minutes just to finish reciting the lyrics during her first conjuring. After more failures, she had forced herself and managed to memorize all of the lyrics. Once she had gotten used to the lyrics, her casting speed had increased to only 30 seconds. The skill only had a 30-second cooldown. It would not make sense for the developers to create a skill that is casting time longer than its cooldown. Furthermore, the skill could be cast while the caster is using other skills. Only the lyrics count. Following closely after Wei Yen Air was Han Shui. She was the 7th player to reach level 200 and obtained the skill, Lunar's Imprisonment. Lunar's Imprisonment summons the moon and calls down its light. Entraps all targets that are exposed to the light. Unable to move for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The skill was an extremely powerful mass crowd control skill. The light beams that are called down would have a large radius of 30 meters in diameter. It was enough to trap everyone within the vicinity that is attacking her. After Han Shui was Dusk Phoenix as the 8th place, followed by Captain America as the 9th. The last position was claimed by Daffodil Daydream, and she got the skill, True Counter. True counter, passive, when your HP reaches 20% or below, every attack that lands on you will grant you a 5-second invulnerability. Increases your damage by 50% for 5 seconds. Effect will trigger once every 60 seconds. When the system notifies all the players of Daffodil Daydream's achievement, the race ended promptly. While most of the players were greatly disappointed, many were glad that the fierce competition had finally ended. They could finally grind their levels in peace without facing sudden ambushes from random players. Even though 100 Shots and the rest of the party member that had not managed to reach level 200 and were rather sad, they were still happy that most of the top 10 ranks were filled by their own family. As such, when the race was over, everyone returned to the city and made their way elsewhere to grind to level 200 in peace. Despite their fatigue, they had chosen to continue their grinding till level 200, for their celestial tier equipment were waiting for them. Once Zhang returned to the city, the first thing he did was to equip his God Killer Wargreaves. Although it was only one of an incomplete celestial tier set, it had boosted Zhang stats by a notch. Player, Zhan Yu. Level, 200. HP, 2,661,730, with Vitality Aura. Defense, 19,530. Damage absorption, 20,421. Strength, 30,702. Critical strike rate, 22%. Lucky strike rate, 3.2%. Melee attack, 345,212 to 401,372. 2 million basic HP and 100 million HP during his God of War transformation state would clearly make Zhang a boss-type entity. As expected of the celestial tier equips, just one pair greaves would grant him such a boost. Imagine if Zhang obtained a shield instead, his HP and defense would have skyrocketed to the moon. No players could reach that height. At then, even though players that reached level 200 could enter the Holy City, there were fierce battles amongst players to grab the limited slots for their shop lots. Hence, after having grinding for such a long time, Zhang wanted everyone to take a break from the game to have some RNR. As such, Zhang announced to the party to rest for 1 week and come back after that. Zhang brought everyone in the mansion for an around-the-world trip. After everyone had their fun, Zhang brought Lu Yuro to the hospital for her checkup. Sadly, due to her massive popularity, she was easily recognized. It was all because of the havoc of the paparazzi and the mass media that had caused her name to be mentioned on every possible media channel in China. Hence, those that had no idea of her existence then were enlightened about it. Despite wearing centimeters thick of makeup on her, it had proved to be a complete failure when someone shouted her name the moment Luo Yuro had entered the hospital. As such, when her name was known and her face was captured on film, the reason why Luo Yuro had come to the hospital was concluded extremely fast. The news about the female superstar had been pregnant for more than 4 months had spread faster any known news throughout entire China. If Zhang pays attention, he could hear the sound of hearts breaking that belonged to millions of poor men. As such, while most men were weeping tragically, some were intrigued at the right question. Who was the father of the baby in her belly? Ever since the scandal involving Luo Yuro and the mysterious man, she had been off the grid for more than 4 months. Hence, when such a bombshell was dropped out of the blue, the mass media was rattled again. At first, Zhang had no idea how famous the sexy superstar was until he returned home and turned on the TV. His stunned reaction had made Luo Yuro roll her eyes. Stupid fool. Now do you know how much have you taken advantage of me? For Luo Yuro, love was not something that she had paid attention to. For her, the dream of achieving fame through the acting world far exceed everything she needs. It's a want that she would die to own. Hence, her unrelenting spirit to achieve her goals had Zhang be on her good side. For example, to set up the studio, it required a large sum of cash, of which Luo Yuro had not directly asked from Zhang. Instead, she would play her role as his wife and let him decide how much would he sponsor. Deep down, she would never want to be his wife or his lover. Her relationship with Zhang was purely monetary and materialistic. While she would allow Zhang to lay in bed with her, she would never allow herself to develop any feelings for the man. Zhang had done his homework through various private investigator reports on her upbringing. Hence, he knew all about there is to know of Luo Yuro. In a way, he knew how to get things done around her. 7 days of relaxing vacation later, everyone returned to the game and placed their focus on the holy city of Anthalor. This holy city does not have any level requirement to enter. However, if one wishes to bind their teleportation scroll to the city, they would have to be level 200. Although the holy city does not have teleportation point to other major cities, it was considered as a hub since there were blacksmith, alchemist, bank, auction house, and other various NPC interactable shop. Despite the fact that news about auction houses or banks do not share the same channel as the other cities, players will soon be reaching past the level 200 threshold and swarm the holy city. Eventually, the city will become the 9th major city for all regions. Zhang predicted that soon, all auction and other business in the original major cities will die down since all players will start to treat Anthalor as the main gathering spot. The holy city of Anthalor will become the central convergence for all players from all around the world. At the same time, while Anthalor will gain popularity, territory will lose theirs. The days where Zhang could earn as much as 100 million gold coins a day would end soon enough. There will not be a way for Zhang to earn such a number again since there were no more territories for players to conquer. As mentioned in the official site, any map beyond level 200 will not have territories. Still, that would require 50% of the entire world to reach level 200. That would take up to several years. In Zhang previous life, God's Miracle had been online for more than 5 years. At then, he was only level 179. It would take 9 years for all players to reach level 200 and above. Still, that has not factored in the various patches in the future where the developers will reduce the experience points required for players to gain levels. However, those would be events that would take a few years to occur. At then, God's Miracle had only been online for 3.5 years. It would be 1.5 years before the game reaches the 5 years point. Zhang could still earn from the teleportation fees for more than 2 to 3 years. Since territory will lose its customers, the importance of having a shop lot in the holy city would be mortal. Zhang and party were not the first players to enter the holy city. Since they had taken a week off the game, players that had reached level 200 had totaled up to 45. Most of them had entered the holy city and had started the quest line to get the land lease of the city itself. In Zhang previous life, the upper limit of the average player's level was level 204. Based on that, with Zhang guidance, he had hastened the progress of the game by more than a year. At that point, of the 8 shopping districts in the holy city, only 2 had ownership. One belonged to the North Americans, and the other to Europe. Zhang only knew that the land lease of the North America shopping district was obtained from the map called the Dark Ghastly Canyon. That was the rough idea of it, but the exact location was unknown. Still, it was better than having no clue to start searching. If Zhang manages a land lease in the holy city, he would bet that others will find one as well. It would not be the same as his previous life where only 2 out of the 8 shopping districts has an owner. After everyone bound their teleportation scroll to the teleportation point of Anthalor Holy City, Zhang brought everyone to the aforementioned canyon. The Dark Ghastly Canyon was situated deep in the map of Kanjar. It was a level 210, level 240 map with strong but normal monsters. It was also the same map where the Forgotten King, Smog, had ran off to. Long ago, Zhang had wanted to pay a visit to the old king to ask for his assistance in slaying the celestial tier boss. However, since he was only level 170 then, he was forced to turn back. At then, everyone had already reached level 200. With the need to fear of the level suppression system interfering with their damage input and output, the team faced off the level 220 monsters with ease. While others might think that it was impossible to even come close to the monsters, Zhang party could, due to the fact that everyone had celestial tier equipment on them. Endless Starlight was exceptionally strong. Although he may not have a set equipment, he did own 2 celestial tier equipment. Before anyone could get the second set equipment, having 2 regular celestial tier equipment was profoundly better than having only 1 celestial tier set equipment. After several hours of flying, the party arrived at the depths of the Dark Ghastly Canyon. There, monsters that roamed around were minotaurs. They had 3-meter-tall bodies, the heads of bulls and the bodies of humanoid men. Many of the minotaurs around the map had their horns broken. Clearly, someone had been chopping them off. That, or the minotaurs were brute species who loved to fight each other just for sports. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 794, The Qualifications. Chapter 794, The Qualifications. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Luckily, all of the minotaurs were friendlies. When Zhang and everyone else landed on the ground, one of the minotaurs, called Radosa the Warmonger, walked up to them and stabbed a huge stone pillar that he carried on his back into the ground. He flexed his muscles to the group and yelled, "What are you little itsy bitsy things doing around here?" Zhang saluted the beast and smiled. "Oh, strong one. We wish to enter the canyon. Could you allow us to pass in peace? Did my ears heard you wrong? You bunch of scrawny little insects wish to enter the canyon? Woe be me then. The canyon does not welcome the weak. Run along and go back to your mommies." Radosa crossed his arms, showing no intention to allow the group to pass. "Wait a minute. I see that you have quite the experience in war. You don't have to tell me. I can smell the lingering blood on your blades. I'll grant you entrance to the canyon, only if you can defeat me. Ding! Raydosa has a quest for you, qualifications to enter the canyon. Will you accept it? Everyone nodded and accepted the quest. Qualifications to enter the canyon, difficulty level, C. Description: Raydos the Warmonger wants to challenge you to a fight. You must prove your strength and defeat the Minotaur in order to gain the right to enter the canyon. Be advised. Only one player may challenge Raydosa at a time. Any attacks or healing performed on the challenging player will be considered as foul play. Note that Minotaurs hates foul play. Progress: defeat Raydosa the Warmonger 0-1. Alright. Who wants to have a go first? Oh. Me. Me. Me, cried the little girl as she jumped to Raydosa without waiting. Hey. Big guy. I'll fight you, dot. Raydosa squatted down and prodded Wei Yan'er's face with his massive finger and said, You? A girl? I'm not a girl. I'm a woman. Very well. You may be a little girl, but I will no show mercy. Come at me. The battle started and Raydosa's name tag turned red. All his properties and stats were revealed. Raydosa the Warmonger, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 215. HP, 100 million. Defense, 20,900. Melee attack, 87,665 to 147,665. Skills. War Veteran, immune to all status effect. Smash, deals 100% melee physical attack on a target. Thunderstrike, stomps the ground and unleashes a powerful wave of thunder that spreads out to 3 meters around. Deals 50,000 physical damage and reduces 50% movement speed of target within the effective range. Lasts for 5 seconds. Berserker, can only be triggered during special conditions, the likes of which you will never be able to witness. Note, Raydosa is a warrior of the Dark Ghastly Canyon. Due to his love for brawling, he had hurt his own Minotaur's brethren and was punished to being a guardian at the entrance of the canyon. That's some strong attack power. Despite the fact that the monster had strong attack power, it was nothing compared to their own. In fact, they could easily defeat him. Wei Yan'er muttered disgruntledly, fearing that she might not defeat him. However, she remained unfazed. With quick reflexes, she summoned the gold-tier servant and rode on her crimson firecrow. With Zhang Yang's aura effect stacking on the HP boost provided by the battle mount, Wei Yan'er had over 2,300,000 HP by then. It was far from what the monster had, but it was nothing for Wei Yan'er. On the other hand, many would want to have their kind of HP. Imagine Zhang Yang having 100 million HP, he would be unstoppable. Additionally, she had also summoned her battle companion to assist her. The quest description did specifically mention that help from other players was forbidden. It did not mention anything about having servants, battle companion, or even battle mounts. Though, it was not clear on whether or not she could use the war chariot. A war chariot's strongest feature was to increase the maximum HP and provide an effect to distribute incoming damage equally to all riders. If everyone in the party hopped onto the war chariot, she would have the cumulative HP of over 10 million. However, the system would not have the player to cheat in such a way. Even though it was not tested, the little girl did not want to rely on others. Instead, with her array of assistants, she fought Raydosa on her own. Needless to say, 100 million HP is a large number. Although his attack was strong, it was not as strong as a professional player, although such a long HP bar would even the playing ground. In a way, the boss could defeat the player before the player could. Hence, for 99% of all players in the world, Raydosa was an obstacle that most of them could never surpass. The battle proceeds as per the norm. Being affected by the aggro system, Raydosa's had his target locked on Wei Yan'er. However, in between the two warmongers, Wei Yan'er had her servant stand there to block Raydosa from attacks directly targeted at her. As such, the servant was able to attack Raydosa without the fear of being destroyed. After Wei Yan'er had unleashed all her skills, she then jumped to Raydosa to have a proper exchange of blows. Despite having to take some damage in return, Wei Yan'er's damage was so destructive that it completely complemented the HP lost. On the other hand, while the battle companion or the servant had taken over the aggro, Wei Yan'er had stopped to chant the skill, Melodies of War. Although the skill's greatest power was multi-targeting, it was still an AoE skill. It had allowed Wei Yan'er to find a corner and chant safely whilst her battle companion takes some damage for her. After several days of training, Wei Yan'er was able to shorten the reciting duration down to only 37 seconds. Sadly, she was still considered a failure since the skill cooldown was only 30 seconds. Nevertheless, it was a worthy trade-off. The servant did its job well, allowing Wei Yan to trade a small bit of damage by unleashing her skill. 10 minutes later, the battle had ended with Wei Yan as the winner. Raydosa was not killed. Since it was a brawl requested by the NPC, it will be impossible to kill him even if you would deal more than enough damage. The system will always leave 1 HP on the NPC. Not bad, little girl. You might be tiny but you sure did pack a punch. This old bull respects that. Raydosa may be a warmonger, but he was a man true to honor and dignity. Since he had lost the fight, the Minotaur had allowed Wei Yan to walk past the gates after giving her a thumbs up the size of her head. Han Ningxue was the next player to step into the ring. She had it easier than Wei Yan. All she had to do was to summon out the big pervert and have him tank the boss. She would then ride on her battle mount and heal Messick whilst casting dot skills on the Minotaur. Although the process of defeating him was slow and boring, she did defeat him in just 10 minutes. After losing to 2 females in a row, Raydosa sulked badly and pointed his thick fingers towards Fatty Han. You're next. In the end, he made a bad call. Despite being a sluggish fighter, Fatty Han still the legendary beast as his pet. After reaching level 200, the Phoenix had gained a power boost and had reached the ranks of an ascended tier beast. Just by activating the Phoenix's transformation skill, Fatty Han had defeated Raydosa in less than 8 minutes. The next person to go into the ring was Lost Dream. Having lost 3 matches in a row, the beast had gained a powerful urge of revenge and laid everything he had on Lost Dream. Assassins were best at stealth killing. Hence, when facing a mano-a-mano style fight, he failed badly at fighting Raydosa. Coupled with the passive skill of being immune to all kinds of status effect, Lost Dream had no chance at all to stun and stab him. He also had the lowest defense in the party. In just a few exchanges, Lost Dream was killed. When NPCs are defeated, they would not die, but a player would. Even though Lost Dream did not lose any experience points, he did suffered from 10% durability damage on all of his equipment. Lost Dream was the first person to lose to Raydosa. Greatly saddened by that fact, after he was revived by Han Ningxue, he went quiet and sulk at a corner. Truth be told, if Lost Dream had used his transformation skill, he could have easily defeated Raydosa without difficulties. However, the man had made the right choice by reserving the transformation skill on simply just an elite tier NPC. Luckily, even though you lose the match, you could still challenge Raydosa again. The 1v1 battle continued on smoothly. 100 Shots was able to completely defeat the Minotaur by activating the Red Dragon transformation skill. Fantasy Sweetheart was able to defeat Raydosa by following the same technique used by Han Ningxue. Endless Starlight had no trouble at defeating Raydosa for he owned 2 celestial tier equipment. Even though he could not dish out much damage as a tank, he was able to defeat the boss after 20 minutes of exchange. Sun Xinu was the queen. With her S-Class Shadow Dancer inheritance, she was able to equip 2 one-handed weapons and gained the battle prowess of a bandit despite being an assassin. She defeated Raydosa after several moves. She had to use her accessory, skills with a long cooldown, whilst her battle companion dealt additional damage. It had only taken her 6 minutes to defeat Raydosa. When the boss was defeated, she had over 140,000 HP left. The next person who lost the fight was Daffodil Daydream. Spellcasters are like hunters who required a certain range to allow them to cast their spells uninterrupted. Raydosa's constitution had made her restless and was unable to create any breathing space for her to attack. Even though her passive skill, True Counter, was strong, a 1-minute cooldown was just too long in between activations. The last player to have a go was Zhang. Without a doubt, with Phoenix, Felice, and his own crazy 750,000 DPS, he had defeated Raydosa in less than 3 minutes. At then, Felice had not broken her 3rd seal yet she was already at the level of an ascended tier. He was, by far, the player that had ended the fight with the least effort. After several trials of re-challenges, Zhang had discovered a loophole for Daffodil Daydream and Lost Dream to win the fight. Assistance during a fight was forbidden, but if skills were cast on players before the fight begins does not violate the rules. It was discovered when players were able to receive the aura effect of other players during the fight. Hence, Han Ningxue had cast Rise Anew, while Zhang cast Surrogacy, to increase the survivability of both players. As such, after the discovery of the loophole, both Daffodil Daydream and Lost Dream were able to defeat the boss easily on the second attempt. Everyone cheered while Raydosa sulked disgruntledly as he granted permission for everyone in the party to enter the dark ghastly canyon. The canyon was shaped just like any other canyon. There were 2 great mountains with a deep river flowing in between. Due to the great height of the 2 mountains, sunlight was totally blotted out and a dark shadow loomed over the canyon, hence the name. However, despite the frigid name, the place was not as dark as it sounds. Flora and fauna flourished, with many minotaurs happily living in the dark place. Clearly, the Minotaurs were not as savage as Raydosa had implied. When Zhang Yang's party entered the canyon, there was a proper community living there, with buildings and proper structures. There were only about 1,000 and more Minotaurs there. All NPCs that resided there were all friendlies with many yellow question marks on their heads. With such many counts of quest available for them to take, Zhang Yang had no idea which one will be the quest that leads to the land lease. Hence, after debating for a while, Zhang Yang had tasked everyone to find the NPC with the highest possibility of having the quest. They nodded and split apart, traveling to all corners of the small canyon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 795, Harkus the Old Gambler. Chapter 795, Harkus the Old Gambler. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There were tons of NPCs that had quests for players to accept. Sadly, most of them were scraps. They were either lame quests that involved killing monsters, running errands, completing a series of item hunting, all the while rewards were next to worthless. None of them were even remotely related to that of the land lease. Most of all, due to the fact that there were literally tons of quests available, no one would have any clue to which one would actually lead to the quests that gives the land lease. After spending some time searching about, the little girl finally called out to Zhang Yang with some good news. "Newbie tank. You better thank me later. I think I found a good quest," said Wei Yenair as she posted the quest description on the party channel. Hunting the Silvery Scale Eel King, difficulty level, A. Description: the old gambler has placed a bet with you to hunt the Silvery Scale Eel King. If you have the guts, go to the Waving Sand Island in the west of the Death Mist Sea. Progress: head of the Silvery Scale Eel King 0/1. Reward: Harkus's Golden Tooth. Zhang Yang cringed a little when he saw the quest reward. No wonder he was called the Old Gambler. He would even put out his own golden tooth as a stake for the bet. It's not like he could use the tooth for anything besides selling it. However, an A-level difficulty quest was the eye-catcher. Perhaps, the boss that they were asked to slay was at least a holy tier boss. Since the quest was not shareable, and the reward was extremely useless to them, everyone else had gone straight to the boss location instead of finding the NPC. Once they left the valley, everyone summoned out their battle mounts and followed Zhang Yang towards the Death Mist Sea. The place they were heading to was towards the northern region of the canyon, behind the huge mountain where the land and the sea meets. Although the entire sea was huge, they had no need to spread out deep to search for the boss. Dark, shadowy mist crawls all around the surface of the water. The creepiness of the sea was the source of its name. Without further delay, Zhang Yang and the party arrived at their destination and found the beach. Zhang Yang informed everyone that the boss will most likely be under the waters. Hence, they would have to enter the waters to search. Sadly, only Han Shui and Zhang Yang had underwater mounts. The search for the boss was tasked to them. Han Shui, famed for only two things, her magnificent batahonkadongs and her broken sense of directions. The poor woman would get lost even when on land. Give her a three-dimensional space to travel and she would be lost faster than Zhang Yang killing a normal tier monster. However, as broken as her direction may seem, she was the embodiment of luck itself. While she was finding her way back to land, she had incidentally stumbled upon a small crack amongst the coral reef and found the Silvery Scale Eel King, sleeping soundly in the dark crack. While no one was around, Zhang Yang gave Han Shui a deep kiss underwater and rose to the shore to get everyone ready for the boss fight. Some of the members wondered why the two of them had taken so long to resurface but dropped the topic immediately. They took an underwater breathing potion and started to swim downward towards the location of the boss. Silvery Scale Eel King, Holy Beast. Level 220. HP 2,200,000,000. Defense 21,710. Melee attack 186,631 to 246,631. Skills. Electric Shock sends out electric current throughout its body and deals 200,000 natural damage to all targets within 40 meters. Iron Fangs bites down a target and deal 100% melee physical attack. Note, a dominant beast in the ocean. No other underwater being could even get close to it, fearing that they would be fried. Put. Nothing but an easy holy tier boss. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Even though not everyone could mount on their battle mount in the waters, the boss was just a holy tier boss with over 2 billion HP. It's a target that the party found easy to defeat, especially since it has no special skills or effects going on around. Hence, in less than 20 minutes, the boss was decapitated. The remains of its mangled body floated upwards to the surface. Everyone received over 200 million HP each. Although the numbers alone were huge, it was only able to make a tiny blip in their experience bar. Ever since they had reached level 200, the experience points required to gain another level had increased exponentially. As expected, holy tier bosses were nothing more than fillers in the level 180, level 210 maps. The items they dropped would either be common or at most, rare. Equipment from the boss drops would not have the perfect stats nor level requirement reduction special. Even in the level 210, level 240 maps, the result would be the same. Hence, no one paid much attention to the equipment after Wei Yan Air had looted them all. Whoa! Have a look at this. This equipment has a 30 level reduction, cried Wei Yan Air. Ha! Everyone, including Zhang Yang, stopped. Silvery Scale Cape, Holy Cape. Vitality, plus 5,134. Strength, plus 1,235. Dexterity, plus 535. Level 7 Socket. Equip, increases maximum HP by 10,260. Equip, absorbs 1,051 damage on attack. Use, increases 20,000 defense for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Level requirement, 220. Special, level requirement reduced by 30 levels. Even though the cape was not strong, its strength was more plainly towards defensive stance. The best was, as said by Wei Yan Air, it did have the 30 levels reduction special. Could the system be displaying the wrong number? Is it bugged? Wouldn't be as simple as a bug. Perhaps the developers forgot to delete the last line of coding. That happens when you're lazy in retyping the codes. Eventually, you'll resort to just Ctrl-C and Ctrl-V every line. Trust me. I know this. Zhang Yang was not paying attention to the party members squabbling. He was busy thinking, why would a cape dropped by a holy tier boss have such an effect embedded in it? Only the final boss of the map would have such an effect. The Eel King was so easy to be defeated that it could not be the map's strongest boss. It would not make sense even if the entire party had achieved the strength of that level. My guess is the escalation of level. After level 200, the experience points needed to gain a level will be harder than ever. Hence, as a compensation to the fresh blood, the developers had decided to drop items with such an effect. Think about it. Level 220 would take us a whole year of grinding, said Zhang Yang. That would be the most logical answer if the system was behaving as it should. Then again, it was still a good treat for all players. The item was considered to be in the trash tier. After the given special effect, the item would be treated like a common item instead of trash. If the cape had stats that leaned either to full attack or full defense, it would be treated differently despite its tier. All in all, it was better to loot one item instead of going home empty-handed. After all, holy tier bosses spawn like truffles. Since the cape had defensive stats and a little dexterity, the cape was then thrown to Zhang Yang. It was all good for him since it was almost time for him to discard the older ethereal tier cape that he had. Sadly, the ethereal tier cape was extremely strong. It had stats that suited both attacking and defending. Hence, after changing into the new cape, Zhang Yang had gained a boost in HP and damage absorption but lost a little attacking power. Even though the boss had dropped a surprising equipment, the quantity was just too sparse. There was only one holy tier equipment and two ethereal tier equipment, both with the same 30 level reduction special effect. When you receive a $100 bill, you would not want to care about the next $5 prize. The ethereal tier equipment were also thrown to Zhang Yang for him to sell in the little merchandise shop. Zhang Yang took the head of the Eel King and told everyone to go back to the canyon to complete the quest. Unlike the others, Zhang Yang had an interest in the quest and had decided to find the NPC to submit the quest. Oh my lord! What is that? Cried the greenish little goblin after Zhang Yang had tossed the severed head of the Eel King to his feet. You actually killed the silvery scale Eel King? Unbelievable. Harkus, the old gambler, normal, humanoid. Level, 230. HP, 302,670. Note, once a wealthy goblin during his prime. After getting addicted to the world of gambling, the sharp-minded goblin had misplaced his wisdom in the underground world and lost all his fortune. Luckily, he had a means of income by collecting rental from a property in the holy city of Anthalor. Ha! Zhang Yang smirked. The old goblin had a property and it was in the holy city itself. There was a chance that a land lease is in his possession. Old gambler. Got it to pay up, said Wei Yan Air happily. Being an old goblin, Harkus had all the bad traits of a typical goblin. However, the goblin placed his pride as a gambler and had punched his face hard in order to break the golden tooth from his gums. Winching in pain and regret, the old goblin wiped the bloody tooth and gave to Wei Yan Air. Despite her love for shiny golden things, Wei Yan'er chose not to pick the tooth from his old wrinkled hands. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Old goblin, would you want to have another bet with me? To get that golden tooth back?" Harkus twitched a little and Zhang Yang said the word bet. Almost instantly, he turned to Zhang Yang and cried, "Laddie, you're 100 years too early to be gambling with me. So, what are we betting about?" Zhang Yang stumped for a while since he had no idea what to do next. The old goblin rubbed his unkempt beard and said, "I have an idea. If you can get me the claws of the hybrid beast king, I will give you this pair of boots. It's a masterpiece crafted by the great dwarven clobber, Brian Wildhammer." Ding! Harkus the old gambler has a quest for you, Claw of the hybrid beast king. Will you accept it? Even though Zhang Yang had not completed the quest for the Eel King, he had managed to acquire the quest prompt. A similar event occurred to Wei Yan'er as well. Perhaps, it was one of the ways of unlocking consecutive quests. The funny thing is, when the old goblin had lost his golden tooth, the next item he could cough out was his worn-out boots. Claw of the hybrid beast king, difficulty level, A. Description: the old gambler has wager another bet with you. All you have to do to win the bet is to hunt for it in the crumbling rock canyon. Progress: Claw of the hybrid beast king 0/1. Quest reward: old gambler Harkus's old boots. After the two took the quest, Zhang Yang summoned everyone and headed towards the crumbling rock canyon. Before the Eel King, none of them would even want to fight a holy tier boss. However, after the Eel King's surprise equipment drop, they had tagged along, hoping to score something as valuable. The crumbling rock canyon was just an extension of the same mountain range that extended from the northeast of the dark ghastly canyon. Hence, the party had only taken close to 3 hours to get there. Unlike the dark, shadowy canyon, the crumbling rock canyon was brighter, yet everywhere the light touched seemed to be old and, as the name implied, crumbling. There were rocks that were so brittle that they could be seen crumbling on their own. There were weird man-made pillars all around the canyon that were breaking down. As such, the towering pillars could fall down any time, which would only endanger everyone. Zhang Yang led everyone to land and walked their way towards the depths of the canyon. Just as they entered the mysterious place, they heard a loud growl. A large beast came out behind the crumbling rocks. It had a huge head of a monkey, the neck of a swan, the body of a tiger, the tail of a scorpion, and legs that could not be recognized. It was an entire being that was out of this world. Ancient hybrid beast, elite beast. Level 215. HP 107,500,000. Defense 13,190. Melee attack 87,665 to 147,665. Skills: Pounce, leaps forward and tackles a target. Stuns a target for 3 seconds. Range 3 to 10 meters. Drag, target with the highest aggro value cannot leave its attacking range. When the targets leave, the beast will drag the target back to its attacking range using the powers of the ancient beings. Parasitic laying, injects an egg into the target. 10 seconds later, a juvenile ancient hybrid beast will spawn out of the target and absorbs 10% of the target's HP, cannot exceed 200,000. Juvenile ancient hybrid beast will assist the ancient hybrid beast in battle. Passing on, before death, the ancient hybrid beast will transfer all powers that it owns to a nearby juvenile ancient hybrid beast. Transfer of power will last for 10 seconds and cannot be interrupted. Kill the ancient hybrid beast to stop the transfer of the juvenile ancient hybrid beast will be grown immediately into a fully grown ancient hybrid beast. Condition: juvenile ancient hybrid beast must be present around the ancient hybrid beast. Note: the ancient hybrid beast is a powerful hybrid created from the ancient times when gods roamed the earth. It has potent godly powers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 796, The Ancient Hybrid Beast King. Chapter 796, The Ancient Hybrid Beast King. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When the beast first showed its presence in the field, the first thing it did was to pounce on Zhang Yang. The powerful blow knocked Zhang Yang off his feet and sat stunned on the ground for 3 seconds. Without wasting any time, the ancient hybrid turned sideways and stabbed Zhang Yang with his scorpion tail. A large white shell egg as large as a football was implanted in his chest cavity. Without a doubt, everyone had first witnessed the activation animation for the skill, parasitic laying. Zhang Yang had first assumed that such a skill would not be used until the boss is about to die. Little did he know that the very first skill it was going to use would be parasitic laying. Ha ha! Newbie tank! You're about to be a mother. Wei Yan'er laughed till she dropped on the floor. Zhang Yang got back up immediately after dispelling the stun effect with Warrior's Will. Everyone else had not yet attacked since it was up to Zhang Yang to deal the first few hits in order to generate enough aggro. Only after Zhang Yang had madly attacked the boss, the party followed in and laid down their skills. At then, such a monster with only 20 million HP would take the entire party 10 seconds to kill. Just as the party had only started to call down the rain, the egg implanted inside Zhang Yang had hatched. A disgusting-looking beast, the size of a German shepherd, crawled out from Zhang Yang's butt. It dropped down on the floor, covered in blood, and Zhang Yang lost 200,000 HP instantly. Juvenile Ancient Hybrid Beast, Normal, Beast. Level, 210. HP, 277,030. Defense, 8,440. Melee attack, 52,324 to 72,324. Oh, damn son. You got your butthole spread open by a monster, cried Fatty Han as he laughed. Our poor guild master. May it be remembered that it was this day when he had his butthole spread wide open, said Endless Starlight as he followed Fatty Han to tease Zhang Yang. King hurts man, said Zhang Yang as he rubbed his bottom. Just as Fatty Han was laughing out loud, the scorpion tail whistled through the air and stabbed Fatty Han in his chest, implanting an egg. Oh my god. I'm next. Holy crap. Fatty Han shrieked in horror as he clutched his butthole tight. Kill it. Kill it quick, cried Fatty Han. Everyone did not need to wait for him to say to do what he wanted. They understood that the monster's parasitic laying was randomly targeting players. Although being reverse sodomized by a monster would not cause any harm, the sensation of it will never be pleasant. The girls, especially Han Shui, had retreated to the rear, hoping that the monster would not target them. After 10 seconds, Fatty Han cried painfully. It's coming. I'm coming. It's coming. Woof. With a loud splash, Fatty Han had crapped out another juvenile hybrid beast and lost 200,000 HP. The monster's egg-laying skill had a cooldown time of only 10 seconds. When a new juvenile monster had hatched out, the mother monster will find the next target and attack. After 40 seconds, there were 5 monsters in the field, 4 of which were the juvenile monsters. The main mother had only over 10% HP left. Since the monster was about to die, Zhang Yang had predicted that it will start using its passing on skill. However, since the juvenile monsters had only 200,000 HP, Zhang Yang's horizontal sweep and Wei Yan'er's tornado cleave killed them all easily. By then, the mother monster had no juvenile targets to use, passing on, and had died after 50 seconds. Phew, what a disgusting monster. I concur. Said Sun Xinu after being quiet for God knows how long. Sadly, the ancient hybrid beast was all over the canyon. As the party proceeded to venture deeper into the canyon, everyone in the party had a chance of being incubated by the monster. The guys started doing whatever they could to protect the girls. There's a saying, if you can't stop something, why resist it? After being poked many times, everyone soon felt numb to the monster's laying and convert their rage into killing them all as fast as they could. Amongst the party members, perhaps, only Wei Yan'er and Fatty Han were the only two who were screaming all the way. No sooner after laying more than 100 babies, the party had finally arrived at the boss. It was a huge, 10-meter-tall, gigantic ancient hybrid beast king. Ancient hybrid beast king, holy beast. Level, 225. HP, 2,250,000,000. Defense, 21,710. Melee attack, 176,701 to 256,710. Skills. Parasitic laying, injects an egg into the target. 10 seconds later, a juvenile ancient hybrid beast will spawn out of the target and absorb 10% of the target's HP, cannot exceed 200,000. Juvenile ancient hybrid beast will assist the ancient hybrid beast in battle. Strengthen, increases all ancient hybrid beasts' attack by 100%. Lasts for 10 minutes. Stackable. Thunderstrike, stomps the ground and deals 200,000 physical damage to all targets within 30 meters. Reduces 50% movement speed of all targets. Lasts for 5 seconds. If the boss lays an egg every 10 seconds, we would not be able to defeat the boss with just the 10 of us, said 100 Shots after analyzing the boss skill. Unlike the normal monsters they had fought in the canyon, the boss spawns elite tier monsters with over 100 million HP. That was not something that they could kill in 10 seconds. Furthermore, the monsters will receive the 100% attack boost by the boss. Once their numbers get high enough, Zhang Yang would not even hold for long. Without any planning, Zhang Yang decided to try once. Let's give it a try. Everyone nodded and followed Zhang Yang into the battle. Lo and behold, the boss, Parasitic Laying, only had a 10-second cooldown. Worse of all, the monsters that were spawned also had the skill, Parasitic Laying, as well. The number of monsters in the field would grow exponentially by the second. Daffy, Sweetheart, Witch, Starry, all of you. Get back. Now. Zhang had immediately concluded that the party was not in any shape to continue the fight and had everyone withdraw from the battle. After the first 4 players went out of the battlefield, Zhang proceeded to the next group. Icy, Dream, 100, Fatty, Little Brat. All of you use your aggro cancelling skills. Get out of the battlefield and get out of the battle. Everyone nodded and moved away from the boss. Sun Xanu and Lost Dream used Vanish to run away, while the remaining 3 used Fake Death to remove all their aggro on them. When everyone was no longer in the aggro list, leaving Zhang as the only one holding all the aggro, he used Shadow of the Void and ran away. Once the boss had lost all its targets, it returned to its original position and rested. All the HP that the party had hacked away was restored immediately in 3 seconds. The summoned offspring disappeared immediately soon after, and the battlefield returned to its original silence. Everyone regrouped together and discussed. Together, their DPS power was extremely strong, yet they could not even defeat a single holy tier boss. They were not level 150 anymore, they should be able to kill it without a problem. Such a difficulty would have made the boss an ascended tier or a celestial tier, but... Oh man, fighting that hybrid thing is like fighting a celestial boss, cried Endless Starlight with anger. How are we going to beat a boss when it can spawn an elite tier monster that could spawn their own monsters? It's an endless cycle, said Daffodil Daydream. Zhang sighed heavily. He too felt that the boss difficulty was set a little too high for their level. Starry. You take the boss, and I'll handle the smaller ones. Everyone should focus on the boss while I'll handle the rest. If we all use our transformation skills, we could kill the boss 2 billion HP in just 9 minutes. Are you sure to use transformation to deal with a holy tier boss? What if there's an ascended tier boss waiting for us in the next quest, said 100 Shot. I think so. Besides, if there's really an ascended tier boss coming out, other players will get hold of the wind and will come to fight it. We might not be able to get the loot. Then again, I don't think there would be an ascended tier boss. Even if there is one, we still have our war chariots. When Zhang had explained it that way, everyone nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to use their transformations in the fight against the hybrid beast king. In the second attempt, Endless Starlight had taken over Zhang role and tanked the boss himself to demonstrate his prowess as a player with more celestial tier equipment. At that moment, although he was not as tanky as Zhang, he was still able to hold on strongly, allowing the DPSers to deal damage. Naturally, he was able to tank at that moment, because of his celestial tier equipment. When the others obtained more celestial armor, Endless Starlight would return to being the secondary tank. 10 seconds later, the first elite tier ancient hybrid beast had spawned out of Endless Starlight. Zhang was the first to jump at it and dragged it away from the party. Since he had no intention of killing the monsters, he had paid full attention on the boss whilst dealing some additional damage to the monster to hold on to their aggro. 20 seconds later, the second elite tier ancient hybrid beast was spawned out of Fatty Han. 30 seconds later, the third, no sooner, a minute had passed and there were 6 elite tier monsters in the field. Aura! The boss growled, releasing a visible red aura that had seeped into the monsters, increasing their size and granting them a 100% attack boost buff. At that moment, Zhang was in his transformed state. With over 100,000 defense value, the monsters around could not deal any damage to Zhang. On the other hand, the smaller monsters that were spawned from the elite tier monsters were instantly killed by a single use of Thunderstrike and Horizontal Sweep. He would always be at 100% HP as long as Han Shui remembers to cast Regeneration on him. Unfortunately, the boss had spammed his skill, Strengthen, granting stackable attack boost on both the elite and normal ancient hybrid beast. From 87,665 to 147,665, it was boosted to 175,330 to 295,330. Zhang had activated God of War Shield to grant himself a total of 40% damage reduction passive. The monsters were only able to deal 24,184 to 97,984 damage to him, which was considered to be an acceptable value since Zhang had over 108,750,000 HP. Worst of all, the skill, Strengthen, was used every minute. Eventually, there will be a point in the fight where Zhang would not able to tank anymore. Everyone knew that and had placed all their efforts in attacking, not even bothered to dodge attacks, for they had placed their trust in Han Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart's healing. Zhang, his Phoenix, and Felice were going all out to fight the boss. Zhang Yang had the Phoenix and Felice ignore all the monsters, while he too only occasionally attacked the monsters with his God of War skills every time he had 3 EP charged. 2, 4, 6 minutes passed and there were 36 elite tier monsters in the field. Worst of all, the first monster that was hatched had over 613,655 to 1,033,655 attack power. Such a number would have long exceeded the likes of a celestial tier boss. How could one explain when a holy tier boss could be that strong? The only thing that everyone felt lucky about was the fact that the spawned hybrids could not attack flying targets. Hence, Zhang Yang had easily used Thunderstrike to kite the monsters around and kill them slowly. He had given up on attacking the boss. He controlled the Phoenix and Felice to stick to the boss while Zhang Yang alone decided to kite the monsters around the boss in circles. It was an unreliable kiting technique, since the monsters will occasionally break the formation. Zhang Yang could not fly too high, since the big boss will hurl out its scorpion tail and drag Zhang Yang back to its range. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 797, Greeling Crypt. Chapter 797, Greeling Crypt. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Even when Thunderstrike had been strengthened, the number of monsters that had gradually gained numbers by the minute made the skill 3 meters effective range rather weak. There will always be monsters that escape the effective range and manage to attack Zhang Yang. If Thunderstrike wasn't enough. Blast Wave. Brutal Smash. Heroic Leap. Zhang Yang unleashed more and more skills to compensate for the insufficiency of Thunderstrike. Haning Xuan Fantasy Sweetheart even managed to lend a hand by using Lunar's Imprisonment and other controlling skills to slow down the monster's pursuit. At one point, the entire party was attacking at the same time. Once the monsters that were chasing after Zhang Yang were killed, the threat on Zhang Yang was reduced greatly. 7 minutes, 8 minutes, 9 minutes. Despite having eliminated a large number of monsters, there were still 54 more monsters chasing after Zhang Yang. The number of monsters that had exceeded the coverage of Thunderstrike had grown to be such a problem that Zhang Yang no choice but to take a few direct hits. If wasn't for his transformed state, Zhang Yang would have already been gobbled up. Even so, his HP was still dropping like an open faucet. Eventually, he had less than 20 million HP left. When things got out of control, Zhang Yang had resorted to using God of War Radiance to fully restore all his HP. However, in less than 30 seconds, the number of monsters, coupled with the attack boost of the boss, had his entire 100 million HP drained down to 0. Zhang Yang felt the need to go all out and used his accessory Invulnerability, giving time for Haning Shui to cast her Milkmaid Deity's Ripple. After that, Zhang Yang had slowly regained 10% HP at a time and could now last slightly longer. Hold on for a little longer. The boss has 4% HP left. King Hell. It's easier said than done. Fight the boss. Don't stop to talk, cried Zhang Yang. In the past, or rather, before this boss fight, the number of monsters that he could tank was 20. That was his limit. Yet, he had managed to pull that number up to 50 at once. It was more than double. At then, he felt extremely lucky to have so many of his skills strengthened. If Thunderstrike was not upgraded and still had a 5-second cooldown instead of 8, the monsters would have killed him already. Even so, it had taken all of Zhang Yang's neurons firing in overdrive to dodge and kite. Just a little more, cried Fatty Han. I'm about to die, you bastard, cried Zhang Yang. The invulnerability that the accessory granted him lasted only for 10 seconds. Even though Zhang Yang's HP was slowly being restored by Milkmaid Deity's Ripple, once the invulnerability wears off, all the celestial tier monsters will rip him to shreds. Just a tiny bit more. How long? Now. And we are done. Thud. A loud crashing sound was heard and the enormous body of the boss fell to the earth. Upon the death of the boss, all the summoned monsters disappeared into thin air, leaving Zhang Yang panting for breath with his shield still held up high and his sword prepared to stab, like a warrior's statue in ancient Rome. Whoa, that's a cool pose there, newbie tank, cried Wei Yan as she clapped slowly. Cool. Cool. Your sister's *SS, that's cool. Zhang Yang yelled at the top of his lungs. It was the first time that he had tanked so many monsters at a time. If he were to continue on for just a few more seconds, his shield's durability would have dropped down to 0, rendering him unable to equip the shield until it is fixed. 1. Hey! When did I wrong you? Cried Haning Shui as she pinched Zhang Yang's cheek. Wei Yan proceeded to go through her usual routine. Since the boss was so difficult to kill and had even forced them to use their transformation skills, the loot would better be good. Sadly, the ancient hybrid beast king was the same as the silvery scale eel king. There was only one holy tier equipment and two ethereal tier equipment. All of them had the same 30 levels reduction special. However, seeing that the battle had been an incredible fight, the items dropped did not match the boss difficulty. Not by a long shot. In the end, Zhang had to shrug it off. The harder the quest, the better chance he would have at getting the land lease from the old gambler. It's a way for the developers to weed out the weak ones. By putting in effort, striding through hardships, only may you have a chance to obtain good items. Zhang laughed all of the sudden and asked everyone to pack up to return to the NPC. Gods have mercy. That's the real claw of the ancient hybrid beast king. Harkus cried. That's impossible. How could a weak little girl like you defeat such a legendary beast? The little girl smiled instead of getting mad at the goblin for calling her a little girl. He. Well. Gimme dem boots. Harkus cringed painfully at the thought of losing the bet, but a bet was a bet and he removed the boots and tossed them towards Wei Yin. The boots dropped to the floor near Zhang and Wei Yin and emitted a smell so pungent that both of them had to pinch their noses. Zhang had not received any system notifications about completing the quest. It looked like the old gambler's quest can only be accepted by one player only. Since the quest item was in the little girl's hands, she was the only player who could complete the quest. Harkus stood restlessly since he was standing on the hard rocky grounds barefooted. The goblin even had a gap in his teeth. With rage steaming, the goblin jumped with anger and cried, "One more. One more bet." Zhang crossed his arms and said, "Old goblin, you have nothing else to offer, besides your pants. If you still want to continue this gamble, you better offer us something that we want, He. Hold your horses there, human." The old goblins ruffled the back of his trousers and pulled out a long piece of scroll and said, "Here is my offer. The land lease of my property in the holy city of Anthalor." "I accept," said Zhang instantly. He had been waiting for the lease since the beginning of the quest. "What shall we bet on?" He. "My bet for you is the broken sword of the Hell Ghost King. Bring it back here and I'll give you the land lease. If you can't, I'll have my tooth and boots back, please." Ding. "Harkus the old gambler has a quest for you, Hell Ghost King. Will you accept it?" "A gentleman's agreement," said Zhang as he reached out his hand to shake the goblins. Hell Ghost King, difficulty level, S. Description: the old goblin bets that you will fail to defeat the Hell Ghost King. Prove him wrong and win the bet by going to the north of the Girling Crypt in the north. Progress: broken sword of the Hell Ghost King 0 out of 1. S difficulty, . When a level difficulty had provided such a difficult holy tier boss, an S-class would have Zhang kill an ascended tier boss. Fortunately, the system had not been a busybody and publicly announced the availability of the land lease. Zhang would have the time of his life to hunt the boss. The boss would not spawn out without proper activation. The developers had released the announcement about that. Any ascended boss would only spawn by completing a series of quests or by fulfilling certain conditions. If Zhang and Wei Yin had not gotten this far in this particular questline, the Hell Ghost King would not have spawned. Zhang gathered the rest of the party together and left the dark ghastly canyon, heading towards the north of the Girling Crypt. We are but without the transformation skill. How are we supposed to defeat the boss? Plus, the crypt will be an indoor environment. There's no way for us to rely on the war chariot, Zhang clicked his tongue smugly and said, "All is well, my friends. A crypt would be like a dungeon. In a sense, there will be several floors for us to clear before we could reach the end of it. I figured that we might take more than 3 days to clear all the floors. Then again, this boss is only known to us. Even if we wait for a few days, there won't be anyone coming to disturb us. Not unless someone here decides to tell the females from a certain guild," said Zhang as he glared at Fatty Han. Everyone left the canyon and after 2 hours of nonchalant flying, they had arrived at a misty and eerie garden. The garden was devoid of light, yet the place was not too dark. At the center of the lifeless garden was an entrance to an underground pathway. It was rather visible from afar, since the entire structure of the entrance was shaped like a round tent, a yurt to be exact. Once Zhang entered the entrance, the minimap rolled over and revealed a complicated network of underground pathways. This must be it. The two phoenix spread out its wings and illuminated the area 10 meters from where they stood with its blinding firelight. Just when they had walked further into the crypt, a metallic scratching sound could be heard echoing from the depths of the pathway. The sound got louder and Zhang could see the monster. It was a regular skeletal monster that once was a human warrior. All the flesh had rotted away, leaving nothing but dust on its skeletal structure. It was still wearing some old armor from a time before it was alive and a long rusty sword that it dragged along the floor. When the skeletal monster got closer to the party, its eye sockets flared up with bright emerald green flames. It growled and charged towards the party, dragging its long sword with it. Revived Warrior, Elite, Spectre. Level, 220. HP, 110 million. Defense, 13,730. Melee attack, 92,970 to 152,970. Skills. Force Strike, deals 100% melee physical attack to a target. Has a 20% chance to trigger an additional attack. Poison Mist, deals 30,000 natural damage every 3 seconds to all targets that steps into the poison mist. Note, the crypt was created as a place where brave warriors choose to rest in peace. However, the Hell Ghost King had chosen to revive them, giving them a new purpose to their bodies. Due to their glorious past, the only thing that kept the revived warriors moving was pure fighting instinct. Zhang took charge and attacked the skeletal soldier. The rest of the party followed and blasted the revived warrior, turning it into a pile of dust. Everyone proceeded further. Out of habit, Wei Yenair had moved to the body and discovered there was loot to be picked. Glove of the Flame Master, Ethereal, Cloth Armor. Defense, plus 320. Vitality, plus 3,423. Intelligence, plus 1,128. Spirit, plus 499. Equip, increases maximum MP by 2,250. Equip, increases damage dealt and healing rate by 5.6%. Unidentified. Level requirement, 220. Special, level requirement reduced by 30 levels. Flame Master set effect, 1/3, Gloves of the Flame Master, Pants of the Flame Master, Flame Master's Tall Boots. 3 set effect, increases all fire attribute spell damage by 50%. Everyone exchanged a weird look as they were all stumped. How could a lower level monster have such a drop that had a 30 level reduction effect? If a monster could have such a nice drop, what would that be for the boss? It's actually a powerful item if we can find all 3 equipment, said Zhang as he kept the glove in his inventory. Daffodil Daydream pondered for a while and said, the set effect is good, but the equipment stats itself are low. Even though it could provide 50% extra fire damage, the overall DPS will be lower than wearing 3 holy tier equipment. And then there's the low vitality and intelligence stat. It's not too good actually. Zhang smiled. That's a good girl. I'm impressed that you could figure it out. Yes. It's not too good, but I'm sure that many level 190 players would die to have these equipment if they could not get their hands on any holy tier. Translator note. 1. Sister, apparently, it is a Chinese dialogue manner. When they scold someone, they tend to add close relative of the targeted person. Unlike the usual English insults like, your mama is an idiot, China's Chinese scolding goes the same way. It's a way to divert back the things you had said back to yourself. Example, A calls B a donkey and B retorts back. A, you're a donkey. B, please, your mom's a donkey. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 798, Spectre Ghost King Hargino. Chapter 798, Spectre Ghost King Hargino. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The party proceed further and encountered many more revived warriors along the way. Naturally, they were all swiftly dealt with. Despite the first monster dropping a set equipment, they had not managed to farm many others later on. After the party cleared the entire floor, they only managed to find 2 of the same gloves and 1 pair of boots. 1 more, and they would have a complete set. Although it was not stated in the official site, the party could have easily figured out there were more than 7 floors in this crypt. If each of the monsters in the crypt could drop the set equipment, the party would farm a few sets of equipment by the time they reached the bottommost floor. As predicted by Zhang, clearing just 1 floor had taken much of their time. Although the monsters were not spawned closely to each other, there were still a great deal of time due to the vast space on the floor. In fact, they had taken close to half a day to clear a floor. As such, they had spent most of the night and were about to wake up for breakfast. Zhang did his usual routine, and after feeding the entire family, he went to his office and worked. Sitting quietly on the fax machine was a stack of papers printed and waiting to be organized. They were the investigation results compiled by the private investigator. It was at Zhang bidding and they were all about one man. Zhang Hua. Sun Xianyu did not have much information on Zhang Xiuhua, hence, despite being a long-distance relative to Zhang Xiuhua, she was practically useless to Zhang Yang when it comes to enacting his act of revenge. On the other hand, Zhang Yang had Lu Xianmin. She had been tangled up with Zhang Xiuhua for many years and had information that no one knew about. However, Zhang Xiuhua was a very detailed man. Anything that he does it cleanly and leaves no traces. Unlike Lu Wei, Zhang Xiuhua did things without loose ends. Those who wrong Zhang Xiuhua will end up disappearing from this world like the clouds in the sky. For him to terminate someone, he would find and kill the target and dispose of the body without a trace. If anyone would want to prosecute him, they would need to first find the body. Like the laws in America, you will remain innocent until proven guilty. Problem is, that was the loophole that Zhang Xiuhua used. He had never personally committed the crimes. Besides the criminal behavior of Zhang Xiuhua, the reports also expressed his sexual comportment. The man was incredibly lustful and would not say no to any beautiful women. However, the man would not easily indulge in any female, no matter how beautiful they were. From his perspective, all women were merely tools to release men's sexual tension. After he has used them, he would discard the first and bring in the second. Zhang Yang continued to examine the name list of those that Zhang Xiuhua had discarded and disposed of. At one point, Zhang Yang thought that the man could be an evil dictator from a random country. Such a number of people had been wronged by him, he could actually be on par with the infamous Osama bin Laden. However, despite the long stretch of names, they were all suspected victims without proof. In fact, none of them had any sort of connection that led directly to Zhang Xiuhua. Zhang Yang is a simple man, and if no one wronged him, he would not have wronged anyone, but the report would have changed even that rather pacifistic mindset to that of a vigilante's sense of chaotic justice. Right then, all his thoughts on Zhang Xiuhua led to one end, that is the termination of Zhang Xiuhua. If Zhang Yang crosses his arms and leaves things to be on their own, everyone close to him, relatives, friends, guildmates, colleagues, even his neighbors might be a target of assassination and disposal. Perhaps, the only person in the world that might escape the fate of being erased from the world would be Sun Xianyu and her relatives. Zhang Xiuhua had aimed to have her hand in marriage, even if by force. He had high views of her family, instead of her. His ultimate goal was to get into her family tree and create a powerful force that could rule over even China. Zhang Yang sat down on his $1,000,000 executive chair and sighed. He rubbed his forehead with such intensity and finally, he laid down his final decision. The first to attack will win. Zhang Yang placed the documents away and sealed his decision. His blood was boiling as the murderous intention in him grew. Zhang Yang was naturally hot-blooded young man. When confronted with an enemy like Zhang Xiuhua, instead of flight, he would fight until either one of them falls. Zhang Yang gripped the stack of paper in his hands so hard that his thumbs tore through and impaled the thick sheet. There was nothing for him to be scared of when it came to Zhang Xiuhua. There was no way for him to use the law against Zhang Yang, for Sun Xianyu ruled that domain. What that was left for Zhang Xiuhua or Zhang Yang was outside the law, which indirectly means that whoever who has the fatter wallet will win the war. Zhang Xiuhua's mother was rich, hence, so was he. He was so rich to a point that he could simply purchase anything in the game. In fact, that was the basis of his guild. Everything was about money. He was able to buy so many war chariots, all because of the money he had. That and the many things that he did, including kidnapping Zhang Yang and Luo Yuro. That incident had led to their faithful encounter and the birth of a new life. If things had turned out worse than that, someone might already be erased from the world. However, if one were to compare how fat was his wallet is, Zhang Yang could easily take his out. Aside from the profit sharing from Silky Soft Holdings, Zhang Yang had earned more than 50 billion from the game itself. A large percentage of his earnings came from the teleportation fees of his territories, while the rest was a mixture of the little merchandise shop, the guild mining cave, various sponsors, and the Battle Team Championships cash reward. In his previous life, One Sword Stroke had earned more than 400 million annually from sponsorships alone. However, in this lifetime, Zhang Yang was performing far greater than the One Sword Stroke in his past life. With many smaller companies seeking to form contracts with Lone Desert Smoke, the total annual income had burst through the roof, totaling to almost 600 million a year. That's 50% more than what One Sword Stroke could ever earn, but Zhang Yang did not need to fork out his entire savings to build his arsenals. From the money he earned from advertisements alone, he could easily arm himself to defeat Zhang Xiuhua in his own game. Even if Zhang Xiuhua were to seek help from his mother, how much could they fork out? 800 million? 1 billion? That number was nothing but spare change for him. Business is all about investments and profits. The man had invested most of his fortune in Eternal Flame, all hoping to earn back double or triple the amount. The problem was, Zhang Xiuhua's method had given him nothing but more heartaches. With money, you could make the world go round. With money, you could even hire the devil to be your butler. Zhang had plans, various plans of toppling the arrogant son of a B*TCH and the B*TCH herself if he has to. Zhang picked up his pen and pulled out a blank piece of paper. With maddening speed, the man was like a possessed man, as the pen in his hand danced around the paper, scribbling plans after plans. After he was done with the writing, Zhang picked up the phone and made call after call. With money flowing out from his accounts as he laid down the orders to all the people he had called, Zhang felt the goddess of victory gradually smiling at him. After making many more calls for more than an hour, Zhang slammed the phone back to the receiver and finally sighed. It's done now, Zhong Xiuhua. You'll soon regret the day you had decided to invite me to your tea party. After delaying his gaming session for the entire afternoon, Zhang found himself left behind. In his absence, the party had already decided to push forward with Endless Starlight as the main tank. Everyone was fine, since all their equipment were strong enough to tank the monster's attacks during OT. Little Young. What took you so long? It's been an hour since you decided to crawl back into the game. Tell your old brother the truth, did you pluck the forbidden fruit of a chick, said Fatty Han, as he smiled perversely. Sun Xanu and Haning Shui had not missed what Fatty Han had said and threw a death glare at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang laughed innocently and said to the girls, do you really think that my gun has any more ammo after the morning battle? As such, the two ladies blushed and returned to their battle position. Ever since the day Zhang Yang had accidentally drank the wine laced with the elephant aphrodisiac, they had purposely made Zhang Yang go all out with them. It was for two reasons. One was to get themselves knocked up with his child. 2. To make sure Zhang Yang has no more energy to do it with any of the secretaries in his office. With Zhang Yang taking the helm, the pushing speed was increased dramatically. As such, it was a matter of time before they had cleared the way to the 4th floor. With an abundance of Flame Master set equipment and experience points, the team was satisfied with their progress and forgave Zhang Yang for his tardiness. They even managed to collect 5 sets of the Flame Master set equipment. However, there was still a little dissatisfaction simmering amongst them all. The only monster in the crypt was the revived warrior. It was getting a little old, especially after the 3rd day. Luckily, they had cleared all the way down to the last floor. As expected of a boss battlefield, the place was large and empty. After walking around, exploring each corner of the floor, they found nothing but dust and broken bones everywhere. The team then walked further down the large dirty crypt and reached the end, only to find the boss was waiting for them there. The boss was a large man. He had a long cape flowing down his back. However, that was the only thing the party could make out. It was so dark that the only thing they could see was the boss' pair of emerald green eyes glowing in the dark as they flared violently. The boss was languishing casually on a stone throne, with a long sword resting on the side of the chair. He was crossing his arms as if he was actually waiting for them to come to him. Spectre Ghost King Hargino, Ascended, Spectre. Level, 230. HP, 11,500,000,000. Defense, 34,900. Melee attack, 329,115 to 429,115. Skills. Ghost Parade, summons 10 spirits out of the abyss to assist Hargino. Deathly Pain, sends a deadly wave 1,000 meters around Hargino every 3 seconds. Deals 300,000 shadow damage to all targets. Force Strike, deals 100% melee physical attack to target. 50% chance to deal a 100% critical strike additional attack. Inseparable Shadow, when players are 1,000 meters away from Hargino, the debuff will be automatically inflicted on the player. Players that receive the debuff cannot leave 1,000 meters away from Hargino. Kills any players that exceed a 1,000 meters range from Hargino. Seal of the Ghost King, grant a buff on Hargino whenever he kills a player. When surviving players gets 100 meters close to Hargino, receive 10% HP as damage per second. Effect lasts for 2 hours. Spectre's Constitution, restore 1% HP every 30 seconds. Recovery rate will not be affected by any skill effects. Note, the master of all specters in the Girling Crypt possesses ungodly power. With the array of skills like the party had never seen before, they were all stumped. Summon soldiers? AoE aura skill? Recovery skill. Not to mention the inability to leave the battle. Furthermore, everyone will have to wait for 2 hours before they can start the fight again. D*MN. We don't have enough firepower to fight this guy, said Fatty Han. Everyone kept quiet as they had the same thoughts. Under normal circumstances, their DPS would go from 2 million to 4,500,000 after transformation. Setting aside the various troublesome skills, the boss will restore 115 million HP every 30 seconds, which would be 3,830,000 HP every second. Since the party's effective DPS after that would only be 670,000, they will take as long as 5 hours to kill the boss. 5 hours. The active duration of their transformation skill was only 2 hours, and after that, the party's DPS will drop down to 2 million only. It would not be enough to cover the damage that the boss could restore. If the boss decides to sit down and have a cup of tea, the party would not even be able to defeat the boss, let alone with him waving his sword around like a madman. Zhang scratched his chin and nonchalantly said, "Oh well. Let's fight." Fatty Han came to him and smacked his head. Annoyed, Fatty Han grumbled, "Are you daft? I can't believe there would be a day when I'm the one calling you a stupid head, but... Do you have a plan, Guildmaster?" Daffodil Daydream approached. "Yes. In fact, I do. Right now, we can defeat the monster all by ourselves. But, if the boss did not have the skill, Ghost Parade, we might have had to call other guilds for help. That boss skill is the only hope we have at killing the boss." Sun Xianyu widened her eyes and said, "The Gates of Hell." The skill, Gates of Hell, was the skill that was given to Zhang by the system when he was the first player to reach level 200. Its power was to summon out a demon possessing the same level as the target that Zhang has killed. The skill had a 72-hour cooldown duration which he had never used before. That's right. If we have an army of elite-tier demons helping us fight the boss, we might be able to compensate for the lack of DPS. The main point is the rate of the boss calling his backup. What if the number of summons are not enough? Zhang nodded and said, "We won't know unless we try. Let's not use our transformation skill and try to fight the boss now. This is only a test run. We are fighting the boss to see how he acts." Okay. Everyone followed Zhang into the fight and with only the intention of staying alive as long as possible. Insolent fools. The living shan't be disturbed. You shall join them instead. The boss stood up from his stone throne and picked up the long sword by his side. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 799, The Prowess of the Gates of Hell. Chapter 799, The Prowess of the Gates of Hell. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. With only 10 players, all refusing to use their transformation skill, the chance of the victory was 0%. In less than a few minutes, Hargino had chopped, sliced, and diced everyone, fine julienne style. The battle ended with an utter defeat. However, out of the ashes of their defeat, they did manage to retrieve important notes. The skill, Ghost Parade, would be used once every 30 seconds. The monsters that were summoned were all elite tiers with only 10 million HP. Force Strike will be used every 10 seconds. Although the boss will have a 50% chance of dealing a 100% critical strike, that sort of damage was tankable by Zhang in his transformed state. Compared to the rest of the skill, the worst skill of all was Ghost Parade. The boss itself was strong, to begin with. Its AoE skill was painful, not to mention the penalty for dying was to wait for 2 hours before they could restart the battle. That, and the constant fighting with the summoned monsters will be a problem. However, there was a silver lining to it. Without the monsters being summoned out, Zhang and the party would have a 0% chance of winning the fight. Paired with Zhang Gates of Hell, all they had to do was to kill the monsters as soon as they appeared, and they will have a chance to defeat the boss. It would be slim, but it was still better than 0%. The enhanced Gates of Hell would last for 20 minutes and will not be affected by the splash damage of the boss AoE skill. Hence, the gate will not be affected by the boss, Deathly Pain. Despite that, as long as the gate is not targeted by the boss, having 1 million HP is more than enough to last until its effects wears off. Since the boss summoned 10 ghosts every 30 seconds, the total number of convertible monsters in 20 minutes will reach as high as 400. 400 elite tier monsters would be the same as having 400 well-equipped players. Furthermore, the monsters each had 100 million HP. At most, they could last for as long as 1000 seconds while tanking the boss, Deathly Pain, skill. If one summoned demon deals 50,000 DPS, all 400 summoned demons could deal 20 billion. That was more than enough to kill the boss. Hence, Zhang had to make sure everyone could kill the summoned ghosts once they are out in the open. Zhang himself would have to make sure to keep the aggro of the boss and the ghosts on him to allow the party to deal damage. Too bad. All we can do now is wait for 2 hours until Seal of the Ghost King wears out. That's not too bad. We can talk C*CK, sing songs, chitty chat, or anything you want. We have been fighting the same old monster for so long, we deserve a little rest and recreation. Little Yang, remember the chick I recommended to you that day? Well, last night. Okie dokie. Time to fight. 2 hours was neither too long nor too short for the party to chat and rest. Before they knew it, the effect on them was gone and everyone got ready for the boss fight. Zhang Yang took the lead and activated his transformation skill. The rest of the party followed and waited until Zhang Yang landed the first blow. Zhang Yang shot at the boss and threw out a few strikes before summoning the gates of hell, when he was within 100 meters away from the boss. Ha ha ha. Do you not know death? Do you wish to taste the pain of dying again? Cried Harjino as he resumed his fighting stance and cleaved Zhang Yang. The battle started with a flash and everyone fulfilled their roles flawlessly. 30 seconds into the fight and Harjino stabbed the ground with his long sword. Rise, my slaves. Serve your lord and kill the enemies. 10 abyssal holes appeared around him and out came 10 skeletal soldiers that were all clad in black heavy armor. Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight jumped to the front and kite all the monsters together, allowing the party to focus on their AoE attacks. When all the monsters were left with 10% HP or less, everyone stopped attacking and resumed their attacks on the boss. Zhang Yang would have to be the player to strike the killing blow or else the gates of hell will not register the kills. Ally kills would not work on the gates of hell. Thunder Strike. 331-253. With the power of the God of War transformation and Wei Yan'er's strength aura, Zhang Yang's Thunderstrike had reached a damage that exceeded any amount that he had seen. 330,000 damage was strong enough to hack away at their reduced HP. God of War Crushing Strike. 391-090. After 2 consecutive strikes back to back, all the summoned soldiers were killed instantly. Before their bodies disappeared, a long trail of black light was pulled out of their body and was absorbed into the gates of hell. One by one, in an orderly manner, a demon, with the height of 4 men, walked out of the gate. Unlike any demons that the party had fought before, the summoned demons were extremely lean and mean. Their horns on their forehead were longer and fiercer looking. Even their tails were longer and thicker than the usual thin-looking whip. Summoned Armageddon's Harbinger, Elite Demon. Level 220. HP 110 million. Defense 13,730. Melee attack 92,970 to 152,970. Skills. Force of an army deals 100% melee physical damage to a target. 20% chance to increase attack by 10% on oneself. Lasts for 6 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. 10 demons appeared out of the gate and joined the fight against the boss. Every demon summoned had roughly the same look but wielded different weapons. All of them were basically swords but came in different shapes and sizes. That matters not, for their attack power were the same. 60 seconds into the fight, the second batch of summoned monsters appeared into the field. Similarly, the party kite them and allowed Zhang Yang to land the killing blow. The boss was digging his own grave. If he does not use the skill, Zhang Yang would not have gained such a powerful army to use against him. If the boss had brains like players do, he will surely be targeting the gates first. However, being a program, he had to follow his protocol and obey the system aggro function. 4 minutes into the fight, the number of demons joining Zhang Yang's side to defeat the boss had increased so exponentially that they had completely surrounded the boss. Since the size of the demons was rather huge, only 50 of them were able to attack the boss at the same time. The rest of the demons were struggling to move forward and had to wait until the front ones died before they could move closer to the boss. Luckily, the entire team was practically in the air, allowing them to attack from another level. 100 shots and the other ranged attackers had no problems attacking the boss from where they stood. In fact, compared to Zhang Yang, they were dealing much higher damage. Due to the limited space to attack, the summoned demons could not push their total DPS to 20 billion. At most, they were only able to deal around 6 to 7 billion damage per second. Then again, that was more than he could ever ask for. Insolent fool! You all shall crawl beneath me. The specters shall rule the world. Darkness shall rise. There were all too many different lines, but they conveyed roughly the same meaning, and that was to ask the players to surrender. 20 minutes into the battle and the summoned gates of hell had reached its end. The gates seeped back into the earth, but the summoned elite demons were still able to attack for as long as 4 hours if they are not killed. This goes without saying, but the gates of hell's prowess could only be so strong if Zhang Yang uses it against such a boss that would keep on spawning monsters. If the skill was used against players, all they had to do was to get 200 meters away from the gates of hell, and they would be fine. That said, the gates of hell only had 1 million HP. For any average player out there, they would only need roughly 10 seconds or so to destroy it. After the gate disappeared from the field, the summoned demons started dwindling in number. They were all killed by the boss AoE attacks and deathly pain. Friendly healing skills did not work on them. No sooner later, all the demons were killed and the boss was left with 2,700,000,000 HP left. Technically, they would still need around 70 minutes to kill the boss. Zhang and everyone else still had around 80 minutes for their transformation skills to end. As long as no one dies in the battle, they would kill the boss easily. 1 hour into the fight. Glare of the Death God. Resist. Ah, such a shame. An anti-boss skill will always be useful when it's uncalled for, and be useless when the situation calls for it. It was like the skill was purposely trying to sabotage Zhang. 20%, 10%, 5%. Just then, the remaining HP of Hardino would require at least 14 more minutes for the party to kill. Despite being only 5%, having the need of 14 minutes to take that amount off is more than enough to state the prowess of the boss. The time left on everyone's transformation timer was 20 minutes or so. It's already safe to say that they would win the fight. 4%, 3%, 2%, 1%. The boss now had over 100 million HP, while the total time elapsed was 113 minutes. Everyone has less than 7 minutes left on their timers. 5 million, 2 million, 200, 0. Poof. Such, the wonderful fight. The boss cracked a smile before he fell back against his throne, lifeless. His long sword slipped out of his hands and clanged on the floor. We did it! Everyone sighed and dropped to their knees, as the fight was both intense and nerve-wracking. With 5 minutes left on their transformation, Wei Yan'er was the only one who seemed to be energetic. She flew around in her transformed state and zoomed to the boss. It's time for the prizes, she shouted while picking up the equipment. Phew, this was a problematic boss. We were really short-handed back there, said 100 Shots. That's true. If the boss did not have the Ghost Parade skill, and our big boss not having the Gates of Hell, we would have been toasted, said Endless Starlight. That's unlikely to ever happen again. How many bosses out there will have minions like that, said Daffodil Daydream, as she was the most reasonable person. Zhang nodded. I agree with 100 Shots. We are actually lacking some players. I think I shall have 10 Dusk and Galileo to form a strong party. We will then combine 2 of our parties and form a stronger party. Unlike the other bosses of the quest, this Ascended Tier boss had dropped 10 Ascended Tier equipment and 5 Holy Tier equipment. There was also a large pile of items, all of which Wei Yan'er was happily playing with. The party then proceeded with the item distribution and Zhang was rather lucky this time. He was able to roll for 2 Ascended Tier equipment, which was a shield and a ring. Baron Shield, Ascended, Shield. Defense, plus 27,940. Vitality, plus 75,147. Equip, increases maximum HP by 150,280. Equip, absorbs 10,303 damage on attack. Equip, 30% chance to restore 1% HP after a successful block. Level requirement, 230. Special, level requirement lowered by 30 levels. Revival Ring, Ascended, Ring. Vitality, plus 11,272. Strength, plus 1983. Dexterity, plus 1983. Equip, increases maximum HP by 22,540. Equip, increases damage dealt and healing rate by 12%. Equip, absorb 1,717 damage on attack. Use, obtain boon, Revival. All damage dealt to you will restore your health. Lasts for 6 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Level requirement, 230. Special, level requirement lowered by 30 levels. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 800, Snow Queen Inheritance. Chapter 800, Snow Queen Inheritance. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Upon switching up the 2 Ascended Tier equipment, Zhang attack power did not really increase much. However, because the shield is a piece of equipment that could boost a player's HP the most, Zhang HP amount increased tremendously. Now, he only needed his Vitality Aura to boost his HP up to 3,778,420. After all, before a player can attain level 200, the player must be mounted on his or her mount in order to obtain that much HP. Meanwhile, his defense had also reached up to 33,700. If he just activates his God of War Inheritance transformation, his defense would be boosted up to approximately 170,000 points. Furthermore, he also had 20% passive damage immunity and 28,454 damage absorption. If one wants to hurt Zhang Yang with a physical attack, that person would need to deal at least 200,000 damage in a single hit just to break his defense. As for the items, he distributed the 4 skill point crystals out, one after another. Zhang Yang had no need for any skill points at the moment. So he decided to let the others have at them. Well, the skill books were not suitable for him at all. Therefore, he could only stare at Han Ying-Shui and the others as they were rolling to see who gets the skill book. However, he would still be the one earning the most in this round. Book of Revelation, Chapter 9. It crossed his mind though. Zhang Yang was thinking of launching a war on the other regions just to see if he could locate the last missing chapter of the Book of Revelation. Well, by doing so, he would be able to lure the person holding the chapter out from hiding. All he needed to do would be to activate his God of War transformation and fly around the battlefield. He could definitely take out the person, pick up the item and quickly escape from the chaotic battlefield. What he never expected was that the last missing chapter of the book would be sitting quietly in the hands of the boss, waiting for him to collect it. With the Book of Revelation, Chapter 9, Zhang Yang could finally combine the broken chapters to get the complete Book of Revelation. Book of Revelation, Legendary, Unique. Description: increases 50% damage of all party members of the holder, standing within the range of 100-meter radius from the holder. If the holder of the book is killed, he or she can choose to revive immediately on the same spot he or she dies with 100% HP and 100% MP. This effect can only be triggered once every hour. If the resurrected player gets killed again within the cooldown period of the book's effect, the item will be dropped. This item can only be taken along in the inventory, and cannot be destroyed. Special Effect 1, enhances, block. Special Effect 2, enhances, Gates of Hell. Special Effect 3, select one skill to be enhanced. Use: upon unleashing the light of the revelation, all enemy units in the surroundings will receive 2 million chaos damage. The amount of damage will differ based on your level. Cooldown, 72 hours. This is King Great. Damn! Everyone was cheering in shock. However, although the Book of Revelation could cause up to 2 million AoE damage to enemies in the surroundings, the cooldown was just too damn long. Furthermore, 2 million damage would not be effective for the top tier players. So the effect was actually not that great either. However, the item could enhance up to 3 skills. That made the Book of Revelation a very powerful tool for any player to have. The enhanced effect for block and Gates of Hell had been witnessed by many. The enhancement effect was similar to the effect of having 2 superior skill books. Other than that, the party had also acquired one broken piece of inheritance. The inheritance was called Class A Snow Queen Inheritance. Well, because everyone had already acquired their own inheritance, the broken piece of inheritance could only be passed over into Zhang Yang's inventory. They were definitely not willing to sell it, of course. So they could just give it to someone who was loyal to the guild later on and help that player acquire it. By doing so, they would be able to increase the number of players with Class A inheritances from 2 to 3. Upon picking up Hajnold's hilt, the gang immediately left and make haste for the dark ghastly canyon. They were hoping to hand in the quest to the man with the gambler fever and get the reward of the quest land lease. What the actual F***CK? No. My eyes must be blurred. This is not real. Harkus continued to rub his eyes. Then he stared at the sword's hilt again. Well, by the end of it, he handed over the land lease with a blackened face. Well, the new shop would be needing the potions that only Zhang Yang could make to sustain the business. Therefore, to avoid more trouble, Wei Yan'er naturally threw the land lease over to Zhang Yang without a single moment of hesitation. Or else, Zhang Yang would need to pass the potions over to the little brat before the little brat could deposit the goods into the warehouse of the new shop. That little brat would never be patient enough to do that. After all, everyone could get a 5% dividend out of the earnings from the new shop. As for the remaining earnings, the earnings would be kept aside so that they could pay the salaries of the new members of the guild. The bosses in the current stage of the game were becoming more and more powerful these days. They needed to make sure that they had enough members to form a new party, a second party to support the first party. Upon teleporting back to the holy city, Zhang Yang took the land lease and went back to collect the property. It did not take long before his registration was recognized by the system. Just like how he started up with the little merchandise shop, he began to renovate the new shop. Then, he hired a lowly type NPC as his shop attendant. Back when he was setting up his little merchandise shop, he did not have much money to spend on the shop. However, now that he had become King Rich, he straight away improved the shop to the maximum level and named the shop as Little Merchandise Shop, Branch. He then put all the ethereal tier equipment into the warehouse of the new shop. After that, he quickly shouted out the news about the opening of his new shop in the public channel. Holy City is a unique place. That would be the only place where all 8 regions shared one public channel. Everyone could trade even though they were far away from each other. Because the ethereal tier equipment that Zhang had to offer were all level 220 with special effects that reduced 30 levels from the requirement, a large number of level 200 players were interested to see what's in the shop. Although they might not be suitable to use the equipment themselves, they could still purchase the equipment for their friends. After all, the hardcore of the Spectre Cavern was just too damn hard to clear. Furthermore, the holy tier equipment that is dropped by the bosses in that dungeon were all bound upon pickup. Therefore, many level 190 players would only look at ethereal tier equipment for the moment. Meanwhile, the ethereal equipment that Zhang had to offer were all level 220. Although these equipment would still be a little weaker than those level 170 holy tier equipment, they were not that weak. The players could still accept the difference. Therefore, Zhang voice recording had attracted a substantial amount of customers to his new shop. He also put up some rare potions on the shelves. That was because he just opened the new shop and he needed to advertise about his shop. He even put up some transmuted potions on the shelves as well. Initially, the players came for the ethereal tier equipment. However, when they noticed the variety of potions, they instantly showed their interest at buying the potions as well. Well, transmuted potions were hard to come these days, after all. It did not take long before the shelves in the shops were emptied out. Those who missed the chance to buy the potions were inquiring about the arrival of new stocks. Well, it seemed that Zhang managed to make his new shop extremely popular upon opening. However, Zhang could predict that his new shop would not have more customers than the old little merchandise shop for over 1 year. However, when the number of level 200 players increases in the later stage of the game, there would be more players coming to his new shop. At some point, the sales of the new shop would surpass the sales of the old shop. It would just be a matter of time. When the entire population of the players reaches level 200 and beyond, the little merchandise shop in the main city would become cold and quiet. Zhang decided to give everyone a few days off. He also wanted to form a second fixed party, another party of 10 that would be powerful enough to act on their own. However, he only had 4 members in his mind: Galileo, Ten Dusk, Female Raid Covenant and Chen Shuiyao. It made perfect sense for the first 3 names to be selected. As for Chen Shuiyao, her level was still a little too low to be selected. Although Zhang would bring her along to grind from time to time, she was only currently level 142. She would be as good as dead if she follows Zhang to battle against level 230 monsters and above. However, Chen Shuiyao was quite a talented player herself. Judging by observing her performance, Zhang believed that she could already take part in Class B League Championship. If she ever puts more effort into training herself better, she would be able to catch up to the standard of Daffodil Daydream soon. Of course, part of it was because Zhang was biased. Both of them were basically boyfriend and girlfriend. Well, they were quite clingy to each other while at work. Although they had not been overwhelmed by the feeling to F***ck, the both of them were having a dubious relationship. Well, they might just F***ck each other sooner or later. Zhang gave Chen Shuiyao the Class A Snow Queen inheritance. Well, she was initially a Cyromancer, after all. So Zhang gave it to her based on his professional opinion. Other than that, he decided to give it to her because good ones do not simply let his own fertile water to flow into others' fields. When Chen Shuiyao was collecting her inheritance fragments, Zhang was the only one who was helping her. Well, Zhang alone was more than enough to handle the bosses of the inheritance quests now. After all, Zhang had become so powerful now that he could single-handedly kill one ethereal boss without even trying. After Chen Shuiyao acquired her Class A inheritance, she could be considered as a top-tier player in the game now. The only thing that kept her from being so was because her level was just too low. Well, because of that, she could not wear any of the high-level equipment. So, Zhang brought her along to Kanjar to grind. Currently, Chen Shuiyao was only level 143. Upon arriving at Kanjar, her existence on the map was activated something similar to a mass taunt. A large number of monsters within the range of 2,000-meter radius from where the two of them stood were attracted by the aggro. The monsters were charging madly towards the two of them. The feeling was great. Zhang was thinking of bringing low-level players into high-level maps to grind in the future. No more troublesome luring. Zhang laughed out loud and activated his surrogacy on Chen Shuiyao, giving her the same defense as he had on him. Although Zhang would try his best to get the aggro of the monsters to fix on him, he might still lose out 1 or 2 of the monsters from his grip. By giving Chen Shuiyao a high defense, even if monsters managed to hit her, she would not be killed in an instant. With Zhang attack power, all normal tier monsters were basically killed in one single hit by Zhang. The amount of experience points that both of them got was shockingly tremendous. Furthermore, it was really the best thing they could have hoped for, that every time they were done with one wave of monsters, they would only have to walk a few steps forwards before the next wave of monsters swarms up on them. The monsters were swarming up on Zhang Yang and Chen Shuiyao as if they were here just to get slaughtered by Zhang Yang. Therefore, Zhang Yang only needed to kill. Then, the both of them would only need to collect whatever amount of experience points that come at them. In the beginning, he only intended to babysit Chen Shuiyao so that she could level up faster. However, the outcome of bringing her for grinding was unexpectedly great. His experience bar was progressing at king fast pace as well. If it wasn't because for the fact that much more experience points were needed for level 200 player to level up, Zhang Yang could have leveled up once in every 4 days. That was really motivating. So, how come no one had ever tried to grind like this before? Zhang Yang gave it some thoughts and revealed a smile on his face. Well, because he was the only one who had surrogacy. So he was able to keep Chen Shuiyao alive. Or else, under the level gap suppression function of the game, one gentle touch from any high-level monsters would have killed her instantly. By then, it would not be possible for him to guide Chen Shuiyao in grinding. After all, even Zhang Yang's experience bar was progressing extremely fast. Chen Shuiyao's experience bar was increasing at an even faster rate. She was able to earn additional experience points by killing monsters that were much higher level than her. She managed to level up once every day. People would definitely find it extremely hard to believe that, even if someone told the others about it. Zhang Yang could not help to sigh. If only he had someone in his previous life to guide him like this, it would have made his life so much easier. Then he gave everyone 7 days off. After that 7 days, she would be in the game for over 21 days. Meanwhile, throughout the 21 days, even though Chen Shuiyao could no longer level up once a day, she had already reached level 157. If there was any competition that compares the speed of leveling up, she would have broken any record regarding that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.